ILTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Bailey now the runner on third base. The catcher represents the winning run. Conforto on second, Soler on first. And the ball game's over. This ball is going to be off the wall for an RBI bases-loaded single. And the Giants walk off the Astros 4-3. Second straight day the Astros have been walked off. Houston gets two in the top half of the 10th, but then Rafael Montero cannot finish things off in the bottom half of the 10th inning. Another frustrating night for the Astros as they are unable to hold a late lead. And their extra inning record the last couple of years, 1-8 last year, and this year they fall to 3-6 in extra innings.
I like when I make wise choices, when I make good decisions. Like last night, after the first inning, I said, you know what? It's about 9 o'clock. I said, I think I learned my lesson from the last West Coast swing during the week that the Astros had, where I stayed up till the very, very end of some frustrating losses, and then I wake up and I'm a mess the next day because I get no sleep. The sleep I get is not good because the Astros frustrated me the night before. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to get up in the morning. I'm going to watch the cut-up version of the game on YouTube the next day. And when I got up at 4:45 this morning and I looked at my app to see what the score was of the game, I said, okay, well, this was a really good decision just based on the score. And then I looked at the box score and I saw how the Astros lost last night, and I said, this was a really good decision. This would have been another one of those games where I was up the whole time and they take a lead, and I'm like, oh, this was worth it, staying up. And then, no, Rafael Montero gave up 3 runs in the bottom of the 10th. So 4-3, the Astros lose last night as we welcome you in. Maybe some of you are feeling the same way. Maybe if you stayed up and watched the whole game, you're feeling a different kind of way. But I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. What was your choice last night, B. Scott?
I did stay up and watch the game, but you did the thing. What you just described is what we call in pop culture and society protecting your peace. You protected your own personal headspace and peace last night, and I can't begrudge you for it. Like, I watched it because, obviously I'm an Astros fan, but on top of that, I wanted to be ready to come in here and talk about the Astros with Sean Pendergast. I'm filling in for Seth Payne. Big shoes to fill. Mm-hmm. I don't have a problem with filling it. I think I do a fine job doing it, but I want to make sure that I come in and I'm ready to rise to the moment. Yesterday was 6-10 day. Like, rise to the occasion, man. Watch this Astros game and be ready. But my peace, my sleep, I can tell you, honestly, Sean, I slept so much better the night before, coming into Monday as opposed to coming into Tuesday, being up exactly what you said, being up a little bit later. And it's hard to just go straight to bed after the Astros game.
Yeah, you're wired, man.
You're wired. You gotta maybe, at least for me, gotta decompress a little bit. You want to check and see what everybody else is talking about. Mm-hmm. And when you do stay up, at least for me, I also want to wait till the cuts come in. So I want to hear those before I go to bed. I might even want to turn one for a social media post. That's a little inside baseball, but that's what I do.
Yeah, that's your job.
So it's like there's a couple of things that are on my mind if I do elect to stay up and not put it off into the morning.
Yeah.
And I don't regret it, but I can't say it's a good feeling, Sean.
Yeah, man. And so you watched this thing in the moment. I watched the cut-up of the whole thing. Were you as...
It's like single after single. Like, it's like hit after hit in the 10. You're like, dude. So the main thing, Sean, the most frustrating part about it was, okay, you understand that this might come up where a non-ideal situation comes up where Rafael Montero's got to pitch for you in the 10th inning. All right, you understand that. But, and we were talking about this before the show, my thing is, man, how many highly paid or highly thought of relievers do they have to have in this bullpen before they can find one that they can depend on a consistent basis?
Yeah.
And so that's where I'm at with the Montero thing. Like, obviously you can rip Montero because he did not perform. He performed poorly. But just the fact that he's in that situation, the fact that in back-to-back days now, the Astros lose walk-offs One was a track meet. The other one was a pitcher's duel, both by the starters and the bullpen, and you couldn't survive either one. You couldn't win either one. One of them, you get 14 hits, you couldn't win. This one, you get 2 runs on the top half of the extra inning, the bogus extra inning rules. You get an extra run in that, and you can't secure that either. It's like, I even said this yesterday, it's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back, can't win for losing. It's like it's coming at you from both sides. Just a really frustrating past couple of days as an Astros fan.
So the Astros, as Brandon Scott points out, they take a 3-1 lead in the 10th inning. They lose 4-3, and I think the other commonality between the two losses that you're talking about is there was poor play in the field going on. You know, between Cabbage allowing that ball to escape his glove for the home run on Sunday, and then Pena made a big error in the 10th inning last night.
Yeah,
uncharacteristic. But so what were you feeling as someone watching it in the moment? Because I only saw, as I mentioned, just the cut-up of the game. So I didn't get to see the entire Jose Abreu at bat in the 9th inning. I only saw the part where the ball went to the backstop, so we had runners on 2nd and 3rd, 2 strikes, and I go, well, I know how this is ending right here. You know, I know he doesn't get an RBI because I know how the game wound up playing out. But I'm going to guess he strikes out here, and sure enough, strikes out. You know, it's a breaking ball low and away. Like you could set your watch to it. Here was Joe Espada after the game last night on whether or not he considered pinch hitting for Jose Abreu in that situation.
Did you consider pinch hitting for Jose Abreu?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you?
Because I have confidence in Abreu. They are getting good at bat against the ball. And I needed to save, an extra runner. I'm very short on the bench also. Having some players available today.
Okay.
Dude.
I don't know what to say. Like you're trying to win a game.
He said no. He used the words, and you had a couple of epic rants about the Espada comments on Abreu over the last, let's call it, month or so, last few weeks or so. But that, I have confidence in Abreu. I don't know what he's supposed to say. I don't know if maybe that's the actual answer. Maybe. But I have confidence in Abreu. Based off of what? And maybe, okay, he's got a couple of homers since he's been back. He's got a couple of hits since he's been back. He hasn't been necessarily as god-awful or as terrible as he was when he left. But that's a low bar to clear, And so I just don't know. He's saying I had confidence in him in that moment, but based off of what?
Well, the good news is,
it should be Singleton there.
Yeah, against the right-handed pitcher too.
What are we doing?
Yeah. The good news is Jose Abreu's OPS during the time since he's come back. The dozen or so games that he's played in since he's come back from the Florida Complex League in Sugar Land is nearly 200 points higher than his season OPS.
But that was like 300 or something.
The bad news is his season OPS is 371.
Yeah.
His OPS since he's come back is 559. They're going to continue to do this. They're going to continue to voluntarily put a black hole in the lineup to try to extract something from this. And last night, in a big spot, it hurt you. And I'm with you, B. Scott. Like, what? This is why I was out on Joe Espada. Like, you don't need to say these things. You sound silly when you say these. You sound dumb when you say these things.
But why is he saying these things? That's the thing. It's like I don't even want to get too bent out of shape about it. And I guess that's what we're supposed to do here. But I do like to understand the why behind the thing. Like, what's the motivation? And maybe it's just carrying the water of the organization, or for those that are ahead of you or above you that made this decision to begin with. Because this decision, I do feel like, is above his head and above his pay grade. But it doesn't feel like you've got to talk like that. And like you've pointed out on numerous occasions, it is an insult to our intelligence, and our eyesight and our comprehension skills and understanding as just like adults, or children even could understand this. Like, it's not. This is insulting, and the decision not to go with Singleton there.
Someone's saying Singleton had already been used. Had he been used already in that game?
Oh, had he?
I don't know.
I thought he burnt. Yeah, he had been used. He had been used. That's a good call. That's a good call. You did
so
only
you
have
had Loperfido, Cabbage, and Yiner Diaz.
But that's still though.
Yeah.
Okay, so
they're all better than Jose.
They're
Abreu.
all better than Jose Abreu.
Yeah,
so from the matchup standpoint, the right-left matchup standpoint, yeah, Singleton would have made more sense. He's already been used. But are you telling me same texture? Okay, I appreciate you for the correction. But you wouldn't prefer any of the three? Certainly two of the three. Joey Loperfido's
a lefty. You can put him at first base afterwards. He's better than Abreu.
Or Yiner Diaz. Obviously, you prefer maybe the flip scenario of catchers there of having Victor Caratini be able to switch hit for you. But no, it's Diaz. But you'd still prefer that. Like you would prefer almost anybody with a major league bat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A broom with a bucket for a head.
You could have pulled someone out of the candlestick or whatever they're calling the place now. Out of the stands and might have preferred them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're right. Singleton had been used at that point, but it could have been anybody but Abreu at that point. And that's why the question was asked.
Yeah, for sure.
To be clear.
For sure. 7.5 games back now with the Seattle Mariners. 7.5 games back. 7.5 games, but you've 2 games, 2 imminently winnable games. Like it's been the difference, man. Like the difference between being on a nice winning streak right now and still being, still treading water, still being 7.5 games back. It's just, man, it is frustrating. It is a frustrating time to be an Astros fan. And Arrighetti was great again last night.
Yeah, he was. And I also want to point this out because I'm glad the texter mentioned that Singleton had already been used. Even that was an interesting and curious decision because the idea is that you could have saved Singleton for Abreu later on in the game if you needed, because it was a close game. So if you needed to pinch hit for Abreu, which based off of his numbers, not the back of his baseball card, but his real-time stats, his live stats, that you might have needed John Singleton, but they burned him for McCormick earlier.
Yeah.
So, even that was a curious decision.
Yep. Text message, absolutely used Loperfido there. He pinch ran in extra innings for you. Yeah. Loperfido's a better hitter and a better defensive player. And he's a lefty.
And you've brought him up. And you're not really using them as much because McCormick's back and you feel more confident about your more experienced outfielders. This is actually a perfect scenario in which to utilize the guy.
We had confidence in Jose Abreu. Why do you say these things, man? Yeah. Why do you say these things? Why do you say such dumb things, Joe Espada? Why? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Another frustrating one for the Astros last night. We'll circle back to it in headlines, I'm sure. Nick Caserio, when he was on with us last Friday, one of the things he said that he kind of braced himself when he said it, kind of some pretty funny, I guess I'll call it shade at other war rooms. A loyal listener who puts a lot of Texans content out there has identified who Nick Caserio might have been referring to.
I love this.
When he talked about war room antics on draft night.
This is the detective work that we need. This is the investigative journalism that this show needs.
This is what we need and what we deserve, and I will acknowledge the detective work in this when we come back. But Men's Tea Clinic. Friday's my Men's Tea Clinic day. I go
SportsRadio610.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I'm getting retroactively angry at Espada's cut on why he didn't pitch hit for Jose Abreu.
I hope my anger didn't fan the flame for you.
Because the guy he had available to pinch hit for him was Joey Loperfido. And he's like, well, we needed to save a runner. Yeah, if he gets out there, Loperfido, he just runs for Jose Abreu anyway. Like, I guess, I don't know. They moved Dubon to first base. I don't know, man. Espada.
Yeah. I mean, you heard the explanation.
You're conceding extra innings at that point by leaving Abreu in there to try to get a hit.
Well, and that's the problem. That's both your opinion and what feels like to be as close to a fact that opinion can be, right?
Yeah.
Based off of the evidence. But it's not the opinion shared by the decision maker for whatever reason.
Right.
And so that's the frustrating part. It's like, yeah, what you say is true, feels true. Like, this feels like quitting on the at-bat, on the game, on the inning, whatever. But the decision maker, as we heard in the last segment, says that he had confidence in dude.
He's just so
confidence
bad.
in the guy.
He's so bad. Oh,
man. I'm frustrated.
Yep.
I'm so frustrated, man.
7.5 games back, man. More and more feels like it ain't happening this year, but we'll see. Back at it tonight. Ronel Blanco on the mound tonight. So Nick Caserio was on with me and Seth on Friday. He was in studio. He was excellent. You're looking for a little something to listen to this week. Really fun hour or so with the Texans GM. And I feel like when we have Nick on, there's always at least one point during these conversations where he really opens up about something that he thinks is silly or ridiculous, or you get him talking about pro days or things at the combine or stuff like that he thinks is ridiculous. He'll lay that out, man.
And he's comfortable with you guys. You can tell, and just I think more comfortable in general than he was, say, 3 years ago when he got here, and for good reason. I mean, that was an uncomfortable time.
Yes, but times are better now.
Very, very uncomfortable at the time. But I think specifically with you guys as well, you can tell he is letting his hair down, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Letting his hair down as much as he can.
For sure. And we got talking. I asked him about how he feels about the content these days, where it looks like the most NFL teams are letting cameras into the war room now.
Yeah.
And not just letting cameras into the war room, but allowing the content to weave a narrative or maybe just shape the mood or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, the war room is 100% a part of the draft propaganda now.
Absolutely.
100%.
Propaganda is a good word, B.
And that's exactly what that specifically is.
Yeah. So here was Nick Caserio expressing his frustration over what some teams choose to do in the war room on draft night.
I mean, I'll probably get cursed out for this, but, the teams that after they make a pick and then the camera's in the room, they have the whole room stand up and clap. Give me a break. But we just...
Call him out, Nick! Call him out!
We just pick the phone up. Hey, we're on the clock. We're about to pick you.
Okay. Just give me a break.
Yeah.
I love that is his way of expressing himself in terms of disapproval.
Yeah.
Come on, man. And it gives you some insight into some of the things that really irk him, get on his nerves. There was a time, and maybe for some people it still seems this way, where he seemed kind of stoic or robotic, or I don't know if he has feelings. If he is this guy actually human?
Yeah.
Or is he just a machine? And clearly he is. He likes wrestling. He brought us donuts.
Yeah, man.
And he does
He's got
not
a heart, man.
And he doesn't
brought us donuts.
And he clearly doesn't like nonsensical war room propaganda.
Yes.
That's something that clearly grinds his gears.
So, before we reveal the culprits of who he may be referring to, here was Nick on how he likes the Texans war room to conduct itself during the draft.
Our room is very, I don't want to say relaxed. It's just, you don't make it more than what it really is. So we're just kind of going through the process. You're going to go and pick to pick. All right, what's the next opportunity? What are our options? Is there an opportunity to trade? Are we going to pick? Are we going to move back? So you're just trying to keep it as normalized as possible, because you don't want to make decisions under duress. It's like when you're on the field as a player, you want to make sure you're in a good state of mind, that you're relaxed. If you put more pressure on yourself, then you're creating unnecessary tension.
All right, so props to Houston Stressens Twitter account.
Oh, yes. He is like the video guy. Like, he goes and gets every clip that you can find and does some of this video detective work that we're talking about.
Excellent detective work. At Texans Commenter on Twitter, at Texans Commenter. And he, credit to him as well, he likes to go back and pick out a lot of stuff from Sports Radio 610's YouTube page and put it out there. We always appreciate the help in distributing our content out there.
Any extra push is good push.
Absolutely. He posted the video of Nick talking, the give me a break that we just heard there. Give me a break. These teams standing up clapping. And right after Nick says that, he went and found footage of the Colts war room all clapping over a pick.
Yep.
The Titans war room all clapping over a pick. And the Jacksonville Jaguars war room all clapping over it. But not just clapping, and the Colts are the worst. The Colts, it's a wide shot of their war room. Everybody standing in unison.
It's cheese, man.
Clapping over the pick. I'm glad our GM points that out. And that our GM isn't one of the GM of these other three teams that presumably make sure everybody's in the right place.
Yeah.
And action.
And let's clap. But then also, and this is the part of it, I don't know about for Nick, but for me, that would bother me the most, or it does bother me the most, is that who is the clapping for exactly? Like I mentioned that yesterday. It does not feel like the clapping is even necessarily for the pick. Like maybe kind of. It's like 80-20, 84 maybe 20% for the pick. Like, congratulations, kid. But really, let's clap for us for this bang-up hell of a job that we're doing drafting guys.
Yeah.
Like, as Nick would say, give me a break.
So the three GMs of those teams, which one strikes you the most as somebody who encourages the war room to clap for them specifically?
Ooh.
You got Chris Ballard in Indianapolis. You've got Rand Carthon in Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm still
pretty new to the job.
Still getting a feel for Rand.
Yeah, and then Trent Baalke in Jacksonville.
Yeah, Baalke, I mean, that dude's brazen enough to fart in front of a crowd.
Yeah.
So
I could definitely see him directing his subordinates to cheer for him as he makes a pick.
Yeah, I feel
as he drafts Trayvon Walker with the first overall pick.
I don't feel like we can put any kind of
draft where Aiden Hutchinson went to.
Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson, who kind of like changed the complexion of a defense in a franchise. Yeah, no, I don't feel like we can put any shenanigans past Baalke at that point. And
it's a good point on the farting, by the way. I'd forgotten about that.
You fart in a mic, then any question, the answer to any question like the one you pose is going to end up being you. Like, who do we trust the least? Who are we going to put this bad thing on out of the three guys? It's going to be you, guy who farted in the mic and then just kept going.
He excused himself.
He did say, he did say excuse me, though.
No. I don't know if that's better or worse. I mean, I think it's something, if it happens, you just kind of keep going.
Oh, but if it's
and you
audible.
blame it on, yeah, but I think maybe you just blame it on some ambient sound in the room, you know what I mean? Like my shoe rubbed against the ground or something. I'm
gonna be honest. I would be mortified if this happened because I would be inclined to say excuse me if it was obvious and clear and loud. I'd feel awkward, like pretending like it didn't happen.
Yeah,
and then you don't immediately know what the result's gonna be in terms of smell. So you're like, okay, so if this If this happened
all the way up at the front of the room, if that smell is getting to the media from there,
well, I mean the front row, somebody, whoever, so whoever heard it and then is in the room can then smell it. It's like, okay, that guy didn't even excuse himself. He's a jerk.
Producer Ben is method acting in there right now. Like, we're talking about this, and Ben's in there acting like he's in the front row. Like
the front row all just drops.
Yeah.
They've been gassed.
That was funny.
And then there's no explanation. Yeah. Like, what happened to the front row? The guy didn't even excuse himself. What was that sound?
Yeah.
So, but no, the answer is going to be Trent Baalke.
It was my shoe, I swear.
Just so you know, Colts, Titans, Jags, all guilty of the behavior that Nick Caserio himself frowns upon.
Yeah, I love
cheering in the war room.
Hey, now, so look, this is now back to, but think about it like this, Sean. This is now back-to-back weeks now, instances of in-division smoke. We've got CJ and it wasn't EJ Speed, it was the other, it was Zaire Franklin. We got CJ Stroud and Zaire Franklin going back and forth in podcast form, talking about disputing the smack talk that they talked to each other at the Super Bowl at Radio Row, which we were all at. Now you've got the GM throwing a little subliminal shot at the other GMs.
Do you think he knew who he was talking about when he said that on the show?
Nick Caserio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say.
I agree with you.
Have we met the guy?
No, I know.
Yes.
I know.
100%.
I'm workshopping here.
Yes,
so you
he
think
did.
For sure. Okay.
Oh,
good.
yeah.
So I'm not the only one who thinks
Nah,
that.
yeah. No, a meticulous guy like a dude that pays that much attention to detail. Yeah. For sure.
Text message, something I was thinking too here on the text message page. This is back to the Astros for a minute. Before I read this text message, let's hear from Espada one more time. We played this cut in the open. Jose Abreu coming to the plate, 2 men on. Wound up being runners at second and third. It was runners first and second. Abreu up, 2 outs, top of the ninth. You got Joey Loperfido on the bench to pinch hit for him. Jose Abreu is the worst hitter in Major League Baseball.
By a mile.
He's not even been good. He's been light years better since he's come back than he was before he went down to the minors. And still, since he's come back, he's the equivalent of about the worst hitter in baseball.
Yeah, like he's so bad, and I know he ended up doing a minor league stint, but he's so bad, like sending him to the minors didn't even make sense.
No.
Because he wasn't even competitive in that realm.
Nope.
It was like, hey, go send him to spring training.
No, he stinks. He stinks. There's no other way to put it. As long as they're going to trot him out there, I'm going to say that he stinks.
He's not a major league player.
Right. And so you got Joey Loperfido on the bench, a lefty, to pinch hit, and they choose not to do that. Here was Joe Espada explaining his decision.
Did you consider pinch hitting for Jose Abreu?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you?
Because I have confidence in Abreu. They are getting good at bat against the ball. And I needed to save, an extra runner. I'm very short on the bench also. Having some players available today.
Okay. This is a great point on the text page and something that I was thinking too as I'm trying to process all this. Why would he even consider pinch hitting for him if he has confidence in him? By definition, if you're considering pinch hitting for somebody, you don't have confidence in them. If you're entertaining the possibility of replacing somebody, entertaining the possibility of it. Because do you think he entertains the possibility of actual hitters he really has confidence in?
Well, first of all, no.
Yeah.
But then also the only way is if you're maybe entertaining the matchup. Like it's hard for both things to be true, to have confidence in a man, entertain it, because like if you entertain it, then the information should take away your again, confidence based off of what? Entertaining it makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe not doing it didn't make sense.
Yeah,
but the confidence part did not. So it's like, okay, if you were to entertain it, then what actually stopped you? And don't tell me it was your damn confidence.
No.
Like for whatever reason you decided not to do it. But you entertained it because of a lack of confidence, and it wasn't the matchup thing because you'd already burned Singleton, and you didn't do it. So for whatever reason, you clearly didn't like the matchup versus whatever. So it's just
brutal.
It's bad. It's hard to believe that you both entertained it and had the confidence, because why would you have the confidence to begin with?
Yeah. Espada just says such silly things, man. Says such silly things, and he doesn't make up for it with strategy or leadership, it feels like, or anything. This is a rudderless ship right now, man. For what the expectations are for this team, this is a rudderless ship right now.
Yeah, and really from mid-management to the top right now. I understand Jim Creighton has accomplished a lot, done a lot for this city, but man, if it's a crisis in leadership. That's been a theme for me this year. Like, it's a crisis in leadership for the Astros. I hate to see it.
Yep. Do you think Balky? This is a text message. Do you think Balky had the room stand up and applaud when he farted?
I could see him doing that.
That was not. Yeah, I don't think.
I could say, hey guys, what'd you think? What'd you think of that one?
He was. Well, to be fair to Balky, that was not his staff that was in the room. That was a press conference.
Yeah, that was the media. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is who I was thinking of when I asked Nick the question about the War Room footage last week. Was Arizona, where Monty Ossenfort, Arizona, put out a big piece, a big long piece last year when the Texans traded up to get Will Anderson, that I thought predictably was very skewed towards making it look like Monty Ossenfort just fleeced the Texans.
Yeah.
And so that's the text. Ossenfort in Arizona thought he fleeced the Texans and wanted that on video for sure.
I would think that the Texans and and I understand the decision makers are different now from, the most infamous trade that they ever made with each other. Like neither decision maker is still at the respective places. But even if you just take it to that deal that we're talking about, Will Anderson last year, I feel like Houston and Arizona are good with each other. I feel like those are two NFL countries, if you will, nations, if you will, that are allies.
I think both teams are happy with the trade.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at. Whereas there is some static and friction with your individual, and they don't collide, they don't actually conflict with each other. Each other's road to wherever you're trying to go. But this division stuff is real.
Check's message. So there was no clapping in the room when they got Will Anderson. No, there was big there's footage of Nick and DeMeco hugging over that.
Yeah.
They didn't have all 30 people in the war room stand in unison and clap like there was a dictator up on some sort of platform being walked down Main Street,
Yeah, or like it was the
Bravo, Nicholas.
Yeah, or like
Bravo,
the end of
friend.
a graduation speech or something. Like it's not the clapping itself or the celebration itself. It is the orchestrated, choreographed standing ovation.
Yeah.
That's the part of it that's like disingenuous and inauthentic that is not really worth appreciating.
Yeah, come on, 7786. You listen to this show. You're smarter than that. Come on.
There was absolutely clapping for Will Anderson. It was more organic than that.
It's a horrible well, actually, right? All right, Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. Let's do some headlines. We'll circle back to the Astros. A key person leaving the Houston Texans. We've got that. And also one of the, I think probably a surprising decision yesterday in the world of coaching. We'll get to all this in headlines coming up next. But I want to get you on Prize Pick.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
Bailey now the runner on third base. The catcher represents the winning run. Conforto on second, Soler on first. And the ball game's over. This ball is going to be off the wall for an RBI bases-loaded single. And the Giants walk off the Astros 4-3. Second straight day the Astros have been walked off. Houston gets two in the top half of the 10th, but then Rafael Montero cannot finish things off in the bottom half of the 10th inning. Another frustrating night for the Astros as they are unable to hold a late lead. And their extra inning record the last couple of years, 1-8 last year, and this year they fall to 3-6 in extra innings.
Yeah, they're not a good baseball team right now. They do things, the Astros do, that bad baseball teams do. They make errors. They don't make plays. They actually last night did create some runs in extra innings. You know, normally when they're losing extra innings, it's because they can't even push the ghost runner to third base and they don't score, and then the other team scores in the bottom of the 10th.
Yeah. And I don't have the numbers on this, but it does feel like at least during a lot more extra inning games on the road than they are at home. That's just been the feeling. I don't have that number. But just from watching the games,
you're right. It does feel like it's a lot of top of the 10th stuff.
It feels like they're on the road a lot of times when this happens. But again, it does come down to them not being able to push that given runner to push them over and to plate that run.
Yeah, if you missed it, they give up 3 runs in the bottom of the 10th, and they lose 4-3 to the San Francisco Giants. They sit 7.5 games back of the Seattle Mariners right now.
Yeah.
Got 2 more against the Giants here. But they, shooting themselves in the foot the last couple days.
Well,
walk-off home run that Trey Cabbage couldn't secure on Sunday, and then Rafael Montero coming in and giving up 3 runs. Not all his fault, but a lot of it his fault. Jeremy Pena, a really bad error in the 10th inning. Just a complete misplay on a soft hit ground ball in the infield.
Yeah, and I mean,
he's completely whiffed on it.
And he's been, he typically is one of your more. I mean, Jeremy Pena's been good this year. Like overall, he's been to me a net positive for the Astros. And so some guys are allowed a mulligan, but where they're not allowed a mulligan. So I'll give Jeremy Pena one individually, but as a team here, the back-to-back losses against the Angels. I understand you can't sweep everybody and you can't win every game, but you're in a position now where you need every win that's winnable.
Yeah.
You need every game that you can get. And this is back-to-back losses, walk-off losses to 2 teams with no aura, Sean. The Angels and the Giants are basically because they're a 500 baseball team, and they're not headed anywhere. 2 teams with no aura, and you couldn't figure out a way to win these games. It's frustrating. And you got either on one end in the Angels game, excellent offense, like 14 hits, big day. Your whole lineup hit except Yordan Alvarez that day. And then yesterday, your pitchers give you all that they could until obviously the very end there with Montero. And you get the runs in the extra inning. It's tough, man. It's tough to really kind of accept that.
Well, early in the season, that's a 162-game season. It's a long season. You're coming up on a point in the calendar where you got to figure some things out with this team. Like, do we go and get another piece? Do we? I know that Dana Brown and everybody with the Astros are saying it's going to be something drastic if they're going to be a seller. And I believe them with that. I don't believe everything the Astros say as a ball club, particularly on injuries, but I do believe that given the mentality of the owner, I mean, it is going to take something really drastic for this team to be trading off pieces at the trade deadline. But you do have to, you do need to get to a point where actually going and getting pieces, because I could see them doing that too.
Yeah.
You do have to get your record to a point where doing that is something that's not detrimental, where you're not just, you're not engaging in self-mutilation.
I was going to say, I mean, yes, but even like that's worthwhile. Because like, what is the whole point when you start talking about the trade deadline and where, what's a landing spot? Where could a guy end up? Okay, what's the point? Like, what is the end game in that guy going there? Why does this team want this player, and what purpose does this player serve on this team? If it's like non-contenders aren't trading for guys, they're selling, right? And so the Astros, honestly, right now, this will be an interesting, let's call it next few weeks or so, because what are they? they are somewhere, like they are a team without a country in a way, because they're not quite bad enough to just full on like fire sale, but they certainly ain't good enough to be talking about, hey, we're contenders adding pieces.
No.
They're really neither one of those things right now. And it'd be nice for them to like situate themselves in one plot or the other, at this point. Like pick a struggle, like be a contender or not, but I don't know what they're doing at the deadline.
Dylan Thompson is leaving the Houston Texans to go to the Washington Commanders. If you're in your car right now and you're wondering, who's Dylan Thompson? It's a fair question. Diehard Texan fans, people in it every day probably have heard the name before, but he is basically the character coach of the Houston Texans. He is what Jack Easterby used to be for the New England Patriots. People may not realize this. Like Jack Easterby, very well thought of up in New England because of his work as a character coach.
Yes.
He hired Dylan Thompson here to be the character coach. And I don't know what Dylan Thompson's official title has been with the Texans.
It's something close to that, but that's
something
not
in player development, probably, right?
Yeah.
But what you need to know is that a lot of the really important young players on this team really like Dylan Thompson.
Oh, swear by it.
C.J. Stroud mentions him by name. Will Anderson mentions him by name. Will Anderson has said that he wouldn't be who he is without Dylan Thompson, something to that effect. Yep. Tank Dell, big Dylan Thompson fan. They call him DT. Yeah. Dylan Thompson. He's leaving to take a similar position with the Washington Commanders.
Yeah. And so very much a behind the scenes, but
like the odds for the Super Bowl aren't moving based on Dylan Thompson leaving, but you'd rather have Dylan Thompson here than not, it would appear.
Yeah, it appears based off of everything you just said, Sean, and what we've heard from these players and coaches and people in that building. He's good. I just mentioned Aura, those two baseball teams that don't have it. Dylan Thompson is part of the aura over there, like within the building, not obviously on the field, but like the vibes, the morale. He's good for the vibes. Dylan Thompson is good for the vibes. He's good for the onboarding process. Honestly, you got rookies every year, so like Kamari Lassiter and Blake Fisher and Cade Stover, these guys that are coming in. Like if Dylan Thompson was still around, he'd be a big part of their onboarding process and getting them up to speed on just like life in the building. And so he's a critical piece that we don't necessarily see on the field.
Right. I'm guessing it's a piece they'll be replacing. Seems critical. Find somebody to do that, to play that role. Danny Hurley, UConn coach, is staying at UConn.
Shocked.
Did not take the 6-year, $70 million offer from the Los Angeles Lakers. Is it weird that my first reaction is 6 years, $70 million is all the Lakers offered Danny Hurley?
Yeah, and maybe that's why he didn't take it.
And I know that sounds like it is a lot of money. It doesn't sound like it is a lot of money.
Yeah, to be clear, we would take it, right?
Yeah. No, I would accept that money.
If somebody offers you 6 years, $70 million, I don't know what I would do for that.
But anyway. Detroit, I want to say Monty Williams might be the highest paid coach in the NBA based on what he got in Detroit, and they've been terrible since he got there.
Yeah, but I mean, look, you'd have to pay me hazard pay to go coach Detroit as well.
Fair enough. And Monty Williams is a proven commodity in the NBA as well. While Danny Hurley is not. Yeah. But I want to say like Steve Kerr, Eric Spoelstra, Monty Williams, or maybe one other name that I'm missing here that are in that $12 to $15 million a year range. This is about 11 and change that Hurley turned down with the Lakers.
Yeah, but so you're surprised by this? A little bit.
I'm a little surprised. I'm more surprised the Lakers only went $11 million a year for him than I am Danny Hurley staying at UConn. And here's why: Danny Hurley turned down Kentucky.
That's right.
Which was offering $11 million a year. This is not the first blue blood basketball entity to make a run at Danny Hurley this offseason. So I'm not shocked that he stayed there. And by the way, Kentucky would have been a better fit for Danny Hurley than the Lakers. He's more a college guy, obviously, than he is an NBA guy. I think he would have to dial back his personality a little bit, especially if LeBron James is on his team.
Yeah.
So I'm more surprised that the Lakers only air quotes went to $70 million over 6 years.
Here's why I'm not. Because out of all of the glamour franchises or the pro teams that we associate with glamour, let's call it Yankees, Cowboys, Lakers, okay? They're the brokest of them. They are the least wealthy, and like the money doesn't match the brand, so to speak. Like the way Jerry Jones is legit, like that guy. You know what I mean? Obviously the Yankees are the Yankees, of course, but the Lakers are really a mom and pop that blew up. Like they're not.
Yeah, that's true.
Watch Winning Time, read anything about it. Like their money really is the Lakers.
Do you recommend Winning Time?
As an entertainment product, yeah, I was entertained.
Okay,
I was entertained.
I haven't watched it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's way better than that Clippers thing that's out on Hulu. Have you seen that?
No, is that bad?
Oh,
that's Al Bundy's play. Al Bundy plays Donald Sterling, right?
Which is a treat. Okay, yeah. And Al Bundy is a treat himself.
I know his name's not Al Bundy, but that's who I associate him with.
It's
Ed O'Neill.
Ed O'Neill. I was going to say Mick Neal.
Thanks,
Ben. I was going to screw that up, but it is a hot mess.
Really? Oh, I'm definitely watching it then.
Oh, it's like so bad it's good.
Okay. I'm down. Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I needed to hear.
Yes.
That's what I needed to hear. All right, prominent baseball writer makes a recommendation for what the Astros should be doing at the trade deadline. Should this guy be a trade piece for the Houston Astros? We will discuss next. First, would never trade.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yep, and we put some really good at-bats together. Caratini at-bat was big. The bunt by Altuve, trying to get some guys over, and even Cabbage coming up with a big bunt there to get a guy over. So we put some really good at-bats together, putting some extra runs on the board. It just wasn't enough.
I swear, if you listen to Joe Espada's cuts after any game, you would think for the most part the Astros, like you listen to 90% of what he says, you would think the Astros won the game last night.
Yeah.
Some good at-bats together, man. Cabbage, big bunt. Caratini, big at-bat.
It wasn't all horse bleep. It wasn't all horse bleep on offense, Sean.
O'Brien loves the Espada ethos, man. It wasn't all horse bleep.
Yeah.
Espada, it wasn't horse on offense.
Espada, I'll give him credit, seems to be a much nicer and more pleasant individual.
Yeah.
But it is giving the same type of energy. It wasn't all horse bleep. We did do some good things.
Yeah, like at some point, time's going to run out on you, and all this talk about it was, it was pretty good. Like at some point here, you're going to be 100, 120, 130, 140 games into the season, and you're going to have to admit, no, it's been bad, it's been mediocre all year. But that's whatever. This is who Joe Espada is. He is a delusionally positive person, at least at the podium.
Yeah, you can't tell from the answers that whether they're 30 and 37 or 37 and 30.
Correct.
Like, which one is it? Based off of just listening to him talk, it could go either way.
Yeah, just the way they're losing these games. They lose 4-3 last night. If you're just getting in your car and you didn't stay up to watch the game, good for you. Good job. Good decision. So, what are the Astros going to do here come trade deadline time, if anything? I mean, it's coming up quick. It'll be here before you know it. I think the All-Star break is where they've really got to look in the mirror, figure out who they are and what they're going to do. John Morosi covers baseball for MLB Network. He laid out their pitching woes yesterday.
It begins with the very difficult news from the last week that both Christian Javier and Jose Abreu are lost for the year due to elbow surgery. We do not yet know if it's the internal brace or the full Tommy John. Regardless, they're out for the year. And here is what they have done in the postseason alone. You think about Javier and the no-hitter against the Phillies. Urquidy's been a very reliable guy for them going back to 2019. This is tough. This is very, very difficult news for the Houston Astros. And so now you ask the question, what could come next?
Okay, so the implication there being you need to go get some pitching. You're going to make a trade, which I can get behind that. You don't know what Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers are going to be if and when either of them come back.
Right.
Because right now those are the reinforcements. That's the solution internally. Probably, as my guess is, 5-man rotation in a month here in June where you got a lot of off days. And then we'll muck it together to the All-Star break, and then we'll see where we are with those two guys. As of right now, that's the solution. Morosi suggests this guy as a possible trade piece. Take a listen.
I'm going to mention one name that I don't think has been talked about enough as a possible trade deadline candidate, Jake Meyers in center field. I mentioned Jake Meyers because he's actually playing exceptionally well. It's been, in a lot of ways, the best year that he's ever put together in the major leagues. And for that reason, for a somewhat struggling up-and-down Astros team, because they've got Joey Loperfido from the great state of New Jersey coming up, is now actually at the major league level now, but not playing every day. There's a lot of teams out there in the major leagues, and maybe we'll talk to D-Row about this here in the days or maybe the minutes to come. You look at the way that the Phillies have struggled maybe to get that consistent production out of center field. I would say Jake Meyers is a natural trade fit to a team like the Phillies, going for it, wanting to maybe shore up that one spot of their club for the trade deadline and beyond. And that clears a spot for Loperfido. You might be able to get back more because of the years of control. You wouldn't have said this in spring training, Lauren, but Bregman's name has been out there a little bit. Bregman's a rental. Meyers is not.
Okay, yeah, Meyers and Jake Meyers hasn't even hit arbitration once yet. He's first year of arbitration after this season, and then he's got 2 more years after that. He's under team control for whoever he's playing for until the 2028 season, which is he'd be a free agent after the 2027 season. So Myers, who, let's be honest, he's put together a couple good months here, but that's been the extent of the good baseball that he's played. Like, I think I would be for moving Jake Myers. I would, because depending on what the return is.
Yeah.
Because you're trading high on Jake Myers. I don't have the utmost confidence that this is who Jake Myers is moving forward.
Fair.
Because I've seen enough over the last couple of years that this could just be a good patch that we're in right now. And he's cooled off a little bit from the month of May where he was just on fire. The weird thing about that take by Morosi is you rarely see trades like that, I think, deadline-type trades, where one, I'll call it contender for the Astros, like I know they're not right now, but where you see one team that's trying to upgrade its roster to make a playoff run, helping another team who's trying to make a playoff run.
Well, especially though, and this is what I didn't hear from Morosi, especially if it's not like a win-win. I could see them helping each other, especially given one's in the American League and one is in the National League. But what is, like, from an Astros standpoint? Because I understand why that made sense, what Morosi was saying there, why that makes sense for the Phillies if they got a hole in center field and Jake Myers can fill it. Okay, I get that. What is Philly supposed to be giving the Astros back for Jake Myers that is worthwhile or that actually speaks to the need that he opened that soliloquy talking about? They need starting pitching. Is Philly parting ways with Taijuan Walker or Zach Ranger Suarez, who at one point was in contention for, like, he was like had high odds for he had high odds for NL Cy Young. Like, the guys that would be worthwhile or that you would think could help you get out of this, pitching health disaster that the Astros are in are not guys that you're getting back for Jake Myers. So we're probably either talking about a pitching prospect or something to that effect. And I guess we can have that discussion, but that ain't really doing much for our 2024 situation.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. Like, I need to know the names that you're getting back. Like, I'm open to moving Jake Myers.
Sure. Yeah. No, Jake Myers is not untouchable. And to your point about this maybe being not necessarily who he is, like, if the Astros are going to keep him, I do hope that, the feeling that they had about Jake Myers, the reason why they showed so much confidence in him in the first place, this is supporting that. Like, this is like, oh, okay, we get it now. It took Kyle Tucker a while for that. It's like, what's this whole thing about Kyle Tucker? I don't get it, this skinny kid. And then after a while, it finally comes together. Hopefully something like that is happening with Jake Myers. But if you're going to deal him and you're going to tell me that the logic in it is bringing back is, pitching reinforcements, I need to know what those pitching reinforcements are.
Yep.
And I don't have a good sense for that.
I don't either. Getting a lot of thoughts on the text page. We'll get to those. Did you see in The Athletic that they conducted their annual poll of 100 players on various categories, who the best player in baseball is, who the most overrated player in baseball is?
I know that they do. I did not see
They do it every year.
I know they do this every year, though, yes.
100 players across 18 different teams. Who's the best player in baseball? I don't think a big surprise. Shohei Ohtani. Maybe the surprise is he only got 46% of the vote. If there were players that admittedly said that Ohtani's the best player, but they just got tired of voting for him.
Yeah.
Like voter fatigue, like you said yesterday with the MVP.
Yeah, it almost was like, okay, so you mean non-Ohtani? Are we asking about non-Ohtani? Because if it's a given, it's like polling the NFL. Who's the best quarterback in the league? And you're like, surely you don't want me to say Patrick Mahomes because everybody knows that.
Right.
Yeah.
Best non-Ohtani player, Ronald Acuna Jr., who's out for the season with an ACL tear, 26.5%.
Yeah.
Mookie Betts and Aaron Judge, 8.8% apiece.
Those are all MVPs.
And then Mike Trout, 3.9%, who's not even on the field, but when he's healthy, you can make an argument that he's the best player.
Acuna had like a historic season last year.
Dude, have you seen Aaron Judge's numbers since May 1st?
Yeah, he started off pretty slow.
He's first in everything.
Yeah, and ever since he's been like a superhero.
Name a stat offensively. He's first in it since May 1st. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on a tear. He's the favorite for the MVP of the American League now.
Yeah, he is a mutant.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's no other way to put it. Dude's like that big, that much power, but also like, I mean, like you said, everything.
Got to get it done in the postseason, man.
Yeah.
No votes for any Astros in the who's the best player. Now, this is the fun one here. Who is the most overrated player in baseball?
Don't tell me that we got Astros here. How dare they?
There is an Astro that got more than one vote.
Oh, come on, man.
Who do you think it is? Current Astro.
Yeah, current Astro.
A former Astro finished third in this poll.
Okay, let me guess the current Astro.
Current Astro got 3.3% of the vote.
I mean, it feels like Alex Bregman would be an obvious candidate because, obviously he's, not...
he's a notoriously slow starter.
Is that Brandy?
Yes.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yes.
And the former Astro could be either George Springer or Carlos Correa. I'm going to say Carlos Correa.
Yeah. 6.7% of the vote.
People love George, so yeah. Okay.
6.7% of the vote. The winner, Jazz Chisholm from the Marlins, outfielder. Anthony Rendon, number 2, 10.2%.
Oh, that tracks.
Yes.
That tracks. I mean,
how do we know he's overrated? He can't get on the field.
Can't get on the field, and then even like he can't even handle a little bit of heckling.
Yeah.
He was going to jump into the stands against one guy. What are we doing? Among
the players who got one vote, because they have the percentages for all the ones that got multiple votes, and then they do like an also receiving votes. Among the names that would interest Astro fans, Yordan Alvarez got one vote from somebody. What's the argument that Yordan Alvarez is overrated?
Oh, that's got to be somebody who...
Who has beef with Yordan Alvarez?
Oh, reveal yourself, voter, because that's got to be somebody who Yordan's got incredible numbers against. He's probably like 7. He's probably like 7 for 12 against the guy.
The last thing I would do is vote for him to be overrated. Then
no, but that's a delusional person. Like, but I didn't execute my pitch, or he got lucky. That's somebody who's got an axe to grind.
Let me tell you right now, kids, gather around. If you go to a school with a big time college basketball or football program, don't start an overrated chant when you are beating up on a ranked team, because all you're doing is dragging down the accomplishment that your team is achieving right there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying they just beat up on an overrated team. Why would you do that? You're insulting your own team by chanting overrated.
Yeah.
The same way this mythical pitcher of which you speak, B. Scott, is dragging himself down by saying Yordan Alvarez is overrated.
Yeah, don't call him overrated and then storm the court after the game when you beat him.
Yeah.
That feels a little contradictory. But no, I mean,
Garrett Cole got a vote too, by the way, just as far as Astros or former Astros go.
Oh, Garrett Cole's legit. I don't have any love for Garrett Cole. Most people know that, but he's not overrated. I'll say with Yordan, I don't know how you can be the dude last year. Remember what year was that when his hands were hurting? Remember that he had his hand.
Yeah, it was the year they won the World Series.
He hits the ball so hard, his hands hurt.
It was 22.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, he missed
the guy's hands hurt from how hard he hits the ball.
That's it.
Come on now.
That's it. I love this question. Putting aside their stats and going solely on vibes, who do you want most on your team? They should have put a Z after vibe, like at the end of vibes, right? VIBES.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It should be a Z right there.
Yeah.
A lot of Astros getting 1 or 2 votes in this one. Jose Altuve got a couple votes. Other Astros who got a vote. Alex Bregman got a vote based on vibes. Zach Greinke got a vote. Wade Miley got a vote if we're doing former Astros. Wade Miley's got vibes? Does Wade Miley have vibes? I didn't know that.
You know what? If he died, I don't know his vibe.
Ryan Presley got a vote. Vibes.
Who do you want on your team based solely on vibes?
Dude, the vibes on okay, that voter needs to show themselves. Jeremy Pena got a vote.
So you know who I would have actually voted for if we're going just random Astro or random former Astro? Ryan Stanek.
Oh yeah, the long hair.
Yeah,
101 mile an hour fastball.
But also his energy, like I've been around the clubhouse a little bit when he was there. Ryan Stanek's got a vibe.
I'm going to tell you right now who I would vote for from the current Astros, and it's none of the guys who got a vote. Mauricio Dubon.
Oh, he's a vibe.
He's a vibe, man.
He's definitely a vibe.
He's absolutely a vibe.
Yeah, I don't know. And Dubon is, I think more well known around the game than maybe you might think for a bench player. Yeah. Surprised he didn't get any votes. He is a vibe.
Yeah. They have a question about which organization do you think is the worst organization or has a bad reputation?
This has got to be the A's and the White Sox.
I'm very happy to say that the Astros only got 1 vote. You know, and I think that would be like, I'm guessing they would have got more votes based on people who still have a bug up their butt about the sign stealing.
Yeah.
You know, like this isn't me saying the Astros have a bad culture or anything like that. I don't think they do. I think they've made some strange decisions the last few years, but I don't think they're a bad organization. The A's, 40 votes of the 79 who responded to this one.
Yeah.
So not everybody responded to this particular question. White Sox number 2. Good job, B. Scott.
Yeah, no, that's pretty easy. I follow him. I follow MLB at large probably more than like most like regional baseball fans, but like this one's easy. I mean,
A's?
The A's. I mean, think about it, Sean. They struggle with basic, almost cuss. They struggle with basic stuff like plumbing.
Oh yeah,
rats, rodents, and stuff.
Rats.
I mean, like
yes,
they are
vermin.
Poorly run.
Yep.
And then Reinsdorf with the White Sox almost like treats it, because it is his other team.
Yeah.
Treats it like that. Treats it like the other team.
He does.
You know,
he
and
does.
so
They're the stepchild.
It is reflected in the way they kind of go about things.
Hey, 2 more here real quick. Again, this is the survey that The Athletic does with 100 players each season, anonymous players. Should MLB shut down midseason so players can participate in the 2028 Summer Olympics in L.A.? What percentage of players do you think said yes, Major League Baseball should shut down for the Summer Olympics in Los Angeles?
Ooh. I feel like there's some patriotism probably associated with
Which
this.
do you think won, yes or no?
No, I think no one,
Yeah.
but probably I'm going to say 35% said yes.
46.6%. Sorry, that gets a buzz because it's outside the 10% window. Sorry, B. Scott.
Oh, just outside of it.
Good try, just outside of it.
Oh man, that surprises me. The 46%
Dude,
want to play in the Olympics. I mean, I understand that if you're a professional athlete and your sport isn't really an Olympic sport, I could see you wanting to have your shot at representing your country.
I am so anti Major League Baseball players playing in some other form of baseball other than Major League Baseball. I think this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. First of all, baseball's not going to do it. You're not shutting down your season in the middle of the summer when people are on vacation, families go to games.
You own the summer.
You own the summer. It's you're it. Like it's you and NBA free agency, and even that's not fun anymore.
Yeah.
Like that's it.
And it's a non-event.
This is the dumbest stuff. Like, and again, this is just a question on a survey. And probably something somebody like spitballed somewhere. They're not going to do it. People know how I feel about it, man. They know how I feel about the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, and this is kind of that
same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. I am not a fan of players on my teams getting paid to play by my teams playing in some other form of that sport.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So you and I do differ a little bit on this because I am a big fan of the World Baseball Classic. But here's where we'll come together, though. On the whole my team part, players on my team, I would be just as well because I actually do enjoy the baseball. I think, like worldwide and other places, they do baseball more fun than we do.
Yeah.
As Americans, I'll concede that. But I'm with you on, hey, can we just do it without the Astros?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to see Jose Altuve.
You and I are the same mind. I love that we got the World Baseball Classic here.
Just keep the Astros.
2026, yeah. Just don't let any of the Astros play.
I can get with that.
Yeah.
Let me watch the Padres and the White Sox and the A's players in the World Baseball Classic, and not Jose Altuve getting his hand broken, or right before that almost getting decapitated by his own teammate.
Yeah.
Hector Neris almost took Jose Altuve's head off in the World Baseball Classic, and they were both playing on the Astros.
Quotes from some of the people who voted no on shutting baseball down for, I guess it'd be, 2 or 3 weeks for the Olympics?
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to play in the Olympics, but I don't know what that would look like. I come back from 3 days off, and my timing is shot.
That's a good point.
Another quote, the WBC is better anyway, end quote, World Baseball Classic.
Facts.
Injuries would go through the roof. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. We've seen that. I don't think we can discount at all the role that the World Baseball Classic may have had in Garcia, Urquidy, Javier, all having to get Tommy John surgery within a year.
Yeah, on top of the fact that you lost Altuve for 40 games, or whatever it was. something like that.
Yeah, well, that one you can tie directly to because he got beamed in the hand.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Tommy John surgery is a little more nuanced.
But this, you got the nuance, and then you got the in-your-face, nuance necessary. Bring it together.
Yeah,
and it's
we're
like,
just adding it all up.
It's like, yo.
We're just tallying up the carnage.
This is an issue.
Yeah,
no, I hear you. I 100% am with you on that. Let's do the World Baseball Classic. Let's keep the Astros out.
How about this for a reason? This is the best reason ever, because this is the ugly American reason why it wouldn't make sense. To be honest, we would be too good and we'd destroy everybody and win everything. America!
I don't know the truth behind that, but I also don't care. I'm with it.
I am too.
The pro-American in me is like, yeah.
I am too.
We're superior.
Foreigners. All right, so
even though they do play baseball pretty well in Asia.
Last one, and I'll see if you can guess the percentage.
All right.
Have analytics helped your career, hurt your career, or made no difference in your career? What percentage of players in this poll on The Athletic said that analytics have helped their career?
Yeah, so these are current players.
These
are 2024.
100 people playing right now.
Modern day players. I'm going to say 65% said yes.
Oh, you were so close, BC. 76%. So close to getting a ding.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so 70.
You got to be within 10%.
Yeah, I did undershoot that. That's my I should have been able to guess that. Most players now understand the information helps them.
Yeah. Boy, Jeff Bagwell hates that question right there. He hates the results of that question.
Yeah. He's like, hey, no, Jeff Bagwell probably likes the vibes question more because he's
all about the vibes.
Oh, that's probably why he wanted to bring Jose Abreu here. He's like, oh man, I like the cut of his jib. He's a first baseman. Let me go get him.
We're getting people. I don't know if it's the same person texted it earlier. Said Cully equals Espada, and then someone said Easterby equals Bagwell. I would throw in, if we're looking to make comparisons to the 2020-2021 Texans.
Oh, this is rough.
That Jose Abreu equals David Johnson.
Somebody did that on the text line yesterday.
When we were playing David Johnson on it.
And listen, I understand the David Johnson thing didn't go well. He was nowhere near as bad as Jose Abreu.
Okay, which of those three analogies holds the most water when we're comparing present-day Astros to nadir-level Texans? Easterby is to Bagwell.
Oh, yeah.
Cully is to Espada. David Johnson is to Jose Abreu.
I get them all. They all make sense.
Power rank the water held with each of these.
This is easy, though.
Okay.
Easy. Number one is the Cully Espada.
Okay.
That's easy.
Okay.
Number one.
And why?
And to me, by a mile. Just the in over his head nature, lifelong assistant. But, and to Espada's credit, at least he had been considered for a managerial job before.
Yeah, that's true.
But at the same time, it's like, this, and the immediacy of, this is not the guy. It didn't take very long.
The head-scratching press conferences.
Oh, yeah.
I'm with you on that.
That's easily number one.
Okay.
Number two, I would say
the two are, again, Easterby to Bagwell or David Johnson to Abreu.
I would go Easterby to Bagwell, even though I'm uncomfortable with that because I feel like Bagwell at least has meant well. You know what I mean? Like, I think he truly does mean well by the organization.
I don't think Bagwell has any designs of taking over the organization that Easterby did either.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? Like, Easterby seemed like he was on a complete power quest.
Well, but also with that, I think that it's an important part of that is that Bagwell has built-in credibility as Jeff Bagwell.
Yes.
In a way that, Jack Easterby never could, right? Like, just by the nature of who he is.
He's squandering some of that credibility right now.
But he will always be Jeff Bagwell.
He will.
You know what I mean? And so there is a level of, like, understood. You get why Jim Crane would trust Jeff Bagwell with baseball decisions.
Yeah.
You can see how he could arrive at that place.
What do you think the vibes are on Bagwell right now with that? Like, if you're an Astro fan, you're the average Astro fan, and I ask you, like, I mentioned Jeff Bagwell's name, is your immediate gut reaction right now a positive or a negative one, do you think? With Astro fans?
Right now it's a negative one.
You think with the majority of Astro fans it's negative?
Yeah, I could say, I'll speak for myself for sure it is. And I feel like I am representative of Astros fans, so I'll go with that.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this, too, with that, it is hurtful and conflicting because you do, like Jeff Bagwell.
He's beloved.
Yeah, I mean, and especially, like, if you're my age, you grew up in the 90s, like, he's a hero, a childhood hero.
Mm-hmm.
So there is some conflict in, like, hey, I've loved Jeff Bagwell my whole life. I used to imitate that weird batting stance as a kid and all of that kind of stuff. And now I'm
How'd that work for you?
Oh, man, yeah. Knees are shot. and I don't understand how
Did
you
you actually hit?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But now, like the right now is overshadowing the previous 30+ years of life.
Yeah,
of,
man.
Of having Jeff Bagwell around. So
Sucks.
Yeah. But look, David Johnson, he wasn't great, but he didn't look like he didn't necessarily belong in the league anymore. Like he just looked like he shouldn't have been getting the majority of carries. Like Jose Abreu. Like you wouldn't have sent David Johnson to go play in the USFL per se. Like you just would have said, hey, maybe we need more of a committee. This whole 3-down back thing that Bill O'Brien's saying sounds ridiculous. But he wasn't, to me, in the same stratosphere as how bad Jose Abreu is.
No, it's a different kind of underwhelming, right? Like Abreu is underwhelming because he can't play anymore. He might be washed.
Yeah.
David Johnson was underwhelming because it didn't look like he wanted to play anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he ran like somebody who just wasn't into playing football to me. And maybe I'm being unfair, but that was the knock on him when he came over from Arizona, when they played with the Arizona Cardinals. That was the big knock that I was hearing from Arizona people who were, rightfully basking in the glory of that trade. It was a great trade for them. Wait do you watch this guy run?
Yeah.
He's not the same tour de force that he was back in 2016.
Yeah, no, I am not making a case for David Johnson. He was not good. And but I will say there were at least numbers or things you could look at and say, okay, this guy, whatever it was, 3.8 yards per carry or close to 4 yards per carry, whatever it was. It's like, okay, he is getting something done, even if it's underwhelming. Jose Abreu is not underwhelming. Okay, he is mind-numbing. He is confusing. Why is he here? At least with David Johnson, you could see maybe he could help you somewhere. Like, remember, even back then we were like, let's get him involved more in the passing game.
Yeah.
He doesn't run hard.
Yep.
Let's have him run some routes or something. I don't know what it is that you would ask Jose Abreu to do exactly.
Nothing. No, you're right. So. You're right. Text message, a lot of people weighing in on this. Bagwell loves the team. Jack Hole loved the title. Jack Hole is Jack Easterby, I'm guessing. Yeah. Can I say that, Ben?
I was going to say, I don't know. I'm not.
Is that all right?
You probably can.
It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, kids aren't in school. Like, the kids are out. But, is the FCC going to have a problem with me saying Jack Hole?
Probably not.
Okay.
Oh, it's so the kids are asleep.
Yeah, they're sleeping.
Yeah, the kids, sleeping. Especially this generation. I can say this because my kids are in the generation. They're asleep.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate that. Sounds like Bagwell skews more towards John Elway. But John Elway did win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we do we want to make an amendment to that?
Yeah. B. Scott is right on with Bagwell. His ignorance towards analytics was semi-funny until it started affecting the team. Keep him off the broadcast and out of baseball decisions, and he'll be back into the good graces.
Well, and see, the only way I'll kind of disagree with that, there was some charm to and I think we're saying the same thing differently here, but there was some charm to it on the broadcast. I liked it on the broadcast when it didn't feel like it was spilling over into the front office.
He didn't know what ex-Woba was?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Todd Callis explaining ex-Woba to Jeff Bagwell.
Well,
it's like my kids explaining TikTok to their grandfather.
Or us explaining Twitch to Rich Lord yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
That happened. Yeah, so.
What is Twitch? Rich said that.
It's just like that. But no, when we don't know or don't realize that it's spilling over into the decision-making of the team, there's some charm to it. Because especially with Callis and Blum being very analytically minded, they're very in tune to the peripheral numbers. And
very in tune. Dude.
Yeah.
They recite the exit velo on every hard-hit ball.
They're into it.
Blum,
I love
107 miles an hour off the bat, every time.
I love it. I love that they are, especially as older, from the previous generation, same generation as Bagwell, basically, but definitely into the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It is not good. Like Bagwell just giving you hidden advice based off of vibes and feel and experience.
Grew up with Bagwell being my favorite player. This is a text message, 3732. Now his name makes me want to vomit. He's no longer on the Astros Mount Rushmore.
Come on. Well, and
he is.
Well, the only way he wouldn't be is because of what the Astros have done and if you just wanted to replace him with any of the successful ones from the World Series runs. If you want to do that, then maybe. But even then, he like I just said earlier, he's still Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah.
Which is how we got here. Like the Easterby thing was curious because you're like, well, wait, how did this guy weave his way into this mix? Yeah. Bagwell, you totally get it. He's Jeff Bagwell.
Abreu, do you agree with this analogy a texter's making? Abreu equals Ed Reed.
That's closer.
Yeah, that's closer.
That's a lot closer.
Ed Reed was damaged goods. He physically, literally damaged goods. They also got rid of him after 5 games.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they're going to ride Abreu. Do you think Jose Abreu is on the Astros in 2025?
Oh, no. No, because it was a 3-year deal, right?
3-year deal,
so we've done 2 years of it.
This is year 2. 2025 is next year.
Yeah, so, I mean.
Do you think he sees year 3 of his 3-year deal?
No, you could go ahead and eat the money. I mean.
I agree with you. I don't think he should be on the team right now.
Yeah, so.
You and I are trying to climb into the brains of Jeff Bagwell and Jim Crane right now.
I think reluctantly, and I'm talking about on their part, not reluctantly by us, because we would pay for his ticket, I think, out of town.
100%.
We could easily split that bill. But
for the train ticket, not the $18 million.
Oh, no. Yeah. No. That would be a problem.
What's B. Scott into, man?
No. The ticket out.
Yeah.
The ticket out.
We could split that.
We could split that for sure. But I think reluctantly, they're going to recognize the error of their ways and realize, hey, it's not just the money now, but it's the roster spot. It's the opportunity cost that matters, I think, to everybody. And I don't think he'll be on the team next year.
I agree with you. Do you think he's on this team at the end of this year?
Yeah.
You think he's on the team for the rest of the year?
I do, because he's still on there now.
Yeah.
There was to me there was a soft landing or a way to properly do this. We understand public relations and messaging and how to do certain things. There was a way they could have eased him out. They didn't. They brought him back. And so that, to me, tells me that they're dug. And then you hear Espada last night, whether he meant it or not, saying that he had confidence in him in that spot late in the game. Yeah, they are dug in for now.
Here's a conspiracy theory. Bagwell is trying to involve himself in a dynasty while actively ruining it, in parentheses, to get some credit for the success and cover his failure as a player in the postseason.
That's actually a popular take. We get that a lot.
Do we?
Yeah,
Okay.
We get that a lot, either through text or on social media and comments from our Astros post, especially anything that mentions Bagwell or mentions Abreu.
Yeah.
I've heard quite a bit of that.
Okay.
I don't know how much to buy into that.
Yeah.
I think he legitimately cares about the franchise.
Yeah, I'm naive when it comes to stuff. I'm always my default switch is set at giving somebody like Jeff Bagwell the benefit of the doubt for the reasons why he's doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt for the decisions that have been made. There have been bad decisions made that are playing a major role in where this team is right now. But I don't know that he was doing it. I don't know that Jeff Bagwell walked around feeling sorry for himself about the lack of postseason success in his career. So he's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go take credit for these for the chapter 2 of the Astro dynasty.
Yeah, and see, that's the part that I don't trust or think is nefarious. I do think that there's something to him wanting to continue to contribute to the franchise post-playing days, and maybe in some ways atone for them not ever accomplishing the things that these current Astros are accomplishing. But I don't attach a nefarious intention of, hey, I want to take credit for it and be viewed in a way that I wasn't viewed as a player. I don't think it's that. I think it's a legit affection for the franchise.
Now, I could see, too, I do, too. I think that's a big part of it. I could see, too, where a little sliver of it is that Bagwell, a baseball purist who loves old school baseball and vibes, as we said, that doesn't necessarily like the direction that it's going with all the analytics and the spin rate and all the high-speed video and all that other stuff, and that he's, looking to take up for the old school a little bit.
I could see that more so than the other thing.
Yeah.
But that would upset me.
Oh, for sure.
That would upset me.
Anything that's detrimental to the Astros is upsetting me right now.
Yeah. But from a mentality standpoint, because for one,
saying.
that's dumb.
Yeah.
And then number 2, it's also affecting the team.
Yeah.
So the stupidity, sorry, for lack of a better term, the stupidity would be affecting the bottom line of the team. I would not like.
Yep. Tyler Dunn, we had him on the show last week when he was in town covering the Texans. He put out a piece on the Texans, not the big piece that he's putting out. He's golongtd.com is his website. he's got a comp for the 2024 Texans to a team recently that was getting a lot of love that scares me a little bit, but we'll do a little more comparing and contrasting like we've been doing in this segment. Who is the Texans comp team-wise that Tyler Dunn says? We will talk about that coming up next. West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land, no comp for them. Maybe the only comp is the original.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Funny text, then we'll get to Tyler Dunn's piece on the Texans. Question, would you support a choreographed stand-up and applaud if the Astros release Jose Abreu? Jose Altuve,
no. Jose Abreu,
Jose
yes.
Abreu, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I would.
Yes, short
Citywide.
answer. Yes.
Citywide.
Oh, could we do that? Or at least the size of the parade for the World Series.
Yeah.
That's not the whole city, but a good chunk of it. If we could get that kind of crowd.
Everybody, no matter where you are.
Synchronized applauding.
If we find out that the Astros are releasing Jose Abreu at exactly, 12:13 p.m., something like that, the entire city, wherever it is that you are, stand and applaud the day that he gets released.
Yes.
I would do that. We're going to do that. If we find out he's getting released the very next day, we're going to do a coordinated stand and applaud during Payne and Pendergast.
Jose Abreu, his number is 79.
Yeah.
I am imploring by July 9th.
July 9th.
It'll be 7-9 day.
Okay.
And we're going to let's hopefully have Jose Abreu dismissed from the team.
Yes.
And together
at 7:09 a.m.
At 7:09 a.m.
Yeah.
Stand and applaud like a family.
Yes, everybody. That includes you, Ben. You better stand and applaud when Jose Abreu. Everybody. All right? Tyler Dunn, golongtd.com. Really good NFL writer. He was here last week covering the Texans, and he's doing a big long-form piece on the Texans closer to the start of training camp. But he saw enough while he was here to put out a piece yesterday.
Yeah, plenty of content to be had out there.
Yeah. And the piece is titled "Rat Poison, Smiles, Bullets Dodged: Why This Texans Hype Feels Real." Strange headline, I'll admit, but rat poison, smiles, bullets dodged: why this Texans hype feels real. And he spent a lot of time around the team for a few days last week, interviewed several players individually, including Will Anderson Jr. And in this article, first of all, the very first paragraph feels like a direct shot at me, I'm going to say. He was on with us last week. There's nobody who enjoys the mid-June through training camp part of the calendar year more than I do when it comes to football topics, because it is largely lists, power rankings, hypotheticals, stuff like that. That's when the NFL Top 100 comes out, which I don't know that there's a topic on which Seth and I are more polarized on than the NFL Top 100.
Oh, I would have thought it would have been the list or something like that, or maybe rankings.
Well, that's what the NFL Top 100 kind of is.
Yeah, it basically is, and ranking the top 100.
Yeah, and it's voted on by the players, supposedly, even though I've never met a player who's voted in it.
Yeah. So I guess any ranking.
But I just love it because it gets treated, I treat it like gospel. It's actually, if you go to a Pro Football Reference and you go to a player's individual page, one of the things that it lists, in addition to all their accolades and their awards, is where they finished in the NFL Top 100 on a given year. So anyways, I love this time of year.
Lists and rankings are somewhat cheap pieces of content, but they're also highly entertaining, and we like them.
Yes.
It's like, hey, sometimes I might like something off the dollar menu, or I don't know, whatever it is. The tacos that aren't super expensive or elegant, but they taste good. This is kind of like that cheap food, fast food kind of thing. Man. And I'm with it. I'm more with you, but like Seth, Ivy Leaguer, high-minded individual, not like most former players. Tyler Dunn, anybody that writes void of news and cesspool in a first paragraph of a story is also somebody that probably looks at himself as a little bit above the fray, above the ranking and list,
better than us
ecosystem.
Yeah,
but I'm right here with you.
You're with me in the muck.
Oh,
okay.
I mean, I
like that.
I produce lists like this. So do you.
Yes,
we both produce this kind of content. We are here for it.
People love it. People love that kind of content.
Yeah, man.
Anyways,
it's digestible.
So Tyler Dunn has some great things to say about the Texans, man. The offseason that they've had, C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans. Look, all the reasons why, if you're in your car right now, you're probably really excited about the Texans season. This kind of scared me, though. he compared the Houston Texans hype that they're getting, and boy, this feels, in terms of the hype, I think there's differences between these two teams that we can get into, but I think he's right. Like the last team that it felt kind of like this, that was going from down in the muck to a contender so quickly, and all of a sudden they were viewed by players as a place to go play, and you've got a quarterback, and they made a big trade, and new young coach. I think that's where the road diverges in the woods the most, but the 2019 Cleveland Browns.
Oh.
The 2019 Cleveland Browns, if you remember, they got rid of Hugh Jackson, fired Hugh Jackson in 2018. Baker Mayfield was a rookie in 2018. Baker Mayfield did a lot of good things in 2018.
They were on Hard Knocks that last year of Hugh Jackson. And Baker's first year.
Yeah, so Baker's first year. Baker had a really good rookie year. Not Stroud level good, but good.
Yeah.
Traded for Odell Beckham Jr. Had a lot of young pieces, some of whom are still on the team to this day, performing at a high level. And what happened? They fell on their face.
They did.
6-10. I remember I was doing my national show on CBS Sports Radio back then, and man, I caught all kinds of heat throughout the summer, just saying, like, man, just like pumping the brakes on Cleveland and saying, I don't know, man, like y'all hired Freddie Kitchens because Baker liked him, you know. And I think that's the big difference between these two. If we're going to sit here and if Tyler Dunn's going to bring up the 2019 Browns as a comp in some way for the hype the Texans are getting, the fulfillment of the hype I feel better about with the Texans. One, because they actually won the division last year. That Browns team was 6-10 and getting a lot of hype.
Yeah.
Only because they had gone 1-31 the previous 2 years. But DeMeco Ryans is in a different universe. Than Freddie Kitchens.
Yeah.
Like the only commonality between those two is that they're male.
I was going to say red.
They're males with two legs.
I was going to say red-blooded human species.
Americans, that's it, yeah.
I was going to say
that's it.
The humanity of them.
Yeah.
That is literally only it. And then, like, no knock on what Baker was doing his rookie year. It was an impressive rookie year, but nobody was talking about him the way that we're talking about C.J. Stroud.
Correct.
You know, like he wasn't on, at least from what I remember, on the following year's MVP odds board, like high on it or like realistically expected to win it. Nobody kind of viewed him that way. Yeah, I get and see this comparison. I don't like it, but that's not what it's about. It works, makes sense. But the one that I like better and the comparison that I'm going to go with for my own sanity and peace of mind is going to be the Detroit Lions of the more recent Detroit Lions. I feel like they're closer to that, except they've got, in addition to what the Lions had going for them, the younger quarterback that they believe in. I don't want to do like a bash Jared Goff type of thing, but CJ, to me, has a chance to be on another stratosphere as that. And to me, they seem to be more along the lines of actual up-and-comer, laying a foundation, draft by draft, a couple of consecutive drafts of some solid pieces to sort of build you a team. That's what I want to look at them more so than the Cleveland Browns of 2019, 2018, 2019.
I love what Tyler Dunn says in here about Stephon Diggs and his role with the team. And we should point out Tyler Dunn is based out of Buffalo, so he spent a lot of time around the Bills, wrote some long-form pieces on the Bills last year. He says that Diggs will be the vet that eviscerates all the, quote, happy to be here vibes. The potential that, hey, we're just happy to be mentioned in these in this strata. We're going to make the playoffs, and, whatever happens. Like Diggs, the time is now for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, and I think with Diggs even more so than most. Like, what I'm saying is I think they had that element even last year with some of their veterans, but none of them were to the caliber that Diggs is, the veteran players.
Yes.
So I think you already had that, but you got it bonus with Diggs being a veteran and also being the caliber player that he is.
Yep. Text message, Sean, who are you kidding? You feel above the rest, which is okay. You're pretty good. Well, thank you, texter. I think that texter is saying that I've got like I portray an attitude where it seems like I think I'm better than everybody else.
I can't tell if this is passive aggressive or passive or aggressive. You know what I mean?
It's definitely a backhanded compliment.
Yes, that's what. Yeah,
it's definitely a Sean, who are you kidding? You feel above the rest, which is okay. You're pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, because you'll take one of those, being pretty good, but the whole you feel above the rest thing seems like unnecessary.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not going to change who I am. Like, if that's how I come across to this guy, that's how I come across to this guy. You know what I mean?
Look, as someone who knows you personally, when I met you, you were basically what you are now.
Yeah.
And I was not what I am now. And you treated me the same as you do now. So I'll just say that for the record.
Okay.
Sean has never treated me differently from, when you never heard of B. Scott to now B. Scott's in for Seth Payne. Like, so I don't sense that.
I try to effort to do that.
Yeah. So
I'm not going to ask Ben what he thinks. Ben's laughing in there right now.
Well, Ben has to pull.
Ben, do I act like I'm above people, Ben?
No, you?
No.
You're great. No, seriously. No. You're good.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
Ben has to frantically pull audio sometimes on your behalf.
Yeah,
so
he's
in a different situation.
Yeah, exactly. For the most part, no. But when you ask me to pull a bit of audio with 8 seconds left in a break that you need coming into the break, you feel a little like you're acting like you're above me, okay? All right, Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Let's get into the 8 o'clock hour here. Do the Texans have a deeper position group room than we've been giving them credit for in the offseason? We'll let you know. We'll let you be the judge on that. That's coming up next. Texas Sinus and Snoring, Dr. Ben Salento. I can say this about him. He does not act like he's above all the other doctors when it comes to sleep here in the city of Houston and the state of Texas, but I can tell you he is.
62 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Out under center. Here's a little drop back and a pass to Brevin Jordan. Right side across the 35. Cuts inside 40. 50. The 40. Right sideline. He's going to go all the way. Brevin Jordan to the end zone. No flags. Touchdown. My goodness. It goes 76 yards in one play to retake the lead on Cleveland.
That was pretty cool. Great call. Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware on the call right there. Brevin Jordan, 76-yard touchdown against the Browns in the divisional round of the playoffs this past year. Brevin Jordan was on Texans All Access last night. He was asked, this was an interesting answer. He was asked about that touchdown. Here's what he had to say.
Honestly, when I got the ball, like the angle of the defender that was coming at me when he was trying to tackle me was very odd. Like I it all happened so fast. I didn't think I was gonna go untouched, but I knew I was gonna make the first guy miss. Yeah. And then it's like the seas just parted once I made the first guy miss, and I just ran as fast as I can. It was honestly, believe it or not, I'm tired of hearing about that play because honestly, like I love it. I love the fact that I made that play, but there's so much more, bro, I can do. I feel like that was an unbelievable play for me in my career, bro. But I'm excited, man. This year, I'm fired up, man, to go out there and show, the NFL, that I can do that every week, bro. I can do that every week.
He doesn't want to be a one-trick pony.
Yeah, or a one-hit wonder.
One-hit wonder. He's like, yeah, man.
Yeah, I've got more than this one single.
Yeah.
I've got an album that's coming out.
He's like Dexy's Midnight Runners. I'm tired of hearing about Come On Eileen, okay?
There you go.
Of course, they didn't. That was it for them, was Come On Eileen. He's got another album coming out.
Which means he has to produce.
He does.
Because if that is his defining moment, then, there's only going to be so much that he can say about that. So
he's having a really, really good offseason, according to – hey, Ben, let's skip down to DeMeco here. Here was DeMeco Ryans last week when he was asked about Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, Brevin, I joke with the guys. I show – plays from the previous practice in our team meetings. I have my daily Brevin clip. Like I show a clip of Brevin every day. He has a highlight of, just Brevin's playing so fast, so decisive, and he's making some really great catches, tough catches. He's done a great job for himself over this offseason as well, man. He's improved. I see him. He's confident. He believes that he's a dude, and he can be for us, and he is. And I'm excited to see that confidence that Brevin is displaying throughout the OTAs.
I like it. I like it. Brevin is another example. I was saying this about, I think, Kamari Lassiter yesterday when we were talking about him. But Brevin is one, for me, that I want to, especially now that there's a good team, that they've addressed that position, too. They got Dalton Schultz. They just drafted Cade Stover. It's not like they're relying on Brevin to be like the end-all, be-all tight end. He's really just a piece of the puzzle, but he's a guy who I want to focus much more on what he can do and not on the things that he can't do necessarily or doesn't do as well. I feel like a lot of the conversation with Brevin Jordan comes down to, well, he's undersized, well, he's not the greatest blocker. He is a willing blocker. He's just not a very big guy for that position, and so it's kind of at a physical disadvantage sometimes. But he does try. But that's not really the whole reason why you drafted him or the reason why he's out there to begin with. He's out there because he's fast, because he can catch the ball and he can make plays with the ball in his hand. And so he can be a playmaker for you. He's shown that in the past, even before that particular play. That one, obviously, his most famous one. But if they can find, especially, again, without having the pressure on him to be like anything more than what he is, I think he can absolutely be a lot more than what we've seen.
Yeah, here's Brevin Jordan. Let's do Jordan 4 here, Ben, on the tight end room.
Super dope room, man. Honestly, like the camaraderie that we all have, our room is super. You don't see this in a lot of other rooms, but like our room's super unselfish. So we have ballers from A to Z, and everybody's just all about supporting one another and seeing the other guy, be successful and make plays. We have a super cool room, man. Like to have Dalton, to have Teagan, like we have a mixture of everybody. We got a rookie, we got an older guy who's making a ton of money, we got a good coach who's young, he's passionate. It's a super cool room.
Yeah.
Are we giving enough credit to what that room could be for this team this year? Is this room, based on Brevin Jordan, maybe the second half of last season being some sort of catalyst for him? He's in a contract year now, which is big for him. Cade Stover seems like he is beloved by Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryan, CJ Stroud, obviously. And then they gave big money to Dalton Schultz to stick around for 3 more years.
Maybe not giving enough credit in the sense that of not talking about it enough. Maybe it deserves a little bit more attention. But in terms of recognizing it and appreciating it, I definitely have. Like I've said this on some of my appearances on In the Loop, like, shout out to the Texans for addressing that tight end position in ways that it felt like they hadn't in previous years. Through, obviously, Brevin is going into year 4 now.
Yeah. He was drafted in 21.
Gracious, time is flying. God,
yeah.
Seems like he just got here. I remember the draft show that we did when he was drafted, the first interview in like year 4. That's wild. But anyway, so between drafting Brevin 3 years ago, going into year 4, and obviously, like you mentioned, the Cade Stover pick and Dalton Schultz frontlining that position group, it feels like they have intently addressed the tight end position to where it is no longer a position of weakness like it seemed like it had been in years previous.
It's dangerous.
It's dangerous now. I feel like it can be.
Yeah.
So maybe we should just be talking about it a little bit more, and we're not, because of what all they've got at the wide receiver position, and they got a star now at quarterback. But that tight end room, I think, is really impressive.
Here's Brevin Jordan, one more from him. Difference from his rookie year to now.
For my rookie year, man, it's crazy. I look back to my rookie year and I was like, man, I feel like I didn't know anything, bro. And I don't mean like literally, but like, it's just like, I feel like I was a deer in the headlights, bro. And like now being in the building, being a vet, like you said, I'm a vet now. It's like, man, you learned so much, and I've just appreciated, being in this building, man, because I've had a lot of vets come in and out of this building, and just overall, man, my mind, my body, everything from my rookie year has definitely improved.
The guys that were on this team, like drafted in 2020 or 2021.
Yeah.
I love to talk to them about when they talk to friends of theirs around the league that were drafted by other teams and what that's like, because Brevin Jordan was drafted in 2021 and David Culley was the head coach. Deshaun Watson was in the building but not playing. Like it was about as weird a year that any NFL team. Certainly, it's the weirdest year that any NFL team I've ever rooted for has had. Just like a strange season, all the way around. Given how they arrived there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the strangest Texans season. I understand 2013 had its peculiarities of, the pick sixes with Matt Schaub and just how odd that was. But it was not that vibe.
But that was a normally run NFL team that just happened to run into a lot of injuries and aging.
Yes.
And some bad decisions. Like you go 2-14, you made some bad decisions along the way.
Things happen.
Yeah.
2021 was not a things happen.
Yeah.
It was a what?
And then 2022 wasn't much less strange. The only thing that was really Deshaun was gone by that point, and you swapped David Culley out for a guy who seemed at least a little more presidential in Lovie Smith. He'd been a head coach, successful head coach before. But now, man, now to be on this team and you got DeMeco as a head coach, you got a real quarterback, and the roster is amazing and everything's good. I give credit, man. Like those guys like Nico and Brevin and guys like that, even going back to Grenard and Charlie Heck, guys that were, 2020 and they were on the team last year.
Yeah. I don't want it to come across as water carrying on our part, but I also, I genuinely think about or wonder if those players think about those years as lost years.
Yeah.
Especially if you're the 2021 class, even the 2022. But like you're talking about 2020 and 2021 class, or in 2020, if you did the COVID year / O'Brien year, okay, / final Deshaun Watson year, but massive disappointment in the year that he had juxtaposed to the year that the team had, and then those lost years that we're talking about in 2021 and 22. Like if you were in your formative, first developmental NFL years were that, and now you were able to endure long enough and stick around for 2023, and you're still here now for 2024. What Like, what really was the effect of that? Like, how much of a detriment was that to your career and development? And what must it feel like now?
Well, yeah, or are you stronger for it? You had to push through it,
Sure.
some adversity, and now it's just these guys who are on those teams who, you go through 3 coaches or 4 coaches in 4 years. Like, if you got drafted in 2020 by the Texans, you've played for 5 different head coaches now when you include Romeo Crennel. Yeah. That's just wild to me. And when you go talk, so when you talk to guys that you played in college with other teams, like, so what was it like for you this past season? And they're like talking about, we went to the playoffs and we won the division. What was it like for you? David Culley was my head coach.
Yeah, we talked about rat poison, and that's a coin term by Nick Saban, and a lot of the Alabama players that are here now use it after playing for him or under him. But the other side of that, before people were hyping up the Texans, was, and we remember this, that feeling that the Texans are a dumpster fire, they're a disaster, they're a sham of an organization. What viable head coach is going to want to go coach there and all of that? Well, look, I know people didn't like that, and that didn't feel good, but Brevin Jordan is among the players that lived through the experience of why that was the narrative to begin with.
Yep.
Like, what we're talking about, that's why going into last year, the Texans were such a long shot to be worth anything, and people were criticizing the Will Anderson move because it was like, hey, those are the Texans, right?
Yeah.
They
don't do things right.
Yeah. Until they did.
Until they did.
So, yeah.
Until they did. Brevin Jordan doesn't want to be a one-hit wonder like Darren Waller. I don't think that this person's referring to Waller's career as a football player, because Waller did have a few good seasons. Now, Waller announced his retirement.
He did.
This past week, officially. The rumor had been he was retiring. He hadn't shown up at anything with the Giants, but he did announce his retirement this past week.
Gave me an opportunity to, reestablish myself, to, come back into the world and do something productive, provide an example, be a leader, be a difference maker, in my craft, but also just in the day-to-day wherever I go. I mean, all the teams I played for, Baltimore taking a chance on me with all the red flags I even had coming out of college with, and can't say enough about the Raiders, Oakland, and Las Vegas. Thank you to the Giants. Grateful for all the guys there, all the coaches there. I love y'all. Appreciate you. And that's all I got.
That's not true. That's not all you got.
He's got that song.
He's got tunes, man. He's got tunes. Trying to win back Kelsey Plum, baby. It was funny. Yeah, that's Darren Waller singing this. For those who don't know, we played it last week a few times. With that voice, man.
That is Darren Waller and his software that he's purchased singing.
Did you see the video for this song?
I did, man.
It's very well done. Very professionally done.
The video, sure.
Are you a bit of a snob about that stuff
No,
because you live in that digital realm?
Dude, the video's fine, and Darren Waller's got money and is able to put on a good production. Like, that part didn't surprise me. It is this auto-tuning nonsense.
Turn it up, man.
Dude, listen. All of you auto-tuning crooners, Travis Scott, Future, Young T-Pain, all of you will pay for your crimes because you have produced this. You've got Darren Waller, Drake, all of you. Y'all have got this guy thinking that this is okay. This is terrible.
I'll be the judge of that. Turn it up, man.
Oh, my God. This is the Travis Scottization of America, and I don't understand.
Travis Scottization.
The Travis Scottization of America, and I will not stand for it.
Dude, one of the articles that I read, I think it was like an AP Wire report, might have been like a Giants beat writer. I think it was a Giants beat writer on ESPN, like literally had the nerve to imply like Waller is going to focus on his music career. Like, what music career? This is his music career.
And you know what I thought when he retired just the other day when he announced his retirement?
Yeah.
I was like, you're announcing your retirement from the wrong thing. You were
Yes.
you were good at football.
You're good at football.
Retire from that.
Man.
Retire from the auto-tuning.
Darren Waller. I can't wait for the next tune to come out, man. Can't wait for his next album. That's no one-hit wonder right there, Texter.
He's retired now, so now he's going to have more time.
Oh, he's got all kinds of time.
Retired and divorced?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Dude's going to be making auto-tunes for the foreseeable future. This is not a good thing.
What do you think Kelsey Plum thought when she heard that song for the first time?
Vindicated. Like she made the best decision of her life.
Right. I don't think that was the stated goal that he had with that song either.
No.
He was trying to win her back.
No.
She's like, no, this is good. I'm just going to go play in the Olympics. I'm good.
There's also a chance that she was married to him that she was already aware that he might like to dabble in the auto-tune or think that he
kind of knew this could happen.
Yeah. I'm sure she knew better than the rest of us that this was a possibility.
Oh, man. Boy, this is an optimistic texter right here. Brevin Jordan and Deebo Samuel have similar physiques and skill set. I'd like to see him flex to a receiver halfback position.
Rat poison.
Can you imagine if Brevin Jordan all of a sudden turned into the next Deebo Samuel?
Rat poison.
No, that's rat poison right there.
Hey,
yeah.
Brevin, if you're listening, don't eat that rat poison, dog. Just do your thing.
Yep.
Do your thing.
Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. All right. Let's 3 narratives, one each about quarterbacks that Texans fans care about greatly. Non-Texans quarterbacks. Are these narratives accurate? Which one do we hope is the most accurate? That is next.
I've got a reminder for you about your retirement.
Trees.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast with you. Brand Scott and Seth Payne. We are Payne and Pendergast featuring Brandon Scott for the next.
I like that. 2
days, today and tomorrow.
I like the sound of that.
You get the little FT period in front of your name, B. Scott.
Go.
Nice job. Narratives surrounding quarterbacks. This is from the Athletic. Jacob Robinson and Diana Rossini do sort of their daily kind of back and forth with it's a nice little daily piece. It's got some things to think about NFL wise in there. Diana Rossini usually has some rumor nuggets that are in there. Things she's hearing around the league. Off-season risers and fallers in this particular one, but the thing that caught my eye was examining narratives around three different quarterbacks, and it just so happens three quarterbacks and three quarterbacks only. It just so happens these are three quarterbacks who are of utmost interest, I think, to Houston Texan fans.
Before you start, I just want to say that I love this as a concept, as a content idea of examining the narrative of the quarterbacks. Whatever editor or report, whoever thought of that.
Thumbs up.
Kudos to them. Just from an editorial standpoint, I like it.
Yeah. And there's a lot of narrative surrounding a bunch of quarterbacks heading into the 2024 season. Let's hit these three. Is Anthony Richardson injury prone? The narrative around Anthony Richardson certainly is that he is injury prone. I guess what we're determining, is it a narrative or is it actuality? Because he finished one NFL game that he started this past season. Yeah. Started 4 or 5, finished 1, and he's been a walking injury. You know, he's been head to toe different injuries going back to high school, Anthony Richardson.
So the issue with the term narrative is that it automatically sometimes, if you overgeneralize it, it automatically assumes that it's just a narrative, but it's not necessarily a true narrative. It's just something that people say, when that's not the case. Sometimes narratives are warranted, sometimes they are unwarranted. In this case, I think it is both. It is the narrative and it is the reality. Like, if you don't want to call him injury prone, if you feel a certain way about that, okay, fine. He is oft injured.
Good way to put it.
I mean, can you dispute that from a factual standpoint?
The last 5 seasons,
often injured.
In the last 5 seasons, Richardson has suffered at least 8 injuries, including 2 concussions, 2 on his throwing shoulder. We should mention that he missed some time at minicamp last week because his shoulder he was feeling some pain in his shoulder.
Yeah.
And a serious meniscus tear. Several of these came on scrambles. Look, we know from week 2 that he got knocked out of that game with one of those 2 concussions that he got. You know, he decided to hurl himself into the end zone at the end of a play and landed on his head.
I saw him in the locker room after that game.
Yeah,
I did. I went to the Colts locker room and they were walking him out. Either, I don't know if it was team security or some team rep was walking him out. He looked fine. He looked like he was okay. But yeah, I remember that very well because it stood out. It's like, man, that guy's humongous. That's the quarterback.
Yeah,
you know, so he's kind of built like that. But yeah, no, we saw that up close and personal.
Look, as a Texans fan, Anthony Richardson doesn't frighten me right now because of this. I just don't know how available he's going to be. Now, week 1 he'll probably be available when the Texans play at Indianapolis. But I'm talking in general, like, you know, he and CJ were drafted 2 picks apart. As we're looking at the next 3 years, 5 years, things like that, there's a huge issue for Anthony Richardson, his ability to stay on the field, because he runs a lot and he's a tour de force, but he doesn't run smart.
Yeah,
you know?
I don't know if there is a more feast or famine type of player.
That's a good way to put
it.
In
terms of like what we know about them.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are maybe players that are more proven and have done more in the league that are feast or famine, but in terms of a guy that we're already unsure about to begin with. But also realize that, hey, there's an element there that if that thing clicks, it could be a problem, feast, or famine with this guy.
Yep. I think that narrative is mostly accurate. Number 2, has Trevor Lawrence been that unimpressive? Italics on that. Like, he's been unimpressive of late, but should he be getting all the heat that he's getting right now for how last season ended? Here, real quick. Here's what Jacob Robinson says. Randy Mueller did a piece on The Athletic, former GM, with some intriguing points about Lawrence's 3 years in the NFL. Most of it was not very flattering. Still just 24, Lawrence has had a career similar to my emotions while golfing, Robinson says. As a rookie, he had the second worst passer rating in the league. In his second year, he was tied for 9th best. He dropped to 21st last year. Bunch of injuries last year for Trevor Lawrence. Who is the real Trevor Lawrence in your mind?
Yeah, so like what is the standard that we're measuring by? This is what I've said about Trevor Lawrence. I do not view him as one of the game's elite quarterbacks.
Me neither.
But I also view him as a quarterback that I'd rather have than not. Because, look, as a Texans fan, as somebody that's been here in this city, we know what the other side looks like. Like, go take us back to 2021, and you tell us if you would take any version of Trevor Lawrence that you said, the rookie year version or the most recent, and I would do it 8 days out of the week. So, like, the difference between not having a quarterback at all and having Trevor Lawrence, I think is significant. But then you go to the next step in terms of what Trevor Lawrence was billed as, what he was supposed to be. He was sold as a generational talent, like he was supposed to change the game or something like that. Like from the moment he stepped foot on Clemson's campus, he was a golden child. And none of that has rung true at any point really for me with Trevor Lawrence.
He's not scary. Like, you get drafted number 1 overall and you get discussed as a generational talent. Your name starts to get thrown around this offseason as the next guy to get $50 million plus a year. You got to be scary. And Trevor Lawrence, there's nothing scary. I know he's got decent arm talent, but he's got that kind of gangly physique. He's very turnover prone. He's very turnover prone at bad times. 10 of his turnovers last year came on third down.
He makes mind-numbing decisions for a generational prospect. I'm using air quotes here.
Yeah, he's not a scary play. When Trevor Lawrence drops back to pass, I don't have the bleep feeling that, quite frankly, the other teams probably have when C.J. Stroud drops back to pass.
Yeah.
C.J.'s clearly jumped past him in 1 year.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence. So that's the thing for me. Like, I hope that the Jags give Trevor Lawrence a $250 million contract. Like, I get it. Like, if they didn't and he were to leave, they all of a sudden would be back picking first again.
Yeah.
But I just don't know he's the guy that gets you over the hump. Like, I don't think he's a guy. Like, if I even independent of me being a Texans fan, I think the logical thing, if I'm looking at both of those teams, Texans and Jags, and I ask myself who's going to win the AFC South more times over the next 5 years, I'm taking the Texans all day right now.
Trevor Lawrence to me is like golden handcuffs. He is too good to part ways with or to like move on from without like a clear and obvious succession plan, but he also does not appear to be good or great enough to get you past all of the greats that you got to get through in order to get to where you're trying to go.
Yeah.
So it's like he's good enough to hold the position, but handcuffing you in the sense of, hey, you're not going to be much better than what you've been with the guy.
Well, and who are the guys that fit that bill that have won big? You know, like,
yeah,
like Jimmy Garoppolo, I think, for a time was at that level. He had an amazing defense and Kyle Shanahan as his head coach. Trevor Lawrence has an okay roster and Doug Peterson as his head coach. You know, I know Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl in Philly, and I know Kyle Shanahan has not won a Super Bowl. I'd rather have Kyle Shanahan as my head coach than Doug Peterson as my head coach.
Okay. An impromptu would you rather for both you, Sean Pendergast, and the audience, 713-572-4610 or on YouTube and Twitch. Would you rather? Who would you rather be your quarterback in a battle between number 1 picks here? Trevor Lawrence or Jared Goff?
Jared Goff. I can't believe I'm saying that, but Jared Goff I'd rather have.
I feel like that answers the previous question. Who is the real Trevor Lawrence? Somebody that you wouldn't even prefer over Jared Goff. And I hate to say it as like it sounds like a knock to Jared Goff, but Trevor Lawrence was supposed to be better than that.
Trevor Lawrence is supposed to be better than almost everybody.
And he ain't.
No, not close.
He ain't.
Not close.
So,
all right, so that narrative is a 10 for 10 right there. That's a 10 out of 10. Last one, quarterbacks, narratives of quarterbacks that we care deeply about. This one's not on our schedule, but I still think even though the Texans don't have any more Cleveland Brown draft picks, I still think there's a lot of Texan fans that are keeping an eye on what's going on up in Cleveland. Question in The Athletic, when healthy, Did Deshaun Watson come close to earning his Cleveland salary? And the very first two words after the question, heck no.
No.
I think, it was interesting. I saw a video from Ken Carman and Anthony Lima, our counterparts up in Cleveland on our sister station up there.
They are an entertaining pairing.
They're good. They do the morning show up on our sister station in Cleveland. They do a phenomenal job. They're great. Ken was saying that Deshaun's last game he played in this past season against the Ravens was one of the 10 best games of his career. Not his Cleveland career, because he only started like 11 games, but of his career. And if you recall, in that game, he went like 14 for 14 in the second half.
He did, yeah.
Ended up winning the game. Now, his overall stats for the game were not great. He threw for like 239 yards.
Yeah.
And there was part of me that felt like, you have to have watched every Houston game to really have an educated opinion on that.
Yeah.
Because Deshaun had a lot of good games here. Deshaun, in his defense, had a lot of good games here where he left the field with a lead against good teams, and the defense pooped the bed.
Yeah. We've seen that.
Yeah. But as far as like coming close to what he's being paid in Cleveland, like his...
And also the forgotten year, the 2020 year, his last year here, was full of that. Like him having amazing performances, great games, being sublime as a quarterback, as an individual player, and the team just not measuring up. So, no, I mean...
He's made $92 million since joining the Browns. Like, why is this even a question?
Yeah, so, no.
Who's saying he's come close to earning his money with Cleveland?
And also, to be fair to this, though, it was going to be... It was what was curious about it the entire time, because it was always going to be difficult. I mean, fully guaranteed. And, obviously the background, everything else that was going on surrounding him at that time. But it was going to be damn near impossible for him to live up to the expectations of a fully guaranteed $230 million contract. I think it was $230.
$230, yeah 5 years, $230.
Dude, like, how are you supposed to live up to that? And we've never even seen it. And you weren't even that necessarily a top. I know we had Deshaun pretty high, but he had missed a whole year of football. He had basically not played his way, basically, by not playing out of that conversation to begin with. I don't know how he was ever supposed to achieve that. And then it's been disappointing on top of it.
5 years, $230, and they've only really absorbed like 15 to 20 of it against the cap so far.
Yeah.
Because they've shoved so much of it into the future.
Yeah. Yeah.
With signing bonuses and stuff.
And I don't want to bore the audience with this, but I don't feel like that contract was all together about earning and deserving and all of that. It was a market situation.
Oh, yeah.
It was economic supply and demand and market saturation. Like the concepts and principles that you learn in economics, this was that in real life at play in the NFL.
Yeah.
And that's how he ended up getting that money.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. Like, I am really glad we don't have to focus on Cleveland games anymore. I got kind of exhausted with that the last few years, like, rooting for the Texans to win and then keeping an eye on Cleveland because of the draft picks.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're done with that.
I honestly, given how successful the Texans were last year, feel kind of weird that I operate a parallel season in my mind of how is Cleveland doing? Because that's your draft pick and, you traded your own, and so it matters. And then for it to play out the way it did, especially them beating Cleveland in the playoffs, and like that just being so far in the back of the memory of the Cleveland parallel, feels a little silly now, but it's a credit to the Texans, though.
All right, I'm going to give some relationship advice here in the next segment. This is something that those of you who are football fans out there are going to need to get out in front of right now. It's happening in a few months, but you need to get out in front of this right now, and I will tell you what it is coming up next. But first, get out in front of your sleep issues, too. Dr. Ben Salento.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is a little relationship advice. Somebody who's been in many a relationship, multiple marriages. I'm lucky. My wife Amy loves football, so I probably don't have to do this, what I'm about to tell you. But last week, the College Football Playoff Committee set the schedule for the first 12-team playoff. So it's going to be a 12-team playoff now. And they're going to play a round of first-round games that are going to be on college campuses. You know, home teams or a higher-seeded team is hosting the game if they want to. There's a caveat in there that if a team didn't want to host it on campus, they could go to a neutral site stadium of their choice. But, I think, especially in the warm weather places, we're going to have home playoff games. It's going to be badass.
Yeah, and getting the chance to decide is the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, this is what we want. We want the home field advantage. We want the neutral site.
Right.
So that in and of itself, having the decision-making power is an advantage.
That's right. So we get a first round games, and then we get quarterfinal games that are going to be played in bowl games, in actual bowl settings. And then 2 semifinal games, and then a championship game, which is going to be in Atlanta this season. We had it here last season. The championship game was here in Houston, Michigan, and Washington.
Yep, good time.
So why am I giving you a PSA warning, or why am I giving you relationship advice here? Because we know that the holidays are one of the most stressful times, right? I mean, you're buying gifts. It's a very expensive time of year. You want to make sure you get all the right gifts. If you choose to go out into the world of shopping non-online, if you're going out into the real world of shopping at the Galleria or various outlets here, it's even more stressful.
Yeah.
You see all those viral videos of the stress playing out in some of these places, right?
I did my Christmas shopping at one of the outlets, the 290 with the Cypress.
Oh, out in Cypress?
In Cypress, yeah, Cypress one.
Yeah.
And it was hectic. It was hectic.
Yeah. So it's a stressful time of year anyways. But the fact that now the football schedule, starting on December the 19th, plays out the way that I'm about to lay it out here, I'm telling you right now, work on getting your permission to eschew anything shopping related. Or if you want to use maybe like going out shopping as your excuse to go watch some of what I'm about to tell you, then you better get your shopping done ahead of time, right? This is what it looks like, B. Scott, and I know you are into this just like I am.
Yes.
This schedule, starting on December the 19th, a Thursday, is the Christmas gift from the gods. This is all I need at Christmas time is this. You get Thursday Night Football on December the 19th. On Friday the 20th, you get, in primetime, the first ever college football playoff game played on a college campus. Game 1 of the 4-game first round. On Saturday the 21st, you get the other 3 games. You get a college football tripleheader of first-round playoff games played on college campuses. And oh, by the way, you get an NFL doubleheader, which includes the Texans playing in Kansas City against the Chiefs. So unfortunately for me, I'm going to miss a lot of that college football tripleheader because I've got pregame and postgame duties.
Yeah, you'll be doing Saturday NFL radio.
I'll be all Texans all the time that day. But This is for the audience, not for me. A college football tripleheader and an NFL doubleheader, including the Texans and Chiefs. And the other game is Ravens-Steelers that day. That's a damn good. You get Mahomes v. Stroud and you get Ravens-Steelers, maybe the most collegiate of all rivalries in the NFL, in addition to actual college playoff games.
I am already drunk on football. We're not even halfway through this list. And I'm at least tipsy on football.
Right. You won't be able to drive by the time you
I'll
get
need
to
an
Christmas.
Uber by the end of it for sure.
Yeah, so then that's on a Saturday. Then Sunday the 22nd, you get a full slate of Week 16 games in the NFL, which if you are here in Houston, you're going to be able to watch unfettered because the Texans played the day before.
Yes.
I love that. Then you get Monday Night Football on Monday night. Christmas Eve, we rest. There is no football on Christmas Eve.
And we will need the rest. We will need the recovery is just as much as the grind. It's just as important as the grind itself.
We will 100% need the rest. Then on Christmas Day, we get an NFL doubleheader, which includes the Houston Texans hosting the Baltimore Ravens.
Yes.
And the other game is Chiefs-Steelers. Ravens-Texans on Christmas Day. The next day, Thursday the 26th, you get Thursday Night Football. Friday and Saturday, we rest from high-level college football and NFL football, the 27th and the 28th. However, I'm guessing there will be, for us degenerates out there, notice I first-personed it, us degenerates.
Yeah.
We degenerates. I'm sure there will be plenty of mediocre college bowl games going on those 2 days.
Yeah, there'll be plenty for you to bet on.
Yeah,
You'll be fine.
Thank you, B. Scott.
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
Prize picks and what else? Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we get through the muckety-muck of Friday and Saturday. Then we get to Sunday the 29th, full slate of NFL Week 17 games. Full slate. And guess what you get to do again, Texan fans?
Rest.
Sit and watch it.
We are here. Watch it as an anonymous or casual, uninvested observer.
Because your team already played on Wednesday that week.
Yeah.
These two full slates of NFL Sunday games during this week that we are advising you to warn your significant other about if they're not a football fan, you get to sit on your couch and watch both of these. There's no Texans game to go to, nor focus on either of those 2 days.
Yeah.
Then you get Monday Night Football, Monday the 30th. Then New Year's Eve, you get the first ever college football playoff quarterfinal game. Also on New Year's Eve here locally is the TaxAct Texas Bowl. It's a New Year's Eve game this year.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
New Year's Eve game. But you get the first ever college football playoff quarterfinal game prior to New Year's Day, in which you get the other 3 college football playoff quarterfinal games. This is a delightful 2-week period right here. From Thursday the 19th through Wednesday, New Year's Day. You're going to need you're going to be cashing in a lot of equity here if you want to watch these games, I'm guessing. Now, I'm okay. Like I said, I'm in a household that's all football fans.
Yeah.
And with a wife who hates shopping. So that's good.
Oh, you did. Boy, does Deshaun Pendergast know how to pick them.
Took me 2 tries. Yeah. But yeah.
Well, I mean, hey, if at first you don't succeed,
try again.
Yeah, you just dust yourself off.
Yeah, man.
And you went and found, and look, Amy, no, this is with all due respect, you found a woman who checks all of these boxes, is attractive.
Yeah.
Likes football.
Yeah.
And doesn't like shopping.
I can't mess this up.
To go 3 for 3 in those, you were bound to miss out on one. You got all 3.
It's pretty good.
Shout out to you and shout out to Amy.
I can't mess this up, man.
Please don't.
Dude, that's gonna be a crazy week, man.
Yeah. So I'm here for this. As we're going through it, I'm looking and I'm like, all right, so what days do I want to ask off? Because, would I just like to technically work the obvious game, days that we would work, which is the days that the Texans play?
Yep.
And would I like to situate it? Because this is, if you're going to ask for days off and you know it, 6 months in advance is perfect. Hey, I asked for this back in June.
Yes.
How you going to not give it to me, right? So if I could just be like, hey, I'll work the 21st, obviously the Texans play.
Yeah.
And Christmas Day when the Texans play, which is also a holiday. And so we're gonna get comp today for working a holiday. All of us are, I assume.
Right.
What days do I want to basically ask for? Maybe not all of these days off, but a handful of the rest of these days, and some of them are fall on a weekend already.
Yeah.
Do I just want to? And I do other work. I'm double booked. Do I want to just already start planning on being off to consume all of this football, to get football drunk in this, 13-day span?
13-day. Yeah. Here's, if I were you, if I were of mine to take time off, B. Scott, because you're right, a lot of it falls on holidays or the Texans are involved or it's on weekends.
Yeah.
I think what I would do, if I were of mine to take the time off,
I want to be attentive for this.
Yeah, I would say starting with, you could just take time off after the Texans are done playing on Christmas Day if you've got that much time to take. If not, I think what you do, you take Monday the 30th off. So you got that full slate of games that you can watch on Sunday. Take off Monday the 30th. Take off Tuesday because you're going to have college football all day on Tuesday. And then New Year's Day is a holiday anyways, and you get that quarterfinal triple header. I think I would do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the week after Christmas, if I were to take time off there.
Yeah. I like both of what you said.
Yeah.
Even the first suggestion of just
shut it down after the Texans are done playing the Ravens.
That's what I might actually do that.
Yeah.
Because like you mentioned, the
Texans don't play again for 13 days after that or whatever, 11 days after that.
I forget if it's New Year's Eve or actual New Year. I think it's New Year's Day that's actually recognized as the holiday.
It is, yep.
But, yeah, man. Ooh, this is going to be, like you said.
I'm glad we had this conversation.
Delightful.
Yeah.
Delightful.
It's going to be beautiful.
How are we not, and I've done my own hand-wringing about this in the past, about the college football playoff, and I wanted the players to get paid before they actually did it. But look, lo and behold, they're about to get paid, so it all works out. But how are we not already doing this playoff thing?
Oh, I know. Are you talking about the college football play?
Yeah,
it
man.
takes so long to get to stuff that just is the obvious solution.
Yeah, man. It did not take a high level of intelligence or innovation or foresight to do this.
I am a 14 playoff. I prefer the 14 playoff because I like the debate and the discussion. But
that's not going to stop.
No, but it's not as intense.
It'll be watered down.
It's less intense if your team 13 in a 12-team playoff. Like I like, and when there were 5 power conferences and only 4 playoff spots, it was delightful conversation and debate. But now that it's here, leaning into it, man. All that football.
I'm with it.
Yes. All right. Nick Caserio said something on our show last Friday that he thinks is going to get the attention of other GMs. I think we know exactly which other GMs it's going to be based on detective work by a loyal listener. That is coming up next. YellowRoseDistilling.com.
SportsRadio.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It's actually Brandon Scott playing the role of Seth Payne, Brandon Scott today. Seth will be back on Thursday this week. B. Scott in again tomorrow. So this was probably the funniest thing that Nick Caserio said when he was on with us last Friday. We played this a little bit earlier. We'll do it again for the late crowd, the 9 o'clock crowd. But if you listened last Friday, you heard him talk about this. We asked him about, hey, all these cameras are in the war room now and all the content that's generated from war rooms. I think fans really like it. I think fans like being taken places they're not normally allowed to go. That's what I tell Seth all the time. You know, when Seth gets telling stories about his time in the NFL, and Seth is an excellent storyteller, when he and I are talking off the air about the show, one of the things that I always say to him, I'm like, dude, people love your stories because people love the average fan who's never been allowed to go in an NFL locker room loves to be taken into an NFL locker room.
Yeah, they want to feel a part of it.
Yeah, and see things that they feel like they're getting over. They're not allowed to see or hear about. And I think that's where this war room footage comes in, especially the stuff where they've got dudes literally as they're making trades now. We saw that last year with Monty Ossenfort, the GM of the Cardinals, and the Cardinals put out a 5-minute video of him making the deal with the Texans that allowed the Texans to draft Will Anderson. And so,
and also Jonathan Gannon looking like, oh my God, I can't believe he's making these.
Jonathan Gannon marveling at it like Monty Ossenfort just split the atom in front of him.
Right. Wow, that was hilarious.
Yeah, Gannon, nerd.
Sorry for the side.
That's okay.
Side note there.
That's okay. Yeah, Gannon. Phew. Nerd.
I could help it.
Nerd. So the Texans, we get glimpses into their war room, but it's mostly like Nick and DeMeco reacting to picks occasionally.
Yeah.
Like the coolest one was that trade, the Will Anderson. For me, the coolest one was the Will Anderson trade when it was getting made, NFL Network, and they flashed there to show Nick finishing up the phone call with Monty Ossenfort. And he hangs up the phone and he slams his fist on the table in celebration, and he and DeMeco exchange a big hug. What we didn't see was the rest of the war room reacting to it, because the Texans don't do standing ovations in their war room like some teams do, as Nick Caserio pointed out last week.
I mean, I'll probably get cursed out for this, but, you know, the teams that after they make a pick and then the camera's in the room, like they have the whole room stand up and clap. Like, I mean, give me a break. But we just
call him out, Nick. Call him out.
We just pick the phone up. Hey, you know, we're on the clock. We're about to pick you.
Okay. And that's what we've seen. You know, you literally see every pick at some point on the Texans website, and that's what it is. It's Caserio calling a guy. Hey, I'm going to hand you over to DeMeco. It's DeMeco saying, let's go, let's go. You know, it's like DeMeco getting you all pumped up.
That's right.
And then DeMeco typically will hand the phone to Cal.
We saw it even before DeMeco with Lovie Smith even. Them being excited about drafting Christian Harris.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of it.
That's right. And that hug between Lovie Smith and Nick Caserio has turned out to be correct.
Yeah.
A validated hug because Christian Harris looks like he's going to be a really good player.
Yes.
But Nick Caserio, now here's how Nick describes their draft war room.
Our room is very, I don't want to say relaxed, but it's just, we don't make it more than what it really is. So we're just kind of going through the process. You're going to go and pick to pick. All right, what's the next opportunity? What are our options? Is there an opportunity to trade? Are we going to pick? Are we going to move back? So you're trying to keep it as normalized as possible because you don't want to make decisions under duress. It's like when you're on the field as a player, like you want to make sure you're in a good state of mind, that you're relaxed. If you put more pressure on yourself, then you're creating unnecessary tension.
All right, so when Nick said in the previous cut, like, he's going to get cursed out, you know, even after the show was over and we were talking about that, like, he was, you know, kind of like wondering, like, who's going to be giving him a call after they get wind of what he said. Fortunately, we've got a lot of really good listeners who love to curate content and go do the detective work for this.
Yes.
This is where I'll shout out Houston Stressens on X, at Texans commenter.
That's a Texans fan that's been through something. To
To
name themselves Houston Stressens.
It's a good Twitter follow.
Yeah.
Because he he puts things up there like, are we stressing or blessing? And he puts stuff up there. But he shares a lot of video from this show, from this station as well. So we appreciate that. But he went, if you go to his Twitter feed, he went and did the detective work and found at least 3 of the war rooms to which Nick Caserio kind of said, give me a break with that. Ben, play that beginning of that. Play that one more time. Like I
mean, I'll probably get cursed out for this, but, the teams that after they make a pick and then the camera's in the room, like they have the whole room stand up and clap. Like, I mean, give me a break.
Okay, that's good. We got the 3 that Houston Stressens was able to find. Indianapolis Colts, which was a lock to be one of the ones that I think Nick in his mind was referring to with that.
Give me a break.
Yeah, like that's – I mean, Chris Ballard loves the camera. Yeah. The shot they had of them doing the standing ovation for the Leatu pick, and Chris Ballard, like the camera zooms in on him, he's like, we just got the best defensive player in the draft at 15. Like it's not rehearsed or something.
Right.
So Colts, Titans, guilty of it, guilty of the war room standing ovation. And then the Jacksonville Jaguars, Trent Baalke.
Give me a break.
Standing ovation, man. All the other teams in the AFC South
are
standing O teams.
Or as I like to call them, food.
Yes.
Food, Sean.
Food.
Give me a break.
Food for CJ.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
So I like this.
Does that add some juice at all to these games this year?
To me, only they know how much juice it adds because they're the ones that are going to be involved. But it definitely, to me, fans the flame of or goes in line with a kind of a theme of the offseason, and that is, hey, there's no love lost in this division.
No.
It kind of feels like a friendly, somewhat respectful, but also very real in-division rivalry of, hey, we're trying to be better than you.
Yeah.
I think going into last year, there was this assumption for whatever well, I know why. Because of Trevor Lawrence, and of course they had, benefit from the Chargers coughing up that playoff game the previous year. So there seemed to be this assumption that the AFC South was the Jaguars' division for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
And then C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans and this team that Nick Caserio put together quickly upended that assumption and narrative. So now it much more feels like the Texans are the front runners, but it is very much a division for the taking with a bunch of young quarterbacks, young teams that are all trying to really figure it out, trying to find their way. I don't think anybody would be surprised if any team in the division won it. And so, but the Texans, though, being the reigning defending champions with the Rookie of the Year and all of this energy around them, I think feel a certain way on top of just the natural in-division rivalry. So I think there's some juice here.
What are the chances that this time next year in the AFC South that the Texans are not viewed as what they are now and that some other team is viewed as the team? Because as you point out, it's a great point.
Yeah.
The way we're talking about the Texans is the exact same way people were talking about the Jags a year ago.
It is. Cautionary tale.
Hot streak at the end of the year, steal the division from the reigning division champion. You're right. They beat the beat the Titans.
Yeah, and then
in that game down the stretch, and then won a playoff game in dramatic fashion.
Came
won
from
a playoff
behind.
game.
Yeah,
down 27-0. And unlike the Texans, actually gave the Chiefs a pretty good run in the divisional round. I mean, the Texans
they did.
Texans got kind of. I mean, I know it was tied at halftime or whatever it was. Yeah, it was tied at halftime. 10 at half. Could have had a lead. Kyrie misses a field goal there. Would have had a lead going in that.
I did forget about that.
Yeah, but they got blown out in that game. Second half was a romp.
Yeah.
The Jags were competitive in that game against the Chiefs. If there's a team that a year from now, you and I are having this same conversation, and it's not the Texans, who do you think it is?
So none of the teams in the division scare me, even though I just gave them all their respect. But the one thing that I would point out would be the Colts. Like if there's a team in the division that I'm going to point to, it's going to be the Colts. Based off of what they did last year, their coaching. And look, we talked about Anthony Richardson being injury prone, but if for some reason he has the opposite, has injury luck, let's call it, and he's got the coaching, and the system is perfectly catered toward his skill set and the things that he does well. I could see it. I remember I mentioned feast or famine. If that goes famine, that could be a problem. I do think that could be a problem. Now, how much faith in it happening do I have? If I was a Colts fan, would I feel great about Anthony Richardson staying healthy? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But as a Texans fan, am I a little bit more worried about the what if element of it? Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, no, we're just picking the most likely scenario, not it's going to happen, but most likely. And I'm with you. I thought the same thing. I'm like, okay, if we're talking about the Texans a year from now, the same way we're talking about the Jaguars, which is a distinct possibility. The Jags went 9-8 this year, so it's not like the bottom fell out, but it fell out enough for them to not make it.
And they lit with the Texans.
That could very easily happen with the Texans with the schedule they've got this year.
Sure.
And if you get bad injury luck again, whatever. So 9-8 and missing the playoffs is easily on the radar for the Texans. I don't think it's going to happen. Certainly hope it doesn't happen. But I'm with you. A healthy Anthony Richardson season to where he figures some things out as well. Look, even if he were fully healthy, he's got some things to figure out when it comes to throwing the football.
Yes.
But he's such a force running the football and just physically that if he figures out a way to stay on the field and stay available, that could be the thing. I mean, that could be the thing where a year from now we're talking about, hey, Anthony Richardson figured out how to stay healthy. Now in year 3, really year 2, when you consider last year was almost a redshirt year.
Yeah.
This is where he can make the big leap as a passer.
Yeah, and as much as he has to develop as a passer, he absolutely needs. I don't think there's any question about that. There was also this thing with him of it not looking like as much of a project as it was sold. Like, this guy, he should sit. They got to, almost reinvent him. He didn't – you saw a little bit of what we're talking about there, some of the inaccuracies, but you also saw enough clay – enough to be molded. You're like, you know what? That's not as big of a daunting task and project to get up to speed or to get right as maybe some would have had you or led you to believe.
Yep.
So between that and, again, the boom potential, there's bust potential, but the boom potential on top of it, I'm not worried about it, but it is something that I've got to pin. I'm very much looking forward to watching them play against each other.
Oh, I can't wait, man.
It's going to be, from a straight-up entertainment standpoint, I hope and plan to be highly entertaining. I'm, just hoping that the Texans are on the right side of it.
Yep, agreed. Text message, Astros now need to win 3 out of 4 on average the rest of the way to have a shot at the postseason. 3 out of 4, that's a750 winning percentage. They're 30-37 right now. They won the division winning 90 games last year. And so I think if we use 90 as a benchmark, they would have to go 60 and what would that be?
They've lost
35.
They lost 37 games, right?
Yeah, so 60 and 30, 90 and 72. So they'd have to go 60 and 35. So not 3 out of 4, but 2 out of 3.
Yeah,
close to it.
Yeah, it is an uphill battle. It is the other side of the 1 of 62, or don't get too caught up in what happens early in the season. All right, fine, but guess what that means? You got to make up the math somewhere. That's one thing. Math. Okay, so you got to make those numbers match at some point. All right, so we're not worried about the slow start. Guess what? There's all the more pressure on you to happen, to have a strong finish.
Yeah.
So now playtime's over with. We can't really do this. Oh, it's a long season. It's 1 of 62, 162, and we're going to be okay. No, guess what? You've played 40 some odd % of that already.
Well, which makes these last 2 games and the way they lost them all the more painful. You lose it on fumbling a ball into the stands on a walk-off home run. In
a game where you produce at the plate.
And you coughed up a lead in that game, too. You're up 7-4 in the 7th inning of that game.
Yeah.
So you have 2 games now where you cough up a lead in the late innings against the Angels, and you literally cough up a lead in the 10th inning against the Giants. These aren't great teams either. My whole feeling wasn't you got to sweep this series, and my feeling is you've got to go on a tear where you win 11 out of 13 at some point here. You know what I mean? That's my thing. I don't care who they're against. It's math, like you just said, B. Scott. It's math. And so, whereas if you could have just held on to a lead, if Presley just doesn't wet himself on Sunday, and then the Astros can hold a 2-run lead in the 10th inning last night. This stretch that we're talking about here really started for me on Monday against the Cardinals. That's where the stretch of teams that were either around or below 500, literally for an entire month, other than the Orioles series, began. You could be 6-1 right now in the 7 games this month. Instead, you're 4-3.
And certainly
4-3 is not getting it done right now.
Yeah, and certainly should be, would argue, not could be, but should be 6-1 based off of the way the last 2 games went.
Yes.
You should have won. You get a 2-run lead in the 10th, and you're paying the guy that's in there to save that situation the $11.5 million. You want to feel good about that. I don't know if and Montero's been better this year than he was last year, but I don't know if any of us felt good about that moment. And lo and behold, you see why. And then, again, of course, the day before, as you described here with Cabbage, like you get a hit from everybody in the lineup except Yordan Alvarez. You score 7 runs. You get 14 hits total. You're up 3 runs, in the late innings of the game. You expect to cash in on that. And how you don't. It's the reason why I kind of buried the Astros when I did several weeks back is what you just talked about. Can they rattle off 10 of 11, 12 of 13 and start getting on those types of streaks? I don't have the confidence that, like any given night, they can be the Astros. But I don't have the confidence that they can consistently rattle off those types of runs, which is the position that they put themselves into now, the thing that they need to do now in order to make it. I don't have that kind of confidence. I wish I did.
Yeah, they're just not very good, man. They're just not a very good baseball team. All right. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. It's Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. What are the good reasons to walk away from $70 million? We will try to come up with them coming up next. But I will tell you right now, the good reason to go to crashchampions.com, if you've got
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, who is this? Who is this? The worst look for, I guess. Danny Hurley saying no to a 6-year, $70 million offer from the Lakers to leave UConn, where he's building a juggernaut. They've won back-to-back championships, looking to go for the three-peat. They're thought to be a top 5 team going into next season. He's got a really good thing going at UConn, especially in this day and age where the transfer portal probably benefits the big programs like this. He can just go pluck whoever he wants to out of there. So he's on the cusp of having a really special run at the collegiate level. He's there. I mean, back-to-back championships. The Lakers, they're a blue blood team, but as you pointed out earlier in the show, B. Scott, they're more like a mom and pop shop blue blood team. They don't spend exorbitantly on things that they're not forced to spend exorbitantly on. So, but they're still the Lakers, and they still should have the best player of this generation on their roster next year, albeit at 40 years old, and LeBron James. Who is this the worst look for? Danny Hurley saying no to the Los Angeles Lakers.
It's got to be the Lakers. To me, this is an easy one. It's got to be the Lakers to me because, to me, it's kind of a low-key flex to be able. I was saying this earlier when we saw it up there on the screen, kind of watching ESPN talk about it, like just to be able to turn down, like, must be nice because most of us, you throw $70 million in our face, we're taking it. And especially to go to coach or work at a glamour franchise like the Lakers, and be in LA and all of that kind of everything that comes with it, like to be in a position to say no to that is low key a flex and says a lot about the position you're in, your current situation, the fact that you would prefer your current situation where you're winning championships at UConn, you're the man there, you've sort of taken the mantle or been passed the torch of like preeminent college basketball coach of today's era. Like, it says a lot about your current state to not have to take that job. For the Lakers, man, you can't even go get the college coach.
Right,
Danny Hurley turned you down. I mean, you couldn't get Danny Hurley to replace Darvin Ham.
Is it a bad look for LeBron?
Yeah, you saw him text or tweet out there, maybe it's me. He tweeted.
I didn't see that.
Almost immediately after this news came out yesterday about Hurley not taking the job.
Yeah.
LeBron tweets, and I don't know if it's still up there. I was listening to it was in between one of the breaks of 610 Day. I was listening to another station, another market, and they announced it like, oh, this happened, and then look, LeBron just tweeted, oh, maybe it's me. Maybe
is it?
maybe it's me. So like, if he's tweeting that, I don't feel bad about saying, maybe, bruh, maybe it is. Oh no, maybe that was in the loop actually.
Okay,
maybe that because Biggie responded with, "Yeah, bruh, it is you."
Well, I mean, look, there's a long line of coaches that have met their demise while coaching LeBron James.
Yeah, he's had like 9. I know he's played for 150 years now, but he's had like 9 coaches or something.
Yeah, and it was Darvin Ham this time around, and it was Frank Vogel before that. Those two specifically are
David Blatt the year they won the championship.
Blatt, yeah. So it's
hell. I was going to say Paul Silas.
Back in the day.
Just pick them.
I just don't think I don't think it's a great job right now. Like I know it's a glamour job. The Lakers are a blue blood NBA organization. But they've got LeBron James and Anthony Davis and haven't done anything the last couple of years on the team. And so what's the formula? I think that job would have been more enticing to Danny Hurley if they knew they were going into some sort of rebuild and had some draft capital, and he could build the program in his image, in his vision, and what that is. Eventually, you might be able to do that if you're Danny Hurley, but you're going to be mucking along, albeit making $11 million a year, but mucking along for a couple more years with LeBron and Anthony Davis and whatever else they do this offseason. Probably at best like 5th in the West. You know?
Yeah. No, another way, I agree with all of that. Another way to put it for me, I'm just going to say this plain flat out. I wouldn't want no parts of coaching LeBron James at this point in his career.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't judge me. I don't care. I don't want to do it.
What's a big reason why?
He is just a lot. And y'all know what it means when somebody says that. They're just a little extra, a little bit dramatic, but also like the cachet, like it's all warranted. You know what I mean? So you have to deal with that. Like it's not like there's this guy with this unwarranted sort of cachet to him. He's LeBron James.
Mm-hmm.
So we get why he's a lot, but he is a lot. And so the fact that he is that and it's validated by what he is, so it's not like you can push back and be like, you know what? You're overhyped. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like you can do that. You kind of have to. If LeBron James is on the team, you have to do this. You have to do this like song and dance with LeBron, or this passive aggressive thing that he does where he's kind of controlling the team but doesn't want to be accountable for controlling the team, or doesn't, want you to acknowledge him as the all-time great he is, but doesn't want you to factor in the fact that he's this all-time great and that matters and how they built the team and what he thinks matters. Like, it's just, I wouldn't want to do it. I
think there's part of that with Hurley. I think it's a bad look for the Lakers, too, because I think they look cheap, relatively speaking. Like, hey, you're the Lakers. I know you gave the reasons why. This has been their history. This is who they are.
Yeah.
I think most NBA fans don't realize it. I think they assume you're the Lakers. You can pony up more than the Pistons paid Monty Williams, or more than the Heat are paying Eric Spoelstra. If you want the guy badly enough, if he makes you feel that good about the direction of the organization. As you and I are kind of hashing this out, and we're talking about Danny Hurley turning down the Lakers 6 years, $70 million, and going back to UConn, probably not for $70 million over 6 years, but definitely for a pay raise. They're working on that to get him up into that $8 million a year range.
I feel like that's the least they could do.
Yeah.
You turn down the Lakers to stay here?
And look, I can tell you, as somebody who grew up in Connecticut, who has a dad who worked in the athletic department there, who knows what it was like for those 8 to 10 years where they were a non-factor in basketball because they were playing in the AAC, with Houston and SMU and Cincinnati and all these schools that weren't even remotely geographically close to Connecticut.
Yeah.
That how much interest was lost in the program, a program that was the thing in the state, UConn basketball.
Yeah.
That they have it back now is a huge deal. Like I was texting a lot of my UConn friends yesterday. I'm like, are you guys going to work tomorrow? Like, is it a holiday now that you're bringing Hurley back? They were so sure he was gone.
Yeah.
You got to take care of him. And if you take care of him, he clearly likes being at UConn. He's turned down Kentucky and the Lakers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's where I start to think, like, in this, like, people say when they break up or when they go, it's not you, it's me. This wasn't a breakup necessarily, obviously, because they weren't in a relationship. But I'd love to know what percentage of Danny Hurley, as he's turning the Lakers down, if he were to say it's not you, it's me. Because I think it can be both. Like, if he's saying it's me, that means he loves UConn and the situation he has there, which I think he does. But I think a lot of it is the Lakers.
Yeah.
I think it's like, if he were being honest, he'd be like, hey, let me tell you the truth. It's 60% you, 40% me.
Like, I don't know what your future holds, but I can't see it. Like, I don't see it. What is the exit strategy? I wonder how much of a discussion there was with that. Going back to this point about LeBron's tweet or post, whatever, maybe it's me. Whatever coach takes over the Lakers, and so let's just talk Dan Hurley here because that's the topic. How much, when they're doing their interview with the Lakers, are they interviewing the Lakers as well on,
oh, yeah,
hey, what is your – I get that I'm inheriting LeBron if he comes back and this is what the team looks like, but what's the exit strategy beyond that?
Yeah.
Because it didn't seem to be like much of a plan before LeBron decided to come here, and then eventually you trade for Anthony Davis that works out for you in the COVID year. But outside these, like, lightning in the bottle moments that you get of LeBron choosing you pulling off this Anthony Davis trade, like, there hasn't been much of a plan since Kobe's championships. You know, I'm talking the 2010, the 09-10 championships that they won.
Yep.
You know, so like 15 years ago, from then to now, it's felt really harebrained over there outside of, again, the lightning in a bottle of LeBron wanted to start a Hollywood career of sorts and make a production company and raise his kids in California.
That's right. Hey, guys, text message. Any truth to the Astros signing Trevor Bauer to a minor league contract? No. Do you think Trevor Bauer becomes a Houston Astro?
I do not know how, and I understand that Alex Bregman could be not here for the long term, could be a short timer from this point on. But I could not see him in a locker room with Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman.
No.
Like, or Justin Verlander, or really.
Almost anybody. Like, by all accounts, the guy's a jerk.
Well, yes. A jerk. Just forget the context of all the Astros bashing.
But, yeah.
But when you add all of that together, like, I don't know if he's likable in any locker room.
Yeah.
But the Astros specifically, I got a hard time seeing, Lance McCullers. Like, the guys that have been around and that you anticipate are going to be around, I got a hard time. Hell, Jim Crane himself got a hard time seeing him wanting to write a check to a guy like that's been that critical and just downright jackasses, to the franchise.
Yep, agreed.
Forget that.
All right, the Texans lost somebody on their staff yesterday. Is this a bigger story than maybe it's being made out to be? We'll let you hear from one Houston Texan who may make you think about this one a little bit. That's next. But first, talking a lot about Dr. Ben Salento today, and I am cool.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. B. Scott back tomorrow as well. Seth will be back on Thursday. So Dylan Thompson leaves the Texans yesterday to go to the Commanders. And Dylan Thompson, character coach, I don't know what his exact title was. Probably a director of player development, something like that.
Yeah,
but he's
something to that effect.
Somebody who's been very viewed, especially by the younger players, I think, as very critical to their development, to, their kind of personal mental health almost, maybe. He's somebody that they can talk to and bounce things off of, and very spiritual guy as well, for the players on the team who are very into the spiritual side. Dylan Thompson was brought in by Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
He was brought in by Jack Easterby to fill the role that Easterby used to have with the New England Patriots. And Dylan Thompson has been viewed by a lot of these players very highly. C.J. Stroud has mentioned him. Tank Dell has mentioned him. Here's Will Anderson. This is Will Anderson in an interview with John Crumpler, who does covers the Texans for Texans Wire, I believe. And he did an interview with Will Anderson where he spoke very highly of Dylan Thompson.
Is there anyone else, whether that's in the locker room or in the league, that's helped you get to where you are right now?
Yeah, most definitely. I would say Dylan Thompson. He was our player personnel guy. He's no longer with us. He's with the Washington Commanders. And you see me, there's no Will Anderson without Dylan Thompson, man. He took our whole rookie class. CJ can attest to the same thing. He'll say the same thing. Tank will say the same thing. Like, he helped his rookie class be able to do so many great things on and off the field, man. And for him, it was always just bigger than the football. He was like, I can really care less about the football, Will. I just want to know the person, the human Will. Like, who are you outside of football? And spiritually, he was great. Like, he connected us even more with God, taught us how to be great leaders, how to change our mindsets, things like that. And he's like always one call away. So that's one guy that I can say in the NFL, which you don't see a lot, who is really a great guy that we leaned on.
Yeah, man, this is not something that we always really highlight because, this is sports and we're kind of, it's a bottom line business. What are the results and what's happening? But there is a obvious human element to team building, and all of us work somewhere, right? And this is where they work, and this is how they ingratiate the new players, is have somebody there that's not just trying to coach you on your counter, your pass rushing counter, or your footwork, or how your hips move when you throw the football, and all whatever is the nitty gritty granular part of bettering your game. But these are young guys coming into the organization. It's like, hey, you need some kind of guidance. Brand new city, new money, and again, you're green. You're 22 years old, more than likely, 21, 22 years old coming into the league. You need somebody that cares about you beyond just what you can do, but as a person. And Dylan Thompson, by all accounts, is that. He's not trying to coach you from a football standpoint. He is trying to help you navigate life as a young adult millionaire in the NFL. So, yeah, I mean, it is an underrated probably role that he played in getting those guys onboarded and being ready to be professional.
I got to think they're backfilling this position with somebody, right? I would think so.
You would imagine so.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team, the Texans, that throw whatever resources they can, outside. You got the salary cap, which prevents you from going overboard on player salaries. That's a cost-controlled thing. But anything that's fallen outside of that, it's not governed by some sort of cap or budget. There's a budget, I'm sure. But Cal, the McNairs have always invested heavily in whatever the team needs. So I got to imagine this is a position they're going to backfill, especially if you got so many young players, prominent young players, saying what a big impact it was on them.
Yeah, and you want to, like you say, prominent young players, but also the impact that had on one of our better seasons in memory. I think outside of the obvious seasons, the 11 and 12, you can put 2023 right up there with any other past those two. And maybe for some people, it rivals it just because of the unexpected nature of it. I mean, I'll let you guys decide on how you feel about that, but it's up there. It's in the conversation. So having that if having that helped you facilitate this type of season, you should want to backfill that with, creating that same opportunity for your rookies to come.
Yeah, I think what I love about that answer too is from Will Anderson is it wasn't like, hey, tell me about Dylan Thompson. It was, hey, tell us why this season went. So give me a reason why things went so well this season, and he volunteered that as the answer.
Yeah, because nobody's asking you specifically about Dylan Thompson, but you bring it up unsolicited, and that's not the first time we've heard it. Like you mentioned, we've heard others talk about that. Tank, CJ, like he mentioned Tank and CJ, but we've also heard them on the record talking about that. And even before those guys, like Dylan Thompson, for the couple of years that he's been around, has, by all accounts, been an important piece to the overall team building process.
Someone says, guys, the only option, bring back Jack Easterby to replace Dylan Thompson as character coach. No.
That doesn't seem like it would work. Doesn't seem like it would work.
Bring back Easterby with the hope he one day takes over the whole organization again. No.
Give me a break.
Yeah. Tell him, Nick.
Nicely done.
Tell him, Nick.
Give me a break.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of Nick Caserio, here's Nick Caserio. I asked him last week when we had him on, what was the point in the season that you started to view Nico Collins as a guy that, okay, we might need to start talking extension with Nico Collins?
Where he improved really the most, going back to last season, was what he did with the ball in his hands. So the run after catch component, like we talk about that a lot offensively, and it's coached. There's a certain technique, Slow and his staff. I mean, we're very purposeful about how we teach that. But here's a big, strong guy, 6'4", 215, 220 pounds. Like, you're big and physical, play big and physical. So he started to play to his size. He's always had the ability to track the ball well. He's always had good hands, and he probably has unique route running skill for somebody his size. So, and the big thing with Nico, and he'll tell you this, and we've talked about it, he was available. He was able to stay on the field.
Yeah, and Nick had kind of said in the part of the answer didn't make it into that cut, that the Pittsburgh game, I think that Pittsburgh game early in the season was a turning point for a lot of opinions on the Texans.
Yeah.
I think that was the game. That was week 4. It was a week after the win over Jacksonville.
Right.
Pittsburgh comes here. The Texans have a makeshift offensive line. Deculus started at left tackle for them. Like, they had four of their 5 linemen were backups. Shaq Mason was the only regular starter that was in there. And at that point in the season, I think George Fant was starting at right tackle. He would eventually start most of the season, but that was week 4, early in the year. And they won 30-6. They put a dagger in him at the end of the game with CJ hitting Nico on that go route over Patrick Peterson. Not a go route, but kind of a crosser that Nico turned into a long catch and run. I think that was a game that CJ himself says he started to feel like, okay, I'm here to stay, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and look, not to toot my own horn here, but I feel like I was early on the Nico Collins thing. I was early on this. I thought Nico Collins, and look, I'm not gonna pretend that I was saying more than I was. I didn't think it was gonna be all this, what he was last year, but I did think even in year 2 of Nico Collins, so the Lovie Smith year, 2022. Before he got injured, and this is, speaking to the end of the Nick Caserio sound that we just played there, where we talked about him being available, I thought up until he was unavailable in his second season that he was kind of slowly emerging as the top weapon on that team. We know that Brandon Cooks got sideways that year and wasn't necessarily the same guy that year that he had been the previous couple of years for the Texans. I thought that Nico Collins, even in 2022, was emerging as the Texans' top pass catcher. The issue was the offense itself, and then, of course, the quarterback that was running it. He did not have those things working for him, those things behind him of a quarterback that go back and look at 22, all the balls that sail over Nico Collins' head, and how are you overthrowing this big, huge-ass target in Nico Collins? Like, it was frustrating. So, the fact that he got not just competent quarterback play, but what I think we'd all agree was elite quarterback play, plus an offense that seemed to be, it's the wave of the NFL now, and then the staying on the field part of it. I think everything just came together for him last year.
Yep, big time. Here's one more from Caserio. They signed Nico to the big deal. This is Caserio. talking about how they handle negotiations like Nico Collins' contract.
In the end, anytime you negotiate, everybody wants to feel decent about how the negotiation went. We're not trying to, quote-unquote, win a negotiation. We're trying to do what we think is best for the organization, slot the player in accordingly where we think he fits, and you have to balance. And the hard part for us is we're worried about the Houston Texans and how our team is put together. Sometimes the player and the agent are looking at it from an individual lens, and they're focused on it, and no problem at all. And then they're looking around and what's going on with the rest of the league. And we're certainly cognizant of that. Like, it'd be ignorant of us to not, consider that. You have to factor that in.
Were you surprised Nico signed that extension?
I was surprised, but I also understood it. I thought it made sense for both sides, so I wasn't critical of it. I thought it made more sense for the Texans to see more of it, to see another year of it because of the injury part of it. And I just didn't feel like there was such a rush. Like if Nico, my whole thing was, if Nico Collins replicates this coming year what he did last year, I wouldn't have had any problem with the price of him going up. You weren't going to pay more than likely Stephon Diggs, so you're going to have to more than likely pick one or the other anyway. If he was more expensive next year because he was more proven, I would have had no problem with that.
Yeah.
So, but I do also understand maybe wanting to get ahead of it and pay him early and align the contract with C.J. Stroud's rookie deal and all of that. I thought it was a year early, but Nico's is a stand-up dude, and I also believe in him as a player, so I was fine with it.
Before they made the Diggs trade, I thought for sure that Nico was going to go into next year and make it a contract year, not sign an extension this offseason. I'm basing a lot of that from the podcast he was on with TJ Hushmanzada, where he really sounded like someone who's ready to go bet on himself for another year.
Yeah.
I do wonder if the Diggs trade, in Nico's mind, kind of forced the issue a little bit, because there's a good chance his numbers actually go down this year. And it doesn't mean he's a worse player. He's obviously probably be every bit as good a player. But in a negotiation, if the numbers are down, how the Texans would view that.
Yeah, I think that there's something to that.
Yeah.
And so you take the bird in hand. That's probably a smart business move on his end.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
But then also, I think the opportunity there with the restructure of not just the Diggs trade, but then the restructuring of his deal to where if essentially both of them are free agents after the year before he signed that extension. Well, that creates some level of urgency of at least having one of these guys back next year.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, okay, so we don't want to just be starting all over in our wide receiver room next year. So Nico Collins, the younger one, makes more sense. So maybe he saw an opportunity there of, hey, this is why it makes sense for me to take the bird in hand and for them to also have, a bird in hand, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I mean, fallback is you're getting $50 million
works
guaranteed.
out for both sides.
Yeah, I would say so too. Adam Spolane, John Lopez.
I like birds.
They're in the house. Do you?
I love birds.
Do you?
Yeah.
Little birdies.
I'm a bird freak.
That was fun yesterday, man.
Whew, man, that was a lot of fun.
You had a good time.
And a first that I probably shouldn't admit on air. But, Jan, my wife, likes to listen to all the shows and, enjoys it when she's driving. She was listening on the app.
Oh, yeah?
She was listening on the app, teaching those little kids in summer camp with the headphones on, listening on the app. I just love Mark Vandermeer. I just love Nick Wright. I just like Josh Innes.
That's okay.
That is close to a direct quote. I just love Mark Vandermeer. I just love Nick Wright. I like Josh.
That's hilarious, Jan. We got a proclamation from the mayor.
How about
yesterday.
that? Where is it? Is it going to be put next to our trophy for the whatever this thing is, the Rockstar Award?
Why not?
Forgive me for missing it.
Why not?
For not noticing that it was there.
Yeah. Hey, Spo.
Should have just given us lapel pins.
Spo.
Refrigerator magnets.
Yeah. Did this game get butchered last night by Joe Espada?
It got butchered by the front office.
Oh, okay.
Got butchered by the front office.
That's what you call a hot take right there.
It was not a great Joe Espada game by any stretch.
Yeah.
But this was a really kind of a front office disaster in the roster that Joe Espada has been given this season.
Like
Welcome
the whole,
to the dark side.
The totality, like the
Yes.
Abreu, Montero, like the whole thing.
Not just them, but the fact that you don't have guys on your bench that you believe in to use in those spots. Like you are going with a guy who they had 2 rested relievers in the bullpen for the 10th inning, and yet they still go with a guy who had pitched the 2 days before. Like if you don't have belief in those 2 guys, then they shouldn't be on the roster in the first place. And that's on the front office to give the manager guys that he actually believes in and can trust in those positions. So to me, not a great night for Espada by any stretch, but it just shows you how limited the roster is that he has been given this season.
That just warms my heart. I've been telling him this for how long about the makeup of the squad and the front office. Thank you, Adam.
They've done a bad job.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier in the show about specifically the front office and like what percentage of Astro fans, when you say Jeff Bagwell's name, have a negative feeling versus a positive feeling.
It's a good question.
Probably the majority are negative.
He's trending right now.
Yeah. I mean, the recency bias would have it be a negative feeling. Now, nostalgia would say he's still Jeff Bagwell, but how do you get over what's right in front of you? Like, Jeff Bagwell did that little weird stance in, decades now. So it's like it's hard to really feel connected to that. But, I mean, it's not just Jeff Bagwell. It's the whole entire operation. It's Jim Crane for allowing it to get to this point for, really like if you just look at like what does he listen to? What is the brain trust over there looking like? What is the information that they value? And, there was a time where that wasn't really
vibes.
Yeah, those
vibes, B-Mac.
Yeah, man.
B Scott, not B-Mac, B Scott.
Yeah,
vibes.
Yeah, but there was a time where that wasn't as much of a concern.
Yeah.
If it was vibes, they had the right ones. Now it's like, man, are they flying by the seam of their pants, by the cut of a jib? They're out there talking about baseball cards and not enough about StatCast. Like, yo, what are we doing, guys?
Guessing this will come up on In the Loop tonight.
It will.
All right. Good stuff.
Very shortly.
Good stuff.
Yes.
You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. We are out of time. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. He'll be back tomorrow. Seth will be back on Thursday. Adam Spolane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning, John. Good morning, Figgy. How are you?
I am good. I have a very serious question for you.
Okay.
Are the Astros serious about winning? Now, I know the players are, but are the Astros serious about winning?
Somewhat.
That's not a good answer. That's not a good answer.
It's not.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to you about this before the show. You can't be, and you just alluded to some of it. You just alluded to, was it Dubin and Hernandez?
Yes.
Were ready. 4 days.
Yes.
They hadn't pitched.
Yes.
4 days. And you throw Montero back out there. Now, that's the X's and O's that you can maybe put on his spot, right?
To a certain degree, but also he just does not believe in those 2 guys.
Yeah.
That is a problem. That is a front office problem.
Yes.
Like the fact that you are giving him something. Listen, every team will have that one pitcher that you don't totally trust, but he's just kind of there taking up a spot.
Mm-hmm.
To have 2 guys like that is an organizational problem. And that's something that, to me, this front office has been very complacent with a lot of things. Whether it's when starting pitchers go down, they don't really look to bring anyone else in. That's complacency. When Espada doesn't use the last man on his bench ever, and the front office does nothing to address that and give him someone that he will use, that is a front office problem.
Yes.
So much of this, Espada can only put the guys in the game that are actually on the team. And if you don't trust those guys, then what's he supposed to do? You're not going to put your faith in guys that you don't believe in.
Well, realistically, they're playing with a 23, maybe a 22-man roster.
Especially because they got Diaz was hurt and apparently unavailable.
Yeah, and so 22, and everybody else is playing with 26.
Yes.
So that's why I think that's the question that really hit me watching this game last night and thinking about it this morning. I don't think you can call yourself. No, I'm not calling out the players because they are serious about winning. They want to win for themselves.
And they play hard. They're playing hard.
They're playing hard. They want to win for monetary purposes. There's a lot of motivation for the players to want to win. So I'm not talking about them. But as an organization, I'm going to go through a list here, and you can confirm, deny, approve, disapprove, or whatever. I don't think you can be serious about winning, and we just talked about this, when you throw Montero out there 3 days in a row with those 2 dudes in the bullpen. That's number one. I don't think you can be serious about winning when you don't pinch hit for Jose Abreu much less start him 4 consecutive games and his, he's on a hot streak, 188 average in that situation. I don't think you can take yourself serious as say you're taking winning seriously when you have a manager that, as much as I gave him the benefit of the doubt earlier, he's not good. He's not bad, but he's below average. I don't think you can take yourself serious when you bring up another catcher, as the Astros did. Was it Suarez?
They did not bring anybody up.
I thought they're going to. There was a report.
There was a report that they were recalling Cesar Salazar. That has not happened.
Okay.
So that was, at least for now, that is an erroneous report.
And then how do you feel about Josh Hader? 10 pitches.
I
wasn't going to pitch today anyway.
I was fine with it just because he had pitched on Sunday, and they have not. He has pitched multiple innings this season, but he has never done it when he pitched the day before. So I don't think that they were going to ask him to pitch.
How about that?
To pitch in back-to-back or pitch multiple innings when he had pitched the day before.
I think you could argue it though.
Now, had you flipped it,
yeah,
then maybe it's a different scenario. If they had flipped the days,
but I still think you could argue because he's off today no matter what.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But I did not expect them, and I pointed this out when he was warming up to pitch the 9th inning, that he had not pitched multiple innings in a game this season when he had pitched the day before.
Okay.
So I understood it for that reason. I am very much it's on the players. Players win games, players lose games. We tend to focus way too much.
You said it last week.
Yeah, we focus way too much on coaches and managers and things like that. Last night, I do think is one of those days where it's not as much on the players as it was organizational. Just because, listen, they could have hit more. They absolutely could have hit more. Montero could have been better, but he was put in a position where he wasn't going to succeed. Like there really is no, like his velocity was fine. He had no command. And that's because, again, he had pitched the last 2 days. So he's running on fumes and you're just hoping, okay, they're probably going to hit the ball hard. Hopefully they hit it at guys and maybe we get lucky. And that happened a couple times. Pena couldn't make the play at short and then Montero screws up the comeback. So that technically is on him.
Yeah.
But this roster that Joe Espada has been given is not giving him many chances. And he has guys that, he doesn't believe in. And then he has guys who he doesn't believe in certain spots.
Yes.
So, like, you have Chas McCormick out there. And listen, I don't think enough has been talked about how bad Chas McCormick has been. And we spent a lot of time talking about Abreu, and we should be doing that because Abreu has obviously been bad.
Yeah.
Since Chas McCormick has come back, he has been worse than Jose Abreu since Abreu has come back.
Yeah.
And so they have to burn a pinch hitter on McCormick in the 7th inning last night. That basically took away the one bat that Joe Espada has faith in late in games. That's why you have Abreu batting against Camilo Doval in the 9th. They know that Jose Abreu has no chance in that spot.
Yeah.
They're not blind to it. They have pinch hit for Abreu many times over the course of the season, including 8 days ago against the Twins in a very similar position against Yohan Duran. They know what Jose Abreu is, but it shows you how little faith they had in the other guys on that bench. They do not believe in Joey Loperfido.
At all.
They have zero faith in that guy. And the idea that the result of that at bat would have been different had it been Loperfido, it would have been the same thing. That's how good Camilo Doval is, and Loperfido has had no chance against sliders since he's been in the big leagues.
Yeah.
So that is an organizational problem where Espada has been given this roster with guys that he does not believe in. And that, to me, is why they are. It's one of the reasons why they are where they are.
Yes, and the other thing, it's one of the reasons why you look at this squad, kind of the proverbial 30,000 foot view, and you've heard me use this word probably too many times. Equipped. They're not equipped to be a bona fide contender. Because the other thing we talk about is how thin the margins are on this squad. Look, you're going to need a bullpen. If you get to the postseason, or if you get even within smelling distance of the postseason. There's only 2 squads that have had worse outings in terms of blown opportunities than the Astros bullpen, and is it the Rockies and the Cubs?
That's not company that you want to be in, and part of that reason is that they are overusing their good pitchers.
Yeah.
Because Espada does not have faith in the guys at the very end of the bullpen. And you saw it again last night where you have Rafael Montero pitching for a 3rd straight day instead of going to 2 guys who are rested. to hold a 2-run lead. They had it on Saturday in Anaheim. And again, this was a mistake that Espada made on Saturday, and I think that he probably would do it differently if given the chance. It's 6-1 in the 8th against the Angels. He has Presley pitch the 8th inning.
No.
That should not have happened. You should be able to have faith in the other guys that are in your bullpen to come in and get those outs. Presley had to throw a bunch of pitches to get through that inning, and then he wasn't as good yesterday. He was bad on Sunday, and then unavailable for the game last night. So those mistakes, that hurt you. That's on Espada. That's an Espada mistake right there. But again, it's because he does not have faith in the other guys.
Damn, you fired up, man.
He is fired up, and I'm glad. I like it.
I like this.
I do too. But here's why I'm glad you brought up the Presley thing from Saturday. If you're going to pitch, here's the logic, so to speak, of pitching Presley in that situation, up 6-1 in the 8th inning. Okay, you got to win every game. You got to figure out the start that you had. You know, we all know what it was, and the near misses that you've had. You can't mess around. You know, you got to win every game. So that's the argument for pitching Presley on Saturday. Then why the hell didn't you keep Hader in yesterday?
Yes,
that's the thing. If you're saying, look, man, all hands on deck. We'll worry about the postseason if we get there. Let's just try to win every game we can to get back in this race. Okay, you did that Saturday. It didn't work out. Why didn't you do it today? Last night? I mean, it's the inconsistency.
And if I'm Dana Brown, and I'm sitting, he might
wherever
be, either in California or he's in his office right now or he's scouting for the draft, and you see what happened last night, and you see that you've got 2 rested relievers that your manager just refused to use in a big spot, and instead went to a guy who, do you know how many times Rafael Montero had pitched 3 straight days in his major league career before last night?
How many?
Once. He did it once. In a major league career that spans back to 2014, he had pitched 3 straight days once in his entire career. So they went with that. They asked him to do something that he had done just once before, and probably at this stage of his career is not equipped to do. They asked him to do that instead of using the other 2 guys in the bullpen. If I'm Dana Brown, I'm saying, you know what? I got to get some guys.
Yeah.
I got to get my manager some help so that he does not feel like he's in that position. If I see Jose Abreu taking it bat in the 9th inning against Camilo Doval, when I've got other guys on the bench, I got to go out and get some better guys on my bench. It's that simple. And should Espada have more faith in these guys? Maybe he should have just done it anyways.
Yeah.
But it's tough when you're a manager and it's you're the one who's got to answer the questions, and you don't have faith. He didn't have faith in that Jose Abreu was going to do anything in that spot.
No, there's no way.
But he also had no faith in Joey Loperfido either. So it's a really difficult position that Espada is in right now.
Yeah, so we started this talking about the players. I know they want to win, and certainly some of them are more than proven to be able to get hot collectively and make a little run. They have some elite players. Not all of them are playing elite baseball, but they have some elite players, all right? You don't have an elite manager. You don't have an elite general manager. You don't have the things, the 2 elements that you just alluded to that are going to be, that's why I say equipped. They're going to be there to make those moves, to be bold. It's Bagwell and Crane. And so the messaging that you're giving players is just so mixed right now. Who's in charge? If you asked 3 different Astros who's really making all the calls, you might get 3 different answers.
Probably.
Yeah.
I want to answer this texter real quick. What's the difference between Espada letting Abreu bat and Dusty letting Maldonado bat last year? First of all, they had a pinch hitter for Maldonado that they believed in towards the end of the year, at least, in Yainer Diaz. They have 1 pinch hitter that they believe in right now, and that's Singleton, and they used him in the 7th inning yesterday. The other 2 guys that were on the bench, Trey Cabbage had already been used defensively, so the bench for the 9th inning against Duvall was Joey Loperfido and Yainer Diaz, who apparently was unavailable.
Yeah.
The fact that they let Abreu bat in that spot tells you all you need to know about what they think about Joey Loperfido.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Is he that bad?
I
thought he was all right.
I don't think he is.
I'm like, why are they not playing him?
Yeah.
The problem with Loperfido is that the Astros did this very strange thing where they kind of oversold him as a prospect. Like, he's an okay prospect, but they touted him like he was going to be some future star. He's not on any top 100. He was not on any top 100 lists, and he wasn't close to being on any top 100 lists. The Astros do not have a good system, and he was maybe the 5th or 6th best prospect on most prospect lists when the season started. And I guess people got kind of hung up on him hitting a bunch of homers the first month of the season to play.
Yeah.
Well, most of that was in Albuquerque, which is not. That's not. That's not real baseball
exactly.
out there.
Yeah.
So I think that people the Astros, and this is kind of on them, they oversold Joey Loperfido to a certain degree. They said that he was going to play. Obviously, he's not playing. They said he was going to play some first base. He has not played a single inning at first base yet this season. He could have last night. And again, they don't have belief in him.
And they don't have anybody that they can believe in behind him.
Exactly. They do not have. The system is bad.
Yeah.
And the fact that when Kyle Tucker gets hurt, that Joey Loperfido was the guy that they went to, and that's not somebody that's going to play. Or Gray Kessinger has been on the roster for almost the entire season, and he made one start the entire year.
You forget he's even there.
Again, he played in 11 games.
Yeah.
Did not use him as a pinch hitter in a big spot. They did not use him defensively in a big spot. He started one game. That was when Bregman was sick.
Yeah.
Bregman was sick for 3 games. He missed 3 games. Kessinger started the first, was so bad in that game that he did not see the field the rest of that series. It was that weekend series against, I think it was the Rangers.
Mm-hmm.
He was so bad he did not see the field the rest of that series, did not start a game since then. Yet Gray Kessinger sat there on the bench, and they did not look to upgrade that spot. Again, that is front office complacency that they have had going back now 2 years. As soon as Jose Urquidy got hurt during spring training, they should have been on the phone looking for starting pitching help.
Yeah.
You could have said the same thing last year. When Lance McCullers was hurt at the start of spring training last year, they should have been looking outside the organization for help with starting pitching. They did not do that. That's why you have to go overpay to get Verlander back in the first place. So there's been a level of complacency with this front office that is hurting the team. They did not look to upgrade the bench at all last winter, and it's hurting them now.
Yes.
And they are in a hole where it's going to be really hard to dig out from this. The question that you asked earlier, at what point do you have to start calling this? We're getting there. We're getting to that point.
We're going to talk about that at noon. Figgy, I don't know about you, but I like fired up Adam.
I do too, man. Man.
I like
the Astros need to suck like this more often, man.
So look, I was early, but I was pretty confident probably a month into the season when I said they're done. I know you're not there yet.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
Because anything is possible. But are you there in terms of when I look, and I went through the list, why are you saying they're done, John? Talking in third person. Because the system is not there. You can't call up they don't have any assets to acquire players. The pitching is so thin, and since then has gotten thinner with Urquidy and Javier going and getting Tommy John surgery. You're getting a lot of players that are playing subpar baseball. Alex Bregman in particular, obviously Jose Abreu. Are you there that they're not? They may be not done because anything can happen. A lot of people say, but they're not really. They don't have the equipment that they used to have to make these runs.
They don't, and they're not making up ground. They were 10 games under 500. They're
7.5 right now.
Well, they were 10 games under after they left Mexico City. That was 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They've picked up 3 games on getting closer to 500 since Mexico City. That's 6
2.5.
weeks.
I think they're 7.5.
Yeah. So
yeah.
So they're not picking up ground whenever it looks like they are.
They're 7 games under 500. So I was thinking games back.
Yeah. But whenever they do start to gain ground, they give that ground right back.
Yeah.
Like, they had a great opportunity to be 4 games under 500 or whatever it was after they win the game Saturday. They lose 2 games that you have no business losing. Like those are the types of games that when you're in the position that they're in, they cannot lose those types of games. And they have now back-to-back times. They're terrible extra innings. They're terrible in one-run games, and they've got to start winning one-run games because that's how you get back in this thing.
That's manager. Not 100%.
No, one-run games a lot of times is luck.
No, but what I'm saying is when you have that long of a streak of extra inning, you're falling short. One-run games, you're falling short. Ultimately, there has to be something you're looking at. But by the way, one other thing you just mentioned, they're losing ground. Don't look now, but this really weak AL West, the Mariners are 8 games above 500 now. So they're not, tearing it up, but they're incrementally getting more and more above 500.
Seattle has taken advantage of an easier schedule.
Yeah.
They played the A's last week. I can't remember who they played over the week. Or they played Kansas City's good, but right now they're playing the White Sox. And guess what? You play the White Sox, you're going to beat the White Sox most of the time. So they're taking advantage of that. The Astros just had a series against the Angels. The Angels are really bad. The Astros should have been able to sweep that series. You win the first 2, and then you have a lead going into the 8th inning of the 3rd game. You should be able to win that one.
Yeah.
They did not. Now they're playing against an okay Giants team. Last night is a game that if you're up 3-1 going into the bottom of the 10th, you should win that game 9 out of 10 times. And the Astros are losing the games that you're supposed to win most of the time.
2 in a row.
Far too often. Exactly.
When is it time to sell?
Well, be sure to tune in at noon, Piggy. Make sure you're paying attention.
I want to hear this.
Make sure you're paying attention at noon, Piggy.
All right, we'll get back to the Astros though, because they're back in San Francisco tonight. Obviously, they have to win these 2 games before they come back here to take on the Tigers over the weekend. But coming up next, in the NFL, we all know that kickoffs will look drastically different in 2024. But I'm sure things that you'd like to see the league change. We'll get into some of those changes that we think the league should make next on Sports Radio 610.
CJ Stroud is ready to take the next. All on the free Odyssey app.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. H-Town.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, morning, everybody. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig with you until 2. Some good news for the Texans just came down the line. You can't win Super Bowls in June, but you can lose Super Bowls in June.
I don't know about that.
And the Texans just avoided losing the Super Bowl in June.
So you're one of those.
Yes, absolutely.
You're one. Figgy, are you one of those?
Nah, I'm not. I moved past
I was there, but Figgy brought this up. He kind of changed my mind last week. There hadn't really been a bad one yet. What are we talking about? The Madden 25 cover boy. Not C.J. Stroud. Christian McCaffrey. How about that? Christian McCaffrey on the cover of Madden 25. What could possibly go wrong?
Hammer those 49ers unders. Seahawks to win the NFC West.
Hey, what happened the last time white running back got on the cover? You remember that, Figgy?
Yeah.
He was not heard from again.
Yeah. One Peyton Hillis.
He truly wasn't.
No, that was his career.
He was
right there.
Never heard from again.
And then he almost died recently.
Trying
to
to
save his
drowning
drowning
or something.
I think one of his kids. He went and
tried to
dove
save
into the ocean.
He was
hospitalized.
Yeah,
for a long time.
Yeah.
So a hero.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Browns legend.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the Browns highlight of the last since they've returned to the NFL? Was Peyton Hillis running for 1,000 yards and making a Madden cover? Is that the best thing that's happened to that franchise?
I will probably say Nick Chubb has some probably better years, but yes, and in terms of like, you know, the hot, like the spotlight, because that was the only Browns person ever on Madden. So I will probably say that was probably the spotlight.
Really quick, Figgy. Would it be better if the Browns had never come back with as bad as it's been since they have returned?
Nah, man. Nah, I wouldn't say that.
I'd rather just have the memories of the good times instead of the last 25 years.
Nah, I know they only been to the playoffs like 3 times since they've been back, but I wouldn't say.
And one of those times doesn't count because it was a fake season.
You're just trolling, right?
I don't know about that, man.
There's no fans.
I don't know about that, man. They whoop Pittsburgh's ass too.
All right, the NFL will obviously have changes every year to the NFL, but obviously the big one is the kickoff rule. There are other changes, though, that I think I would like to see the league make, and I'm sure, John, there are changes that you would like to see the league make as well. Let's run through some. I'll let you go first because I've had one that I've wanted to see them change for a while, but I'm going to let you go first.
Well, first of all, on the kickoff thing, I think everybody now is starting to realize this is going to be really, really exciting. We heard DeMeco last week talking about all the intricacies of it and how exciting it's going to be, and playing 3-on-3, and we're speculating about. So that's a really, really cool one. And the reason I say that is change is good. Change can be good. And there are 3 that I just have, for as long as I can remember, these are things that I've wanted. The number one is put the Super Bowl on a Saturday. I don't even know how this is polarizing. People are like, nah, it's Super Sunday. You got to do it on. Let's think about this for a second. How long would it take for all of us who are conditioned to say Super Sunday, Super Sunday, Super Sunday? It'd take me about a minute and a half to get used to saying Super Saturday. It's not.
Is that the only reason why people don't want it on a Saturday?
Yeah, tradition, Super Sunday, all that stuff. It's silly. It's borderline stupid. Saturday, but the team. What? The Super Bowl is going to get ratings like ridiculous. The ratings, no matter what. And on Super Saturday, better parties, better events. Obviously, more engaged in the game. Nobody has school the next day. Nobody has work the next day with a meeting and all this other stuff, and they're half hungover and all that stuff. Put the Super Bowl on a Saturday.
But do it make sense for the NFL, though? Because the NFL, they have a whole week build-up.
Yeah, they have 2 weeks. So it's not like you're skipping a practice or something.
Yeah, but they're going to eat up that Saturday right before Super Bowl Sunday, though. So I'm sure they probably got some.
Do it Friday.
The NFL plays on Sunday.
Oh, get out of here. No, it doesn't.
Yes, the NFL, that is.
I was going to go there
too. Sunday is the NFL's day.
Yeah, Sunday is NFL football.
And they also are able to play. It's not like they play, if you play Saturday, then you have to go primetime. You're having to go, you're having to start the game at 8 o'clock on the East Coast.
Yeah.
I like the Sunday 5:30 kickoff here, or it's 6:30, so it's not too late on the East Coast. It's not too early on the West Coast. I like it just where it is. And now we have moved things back. The calendar has moved back to the point to where that's basically President's Day now. Mm-hmm. Is that next Monday?
They're moving it back again.
Yeah, so they have basically built it up to where that next Monday is a holiday now anyways.
But it's not.
But it will be.
But it's not.
It will be.
and so
the NFL is a Sunday sport.
Yeah, except when they play on Thursday, Friday, Monday,
but
and
the majority
Wednesday.
of the big games play on Sunday.
The biggest games are Sunday night. After that, followed
you got
by
Sunday NFL ticket.
Monday night.
The conference championships are on.
You don't have to rebrand all these things. You can still have Sunday NFL ticket.
This one
is. No, come on. You're on that side?
Yes, I am. Back to the lab.
They literally play Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Monday.
They're playing. They've never played on a Wednesday before. They're doing it for the first time this year. And that's because it's Christmas.
Okay, Thursday, Saturday,
and they're trying to
Monday.
bury the NBA.
When you say say the NFL is a Sunday league, it's not.
For the most part, it is a 90% of the league calendar is Sunday.
But they highlight Thursday, Saturday, and Monday.
It's a money thing. Play the Super Bowl on Thursday then. All right.
No, I don't want. That's worse.
I'm about to say you better all doing it on a Monday.
No,
Monday night.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Figgy's right.
Kind of like the national championship.
Saturday.
Play it on a Monday.
All right.
I got 2 more quick ones for you, and then we'll hear what you have. Eliminate all but one preseason game. I hate preseason games. I
hate going to them.
I hate going to them. I hate watching them. And I would eliminate all of them, but you got to throw the Hall of Fame a bone, and the Hall of Fame has to have a game, right? So
that should stay.
Yeah. If the Hall of Fame has a preseason game, then you got to keep it fair, give everybody one.
You know what I would do?
Mm-hmm.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
One preseason game, but play it in some neutral site. Play it in a place
Like
where they
the
don't
NBA
have
used to.
where they don't have NFL football. You can play a preseason game in Mexico City. You can play a preseason game in Birmingham, Alabama,
San
or
Antonio,
some other place.
Austin,
yeah, exactly.
you know.
I like that idea. Give and put it in a place in a market where they typically don't get NFL games. So that's a good idea.
Yeah.
You're 1 for 2.
I'm 2 for 2. All right, so this is my other one. This is actually a game thing, and I actually love it, but I know a lot of people are going to hate it. Eliminate quarterback kneel downs. Give the guys a chance, the other team a chance, until the final snap. Like, I don't care, even if it's a...
I'm not with this one, man.
Because they have 3 kneel downs, and there's 50 seconds left or something, you know? Make them run a play, even if it's a handoff and the running back kind of slides or whatever. At least there's some action there. At least there's a chance to get.
See, I would be fine with it if my team was down.
Right.
That way I have a chance. But if I'm the winning team and I'm up by 3,
figure it out.
Nah, man, this game over.
And by the way, everyone's team is going to be the losing.
Throw
team
the white flag. It's over.
Point. Eliminate kneel downs. Okay. You know what's boring? You got 55 seconds left.
Well, it can happen with 2 minutes.
Or
2 minutes.
Let's say 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
No timeouts, and they do 3 kneel downs.
Tough break. Get a stop.
I will say this. I felt like that's a good rule. Maybe
Save your timeouts.
See, I would say maybe get rid of the kneel downs in the playoffs. That might make it a little more exciting. Where it's like, all right, anything wonky can happen, but in the middle of the season, it's just like, all right, this game over.
All right, mine 2 bye weeks. I think that would be great just for the product, great for player health, and especially since they are going back. At some point, they're going to play an 18-game schedule. That's just the direction that we're headed in.
Yeah.
Asking teams to play 18 games in 19 weeks, and then you have the playoffs after that. I think that's rough to ask for the players. They've done 2 bye weeks before. And they did that in a 16-game season in '93.
Yeah.
Obviously, it makes the season longer, but what that also does, it makes the league more money because it provides more inventory for their national TV games.
Yes.
You get an extra week now of Sunday night games. You get an extra week of Monday night games. You get an extra week of Thursday night games. That puts more money in everybody's pocket. It also does a lot for player health, where now they get an extra week. You get 1 bye week the first 10 weeks of the season. You get a second bye week the second 10 weeks of the season.
By the way, I think that's one that's going to happen because the NFLPA always gets worked by the NFL owners. Mm-hmm. They always say, well, we want an 18-game schedule. Well, we want more money. I'll tell you what, we'll give you an extra bye week.
Yeah.
And they say yes.
and by the way, playing the extra game, listen, it's dumb and it's going to get guys hurt, but it will also make players more money because they split the revenue 50-50. So I think that going to 2 bye, it should have been done already. It's such a physical sport. It's such a violent sport. We should be trying to keep players as healthy as possible. Adding an extra bye week, I think, makes that happen. We'll revisit this a little bit later in the show. But coming up next, we will look at some prop bets with the Texans. And it makes you think that not only do we think the Texans will be good next year, but Vegas also thinks the Texans will be good.
Yeah.
That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caserio. Exclusive.
.com 773 network.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, Adam Spillane, John Lopez back with you on In the Loop. I think, John, when you go into a season, to get a feel for how good the team that you care about might be, you have to look at what Vegas thinks. And Vegas typically is correct when it comes to this. And
we both know all too much.
That's why they have the hotels. Yeah. There would be no hotels if they didn't know what they were doing.
They have those big hotels for a reason.
The Texans, right now, their win total is 9.5, and it's heavily juiced to the over. The Texans are basically 1-2 to make the playoffs. They are favored to win the AFC South. Vegas thinks the Texans are going to be very good on a team level, and part of that is because the Texans have good players. And you look now at some of these props, that the player props that are out there right now, the Texans are in a good spot there. You look at most regular season passing yards, Patrick Mahomes is the favorite to lead the league in passing yards. He happens to be the best quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
But do you know who is right behind him?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Not to steal your thunder, but we were talking about this before the show. Say it.
C.J. Stroud.
Think about that.
It's Patrick Mahomes, and then it's C.J. Stroud.
This is the Vegas odds for most regular season passing yards in 2024. The names that are behind him: Dak Prescott,
second in MVP voting last year;
Joe Burrow, Tua, Matthew Stafford, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert. I mean, sometimes like you're too close to a team and you kind of get swept up and you're in the moment and, hey, I really think, the Indiana Hoosiers are going to win the Big Ten this year. You just get,
some of us know better.
You just get like all swept up in the emotion and the hype and optimism and all that. So it takes like that to kind of really open your eyes. Like odds makers, who we all know a lot about these things, they have C.J. Stroud as the second favorite for most passing yards in the NFL.
Nico Collins, 22-1 to lead the league in receiving yards. Part of that is they got too many weapons. I think if you had a receiver of that caliber who had put up the numbers that he did last year, he would be much further up on that list if they didn't have Tank Dell, if they didn't have Stephon Diggs, if they didn't have Joe Mixon to take up some of those yards, if they didn't have other guy or Dalton Schultz to take up some of those targets. So I think that's right now telling you Vegas just doesn't think that he's going to get the targets to lead the league.
Here's where I am with that one, though. I thought this was good news as well. By the way, Tyreek Hill, odds-on favorite for most receiving yards this year, followed by Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb. No big surprise there. But this is what I like about what Vegas is saying. You say Nico Collins is 22-1, and you are correct. So is Stephon Diggs. That says a lot right there. That means they got two guys, in the top 7, I would say, 6, in terms of the best odds for the most passing yards. 2. That says a lot about the weapons that this team has. And if anybody's wondering, Tank Dell might be the best value on the board. I don't know how many yards he's going to get. I think he's going to get a lot of touchdowns. But he's 50-1, right behind Roma Dunze, right ahead of Xavier Worthy and Adam Thielen.
Yeah, I would not put my money on that one.
Yeah, not on yards.
Frankly, I wouldn't put my money on any of these, but I know what you mean. Your heart's in the right place.
Yeah. Now, so you're asked, the natural question is, most regular season rushing yards. Well, your 2025 Madden cover boy, Christian McCaffrey, is a big favorite, followed by Jonathan Taylor.
That one?
Fade that one. Jonathan Taylor. Don't have a lot of confidence. Vegas doesn't have a lot of confidence in Joe Mixon.
Can I just say that's a good thing, first of all, because I don't want my team's running back to lead the league in rushing, because I want them throwing the ball as much as possible.
Especially this team.
Yes. Like, it's one thing, Jonathan, when Jonathan Taylor was playing behind Gardner Minshew, yeah, you want him to lead the league in rushing yards because the quarterback isn't good.
Yeah.
But when your quarterback is C.J. Stroud, you want C.J. Stroud throwing the ball as much as humanly possible. Therefore, I don't want Joe Mixon to lead the league in rushing. I don't want him to run for 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
I don't want him to have enough carries to run for 1,000 yards.
Now, something else that I want to localize it. I kind of want to pivot because Figgy, we know what Jack Easterby was in this organization and in this city and everything.
Good, right? He's good.
The one guy.
Yeah. You saw who took a job this week, yesterday, right?
I did not.
So Dylan Thompson.
Oh, I did see that, yes.
Took a job with the Washington Commanders. And part of me kind of feels bad for him because he's incredibly well-liked. He never distanced himself from Jack Easterby, but he wasn't Jack Easterby. He had a particular role, a chaplain, whatever it was. There was a different title, but basically kind of a counselor and just good guy to have around the players. So when I heard this, I was texting a buddy of mine over there saying, and I was kind of saying that, what a shame, he was guilt by association with Jack Easterby. And the response I got was kind of interesting. The response I got was, yes, but he spoke with Jack Easterby on a regular basis. Just what someone told me. I don't have any, I'm not reporting that. I mean, there's nothing to report, really. You can talk to him whenever he wants. But isn't that kind of like, you don't want that? Even if he is a good dude, even if he is sort of doing his job, not trying to overstep his limits and bounds and all that stuff. If you got Jack Easterby out there still texting and talking to a really close friend of his who played quarterback at South Carolina, as you know, and that's where Jack Easterby started, I'm kind of glad now that he moved on. Like, I don't want Jack Easterby even affecting or infecting this squad, even from telephone. Because he's like, hey, what's going on? Who's doing this? Just people being nosy that have moved on.
Yeah, it would depend on what those conversations were like.
Right.
If he's trying to if he's going fishing for information, then yeah, I would maybe not like that. But I would also think that Dylan Thompson is probably smart enough to know that I probably should not give him a whole lot of insight onto what's going on inside this building.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think this situation, I think it had no effect because I think the chemistry and the vibe here with the Texans now, I don't think any conversation with Jack Easterby would have did anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of understand where you're coming from because, like, me personally, if it's somebody I don't really care for and I know somebody that talk to this person all the time, I will kind of give them the side eye a little bit. Like, I won't be mean or anything like that, but I will be like, man,
let me ask you both
how's
this.
you cool with somebody like that?
Let me ask you both this, because if I was told that by somebody in that building knows or has a hunch that Jack Easterby and Dylan Thompson have been talking and communicating, would you trust him? Even though he's good, by all accounts, players were complimentary of him and all this other. Even though he's doing his job, I'm not so sure I would trust him.
I would be okay. I don't hate it that as much as y'all do.
You could kind of trust them a little bit with certain things, but in the back of your mind, you still like, man, that's this guy. So I can't say this around him.
Exactly.
Well, let me ask you this then. Bill O'Brien gets fired in 2020, and everybody here still likes Deshaun Watson at that point. What if you would have heard that Deshaun Watson and Bill O'Brien are talking every day after Bill O'Brien got fired? Would you have been okay with that?
I think that's really different.
I don't think that's that much different.
I wouldn't. No. Let me be clear. I still wouldn't like it. Maybe he's like football stuff. That is his specialty. Even though we weren't necessarily big fans of it. But I still wouldn't like it. I wouldn't want Bill O'Brien still having that.
We was kind of doing that with Tim Kelly a little bit. Now, I know Tim Kelly was under Bill O'Brien, so we already didn't really care for him. But even the next season after that, when he was still here, we was still kind of in the back of our brain like, is Bill O'Brien feeding them plays or something?
Yes.
Because he looking just like Bill O'Brien. Or do we still keep in touch?
Yeah.
Even though we had no ill will towards Tim Kelly.
Yeah.
In the back of our mind, we was like, that is Bill O'Brien guy. So,
I remember in 2002 when Indiana fired Bob Knight and they went to the Final Four, people got all over Bob Knight for not reaching out to his old team at any point. Did not reach out to his players. Remember, that was a whole big story. So you're kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't sometimes with this stuff.
But this was Jack Easterby was a pox on the entire organization.
For sure.
He was a disease. He was really a disease in that organization. And my guy's still talking with him and texting with him every day. I don't know what those conversations.
Wait, was it every day or was it occasional?
That was me. They're still talking and texting with him on a regular basis. I went from poor guy to, okay, I'm glad he's gone. And it just took someone over there who would know, by the way,
So does that mean the Texans are happy that he left? Dylan Thompson, are they happy that he's now
based
gone?
on the text exchange I had? I don't think they're heartbroken.
So they weren't shedding any tears over there.
Yeah.
They weren't like, go ahead, take that job. It's,
Yeah.
it'll be good for you.
I think that said a lot to how Jose is running right now too. Because if it was in bad shape, then they probably be like, yeah, he got to go or something like that. But don't nobody care.
Yeah. The other thing it's doing is all things Easterby related outside of Nick Caserio, and he was above him even in New England. They're purging, which
they should have done years ago.
Yeah.
They really should.
They're purging everything associated.
It's a new era.
Yeah. Thank God.
They got rid of the old one. And, Texans over 9.5. I like it. I wish it weren't juiced the way that it is.
Mm-hmm.
Texans to make the playoffs, minus 195.
Yeah.
I like that one. I think the good one, and I don't have numbers for this one right now. CJ Stroud to win the MVP, I think, is a good one.
I saw those about a month ago. We would have to look.
I don't have them up right now, but I do like that one because there is a world where the Texans finish with the best record in the AFC. I don't know if it's necessarily likely. The schedule is obviously difficult.
Plus 1,000 today.
So 10-1.
Yeah.
That's solid right there.
That's good value.
You're kind of betting on not necessarily the Texans finishing with the best record in the AFC, but finishing up there. And because the division is in the shape that it's in, and we'll get into the division here coming up in a second.
Yeah.
But you should be able to win the division. If you win the division, then you've given yourself a chance to finish with the best record and win MVP.
Here's why I think the MVP bet is better than any other bet that we've talked about, whether it's passing yards or receiving yards or over-unders and all that. The schedule can work in a quarterback's favor in an MVP race. If he beats Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, I mean, just go through the quarterbacks that the Texans are facing. I've been saying that a lot over the past few weeks. Those are primetime games. Those are voter games. Like let's just go through, like, let's say he's having a really good year, okay? In October, they go to Green Bay. He beats Jordan Love. Then a few weeks later, they're facing the Detroit Lions on Sunday Night Football, a month after that, actually, and he beats Jared Goff. Then he faces Dak Prescott. Let's say they beat Dak Prescott. Then the last three games, two of the last three games, you got Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. If he has a good year and starts knocking off the biggest names in quarterbacking in the NFL, he'll win the MVP.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think that's the best value.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. Having the primetime games really does matter because that's when you're in front of. Like, he played that great game against the Bengals. Nobody saw that game.
They were like, oh, Joe Burrow. Nope.
It was a Sunday 12 o'clock game, so there's 8 other games going on at the same time. You just get oversaturated with other things.
Yeah.
When it's 7:30 primetime, the whole league's watching that
I think
game.
I just talked myself into an MVP bet rather than anything else.
So you got to go drive down to Louisiana, I guess.
Yeah, I got connections. Don't you?
No comment.
Don't say no because
no.
I don't say no.
No, I don't break the law, John. I am a law-abiding citizen of the United States of America.
I think I broke the law.
I'm the only criminal. I'm the only non-criminal in here. I see.
I know that's a lie because I broke the law with you one day.
I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, John has 2 players on the Texans defense that he trusts and who he wants to see thrive more than anyone else. He'll tell you about that next.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Real quick, before we get to what we were going to do this segment, I'm watching First Take on the screen above you, and Tom Brady's pants from his final NFL game, the playoff game against the Cowboys, sold for $89,000. The jersey he wore in that game sold for $1.4 million.
What?
Would you buy either? And if you had to choose, which one would you rather have? Would you rather have the pants at $89,000 or the jersey at $1.4 million? Because you can afford both, but
I can.
Yeah, for sure. But which one would you?
Oh, you've been talking.
It's on a lot of sauce.
Yeah. Thank goodness. I mean, the jersey's the obvious answer, isn't it? But are the pants more unique? You know, like everybody.
I mean, I'm not hanging the pants on the wall because they could be anybody's pants.
Like if I bought the jersey and I hung it up in my office and I said, yeah, that's the jersey he wore in his last game, there would be a number of people that would be saying, yeah, right. If I bought the pants.
But you can at least say that was Tom Brady's jersey. Like, that is Tom Brady's jersey. The pants could be anybody's pants.
Yeah. Is it a number on the pants?
Yeah, is there no identification?
It's probably like written on the inside tag of the pants, but it's not like you put a number on the pants.
Well, let me take the frame off and show you the inside.
Yeah. But honestly, would you want
I don't want that stuff.
Yeah, like that. I mean, that was a bad game for him, right?
Yeah, but that was his last game. Still his last game.
Yeah,
I just that stuff doesn't really do it unless I have like a personal connection to it. You know?
Unless he balled out that game or something like that. I just don't. I'm like, I don't want to see him in the Tampa Bay jersey looking bad.
It's the only road playoff game the Cowboys have won in like 30 years.
Yeah, that's right.
I did not want to see Tom Brady go out like that.
It was historic.
Yeah, it was historic for the Cowboys anyway.
All right,
I think the jersey probably.
But you could buy both.
No, I couldn't.
You have that money.
I'm still waiting to hear from HEB.
All right. The Texans have a number of young players on their defense that they really need to have step up this season. I think that you feel really good about Will Anderson. I think you feel really good about Derek Stingley Jr. But they've got a couple guys that I know you are really looking at now.
Yeah. Everybody knows I call Christian Harris County. And by the way, Vandermeer said he's going to use that, so that'll be cool.
More royalties.
If Christian Harris, let's go back a bit. You're with me on Kamari Lassiter, like what he did and where they put him and how he performed in the 7-on-7 during minicamp. That opened your eyes too, right?
Yeah, I guess
He's going to be the starting corner opposite Derek Stingley.
Yeah,
at least until anything
way.
Changes.
Yeah, it appears that way.
It appears that way. So if Kamari Lassiter plays at that high level, and I'm not saying elite, but that high level, and Christian Harris takes another step, not only does that change the entire complexion of the defense, and we spoke about that a little bit yesterday, I'd rather that happen than some other things happen that we've often talked about, because I think it'd be a bigger impact. I think you just mentioned it, Derek Stingley, and then Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, you got to figure is going to be big time. Who knows with DeMeco Autry? Certainly Al-Shaair is going to be a quote tackling machine. But if you can add Christian Harris and Kamari Lassiter, Christian Harris at a relatively close to elite level, and Kamari Lassiter at a level better than you got at that position last year, and it wasn't bad with Steven Nelson. That's an elite potentially that's an elite defense. I'd rather those two guys reach those levels than, let's say, Dameon Pierce figure it out. Because you can find another running back.
Oh, for sure.
I mean,
And he's a second running back, too.
Yeah. Another thing we talk about is the whole Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan. Could they be the answer at tight end? You can get by with Dalton Schultz. You did last year with little hints of Brevin Jordan and maybe a hint of Cade Stover. People talk a lot about Kenyon Green. If he just breaks into the starting lineup, that's a huge win for C.J. Stroud and this team. But they were pretty good, or they may do, on the offensive line with no Kenyon Green. I'd rather Kamari Lassiter and Christian Harris reach those levels than any of those things. What about Titus Howard? Would you rather Kamari Lassiter and Christian Harris reach that level, or Titus Howard be the everyday right tackle?
Is Blake Fisher good? Because if Blake Fisher's good, that changes the equation a little bit.
That's why I put him on the list.
Yeah, so
I put Titus Howard on the list.
Yeah, I think I would rather have Lassiter be good just because I know that I have Blake Fisher ready to go.
Yeah.
And I think that they like Blake. I mean, Blake Fisher could have been a first-round pick had he stayed at Notre Dame. I think ultimately the goal is for Blake Fisher to be a starting tackle on one side. I don't know which side they think, but I think that's the ultimate goal with him.
What about Jalen Petrie? That's the other one I had.
I think he's really. I think they need him to be good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what are their options at safety if he's not good enough?
I mean, their depth chart there is a little bit iffy. They drafted, obviously, Kalen Bullock, but he's more of a Jimmy Ward free safety kind of ball hawk. So, yeah, I mean, who's going to be there? Lonnie Johnson? MJ Stewart? No.
And that's a really important position in the DeMeco Ryans defense.
Yeah.
Like, I think you saw
not as important as Christian Harris.
Yeah, well, I think Christian Harris, guys who make plays like that, that's the type of guy DeMeco Ryans likes. And I know that when he got drafted, there was the video of him and Lovie. There was the video of Lovie Smith just being fired up that they got Christian Harris. But he works in the DeMeco scheme also, and you saw it at the end of last year where he started to make plays.
The Browns game,
he started to figure things out, and that's a third-round pick. Like if you can get that type of production out of a third-round pick, that turns into an elite level draft pick that they got in that spot. So I think that he's incredibly important. Obviously, we'll see how everything translates. Like it's tough on I don't like relying on rookies to do a whole lot.
Yeah,
just because. It's tough moving from college to the NFL, and also those guys wear down. Like I know at Georgia they're playing long seasons at Georgia just because of how good they've been.
Yeah.
But there's a big difference between playing a 14, 15 game season and an 18 game season plus playoff. It's just a longer year.
Yeah.
Like you're starting in July and going through February maybe, depending on how far you get. Where the college season's just shorter.
Yeah, no, but I still think if you had to like either or. Give me those two dudes playing at that level, then really, I'm probably with you on Petrie, but not like wholeheartedly. I think if you can get Christian Harris playing at an elite level, I mean, Andy Clue said he mentioned all pro. I don't even know, but let's just say Pro Bowl level, and Lassiter as a big time well above average cornerback. Give me that over Dameon Pierce, Cade Stover, Brevin Jordan, Kenyon Green, Titus Howard, and probably Jalen Petrie.
PFF had Christian Harris ranked 49th out of all NFL linebackers last season, and I think, and I'm not able to go from the end, the second half of last year, but I imagine that he probably would have cracked the top 30 at worst if you go just the second half of last year.
Yeah.
If you can get him in the top 20, that's a huge development for this defense. It's an absolutely huge development if they can make that happen. And then if you can find that second corner, that's a massive development, because I think that you feel great on one side with Stingley. If you feel good on the other side with Lassiter, then and those guys are going to play together for a long time too.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. I mean, they're basically, the two youngest guys back there outside of Bullock. But no, I think like they could. We spend a lot of time talking about C.J. Stroud on the offense, and with good reason. But if this could be, I'm not even going to use the word elite, but if this could be a top 15, top 12, maybe even higher defense, I mean, who knows what could happen.
The ceiling is top 10.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt that the ceiling is a top 10 defense with the playmakers that you have, especially in the premium positions.
Yeah.
Like you have two really good pass rushers, you think, with Hunter and with Anderson. Then you have the corners, at least the one corner with Stingley that you feel like is a high-end type player.
Yeah.
And I think there's enough depth where they can absorb losing a player or two.
Yeah.
And that's important in this league where guys get hurt, and it's the whole dumb next man up mentality. You got to be ready for that, because
we're over that.
You're not keeping 11 guys healthy for a 17 game season. You're just not going to.
No, you're not. So, Figgy, what were you asking me before the show?
I was asking you, what was your most boomer take?
Where'd this come from?
So I seen the thread. I love a good thread on Twitter. So I seen somebody tweet and say, what's your most boomer complaint?
Now, you don't have to be a boomer to do this.
No, this is just, what's your old man take?
I'm one.
Because we all have an old man take.
Yes, we do. One immediately came to mind. And I am a boomer, so you can feel free to call me a boomer. But I don't think this is just a boomer take. Pull your damn pants up. Like, seriously. like this isn't 2001 anymore, 2002. Or it was probably before that when people started.
It was the 90s.
sagging.
90s,
It was the
2000s, yeah.
Like, I see these guys walking down the street, pulling up one side, holding both sides, holding the front up while they're walking. And I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand. Call me boomer. I think 20-year-olds could have this opinion. Pull your damn pants up. Like you're accomplishing nothing. It's harder to do things. Like I see people in stores or restaurants. They go get a fountain drink and they're pulling up their dude. Just tighten your belt, man. Tighten your belt. You can use both hands.
The worst is when they do have a belt on and their pants still sag.
Yes.
Like they just trying to show off the Gucci belt. Like, come on, man.
What's y'all's boomer takes?
I don't know if this is a boomer take, but can we get rid of these speed bumps?
That's not a boomer take. That's an everybody take.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah,
Everybody
I don't see no benefit of having a speed bump.
Well, there is a benefit. Let's not be silly.
No, I'm just saying in the car. Like, have you been in the car? Be like, you know what? I'm glad they got these speed bumps.
Ruining
here.
my car.
For real.
Gas is expensive. I gotta use more of
the
it.
The speed bumps at my apartment complex are the biggest speed bumps I ever seen in my life.
They're curbs.
Yes,
they are.
Yes,
curbs
you jumping
now.
over curbs.
Here's my other one. And this one might be just an old man thing. It might not be something that younger people use as a boomer take. It's hot in Houston.
Yes.
My wife goes out to check the mail. Leaves the front door wide open. Close the damn door. It gets hot fast.
She must ain't grow up with a grandmother who cuss you out for leaving the door open.
Close the damn door. I don't care if you're out for 30
Stop
seconds.
letting the air out.
You're letting the air out.
Same thing in the car when the windows roll down. Roll that window up.
You're letting the air out. So those are my two big boomer takes. And I will defend them no matter my age or anybody's age.
Yeah, I got quite a few, to be honest. One of mine is turn the music down in the restaurant. We is not in the club, man. I hate going to a restaurant and the music be blasting. I'm trying to eat my damn food. I can't even think straight when the music just blasting.
There are some places where you'll just leave. Like, I was in San Diego a couple weeks ago. We were going to go to a restaurant. They had some live band playing out there. Like, nah, it's too loud.
Well, live music's different, though. I like live music.
It's too loud.
You sign up for that when you go.
I don't know if it was. It might have been a DJ. I can't remember if it was a DJ or if it was an actual
different.
band. But you're just trying to have a meal. We don't need all
Exactly. This is my other one, man. What's the purpose of an LED headlight?
Oh, well, that's saving power and energy.
Man,
I like those.
Get rid of that crap, man.
Aren't they too bright?
I'm tired. Yes, they're way too bright. Every time I'm driving, somebody with some bright ass blue LED lights, and it's pretty much blinding me.
It's dangerous.
Yeah,
Safety
it's
hazard.
very dangerous.
I don't mind them. I don't mind the LED lights.
So you don't like safety.
I like safety.
You selfish.
Yeah.
I like safety. Those were the two that popped into mind. Do you have any other boomer takes that you?
I don't think so. It's one of those things that'll probably come to me at some point. But for me, it was the speed bumps, and just I don't like them.
Yeah,
and they're on every road too now.
Yeah, they
like
are.
even I'm waiting for Westheimer to get speed bumps.
Yes.
Like, how far away are we from Westheimer having speed bumps?
Oh God, no.
Oh man,
I'm just telling you,
God,
the
no.
direction that we're headed.
Yes.
We're gonna have them on the loop.
All right, I got another one, man.
Figgy the boomer.
Paper straws is not it, man.
Dude,
I don't get it, man.
I'm all about it.
I'm all about saving the economy other ways.
And utensils too.
Yes.
Like the wooden forks.
Yeah.
No. Stop.
That's another one of my boomer takes.
I'm gonna get a splinter trying to eat food.
Dude, I'm all about it. But paper straws?
Paper straws is not it, man.
Just don't.
Yeah.
Just
And then you spoke on the wooden spoons. To me, I guess this is another boomer take. I hate going to a restaurant, spending probably like $25 on a plate, and they come out with plastic forks.
Oh yeah.
No, give me some silverware, man.
Yeah.
Like, no, I ordered a steak.
That's right.
Don't give me chicken and waffles or so. Don't give me a damn plastic knife and fork.
It's being cheap.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what it
very
is.
So a texter says, and maybe one of you guys, I didn't say Figgy because I think it's Figgy, but I don't want to profile. A texter said, look up the origin of sagging, your pants, and you might not like it anymore. What is the origin?
It's got to do with probably prison or something.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the ones I kept hearing was obviously the prison story.
Yeah.
And then the other one was
It was a sign in jail, apparently.
Yeah. The other one I've been hearing for years was money in one pocket, my gun in the other pocket, so it make my pants sag or something.
Brother.
How much money do you have to have?
I don't know.
Money doesn't weigh that much.
I don't know. I feel like they just tried to clean it up so they could sag,
Yes.
make it cool to sag.
Yes.
But I got another one.
All right. Figure the boomer.
Bring back the real menu. Stop giving me a QR code, man.
Oh.
I want a real physical menu.
That's a tough one.
Because what happened is we started doing the paper menu or the QR code menus during COVID, and now restaurants are just like keeping it that way.
I hate when they have them on the middle of the table and you can't really see, like, or you're not noticing, and I'm waiting for a menu, and I'm like, oh, it's right there. You know, I'm like, come on, give me something to hold.
What if the Wi-Fi doesn't work?
What if the
What
Wi-Fi?
if you're in a restaurant where you don't get service?
What if you don't have a phone?
But what about the art? What about the art just looking at a menu?
Yes.
And you flipping back and forth. Oh, you see this? I think I'm gonna get this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be looking at my phone the whole time.
That's part of the allure of going to the restaurant is having the menu and the waiter or waitress giving you the menu, and then they take
And they
the menu
talking about it.
Yeah.
Like you can't do that. Like you can't like hold your phone to a waiter and start scrolling. Yeah, start scrolling and like, what do you think about the pork chop? You know, and then you scroll some more.
No, what's worse for me
Well,
is
and then you have to go. So you're scrolling down, and okay, I kind of like this, but then you have to scroll to
Go
the
back,
left
yeah,
just to see
Yeah.
like the full description of the item.
Yeah, or don't let me be in a Mexican restaurant and you know me, I don't know Spanish, so I can't pronounce a lot of that stuff.
Yes.
With a menu, I could be like, let me get that right there, point right to it.
Yeah.
But I can't do it with my phone.
Yeah.
Well, you can, but then the waiter has to take the phone, and maybe the waiter drops the phone.
That's very yeah.
And now all of a sudden you go
All
to
hell breaks
yeah.
loose.
Now you need a new phone.
We got bedlam.
One more boomer tape before we get out
Let's
of here.
go.
Washers, dryers, and refrigerators don't need no damn Wi-Fi. What we doing, man?
That's a thing?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
I'm glad you said that. I've refused to do that.
What are we doing, man?
Why would a washer and a dryer need
Because
Wi-Fi?
I don't want to call people lazy. I ain't gonna do that. But people want to start the washer when they're at
Remotely.
work and on their phone and all this other stuff.
Or check the temperature. Or like our oven has it. And I've used it like twice. Like I was in the backyard or something. Oh, let me see what the temperature, whatever. But it's a yeah. I'm with you. It's a hassle. Yeah, you don't need that.
Why do we have this? Is too much, man.
Okay, I have one now. The people that can start their car on their phone.
That's good.
No, it's
That's
not.
actually kind of fly. I ain't gonna lie.
that's
See,
good.
I'm from the Midwest.
They
So
tried to get me to pay for that. I'm like, no, I'm not paying
It's
for
hot,
that.
man. Get the AC going.
see,
Deal with it.
see, I'm from the Midwest where it used to snow like crazy. We used to have to warm the car up for about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So something like that would have came in, like that would have been clutch.
Yes. I think what we're saying here is pull your damn pants up.
Yeah, and I'm a boomer.
And Figgy's definitely a boomer.
He's the oldest out of everybody in this room. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, a one-time Texans target this offseason said something really scary. According to John, it is the unknown that could make things really, really tough in 2024. That's next on In the Loop.
What are Nick Caserio's early thoughts on rookie corner Kamari Lassiter?
I think he's very confident in a quiet way, is not afraid, and playing corner is about not being afraid because you're going to be challenged.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig on In the Loop. The Texans, I think the expectation was that they were going to sign Eric Armstead over the offseason.
We were all about it, weren't we?
It seemed like it was close. Obviously, it did not happen. He went to Jacksonville instead.
Mm-hmm.
And he said something, well, I guess it was last week during minicamp.
I think it was Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it caught John's ear, and now John is worried about the Jags.
Well, I think you can kind of extend it to the entire division. You know, I think, pretty sure you think the Texans are are going to win, or at least the pick to win.
Yes.
The AFC South. But figure you think the same thing, right?
Yes.
All right, so we get into the what if then. You know, and that's always the case. So they interviewed Eric Armstead. Again, I think it was actually reported that the Texans made an offer, right? Or they were definitely interested.
They were, yeah.
Yeah.
A trade offer.
Yeah, exactly. So Eric Armstead they interviewed him, and this is the quote he said regarding Travon Walker. Largely a disappointment, right?
Yes.
Especially
when you consider who was taken right after him.
Exactly. Quote, he had a tremendous year last year, and I know he's going to have a tremendous year this year. I think Travon can be the best edge in the league. He has that ability, and I think he will be. Now, when I was reading this story, I was thinking, well, he's just being nice. Young guy trying to get him going and all that stuff. But then in the course of the story, I realized over the last 8 games last year, Travon Walker had 6.5 sacks, 5 tackles for loss, and 9 quarterback hits. Something clicked over the last 8 games of the year last year. So it got me thinking, is he one of the scariest unknowns? Could Travon Walker be that? Especially with Armstead out there, you know, doing his thing?
He could, but I don't see it. I just don't see it. Maybe it's just me not believing in anything that Trent Baalke does.
Yeah.
But I just don't see it. I think anybody can be good at the end of a season.
8 games, though.
I just don't see it.
I mean, still young.
Talented for sure. Measurables that you like.
Incredibly.
He's got a lot of help too with Josh Allen on that defensive line. So he's not going to see like double coverage or anything like that.
Josh Allen, obviously.
But I don't see him as that much of a difference maker. And I think part of it is just he was drafted number 1 by Trent Baalke, and I just don't believe in Trent Baalke.
Now, is he ever going to be live up to number 1 status?
No,
probably not.
And he's not going to. You look at the guys that were taken right after him: Aiden Hutchinson, Derek Stingley, Sauce Gardner. He is never going to be as good as those guys.
Well, look, there's no way they would not trade Aiden Hutchinson for him right now. No. You know, in
let's be honest,
a heartbeat.
Would the Texans trade Derek Stingley for him?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but again,
four defensive players taken with the top 4 picks in the draft.
Yeah. As opposed to this year. But to be the quote, maybe the best edge in the league, that might be a little bit of hyperbole, but who knows? So it got me thinking about the other 2 teams in the division. Like the scariest, I called it the scariest unknown. I think it's scary, a proposition of Travon Walker being that good. Not necessarily banking on it, but I think it's scary. What about Anthony Richardson? Like Anthony Richardson, we do talk about a lot. Now, he sat out 2 of 3 minicamp practices, quote unquote, what they call it, precautionary or whatever, but it was the same shoulder that he had. I think he's definitely on the list, like the scariest unknown.
He's just so different.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's just such a unique talent, and you saw this when he did play last year. Like he was good, and he was better than I thought he was going to be coming out the gates. I thought it was going to take some time. I thought that they were going to be really bad last year, and he turned out to be a whole lot better than I thought he was going to be, but he couldn't stay on the field. And then the Colts were able to stay afloat because Gardner Minshew is a very good and capable backup quarterback.
Yeah.
If he is able to stay healthy, it brings a dimension that very few teams have. But I don't know if he can stay healthy. And again, if he's already sitting out minicamp practices, that's a little bit of a problem. And then behind him, I know Joe Flacco was comeback player of the year and had his moments.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't scare me.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco having to take over that team if Anthony Richardson gets hurt.
Yeah, honestly, he always scared me a little bit because I felt like if he had the right coaching to unlock what he could potentially do and stay healthy, I feel like that's scary overall.
That's why I'm saying.
I'm just not sure about him staying healthy, man. Unless he play a different way where he's not running as much and all that stuff, where he stay upright, I can maybe not be as scared. I don't know.
Yeah.
But he always scared me, man. I feel like Steichen can really unlock him.
Yeah, and the rest of that roster isn't great either.
Jonathan Taylor, man.
He's good, but you look at the defense, not very good.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the skill position players, Michael Pittman's fine, but I don't. The rest of those receivers aren't exactly terrifying. I'll tell you the one team for me, or the one thing you go to Tennessee, and I know we like to crap on Tennessee at this station, and that's fine. It's there's reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
I loved the Brian O'Connell hire. I thought he did a really good job with that Cincinnati offense, especially like they were okay.
Brian
when Burrow
Callahan
got hurt. Yeah, what did I say?
Oh, O'Connell.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Wrong Irish name.
Yeah, I wrote Bill Callahan.
Yeah, I saw that on there.
We're screwing all of this up.
I saw that.
Well, he is on the Titans now.
One of those Callahan kids, or O'Callahan.
He's there too.
Yeah,
but he did a really good job with the Bengals offense when Burrow got hurt. Like they stayed afloat for a little bit. The Bengals didn't fall off a cliff last year because of the offense when Burrow got hurt.
Yeah.
They fell off a cliff because the defense fell apart.
Yeah.
So I think that Brian Callahan is a really good offensive coach. I think he's going to help Will Levis a lot. And then with Brian Callahan comes his dad, Bill.
Yeah.
And Bill Callahan is one of the best probably the best offensive line coach in the entire league right now. So that will help the Titans as well.
Yeah, that was my third one.
Yeah.
What if Brian
Callahans?
What if Brian Callahan specifically works that magic with Will Levis? I know we're talking about Will Levis, polarizing, mayo eating, throws the long ball, but very inconsistent. But I mean, offensive coordinators, if nothing else, last year they make a world of difference with some of these.
Yeah,
guys.
I think they're a little scary, man. I thought it was weird because when they hired Callahan, I thought they were probably going to go into rebuild. But they spent a lot of money, man.
Yeah.
They loaded up. So I know it's fun to poke at Will Levis, but if he can lock him a little bit, man, I mean, I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs or nothing, but they could be some. They could be somebody that's in the way, man. I could see them winning maybe 7 games or something.
But also, who was calling plays for them last year?
Yeah.
Tim Kelly.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So you look at, listen, Vrabel, people like Vrabel, and I get that. Vrabel's a good head coach. But you look at who was running that offense, it's Tim Kelly in charge, completely in charge of that offense. Going from Tim Kelly, or going to Brian Callahan and Bill Callahan from Tim Kelly is a huge upgrade for Will Levis and the offense. So that's an interesting team. I kind of like Levis a little bit more than most. He wasn't great last year, but he was a rookie on a team that wasn't very good.
I like his arm strength.
Yeah, the offensive line was terrible last year.
Yeah.
It will be better with Bill Callahan as the offensive line coach. So the Titans I don't think they're dangerous. I don't think they're necessarily a threat.
Oh, I think they're dangerous.
I can see them being in the way.
Yeah,
they're not going to make the playoffs, but I can see them being in the way.
And so like all of a sudden, like nobody here is going to change their mind on the Texans. I really think that they've got something, especially now, and we'll see it when we get into training camp. You know how much more they really have something going. But there is a tough schedule. We talked about it earlier with all the great quarterbacks they're going to face. And if any of these teams can unlock, like we talked about, whether it's Trevon Walker and with Josh Allen, oh my goodness, you got a quarterback here that is you want to put in bubble wrap, or Anthony Richardson, or Brian Callahan and Bill Callahan and Will Levis. Yeah, they could definitely be in the way. I think that's the best way to put it, Figgy.
Texter pours some cold water on Trevon Walker, noting the opponents that he played the end of the season. Twice against the Titans and the Panthers. So, yeah, there probably should have been an uptick in production when you look at who he played against during that stretch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really afraid of him. I'm kind of afraid of that defense, though, because he could have probably the same year, stat-wise year he had last year, but they got some players on that defense now.
They do.
So that scares me more than him by himself.
The offense? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, all about the quarterback.
Yeah, that's the one great question for this season is Trevor Lawrence, and he still hasn't gotten a contract either. He hasn't gotten the extension. He will for sure. I'm surprised though that it's June 11th, and that has yet.
Pay the man.
And I want him to pay
the man.
Pay him a lot.
All right, coming up next on In the Loop, we will play the hits. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
All right, a shout out to Melinda here. Melinda had the very difficult task, usually, of selling her local home.
Or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's start it off. Astros in San Francisco. a series that they need to win as they continue their road trip. Could not muster up a whole lot of offense early. Scored a run in the 7th to tie the game at 1. They scored 2 runs in the 10th. You feel pretty good. You have a 3-1 lead going into the bottom of the 10th. The bullpen lets the game go. Defense was bad in the bottom of the 10th inning, and the Astros lose 4-3. Back-to-back, just awful losses that they blow late.
Yeah, and in about 20 minutes at the top of the hour, we're going to get into some more kind of angles on this, different levels that I think are very important regarding is there a date? Is there an actual knockdown, deadline, so to speak, to start either bleeping or getting off the pot on the game last night? On the heels of the game Sunday, just a gut punch, just an absolute gut punch, because I keep trying to find reason why this team might be equipped to make a little run, and they keep proving me otherwise.
They cannot. Every time it seems like they are going on a run, they give it all back.
Yeah.
And in May, they had a couple of win streaks in May, and then they would follow up the win streak by losing 4 or 5 or 5 or 6 or 4 in a row, something like that.
Yeah.
And that's the sort of stuff when you're in the hole that they are in right now, you cannot afford to have happen, and it keeps happening time after time after time. And this is the portion of the Astros schedule where it's pretty easy. It's not. You should be able to hold a 7-4 lead against a bad Angels offense. They could not do it.
Yeah.
You should be able to hold a 3-1 lead against a very average Giants offense in the 10th inning. They could not do it. And these are the types of games that when you look and you're 6 games out in September, you say, man, if we could have won those games, we'd be right there.
And what was that factoid that you gave us earlier? They come out of Mexico City, and you're thinking, okay, and they were what, 10 games?
When they left Mexico City,
Yeah.
they were 10 games under 500. But again, they swept those 2 games, and you're feeling okay. We're building some momentum here. This is when we start. This is when we turn it on.
Yeah.
They were 10 games under when they left Mexico City. That was what, 6 weeks ago?
Yeah.
They're 7 games under 500 now.
I mean, what are we
so
doing?
they basically barely chipped anything off the deficit that they put themselves in. And so they lose last night. The Mariners come from behind, and they beat the White Sox on a walk-off, and the Astros lose more ground in the division.
Yeah, don't look now, but they are now Mariners, 8 games above 500. So it's a weak division. I mean, it'll be a weak division all year, but they're starting to gain a little momentum as well.
And the other problem that the Astros have, Seattle actually has a farm system. And so when we get to July,
buy-in versus
the Mariners will be able to go out and probably make significant improvements to their team. They've done it in the past. Just 2 years ago, they had the prospects to go out and get Luis Castillo. They will be able to go out and get somebody if they feel like they need to.
Yeah.
All right. Continuing with the hits, Dan Hurley. This is a story that was strange and kind of icky with how it was reported. But he is going to stay at Connecticut, and that's a great recruiting pitch for him, where he can go tell kids, "Hey, I had a $70 million offer from the Lakers to go live in Southern California. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm staying right here at Storrs, Connecticut. So come play with me.
I'm staying here to be with you."
Yeah, I'm staying in the beautiful Connecticut to be here.
Well, Storrs. You've been to Storrs, haven't you?
I have not been to Storrs. Why would I go to Storrs, Connecticut?
You do not want to go to Storrs, Connecticut. But you're right. The Lakers, to me, are the story. They look awful here, because they're the Lakers, for God's sakes, and they don't lose bidding wars to a college in Storrs, Connecticut. It really is more of a testament to what's going on with LeBron, the Lakers star, the NBA, and the attractiveness from the best college coach in America. It's an awful look for
they looking like the Knicks right now, man.
They look like Nebraska.
Let's call it what it was. This was Dan Hurley using the Lakers to get more money out of UConn, and he has a friend in the media who was willing to put that story out, and everybody got what they wanted except the Lakers.
Yeah.
And that's basically what happened. And so Adrian Wojnarowski is the one who put the story out about Dan Hurley being interested in the Lakers. Woj wrote a book about Dan Hurley's dad. He is close with that family.
Yeah.
So, of course, Dan Hurley is going to leak that, hey, man, I'm interested in going to the Lakers. Woj can put that story out there, and guess what? Do you know who was saying last week that the Lakers were zeroing in on J.J. Redick? Woj's chief competitor, Shams Charania.
Yeah.
So Dan Hurley gets his money. Woj gets his scoop, and in the process, he makes his chief competitor look bad.
Yeah.
Just gross all around.
It was gross.
And he was never going to leave UConn.
Yeah.
He was just trying to get
I don't know
more
about
money.
that.
No, he was not leaving UConn.
I don't know if
He was just trying to get more money out of that school, and he succeeded.
Do you feel like the Lakers really wanted him, though?
Oh, for sure. I don't know if he would have worked in the NBA, or at least with that team in particular. He's a great basketball coach. And if you watch UConn, the stuff that they're running is NBA level stuff.
No, it is.
And that's why I think
he's still
he
a college coach that's a taskmaster and technical fouls and screaming at his player. That was the only hesitance that I had. But his interest, I thought there had to have been. I mean, he even came out and said.
He definitely is interested in listen, he put that out there that he's interested in one day going to the NBA. And again, that's why you then say that to Mike Francesa, and then you tell Woj, hey, man, I'm interested in going to the Lakers. You just float that out there. So you have the two things. Again, forces UConn's hand. It worked perfectly. If he does go to the NBA, he's going to need to get every dollar possible because he's going to rack up fines.
Rack up fines big time.
Technical fouls are not cheap in the NBA, and he's going to get a lot of them.
And is it going to resonate with today's NBA players?
I don't know if it would have worked with LeBron James and Anthony Davis.
Yeah, not the Lakers.
I think it could work for a team. I don't know if it would have been that team, but it's great for college basketball because you look at college basketball coaches that have left. Coach K, Jay Wright, Roy Williams. More and more college coaches are leaving just because they don't think it's worth it. Yeah. So keeping Danny Hurley is really important just for college basketball. Christian McCaffrey on the cover of Madden 25. I think some people here were worried that it would be C.J. Stroud.
Worried?
And that it ends the season. The season is over when C.J. Stroud is on that cover.
It ends the season.
That's just what history says. Has anyone
not recent history?
Has anyone been on the cover and then won the Super Bowl? I don't play Madden
Patrick
anymore.
Mahomes was on the cover at one point.
So
I can't remember if it was the year he actually won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So Superman is basically the only guy that could be on the Madden cover.
The season is over. So Madden 22 was Patrick Mahomes and
which came out in 2021,
and Tom Brady.
And remember, in 2021, Mahomes lost in the AFC Championship to the Bengals.
2021 was Lamar Jackson.
They lost early in the playoffs that year.
2020, oh my
And again,
gosh.
remember, it's the year before, so Madden 21 is the 2020 season.
2020 was Mahomes. 2019
and they won the Super Bowl that year.
Okay, there you
so
go.
So that's the one. Again, Superman is the only one who can.
2019, Antonio Brown.
I forgot about that.
The star of his own face.
Gronk in 2017? Didn't they win
in 16? Yeah, they did. That was, but he did not play in the Super Bowl. He got hurt.
But see, he
got hurt.
But see, that's
remember that now.
See, that's the Madden cover curse. The Madden cover curse was always that person doing bad that season
or getting hurt.
Yeah. So Patrick Mahomes never really he just lost.
The season would have been over.
Sorry, man. Be grateful. Christian McCaffrey is on the cover of Madden 25. So start taking your 49ers unders. 49ers unders. You can get some good value on those other teams in the NFC West to win that division. You can get some good value on the 49ers missing the playoffs. So, listen, I'm not telling you to do it, but I'm saying you wouldn't be wrong for doing it.
Yeah. You wouldn't be...
Be responsible.
Exactly.
And you can't do it in Texas.
I thought you could, because I've seen you do it.
I don't know what you're talking about. USA Olympic basketball, the women's team.
Yeah.
That made some news, and it's become official. Caitlin Clark not on the...
Official today.
Yes.
Yeah.
The, USA basketball just announced it this morning. Caitlin did make the USA women's team. I don't care, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why this became such a big story. I know she's probably the biggest star in women's basketball, but she is certainly not the best player in women's basketball right now.
Well, okay, so look, let's not any of us pretend to be in. Maybe you are. I don't know what you do in the privacy of your own home. Like big WNBA talent geeks, But everything I've read and heard is they got the best squad.
Yes,
they got the best squad that they, in terms of
actually pretty loaded.
Yeah,
they will win the gold medal and not have to sweat.
Yeah. But even if you set that aside, I'm just fascinated by the conversation.
It's bad.
I'm just fascinated by it.
Bad.
But the other thing about the conversation is, it's still good for the WNBA. Like people's like, oh, imagine all the PR they would have gotten. Have you not noticed what's been going on the last couple of days? They're getting more PR now that she didn't make it.
And people are still going to watch the women's national team in the Olympics because it's the Olympics and because that team is really good.
Yeah.
And they have been dominating women's basketball nobody has come close to beating them for years. Since I think they did not win the gold medal in 92. Since basically they've had pros competing, no one has been able to touch them.
Yeah, and then there's that aspect. Even if you do believe that the PR would have been better if she was on the team and you could find a Christian Laettner type of spot for her, like on the 92 Dream Team. He was never going to be a factor. He was never really good.
They just wanted a college guy.
But they wanted a college guy. If you could find that for Caitlin Clark and you think, oh, great PR. I don't care about PR at the Olympics. Like PR for Caitlin Clark in college basketball was important. Like it was important for her. It was important for the game. It was important for college basketball. PR for the WNBA is important. That having Caitlin Clark there, whether whatever level she plays at, is good. I don't care about PR with the Olympics. Just bring me the medal.
Yeah, you want the medal.
Just bring me the medal.
People are going to watch.
Yeah,
like I think with the WNBA, people are watching for the names. When it's the Olympics, people are watching for the flag.
They're looking at USA.
Yes, that's what they care about
USA.
for that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
I will say, I'm really looking forward to men's basketball in the Olympics just because the world has caught up to the United States.
Big time.
Oh, word. I mean, you look, the MVP of the NBA has not been American since James Harden.
No.
Like, that's wild
Yeah.
when you think about it. Like, James Harden won it in 18. Giannis won it a couple times.
Look at the upcoming draft.
Yeah, Jokic won it a couple times.
The U.S. is struggling.
Yeah.
So, but I think, and the Americans, Team USA will have, Steph Curry's going to is playing, LeBron James is playing, so they're going to get the stars out for this, and I'm interested to see who winds up playing for some of these other countries just because I know Jokic wasn't totally sold. Like Jokic said that he hadn't committed 100% to doing it. I don't know if Luka Doncic will play in the Olympics this year just because his season is going a whole lot longer than what it normally has. So, but I do think that will be really entertaining. And you get some of these teams that have been together, like the Americans are putting this team together basically on the fly. That's easy to do basketball.
And especially because they play so much together internationally. And I don't know how they pull that off because these are NBA players, but they just practice more. They have more camps.
They have more competitions.
More competitions.
Like you play, like in Europe, they have Eurobasket.
Yes.
And so like all those guys are playing Eurobasket together. They've also, a lot of these guys have grown up together. So that's how they're able to form, partnerships and form chemistry doing it that way. I do want to go one last story. Stanley Cup Finals, Game 2 was last night.
We're talking hockey, Figgy.
Uh-oh. I just want to bring this up because of just how different the markets are that are in the finals. You have Edmonton, Canada, the birthplace of hockey, going up against South Florida.
Yeah.
Who could not care less. And Dan Le Batard did this thing on his show yesterday where he had one of his producers or one of his people go just kind of walk the streets of South Florida and ask the fans, hey, what do you think about that hockey game last night? And not a soul knew anything about what they were talking about.
If you had to put this in like maybe football terms or basketball, no, I wouldn't say football, but basketball terms, what would this be like?
Well, I will give it to you in football terms. This would be like a team in China being in the Super Bowl. A team from China being in the Super Bowl.
That might be a little bit of a stretch.
They don't know anything about football in China, and they don't care about hockey in South Florida.
We know a little bit about hockey. It'd be more like a team in, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
somewhere between China and like Mexico and Canada.
They love but they love American football.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so they love football in Mexico.
It's one of those countries where
maybe Brazil.
Germany
loves NFL football,
but not like
they do.
They don't. I've been there. I've been to a game in Germany, but I'm saying like they love American football the way Florida loves hockey.
I think that they like American football
even more,
much more than South Florida, because they've had to move that Miami team to a bunch of different places over the years.
You're not one of these people that says, Houston hockey. Blah, 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 blah. I would love it personally. It would never, unless they win every year.
I don't think it would work. I think it'd be really. I think you know what? I take that back because it's worked in Vegas, and that's like the last place on the planet.
Hey,
where
I've lost all my money. Let's just go to a hockey game.
No, but they have an actual fan base though. Like that team is really well supported out there, and it's not just like from tourists who make the trip. So I do think that there is a market for it here. I wouldn't know anything about it, and so I don't think it would work for me. But you know, there are a lot of people move here from other places, so I do think it would work here.
Yeah, I don't. Not long term.
And somebody brings up the arena in Miami was great.
Well, that's bandwagon.
Yeah, and also, guess what?
That's bandwagon.
It's a 16,000 person arena in Sunrise, Florida, in a city of over 1 million people.
Well, I mean, everybody's heard of the Stanley Cup.
Yeah,
they're playing the Stanley Cup.
I feel like sports in Miami don't really hit.
No, they don't care about the Heat in Miami.
I know.
The Heat have been good. They don't care about the Marlins, the Dolphins. Yeah,
the Miami Hurricanes couldn't draw people when they weren't good.
Yeah, so that's just how it is. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we are going to get back into the Astros and the debacle that was last night. And at what point do you just have to call it on the 2024 season? That's next on In the Loop.
Nick Caserio, not a exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Belair on first. And the ball game's over. This ball is going to be off the wall for an RBI bases loaded single. And the Giants walk off the Astros 4-3. Second straight day the Astros have been walked off.
Yeah, just a tough loss. Just couldn't make pitches there and could get out of that inning. Just a really tough loss.
That was Todd Callis on Space City Home Network.
So sad.
Oh my God. The Astros lost in the 10th inning last night, and then you heard from Joe Espada. The Astros lose to the Giants 4-3-10 with Dusty Baker in attendance. First time that he has been in attendance at an Astros game since Game 7 of last year's ALCS.
I'm sure he walked through the clubhouse, gave everybody high fives, fist bumps, did a bunch of interviews, all that stuff.
Y'all wanted me gone, right? Y'all wanted me gone, right?
As far as I know, he declined all interview requests, and I don't know if he was in the Astros clubhouse before the game, but there were some videos of him like saying hello to some guys, John Singleton, Mauricio Dubon. Chandler Rome tweeted that he was talking to Justin Verlander before yesterday's game. He was out on the field for Giants BP. He was not on the field for Astros BP. Joe Espada did say that he did speak with Dusty and he got some words of encouragement from his old boss. But again,
did he talk to Diaz though? That's the real question.
I don't know if he talked to him or McCormick. So we'll have to wait and see on that. He'll be apparently, according to the Astros TV broadcast, he's going to be at the game tonight and the game tomorrow as well. But Dusty Baker's not the story.
Yeah.
The story is the Astros blew another game. And this is now back-to-back games, two very winnable games that, frankly, when you are in the position that they are in, you have to win those games. And so they could have been, had they just gotten 27 outs and done what they needed to do, they could be 3 games under 500 and not lose any ground on Seattle. Instead, they wake up today 7 games under 500, 7.5 games back in the Mariners. They are closer to the last place A's than the first place Mariners. Not good.
No, not good at all. And even when you look at the, by the way, the schedule comes into play here. When you look at the wild card, they have the Tigers coming up after the Giants. Tigers are ahead of them in the wild card. I think there's 3 or 4 teams still ahead of them, but they're
5.5 back of the final wild card.
Yeah, they're actually closer there, but they got many more teams that are pretty decent to jump. So I think it's a very simple question, because there is a trade deadline. It's usually the last week. I don't know. I think it's
in August now. It's in August. First week of August.
August 1st or 2nd or whatever.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
So you're a little bit over a month, maybe 6 weeks away from the trade deadline. Is there a knockdown date for you or for the Astros where they got to make a call?
And I'm sorry, it's July 30th this year. Last year was August. This year is July 30th.
I thought it was the 30th.
Okay.
So
sorry, ask your question again.
Is there a knockdown date where you got to make the call here, and what will that call be?
I don't think so. I don't think, and you heard Dana Brown reiterated this last week. He does not believe that they are going to be sellers. He believes that the team is too good to be sellers. And I don't see them falling that much further back. Now, the question is, if you don't pick up ground, should you be sellers? I don't think they will go that route. I really don't. Now, I don't think that they'll be buyers either. And part of that is that they don't have anything to buy with.
Yeah.
You need things. If you're going to buy something, if I want to go and buy something, I need money. If you want to go get players, you need prospects to trade, and they don't really have anyone at this point. And frankly, the guys that they have, they need to hold on to try and rebuild their system, which has just been decimated.
But here's the thing. Of all those options, the worst thing you can do is say, we're good. Because they're not. Because they're not good. I mean, they can be good, but they're not good.
But see, we've seen a lot of teams that could be good, that had good players, but they was just in a bad place where they felt it was best to, let's sell them off. And, this ain't working this year.
Right. So standing pat or thinking you can get it done as is, that's the dumbest of all 3 options.
It's hard, though, because the thing that they have to decide is, if they don't get it together, is this a 1-year thing or is this a trend of what's to come? And there were times where you look when they were 2006, 2007 in that range, they thought that they were still okay. And it was in 2007, they thought that was just a 1-year blip. and that they would be back the next year. And it turned out they were better in 2008, but they were never good, and then they fell off a cliff in 2009, 2010, and then that led to losing 100 games 3 straight years. So they have to decide, is this just 1 year? Is this just 1 year where everything that could go wrong went wrong? Or is this a sign of we're in big trouble and we need to start really looking inward at what we are?
But here's the thing. Even if you say, boy, that was a bad year, everybody has a bad day.
Yeah.
Everybody has a bad day. You wake up, it's a bad hair day. And that this is a season of a bad hair day for the Astros. Even if they do that, they shouldn't stand pat. Like, you either find some way to be a buyer in the offseason or whatever, not even by the trade deadline, or you start to sell to maybe accumulate young assets, not prospects, but young assets. Because, by the way, Kyle Tucker is smack in the middle of all this.
Mm-hmm.
We know Bregman, and that's probably going to not end well for Astros fans. He's going to move on. But then all of a sudden, do we pay Kyle Tucker, and how does that help us?
Well, they're not going to pay Kyle Tucker because if they were going to, they probably would have already, and they know what the price is.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing with Bregman, they know what the price is, and especially with Tucker's not going to Tucker's asking price is only going up with the way that he's played this season.
They've been jacking with him for a while.
And so nothing has happened at this point. If you do want to sell, listen, they could go out and buy, and I think there are little incremental things that they could do, and frankly, they should probably be doing now.
Mm-hmm.
Like we talked about this earlier. They need to address the bench. They need to address the back of the bullpen, not the back end, but those final couple spots in the bullpen, just to give Joe a spot of people that he believes in.
Yeah.
Because right now he has guys that he frankly does not. He has too many guys on the roster that he doesn't believe in. That's why you have Rafael Montero pitching for a third straight day yesterday, because he did not believe in the other two guys. That's why you have Jose Abreu taking that at bat against Camilo Doval, because he did not believe in Joey Loperfido.
Yeah.
Like, that's an issue, that you have guys on the roster that the manager doesn't believe in. So there are ways, so that should be addressed immediately. They should go ahead and address that right now, because you can do that, and you can do that cheaply. But if they decide, like, let's say in 6 weeks, they're still 7 games back of the Mariners.
Well,
Again, it's not, you can come back from 7 games back, or let's say they're 5 games, but they're in the exact same position. 7.5 games back of the Mariners, 5.5 games back of the wild card. You can overcome that sort of a deficit. But if they do decide that they want to sell, who are you selling?
Yeah.
Are you taking are you reshuffling? Are you saying, you know what? We have Victor Caratini under contract for next year. Let's see if we can get something for him, though. Let's see if we can pick up some sort of an asset for him. Chas McCormick has been pretty bad. I don't know if we're going to offer him even arbitration at this point next season. Maybe we can get something. Maybe we can reshuffle the deck there. Do you look to go a little bigger? Do you say, you know what? We're not bringing Alex Bregman back.
Yeah.
We know we're not going to re-sign him. So let's kind of cut our losses now and see if we can get something back for him, as opposed to just settling for a comp pick that's not going to get you a whole lot.
Right, but also, if you were talking about the final 2 spots in the bullpen, like I mentioned this earlier too, there's only 2 teams that have more bullpen losses than the Astros. So even if you think, and that's the horrible Rockies and Cubs, so even if you think, you know what, we can get there from here, we can make this comeback, I believe in these guys, the pitching has been looking a little better, we got Arrighetti, we got Hunter Brown looking a little bit better, we can count on Verlander here and there. Even if you get that, how is a bullpen like this going to survive in a postseason stretch run?
Well, the problem that they have is that they're overusing those guys.
Yeah.
So, like, last night counts as a game that the bullpen blows. Well, part of that is that they're using a guy who should not have been put in that position. Like, they should have never put Rafael Montero in position to pitch 3 straight days, because that's something that he had done in his career once.
Yeah.
And that's when he was younger and healthier. So asking him to do that last night, you are putting him in that spot last night, hoping to get lucky that he can get through the inning.
Yeah.
And that's the sort of stuff that they need to avoid. That's why you wind up using Ryan Presley on Saturday in a 6-1 game, because you don't trust the other guys that you have in the bullpen enough that they can hold a 5-run lead.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of stuff that you need to address. And let's say if they don't use Presley in the game on Saturday, he would have been a whole lot better on Sunday, and then maybe you win that game too.
Yeah.
So the fact that the rest of the league is working with an 8-man bullpen, and right now Joe Espada is working with a 6-man bullpen.
Yes. And we're talking about what's on the field. Now, do you have the manager? Do you have the manager that can be independent? You mentioned Dusty, and fight the right fights. Pick his battles wisely. Or is he just a beaten man that is going to do whatever he's told? because that's not going to get you there either.
I think he's been fine. I know that it's very popular to take down the manager when the team is not going well. And this is my thing too.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the players. Yeah. The players not performing, and you can only work with the ingredients that you're given.
Yeah.
And Joe Espada has not been given a very good roster. He's been given some good players, but from top to bottom, from 1 to 26, this roster is not good enough. Listen, Figgy, play if you can, play Espada talking about why he went with Abreu in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
Play that cut.
Yeah.
Because this tells you, I think, everything that you need to know. Like, they know what Jose Abreu is.
But he didn't.
They know, they're not under any illusion that Jose Abreu is a good player at this point.
Yeah.
They didn't have anybody else.
Well, they didn't have confidence.
Yes. That's the thing. They did not have the belief. Do you have it? Okay, play this.
Did you consider pinch hitting for Jose Abreu?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you?
Because I have confidence in Abreu. They are getting good at bat against the ball. And I needed to save, an extra runner. I'm very short on the bench also, having some players available today.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
He didn't have confidence in Jose Abreu. He's saying that he had confidence in Jose Abreu because that's what you say.
Yeah.
What he is telling you is that he did not have confidence in the guy that was on the bench, Joey Loperfido. Yeah. He had no confidence that Joey Loperfido was going to put up a quality at bat in that spot against Camilo Doval. That's why Jose Abreu took that at bat. 8 days, or I guess it's been 9 days ago now. Exact same situation. Jose Abreu up against Yohan Duran. They did not let Jose Abreu take that at bat against a hard-throwing right-handed closer. They used John Singleton. He had already burned John Singleton earlier. Now, you can argue that was a mistake, and I think that's a very fair argument to say that Joe Espada screwed up there, and he should have just gone with Loperfido or Cabbage or somebody else so he's not burning two bench guys. But they don't believe in Joey Loperfido.
But here's the other thing where he contradicts himself, and that's why I don't think – look, I get the roster and all that. We've talked about it a lot. I don't think it's just that. I think Joe Espada knows, and he's known for weeks now, that you can't mess around. Any game that you have a chance to win, you do everything you can to win that game. It's almost like a mini playoff mode. You're not burning, pitching pitchers on 3 days rest or anything like that. But you're in we got to win this game mode. And he showed us on Saturday with Ryan Presley. Or was it Sunday? Anyway, they're up in the 8th inning, 6-1, I believe it was.
They had just scored a couple. So they had already gotten Presley up because it was only 4-1 going into the top of the 8th. They could have sat him back down. No problem.
Still. A regular season game when you have a 5-game lead in the division, you might go, you know what, let's go with whomever, But no, he pitched Ryan Presley in the 8th of a 6-1 game because he knew we don't have the margins. We don't have margin for error. We've got to win this game. And then he completely contradicted himself yesterday. You could argue easily because Hader had 10 pitches in was it the 8th inning, and you could have brought Hader back because he's not going to pitch today anyway. Josh Hader. You could, so he's kind of contradicting. So that's a managerial thing.
That's more of a usage thing because they have used Hader for multiple innings a few times this season. But every time they've done that, it came on a day where he did not pitch the day before.
But then you go with Montero.
Listen, I thought it was a mistake.
Yeah,
I thought I thought that was a mistake. But I also understand the reasoning for not going to Hader in that spot because you're asking him to do something that he hasn't done.
But you're in.
That's why. And again, I use that same reasoning for why they should not have gone with Montero.
He has done, just not in that situation.
He has. So every time that Hader has thrown multiple innings, he did not pitch the game before. He pitched on Sunday.
Yeah.
Therefore, he's pitching on back-to-back days. So they have not. So they're not looking they're not looking to use him for multiple innings when he has pitched back-to-back days. I think that's how they feel like they're going to wear him down. And obviously, they have a huge investment in him, not just for this season, but in the 4 years after. Listen, I think at some point you have these two guys. You have Nick Hernandez and Sean Dubin on the roster. You just have to give them the opportunity to see if they can do something. And if they can't, that is on the GM. That is on Dana Brown to give Joe Espada guys that he can actually believe in.
Right, and you're playing a 26-man roster with 22 guys.
Yes. That's basically what – and that is – they have been playing at least one man short for the entire season because they had Gray Kessinger and then for a little bit Jacob Amaya on the roster as basically the 26th man. Those guys did not play.
Yeah.
Greg Kessinger started one game this season. That was when Alex Bregman was sick early in April. Kessinger started one game, was terrible in that game, did not start again. He has not taken a plate appearance of any significance since, and he was on the roster for basically the entire year.
Here's the last thing that I think you got to sell. I don't know what that date is. Pick one out of a hat. If the deadline is July 30th, July 25th. All right, you got to make the call. We're going to sell if you're still this far back. And the biggest factor for me is you got 5 pitchers that you can count on, or 5 pitchers, period, really, starting pitchers. Mm-hmm. And you got Urquidy and Javier. They're on the IL. They're done at least until mid next season. Like, you can't. Something's going to happen, either performance or injury with your starting pitching. Like, you can't say, all right, these are our 5 guys. Let's go win another ALCS. Can't do it. Because at minimum, if you consider yourself a contender, yes, you need some bullpen arms for the last 2 spots. You need a starting pitcher, man. What's been their motive? What's been their MO, as people say, to win and get to the ALCS? Go get a pitcher. They can't get a pitcher. They can't.
Time to sell.
They can't get a starting pitcher.
They have nothing in which they can use to get a starting pitcher.
No matter
right now.
what side of this argument you're on, they should buy. No, they can do it, or they can't do it, or whatever. No matter what side you're on, I think it's undeniable they cannot get another starting pitcher. They really cannot do it.
And they have the idea that they are going to be able to keep all 5 of their starters
healthy and performing.
You are dreaming. And the other aspect that comes into play here, 2 of their starters right now, Spencer Arrighetti, Ronel Blanco, have never thrown more than 125 innings in a season. At some point, you hit an innings wall, and you've got
That's
nobody.
why I said performance or injury.
So you have
It's okay, so let's
there.
go get another starting pitcher like we did in 2019 or 2017 or 21 or whatever. Can't do it. Literally cannot do it.
And again, this is a front office thing where as soon as Jose Urquidy got hurt, as soon as that happened, Dana Brown should have been on the phone looking for another starter somewhere.
Yeah.
Just some sort of depth. And that's why you wind up with Blair Henley having to make an emergency start in Arlington and getting one out and putting your bullpen in a tough spot because you're just not prepared. It's been just a level of complacency with the front office that has really hurt them. All right, coming up next, we're going to have confessions. I watched a documentary that has me kind of freaked out. I'll tell you about that next on In the Loop.
CJ Stroud is ready. the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig back on In the Loop. Let's do some lunchtime confessions. I'll go first.
Yeah, man.
You ever had the wings at Whole Foods?
The wings at Whole Foods.
Like in the little hot bar that they have?
Maybe I have. Like, do you take them home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're excellent. They are excellent. Really, really good.
Figgy's our wing expert.
Yeah, all right. I might have to try that.
Give them a try and let me know, because I'll go over there, go to the salad bar, and then I'll stop off and maybe get like 5 wings for $5. They're really good.
I feel like Whole Foods gets a bad reputation for being expensive and all that. There's some good stuff you can find. It's not cheap, but you can find.
The salad bar's great.
Yeah, the salad bar.
You go, it's like $10 a pound. You can go throw a bunch of salmon on there, and it costs the same as if you're going to throw some chicken on there.
That ties in with my first confession.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Dan Hurley got offered free wings for life. Did you see this?
No, I did not.
Big restaurant up there. I would mention it, but I don't have it open right now.
Is this in stores or in LA?
In Connecticut. I think it's a big local type franchise. Free wings for life. Here's my confession. I don't think I would want that. Do you realize how much weight you would gain if you get free? Because I would take full advantage.
Yeah, I can't do free. I love wings.
Yeah.
I can't do free wings for life, man.
Like that free Whataburger for a year promotion that they do at NBA games, that would not go well for a lot of people.
It sounds good in theory, right? Hey, I get free wings for life. Man, I'd gain 80 pounds. I would gain 80 pounds if I had free wings for life.
Now, in fairness, I don't think that Dan Hurley is having to pay for a lot of meals anyways in stores after you win 2 national championships and you kind of carry yourself the way that he does, but, it's a bonus.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So y'all know I was born on this earth to hate the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You absolutely were.
I gotta confess, man, my real hatred for the Pittsburgh Steelers is because I'm a little bit jealous of them, man.
Oh, sure.
These dudes had 3 head coaches since 1969, man.
And they got 3 more years of it, by the way.
That is, fam, that is unheard of, man.
The Texans have had 3 in the last 3 years.
Yeah. Dude, that is unheard of. I'm so jealous. Like, even I want to say it was earlier this year when Patrick Queen signed for them for a low deal, by the way.
Yeah.
And he actually pointed to the logo and said, "That's why I'm here." That's how I want my team, man. I want people. I want the Houston Texans to sign people, and they say, "Look at that logo right there. That's why I'm here."
That's why I'm here.
I'm jealous of that franchise so much, man.
Absolutely.
It made me hate them.
If I were an NFL team and I need a head coach, I would call the Roonies and just be like, what do you got? What are you doing in these searches? Like, what questions are you asking? Like, what is the formula here for finding? Because you look, Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, now Mike Tomlin. Again, like Figgy said, 1969, that's 3 head coaches. We're coming up on 60 years. It's 55 years and 3 head coaches. And they've all won Super Bowls too.
Yeah. Is it weird nobody really tried to take on the Steelers way? Because I would be trying to imitate the Steelers.
I think people always imitate, but like Mike Tomlin was hired how many years ago?
It was 2006. So we're coming up on 18 years.
Like everything's changed since then.
But I think teams have hired like their football people, like to run front offices. They've hired, but there are other teams that are like I've always been shocked that more teams haven't tried to poach Astros pitching coaches from the organization.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact that there have been some former Astros coaches that have not been hired because they were with the Astros. You look at the Miami Heat. I'm shocked that nobody looks to hire Eric Spoelstra's assistants.
Yeah.
Like
that's
the fact
so
that
crazy.
Chris Quinn has been his lead assistant for a while. The fact that nobody has tried to give Quinn a coach job, it's baffling to me because all that team does is win, and they do it when you don't necessarily expect it. So yeah, it is that.
Sometimes I feel like, people always act like they're football smart and all this stuff. Sometimes I feel like they're dumb.
Well, people,
they are, because they do stuff like that, but then try to hire like a JJ Redick,
or they try and sign Jose Abreu. It doesn't quite work out.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So remember that Malaysian Airlines flight that just kind of disappeared off the face of the earth?
Yeah.
I watched a documentary about that.
Oh, that's the one?
Yes.
I would watch that.
I have more questions now than I did before after watching. It's a 3-part documentary, and they basically get into conspiracies about what might have happened. Yeah. And
that was wild,
I think I actually seen that.
That was wild.
I actually seen that.
Like the first conspiracy is actually one that could work, but then the next two are just completely
like what? Spoiler alert.
Okay.
But
so the second,
so people know if you're looking.
This guy,
I need to know.
So the first conspiracy is that the pilot basically, it was an inside job from the pilot, and the pilot basically took control of the plane. He got the co-pilot out of the cockpit, and he took the plane down. And then he just like flew 6 hours until the plane ran out of fuel, and then boom, he depressurized the cabin, so everybody died.
Yeah,
and then just kept flying.
Yeah.
So that's the one conspiracy that kind of seemed plausible.
Okay.
The second one is that the plane was hijacked by 3 Russian guys who took control of the plane from the avionics room.
Wow.
And they just crashed the plane.
Yes.
And they crashed the plane.
Like a video game.
They crashed the plane in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
They go through this conspiracy, and then they have somebody come on right away say, this is not possible. Like you can't
do it.
You cannot fly a plane from the avionics room.
Yeah.
That's one of them. And then another conspiracy, I guess the last one, was that it was shot down by the Americans. It was shot because there was some cargo that was, because this is a flight going from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing, and there was some cargo that was a little iffy and drew some flags.
Get that, though.
And they were, and so the Americans were trying to intercept the plane. The pilot did not listen, and so the Americans, the government shot it down, and they went and they messed with the satellite info, like just all this.
That's too much.
Wacko stuff.
Yeah, that's too much.
So I have more questions about that plane than I did before.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So usually when a major sports media person gets hacked, I'm like, man, that's too bad. That's awful. This is, I think it's dangerous, not in a physical sense, but dangerous in terms of all the stories that get out there and misinformation. I got to confess, Buster only got hacked yesterday afternoon, and I laughed my ass off. This was like, I often say there's no such good thing as a good hack because it messes with people. This was pretty damn close. So some dude, clearly he was upfront about it. I'm just messing around. I'm just trolling. Buster only, the one that got everybody's attention was that Shohei Ohtani has been banned for life from the Major League Baseball in connection to charges on gambling. His trial is August 28th, and he could get life in prison. So already you're going, all right, this is a hack. But then he just went all in with this nonsense. He was just having fun with Buster. He tweeted in Buster's account, I hate the Mets. He tweeted that the Francisco Lindor, that's neither going to get traded. This season is
traded to the A's, right?
Traded to the A's, yeah. This season is canceled due to COVID, according to Buster. And then he tweeted one bizarre one. If you respond to this tweet with "Ogun" or some weird word, I'll give Buster his account back. I mean, usually I'm like, I was like laughing out loud.
It wasn't a mean-spirited hack.
Yeah.
And I think,
wasn't trying to scam anybody.
Yeah, wasn't trying to get money.
I think the guy or whoever the hacker was Russian because he had a screenshot of Buster Olney's Wikipedia page, and it was all in like Russian.
So he was reading it in.
So I don't know if he knows who Buster Olney is, or
maybe it's the same guy that had that Malaysian plane.
Yeah,
it might be.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I think I need to sue Disney, man.
I hear they got some money.
Get paid.
Yeah, I need to sue them. This is why. So back in 2018, I tweeted this. If Disney really want to be dope, they would make a prequel to Lion King so we could all see the story of Scar growing up. And I put at Disney Studio.
Didn't you mention that on air? I think I remembered that.
I think so. I can't remember if I did or not.
Yeah.
But this was, and mind you, this is right after they redid the Lion King, where they made it more action.
Yeah.
That newer Lion King in 2019. So in 2022, I saw a post with Mufasa and Scar that said a Lion King prequel to the 2019 movie coming out, which would tell the story of a young Mufasa and Scar. This is 2022.
Yeah.
So last month, Now, last month, they actually dropped a trailer.
Mm-hmm.
So this movie is called Mufasa, the Lion King. Man, I need to call Tony Busby. I need to call, Attorney Sam. I need Sammy Pendergast. I need all these guys, man.
Pendergast.
I feel like that was a pick six.
Hey,
man.
HBO stole my idea, and I know I said it on the air several years ago about the best thing that HBO could do was a prequel to The Sopranos. They're doing a prequel to The Sopranos.
Unfortunately, it wasn't very good.
Yeah, yeah. Still,
do we have anybody though? Do we have any attorneys in the audience who would like to sue Disney for Figgy and get yourself?
Yeah, Mike Meltzer, hit me up, man.
713-572.
We can create a whole team and we can all get paid, man. That was I
sue Disney.
Dog, I never seen nobody say that, man.
Yeah.
I tweeted that in 2018, 2020, I think it was 2022. That's when they dropped that they making a prequel.
Yeah.
You're gonna have like 6 attorneys on the phone.
No, hey, I'm listening too.
That are like, hey man, let's sue Disney. Let's do it.
Hey, I'm listening.
Let's take Disney down. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we are going to. We talked about the Astros. There has been one positive though that has come out of the Astros over the last month. We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 610.
all right. Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
SportsRadio.com. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
You know, he threw the ball really, really well. Really well. Executed pitches early, efficient. Both fastball, threw some really good breaking balls. Changeup was a plus pitch for him today. Really pleased with his performance.
That was Astros manager Joe Espada last night after the Astros lose in San Francisco 4-3 in 10. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. Spencer Arrighetti last night was outstanding. 5 2/3 innings. He gave up just the one run on the last pitch when he hung a curveball to Mike Yastrzemski. He struck out 6, allowed 4 hits in 5 2/3, and it's now starting a trend for Arrighetti. Last 6 starts, he's got a 3.19 ERA, and it's not like a lucky 3.19 either. Like, he's got 36 strikeouts in 31 innings. All the peripherals look really good. He's been excellent. And then you look also at that rotation. Hunter Brown has had a really nice stretch now since May 5th. Last 7 starts, which includes 1 game out of the bullpen, an ERA of 3.09. So these are 2 guys for the Astros who are so important, not just for this season, but they're even more important when you look at the future of the team. Because you look at the Astros rotation right now. Justin Verlander is 41. Framber Valdez is under contract he's under team control for 1 more year. He's probably gone after next season unless something changes. Christian Javier just had Tommy John surgery. Jose Urquidy just had Tommy John surgery. Lance McCullers is coming back from an injury, and he's made 8 starts since the end of 2021. And then you have Luis Garcia coming back from Tommy John surgery as well. So there's a lot of question marks that are in this rotation in the future. You've got Spencer Arrighetti under team control now for 6 seasons. Hunter Brown will be under team control for the next 4. The Astros desperately need those 2 guys to be good, and right now their returns look really good right now.
They do, and I think and personally, I was talking with you about this before the show this morning. Like, I'm not even really worried about this year. You know, it's more for next year and moving on down the road. But the ones you mentioned right there, like some of these other pitchers, you know what's interesting about this? And we were talking 2 segments ago about they can't get a starting pitcher like it like this year. They don't have the means physically to trade unless they want to trade Altuve or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that accomplish?
No,
that's not going to happen.
The only way that they could trade for a starting pitcher, or at least a starting pitcher that is any good, is if they like really dip into their system, and they just can't afford to do that.
And
anymore.
They can't afford it, and they don't have a lot. Who knows what the attraction is for other people? So they literally can't get a starting pitcher this year. So it gets interesting when you say that, like you're moving forward and the whole rebuild thing. We've talked about that a bunch, you know, or buying or selling. How does Josh Hader fit into all this stuff with what you're paying him? Like no matter which decision you're making. Now, clearly he would much appreciate a team that's buying and can somehow pull out of thin air a starting pitcher or some other relievers that could help to carry the load, or the offense, you know, starts being more clutch in late inning situations. Like, you're kind of handcuffed there with Josh Hader. What do you do there?
Well, he's happy because he got his money.
Well, sure,
and that's always been his big thing. Is I want to make sure that I.
But then he's going to be sitting around.
It is very strange. Again, giving that sort of money to a closer is not the best idea. And I had somebody from another team tell me that basically they were surprised that the Astros were willing to do that just because it's not the best use of resources. When you do it, though, you have to be good.
Right.
There is no point to having a $19 million closer if you're not going to be good. And the fact that he is in the first year of a 5-year contract, like, that's even more reason to try and continue to be good. Otherwise, you're just wasting him. And I don't know how much value if you were to think about moving Josh Hader, I don't know how much value he would have to other teams because of how much money he is owed.
Yeah, the top contending teams.
Maybe. Now, the Yankees, we'll take Josh Hader.
Yeah.
We don't mind paying him that type of money for the next 5 years. But for most teams that might be contending and might maybe want some sort of bullpen help for the rest of the season, they're not looking to commit that sort of money to a closer for 4 more years after this one, or 3 more years if the Astros decide to sell at this time next year. So it's a contract that you give out when you're good. When you're not good, it becomes very awkward.
Talk about an albatross.
But he's still good, though. That's the thing.
No, but
like he's still really good.
The team isn't real good, and they may take that seller's path.
I don't think
they may
I don't think they are going to take that path.
And they may stand pat. They may stand pat, as you talked about,
Yeah.
which I think is the worst thing you can do, and it's still not benefiting. I got one other question for you, and I've been meaning to ask you, and I can't believe it slipped my mind. Let's hear a little bit of what we just heard from Joe Espada first.
He threw the ball really, really well. Really well. Executed pitches early, efficient. Both fastball, threw some really good breaking balls. Changeup was
That's probably
plus.
enough, Figgy. I just wanted you to get a gist of what happened to this intense Joe Espada that you were talking about before the season? What happened to this fiery Joe Espada? Man, the last month, you talk about a wet rag, a total, wallflower, a meek, and by the way, we're not even talking about that sorry ass way he got thrown out of a game. What were you thinking, dude?
I remember we were talking.
I thought he was getting Bobby Knight, man.
Remember they played the two spring training games against Sugarland here?
Yeah.
We're talking to Espada before one of them. And just kind of talking about like ejections. Because, as a bench coach, you're not getting ejected. As a manager, you get ejected. And we're kind of asking him, well, how many ejections do you think he'll get this year? And we kind of I threw out a number. I said, all right, 3.5. And he said, over. And I think he really thought, I think the expectation was that he was going to get, it was going to happen a lot. For whatever reason, though, he's not that type of guy.
Throw me out.
Obviously.
Throw me out.
Can you throw me out?
I think that, first, I think that ejections are overrated when it comes to managers.
I do too.
Dusty never got ejected. Dusty got ejected once a year.
Yeah.
You look through his, I think he averaged one ejection a year. And a couple of his ejections here were when pitchers would throw at guys, and he had been warned
that
already.
was a pet peeve.
Yeah, and so that counts as an ejection. The angriest I think I saw Dusty Baker get in the entire 4 years that he was the Astros manager was Game 5 in Arlington last year when he got thrown out because of the Abreu ejection.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that manager ejections are overrated. But yeah, he has been a little calmer than I think that I expected.
Please throw me out, please.
There was one game recently where he jumped out of the dugout after one call. Didn't get ejected though.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It has been one of the more confounding aspects of this season that he has not gotten tossed more. Now
I was waiting.
You need to be more like Aaron Boone or something.
Well, that's not
get thrown out for nothing.
Maybe not.
Well, I mean, Aaron Boone is the exception. Aaron Boone, I looked this up. There have been very few double-digit ejection seasons, and really none of them have happened since replay because half the ejections would come because of missed calls along the bases. You don't have that now because you can challenge.
Yeah.
So there just aren't as many ejections now as there used to be. Aaron Boone is the exception.
Yeah.
Because Aaron Boone just complains about everything, and umpires hate that.
Yeah, he complains about it. He somewhere between Aaron Boone and Joe Espada needs to aspire.
Aaron Boone was at 9 in August of last year. And then once the Yankees fell out of it, he just chilled. Phil Nevin was a guy who got ejected all the time, but he was a maniac last year. That's not I don't want, if I'm a player or a GM or an owner, I don't want my manager getting thrown out all the time because you just look like a buffoon half the time when that happens.
Lou Piniella.
Yeah. You don't get them like that anymore.
I know, man.
You don't.
There are very few that can get away with it. I think it's important. You have to be yourself when you have these jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Espada could say, well, I'm this fiery guy, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, you have to be who you are. And if you try and fake it, that's how you lose a clubhouse very quick.
Yes. Well,
because
okay,
players,
so he's
players
not faking
know.
it at least.
Yeah. Players know. Players know who you are as a person because they've known Joe Espada now for 5-6 years. Some of these guys that have been around. If you try and fake it, players see through that so quick and you lose them right away. Yeah. That's what happened to Bo Porter here because Bo Porter would try and fake it and you couldn't do it. And so there was one player who signed this year as a free agent with another team. Mm-hmm. Bo Porter's now with the Angels. He was going to sign with the Angels and then decided not to once he found out that Bo Porter was on the coaching staff. That's how bad it was with Bo Porter. So,
dang,
you have to, and he's just a first base coach. Who cares about the first base coach?
Yeah.
But you have to, when you have these jobs, you have to be yourself. And if you're not yourself, then you're going to lose players right away.
Do you feel like him? I feel like he can still fire up a team a little bit though, man. Because I feel like a lot of managers, they get ejected. I don't want to say on purpose, but they kind of use it to kind of fire up the team a little bit.
Yeah.
And I feel like this team needs some firing up.
So I will tell you, because we asked the spot of that question. If that were true, if that were true that an ejection would fire up a team and it was going to lead to wins, managers would get ejected every single day. It's just one of those
But I
things
think
that
there's
does not
specific
happen.
moments
There
when
are,
it can help.
Yeah, there are moments, and
Yeah.
you have to kind of
Yeah.
pick and choose those. But I don't know if there's a time where, like, oh, if a spotter would have gotten tossed here, that
Yeah,
would have would have riled up the troops, and they would have come back and won this game.
And that's overrated anyway.
Yeah,
we got fired up. Do it for Joe.
Yeah, fans like to see it because fans want to see
It's
a show.
entertainment,
But
yeah.
it's not going to help you win games. It doesn't win games having
Yeah.
a manager, kick dirt on an umpire. That's not going to help you score more runs. You're not going to get guys out because the umpire has dirt.
They
on his
laugh
pants
at
now.
it.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, they laugh. The players laugh at it.
And they're not necessarily laughing with you. They're laughing at you.
they're
when that
laughing at you.
happens.
They're laughing at you.
My thing is, if it's a bad call, hey, let them know it's a bad call. I don't want to hear.
yeah.
I don't want it to be all calm. It's just like, you know what? It's fine, guys. Let's just keep playing. Nah, man, throw your hat in the dirt or something, man. Let them know it was BS.
Yeah, you're right in that there are a lot of things that are making Joe Espada's career here look bad. But I feel like we're both right. I feel he also is bad. Like both things could be true here. Like his hands are tied. The roster is silly the way they've constructed it. There's not a lot of resources. There's not a lot of depth. All that's all true, and he looks bad because of it. And fans are going to pick on the manager no matter what.
Yeah, the win-loss record is a reflection on the manager, but it's also a reflection on the roster. It's a reflection on the GM, but he's the front man. Espada is the one who has to sit there and answer the questions, and he has to be the one. He basically has to be the spokesperson for an underachieving
And that
team.
hurts him publicly.
Yes.
But
it
I
absolutely
also
does.
think he's not good.
But
And
also,
yeah.
and just one more thing.
Yeah.
He protects his players. Like, fans want him to go out and just rip players.
Yeah.
Like, they want him to rip Jose Abreu and say that Jose Abreu is awful and all this
Yeah.
other stuff. They want him to rip Ryan Presley and say that Ryan Presley is cooked and he is done and he should not be. And he's not going to do that. And so that's also what angers fans, is that they want Espada. They want the manager to say the things that they're saying.
Yeah.
When he doesn't do that, then it only just makes them angrier at the
Yes.
situation.
Yes.
So it's a no-win. When you are the manager of a bad team, you are in a no-win situation with the public because you can't throw your players under the bus. And if you don't throw your players under the bus, then the fans are going to be mad at you.
But it also compounds it when you're a manager of a bad team and everybody's pointing at you and you're also bad. Like, it's
I don't know if he's bad.
These last 2 days have done it for me. Some of the other things he's done it for me. And I'm not saying, fire him. He's horrible, but he's not an asset. He's not a plus manager.
He has not added wins.
Yeah, exactly.
But
He's not
I
a
don't know.
plus manager.
But I don't know if he's cost them wins either.
Yeah.
Do you feel like if Dusty was still here, that the team would be a little better, or would they be in the
I
same?
think they would be in the exact situation. If
Really?
Dusty were the manager, or if they had gone out, if AJ Hinch were the manager, they'd be in the exact same situation.
Mhm.
Again, 95% of it is about the players,
Yeah.
and the players have not been good enough. That's why they are 7 games under 500 right now. That's why they are 7.5 games back of the Mariners for first place in the division. It's because of the players. The managers get way too much blame. They get way too much credit. It's always going to be about the players. All right, coming up next on In the Loop, we'll go around the NFL. Some strange absences over at some mini camps, including one quarterback that you would not expect. That's next on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, back on In the Loop. Let's go around the NFL, and we'll start with the news out of Pittsburgh from yesterday. Mike Tomlin has been given a 3-year contract extension as the Steelers just continue to have just all sorts of continuity when it comes to that position. We'll go back to 1969. Chuck Noll from 1969 through 1991. Bill Cowher from 1992 through 2006. And now Mike Tomlin has been the head coach ever since and will be for a while. We're coming up on 60 years.
So that's
they've
the list,
had 3 head coaches. That's it.
That's it.
3 head coaches since 1969.
Let's name our list since 2018.
So who was, I'm trying to think, 1969, who was elected president in 1969?
That was LBJ, wasn't it?
No, that was Nixon. Nixon was
to 72. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so since the Nixon administration, the Pittsburgh Steelers have had 3 head coaches.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That is
That
wild.
is crazy.
Yeah, because Nixon was reelected in 72.
Yeah, 72.
So since Nixon became president, the Steelers have had 3 head coaches.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever see that again.
Yeah, 69 to 74 was Nixon.
Yeah.
That is crazy, man. Just think of any company
But
that had 3.
LBJ was the president when
he was hired.
When he was hired, yeah.
So it's so
Yeah.
we'll go back even
Just
further.
think of any company you could think of. Nobody ran their company like this. Only had 3 people as head coach.
Yeah.
That
I'll put
is
it this
crazy.
way. The first head coach that when Chuck Noll was hired, the first of their 3 head coaches, I was 6.
I wouldn't even thought about.
I was 6.
I mean, just think growing up in Pittsburgh, you've seen, if you're my age, you've seen 3 head coaches.
Yeah.
If you're let's see, if you're 30 years old living in Pittsburgh, you've seen 2 head coaches of the Pittsburgh Steelers. That is incredible.
Who had the #1 song in the country during that time?
Probably the Beatles, wouldn't it have been?
69. No, this getting into the Vietnam rock era,
Yeah.
hair, all that stuff.
And the Beatles might have been. Actually, I guess the Beatles were probably broken up by 69. So
Yeah.
maybe a Rolling Stone. I don't know. That's a good question.
Well, you're about to get the answer. Billboard.
Sugar Sugar by
Sugar. The Archies.
That was the #1 song.
I can actually sing that song.
Do it.
Never mind. Honey. Oh, sugar.
All right. News out of New York, the Jets. They had a couple no-shows for their mini camp. One is kind of expected. Hassan Reddick, the pass rusher that they acquired from the Eagles, he's holding out for a contract. But the other is Aaron Rodgers. And the wording around this is frankly kind of strange. Do we have Robert Saleh?
It's bizarre.
Yes. Let's go. Let's hear from Robert Saleh about why Aaron Rodgers was not there.
No, so we've got 2 inexcused absences. One obviously being Hassan. Spoke to him over the weekend. Appreciate the dialogue. He's in a really good place mentally, working his tail off like we already know, and but he's choosing to sit out this one inexcused. The second one is Aaron. Aaron and I spoke before OTA started. He's been very good in communication. He's been here the entire time. It's inexcused, but he had an event that was very important to him, which he communicated.
Both are inexcused.
Both inexcused. Yes.
So are they getting fined?
They're both subject to the CBA fine schedule.
So what is confusing about this, they know about it, but it's unexcused?
I could just see, you can almost hear it like, hey, Aaron, you going to be at practice? No, I got a thing. Well, we want you at practice. That wouldn't be an excused absence. Cool. I'm going anyway. That's bizarre.
It is strange, especially since he's been there for most of their offseason program. Just lie and say, yeah, we're cool with it. Like, it basically sounds like Saleh, they know he's not there, but they're not happy he's not there.
Yeah.
But say that. Just say it. I don't understand, why. I don't know. It's very strange, and obviously anything that comes out of that building is always a little bizarre just because of who the quarterback is, and he's a little out there sometimes. But not great, I would say. Just the reason.
What is the event?
I imagine it's a public event, so we'll know about it at some point. But again, that's weird too. It's just a very weird explanation that Robert Saleh just gave.
Yeah, and to just flat out say, they're going to be subjected to the. He talked all about it. He talked to me. We discussed it. Still unexcused, and he's probably going to get fined.
Yeah, that's the other thing. He is going to get fined.
He's probably going to get fined.
Which, we were talking in the break, wait, do they have to say unexcused just for, salary purposes? Does he have bonuses connected to being in a
if he has bonuses connected?
And that's why they have to say it's unexcused?
He better
they don't have to give him the bonuses?
It better be a hell of a good event.
It's not like he needs the money. He's going to be okay, but it's like Lamar Jackson missing out on part of the offseason program. It cost himself $750,000. I don't think that Aaron Rodgers has that much money tied up in his, whatever bonuses he might have for, taking part in the offseason. But I don't know if that's, I don't know. It's just strange, to say the least.
Yeah, to say the least.
The Reddick absence makes sense because he wants a new contract. So I get that. But Rodgers isn't looking for a contract. He just wants to go to some event.
God, I hope not. Hope he's not looking for another contract.
Coming off the Achilles, it'd be really, really funny. He's gotten everything else he's wanted there.
Yes,
they gave him his receivers. They gave him his offensive coordinator. He got a new contract.
Yeah.
I don't know what else they can give him. You want to change his number? Does he want Joe Namath's number? Does he want number 12?
No. They talked about that last year, right?
I mean, would you be shocked?
They said Joe Namath was down for it, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Joe Namath said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he flat out
Would you be
said
shocked if he changed his mind?
No,
Kinda
I
how
wouldn't,
he
but
is.
I doubt it.
We talked about this earlier, but just to rehash it, Christian McCaffrey on the cover of Madden 25. CJ Stroud, I think, was in contention. I think some people.
No, they said he was.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Yeah.
He was a finalist, I guess. Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Obviously, the Texans season is saved because he was not chosen, and the Texans don't have to worry about the Madden cover jinx. So that's good news for them. I don't know. It's a weird.
I don't mind it. I thought it would have been cool. I don't have
I'm past That's the stage. Who's meant to cover? I'm gonna go buy the game because CJ on.
Do you
the
play
cover.
the game?
I do sometimes.
I haven't in so long.
Yeah.
I don't have any consoles anymore. I don't
By
have
the way,
a PlayStation.
this is more to your point. You know what's trending right now, nationally? Peyton Hillis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the last
Getting some love.
the Peyton
As he
Hillis
should.
is trending because
hero.
everybody remember our hero. Everybody remembers what that was all about. So, but on that, on Aaron Rodgers. Here's the other part that kind of just occurred to me. Like, what kind of event is so important when you're trying to reestablish yourself?
Especially when you haven't been playing.
When you haven't played, and people have been wondering about, just how good you are, and you've been doing some bizarre things. I guess this is just another bizarre thing. Like, don't you tell the other people, look, man, can we do it some other time? Can I do another event? I mean, unless it's like a funeral or something, which they would have said something along those lines, personal, event. But he talked to Robert Saleh, said, no, I'm going to this event. And Saleh said, well, that's not approved. That's going to be, inexcused. And he still goes? Like, this is just another thing.
You better be feeding the kids over in Africa or something, man.
Yeah.
Building a school over there or something.
This is just another of the many, Aaron is really being weird about things.
Other absences from minicamp, Amari Cooper from the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
He wants a new contract. He's 30 years old. It's tough if you're one of these teams and you got these 30-year-old guys that want new contracts, because I would not want to give them. This is not an old person's game.
Yeah, he on a 1-year deal too.
So we'll see if that gets resolved. I imagine it will at some point. T. Higgins did not attend Bengals minicamp. I don't know if he signed the franchise tag yet, but he's going to play under the tag.
Yeah.
And obviously, if he hasn't signed, then there's no reason for him to go. He can kind of chill and not even bother with camp and not have to worry about the consequences.
One other thing around the NFL here, while we're talking about it, the NFLPA has announced the top 20 players in merchandise sales. I got to tell you, I'm a little bit surprised. I'm very surprised. This is according to Ari Mayrov. That number one, no big surprise, Jalen Hurts. Jason Kelce.
It's the podcast. I'm telling you, he has that podcast is entertaining and he comes off really well
Jason
in everything.
Kelce,
Yeah,
I guess that's
Not
it.
Travis?
No,
because Jason
Travis is fourth. They have two Kelce's in the top four. Number one, Jalen Hurts. I get it.
Yeah, I would have thought Travis Kelce would have been ahead because of obvious reasons.
That's why I wanted to bring it
because
up.
of Taylor Swift. But Jason is like more of a
everyman.
Yes, thank you. That's a great way to put it. People can relate to Jason Kelce a whole lot more than they can relate to Travis. And I enjoy the stuff that.
Well,
that
there's
Jason
some other
Kelce
ones
puts
that
out
were
there.
interesting to me. Okay, I'll do the top five because there's really no surprise here other than Jason Kelce.
A center.
1, Jalen Hurts, retired center. 2, Jason Kelce. 3, Patrick Mahomes, obviously. 4, Travis Kelce. 5, Christian McCaffrey. Cool, right? I think except for Jason. We're all good with that. There is no C.J. Stroud in the top 20.
I'm not surprised by that, to be
I
honest
am.
with you.
Figgy?
Still very young in this
Top
whole thing.
20?
Still young.
He's gotten a ton of love over the last few months.
But, I wonder, that's probably, it takes some time probably for that to register. I bet you do this, if you make out this list 6 months from now, C.J. Stroud is probably in the top 10.
Yeah.
And if you do this a year from now, C.J. Stroud is probably in the top 5.
Who is 15 through 20?
Here, I'll give you the whole list. I'll give you 15 through 20.
Yeah, 15 through 20.
Because these are the guys that edged C.J. Stroud out.
Yeah, I want to see if these guys are actually worth getting the jersey over C.J. Stroud.
Brace yourself. 15, Tua.
I can see that.
I cannot. I cannot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. If I just his last name alone, I don't know if I just get a jersey like that.
16, George Kittle. Now, this is interesting.
I'm surprised he that low.
Right. That's what I was going to say, Figgy. When you have a big personality, you sell jerseys. So that's not a surprise to me, but if anything, it's that he's that low. 17, Devontae Smith.
I think there's a lot of Eagles on this.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this is Eagles. The Eagles are very popular.
Yeah.
Because did you have Jalen Hurts on there?
Jalen Hurts was 1.
Yeah. So
yeah.
the top 2 on the list are Eagles. You have Jalen Hurts and then you have Jason Kelce.
Yeah. And then, of course, 18, Aiden Hutchinson.
Okay.
I get it, but higher than C.J. Stroud?
Again, a year older. and they were
okay. 19 is Lamar Jackson, a little low for me.
Yeah,
very low.
That's low for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Won the
of
MVP.
him. Yeah.
And,
MVP of the league.
And 20 is Dak Prescott.
That's low too.
Yeah,
Dallas Cowboys.
CeeDee Lamb is 13, and Dak is 20. I think this is all about likability, branding. You mentioned Jason Kelsey, and I mentioned George Kittle. Obviously, Travis Kelsey there's some big time branding there. Some of them are just as basic as they're good players. Here's where you're gonna wonder how this guy made this list and C.J. Stroud didn't. Number 12 overall in jersey sales. Again, just released by the NFLPA, jersey sales. Jordan Love. How is Jordan Love?
Packers. Green Bay Packers.
Come on, man.
Yep, Green Bay Packers. That is a national brand. The Green Bay
I
Packers.
get it. Jordan Love is 12, and C.J. Stroud doesn't make the list. That goes back to your Steelers point, Figgy.
Yeah, the brand.
I think it's more team-based than player-based. That's why you have the Eagles all over that list. That's why you have 2 Cowboys on that list. That's why you have the Packers quarterback on that list. It's all about brand, and there are some brands that carry more weight. Now, if the Texans start winning games, and if the Texans are making deep playoff runs, then all of a sudden the brand changes and they become a little bit more popular. But I don't know. There probably haven't been a whole lot of Texans on that list over the years. You can probably name a few. Watt, Deshaun. Deshaun was probably on there. We sure Andre was on there?
Yeah, Andre was pretty damn popular. He was just a guy.
And then maybe Arian Foster.
Fantasy football helped too.
Yeah, and Arian Foster was probably on there, and then that's probably it for a 20-year stretch.
Yeah,
not a lot of marketable guys, just because the team hasn't been all that relevant when it comes to just nationally.
And the Packers brand gives Jordan Love that kind of push.
Absolutely. Yeah. You go to NFL games.
I'm quite familiar.
When the Packers don't play here very often, but when they do, there are a lot of Packers jerseys in the crowd. When you go to an Eagles game, we were at an Eagles game here a couple years ago.
They travel well.
The whole lower level was
there.
Green.
That was the same day as Astros.
Yeah, that's the World Series.
Yeah.
Astros Phillies World Series.
That
it was all green.
All Eagles.
Go ahead and.
Well, internet's going to be going nuts in a minute.
Okay.
And Joey Chestnut has been banned.
Damn.
From the 2024, and this is not a hack, by the way, from the 2024 Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. So we'll tell you why that.
I want to hear this now.
We'll tell you exactly about that. The great, most dominant, air quote, athlete, most dominant performer in American sports?
I was about to say, don't you say sports.
No, I was going to say,
don't you say sports,
American,
man.
What's the word on the culture?
No, say sports. Sports.
Eating a damn hot dog, man.
This is Joey Chestnut.
So
banned.
So basically now somebody can win the hot dog eating contest. This opens it up for everybody. It's like it's like when Rafa Nadal doesn't play the French Open. Now somebody else has a chance to win.
Well, the other guy retired about a month ago.
So we're about to have some new blood in the hot dog eating contest. That's what you're telling me.
So this is like...
It's a new era.
This is like banning Shohei Ohtani from baseball. That was the hack on Buster Olney.
Yeah.
This is actually like it in this world of competitive eating.
And we're about to go into a new era of competitive eating. We'll find out the reason why Joey Chestnut has been banned from the hot dog eating contest. Plus, there are a couple of other reasons the internet has been going nuts. We'll give you those next on Sports Radio 610.
What are The app.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, back on In the Loop. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig are with you we're here until 2. Ron and Clint will be we'll hand off to Ron and Clint after that. So, mentioned this in the last segment, and this is now trending. If you missed it, Joey Chestnut, the greatest competitive eater in the history of competitive eating, I guess.
16 he's won, right?
Is it 16 hot dog eating contests in a row? He will not be allowed to compete in this year's hot dog eating contest after he signed a 4-year, $1.2 million deal with Impossible Foods, a vegan food company. And this is coming from the New York Post. Chestnut was paid $200,000 for his appearance in last year's hot dog eating contest.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can't imagine he's getting $1.2 million per year from Impossible Foods.
Still a lot of money.
But he's still getting, like you say, he's still getting a lot of money, and he'd be getting more, just by taking the 1.2 as opposed to the next 4 years getting the $200K from the hot dog eating contest. It's a very strange story. I don't know why he would be banned just for endorsing a vegan product.
What's dumber? Him signing this deal. By the way, I guess they have a beef, huh? See what I mean?
No.
Oh man, they have a beef, don't they?
Yeah. Thank you.
What's dumber or more ill-advised? Because it's kind of hard to say it's dumb to take $1.4 million. 1.2. But what's more ill-advised? Him signing with Impossible Foods and being banned from Nathan's hot dog eating contest, or them banning him?
Them banning their biggest star?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, from his standpoint, I think it's kind of smart. You getting your money elsewhere. And you 12 years in a row, you goat status at this point.
It is, like I said, we were kidding about the Buster Olney hack when somebody hacked, Shohei Ohtani has been banned from the MLB for life, and it was all false, obviously. But he is Ohtani. He's Ohtani.
He's bigger.
Yeah.
He's bigger than Ohtani. Ohtani never won anything.
Yeah.
Never, he's never won a competition.
And all you have to do is, like, this happened in the course of the segment, so I mentioned it to you, and that's why we put it on the internet going nuts. Open Twitter right now. Like, 80% of the tweets are not about, like, the NFL or Major League Baseball or trades and all that. It's about Joey Chestnut.
I'm kind of curious now where he plan on going, I guess, in the future now, because he can't do these.
He can start his own eating contest. He can start his own contest.
That's what I wonder.
Absolutely.
I wonder if he's planning on doing this with, like, Impossible Foods.
He could
vegan hot dogs or something like that.
He can start another. There are a million other. I don't know, a million, but there are a bunch of other hot dog companies that he could start his own competition.
He might
with.
do an impossible one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's why I'm wondering where he going with this, because he wouldn't have did it if he knew he was probably going to get banned or something like that.
So he gets $1.2 million from Impossible Foods, and he basically can start his own competitive eating league or contest or anything that he wants. So that's more money right there. So I think for him, this is a no-brainer.
And money-wise, and he's bigger than the game. He's Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
He's Shohei Ohtani, truly bigger than the game. Michael Jordan says he wants this. LeBron says he wants that. You better damn well give it to him. He's bigger than them in that context. But keep in mind, about a month ago, remember we talked about it here, Figgy, Kobayashi, who's won 6 times. So Chestnut has won 16 times. Like, think about that. Kobayashi won 6 times, and it was his biggest competitor year in, year out in the hot dog. He retired for, quote, health reasons. Go figure. No kidding. So no Kobayashi, no Joey Chestnut. This is your year, man.
Who, me?
Yes, this is your year.
I can't eat like that.
I'll tell you what, Sean Pendergast.
There you go.
I think he's the 10th ranked kolache eating eater in the world.
I mean, it's a wide open field now for anybody. It is a wide open field. It is a new era of competitive eating, and someone's got to take the crown.
My question is, who the hell going to watch now?
I mean, I wasn't watching before, so.
I did. I checked in.
Really?
No, yeah, just like,
So these two guys being out of it, you still going to check this out? Because I would see people checking it out just to see.
Because of the one guy.
Yeah.
He's the TV draw. He's the LeBron.
So now
it's
like
LeBron.
Yeah. I'm cool now.
I'm straight.
I was cool before, but I'm definitely cool now.
Definitely cool now.
We'll have to wait and see how this works out, but I imagine I mean, Joey Chestnut is a bigger star than the actual competition, I would think.
Yeah, he was. It didn't start out that way. There used to be others, but yes, now.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, Buster Olney, MLB Insider, was hacked yesterday.
Yeah.
And normally, you get hacks, and they're kind of mean-spirited, or they're doing something bad. They want to do something
or they
to
want
maybe
money.
It's scamming.
It's a scam.
Buy this PlayStation 5 here.
They're trying to embarrass the other person. They're changing everything on the profile. They have malicious intent.
Yes.
This was the one hack that really didn't have malicious intent.
It was funny. It was hilarious. Some of the things that they tweeted. I like the one, if you respond this word, it was a bizarre word. I'm sure it meant something. I'll give Buster back his account. That one, and I hate the Mets.
Which I think people think Buster only hates the Mets, and they think he's very pro-Yankees.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Astros fans would probably say that about him as well. He's very pro-Yankee, so having Buster only tweet out, I hate the Mets is great.
It was a funny hack. Still wouldn't want it, but it was funny.
And there were some other things. You mentioned the Ohtani one. There was one trade where the A's were going to get Francisco Lindor, which obviously would never happen because Lindor actually makes money and is a good player, even though he hasn't been good this year. But yeah, it was certainly a different one.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, what are your thoughts on Joe Mazzulla?
My thoughts on Joe Mazzulla? Well,
as he now is in the spotlight here in the NBA Finals.
My thoughts on Joe Mazzulla. You got to be better than that, right? I mean, that's him. I guess he can't be something he's not. He's a little bit off center. He is a little bit off center. Keep in mind, he was asked, I guess he was asked about Drew Holiday.
This was after game 2.
Yeah, after game 2. This was his answer. Asked a question about Drew Holiday. This is a question about Drew Holiday.
Listen, you got to take a look at, we gave up a 26-point first quarter and then 3 25-point quarters. In the 26-point first quarter, we fouled a 3-point, we messed up the 2 for 1 and fouled a 3-point shooter. For 3 free throws, Luka gets 2 shooting free throws. We give up a transition basket to P.J. Washington. P.J. Washington hits an above the break 3. That's almost 70% of the points there. So that, the game was going the way we wanted it to go, outside of the things that we can control.
What's going on?
He remembers, got a good memory.
He's Rain Man. Why is he talking so fast?
That I don't know. He has been, I don't watch the Celtics a lot, but the interactions he has with the media are very strange.
Was that one, that was a weird question, and he just answered, he goes into a whole different direction. The question was over here, and the answer was 180 degrees the other way.
And he will mix it up with reporters too.
Yeah,
and he will be the one who starts the confrontation.
Yeah,
he will just bring it up on his own with certain people. So it's a weird way of doing things. Now he's won games and that's helped certainly, but yeah, he comes off very awkwardly. And this is a guy who hasn't really been in. He only got the job because Ime Udoka screwed up.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why he became the head coach, and then all the other assistants had left to take other jobs. They had Will Hardy on that staff. He left. They passed over Damon Stoudemire. So it was just bizarre.
So what would you think of him as a coach if they win the championship?
If they win the I think he's a good coach. I do think he's awkward, and he's got some rough edges that he's need to figure out, but you can tell, he's really smart. He's got a really good basketball mind. He knows what's going on. But from the hardest aspect of these jobs is the public aspect. It's dealing with the media and it's dealing with players. The X's and O's for these guys, for the most part,
yeah, they got that.
It comes really easy.
Yeah.
It's just the public aspect of the job. He's got to get better with that part. But I think overall, he's a good basketball coach. He's a good X's and O's basketball coach. They do some smart things. He knows how to use his players. He's done a pretty good job here this postseason of adjusting. He did not really in last year's postseason. So yeah. I think he's fine. But he's just weird.
Did you see that James Harden had the internet going nuts?
I got the internet going nuts.
This was just, there's no audio. There's no real.
Do we know whose wedding this was, by the way?
I do not, and I wondered that myself. So James Harden was at the very back. The bride throws the bouquet. He couldn't have been. His back was against the wall.
Yeah,
on the opposite wall, the very, very back. Somehow she throws the bouquet and it skips across the top of all these women reaching for it, and falls into the hands of his girlfriend or date or whatever. He said the story I saw said girlfriend, and then she turns to him, and the look on his face
Yeah.
was like
he didn't look excited.
If that girl would have saw that look on his face, she should leave him right now.
I'm guessing she's seen it now.
I know she ain't gonna leave him probably for obvious reasons.
I think he's going to request a trade. That's what he does in these situations. When it's all on the line, he's got to request a trade.
Do you know who the girl is?
I do not.
I don't know who she is.
I didn't even know he had a girlfriend.
I didn't either.
I thought he had a lot of girlfriends.
He does a really good job of keeping his personal life quiet.
Yeah.
Like there's some stuff that has gotten out. For the most part, he's kept his stuff very, very quiet. I give him credit for that because it's not easy for these guys.
She should know where their place is now. Like, we ain't about to have a wedding no time soon.
And the best part of it, that wasn't like some act.
No.
Like
he wasn't trying. I don't think he knew he was on camera and all this other stuff.
Yeah, he was like, what?
Yeah.
What?
I do want to bring this up because we were talking about the C.J. Stroud jerseys and how he's a little lower on the merchandise list than you thought.
Yeah.
Somebody brought it up, and this is a good point. People knew that the Texans were getting new jerseys, so maybe that's why the jersey sales weren't high for him.
That's not
just
bad.
because they didn't want to buy the old jersey, and then now you got to buy the new jersey. So that one made sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's probably it.
And I think there's I said this the last segment. I think there's a really good chance that when this list comes out in 6 months, he's easily in the top 20, and in a year, especially if they have a good year, he's in the top 10, maybe even the top 5. Like,
he's definitely like one of the popular quarterbacks for younger kids too.
Yeah.
They love CJ. It kind of remind me of like a young Kyrie Irving, how every kid just love Kyrie Irving for some reason. And that's what that remind me of a little bit.
Kids still do love Kyrie.
They do, they do.
Players love Kyrie Irving.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think if you poll players around the league, they would like have Kyrie in their top 5 right now.
It's so funny because like all the superstars in the league, like the LeBrons and all this other stuff, people always say, you know what, Kyrie. Like I think even more than Curry. I think they just look 100%. At Kyrie. Yeah.
And that's why you see a lot of these players say the same stuff about like Jalen Green. Like, they love Jalen Green. They rave about Alperen Şengün. And sometimes players know, sometimes players don't really know.
But players also are young.
Yes.
And they like the same thing that the kids like. They like the flash and the ability, but like coaches are a different story. Like, is he really a winning piece? We're not going to get into that, but I'm saying that's kind of a factor too, in my view.
I got the internet going nuts.
One more. I'm going to give you an option here. You can take $70 million and live in L.A., or you can live in Storrs, Connecticut. Which one are you picking?
How much am I making in Storrs?
Let's say half that.
Give me L.A., please.
Okay. Yeah. Danny Hurley went the other direction.
But you're missing the free wings.
Lifetime supply of free wings.
Don't forget the free wings.
Yeah.
Danny Hurley choosing Storrs, Connecticut over Los Angeles, California.
Yeah.
Caught some people a little off guard.
What's that like? Like choosing in Texas?
Stores between Storrs and like Lubbock and Austin, probably.
Yeah.
Go to UT or go to Texas Tech.
That's like saying, hey, you want to coach the Houston Texans CJ Stroud for all this money and all this other stuff, or you want to just keep coaching and love it?
Yeah. That's probably it.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, there are going to be some changes in the NFL this season, but we think that there should be others. We'll get into what we think the league should try and do to improve itself. That is next on In the Loop.
The Astros.
you can count on. Bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys, bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nuggets, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. We've got, let's see, about 13 minutes until we welcome Ron and Clint into the studio. A little bit of breaking news from the NBA Finals. Kristaps Porzingis, who was just awesome in Game 1 of the NBA Finals and was okay. He got hurt again in Game 2. He is day-to-day. He suffered. I'll let you.
Tell me the injury.
I can't. It's
No,
I don't think it's
please.
English.
Please tell me the injury.
Kristaps Porzingis is day-to-day after suffering a rare torn medial retinaculum, allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialitis tendon.
What is that?
I'm laughing with you, not at you, because
I don't even know what he hurt.
Is that on the leg?
Where is that?
I don't know.
Is it on your head, your shoulder, your arm?
I'm smart. I'm not that smart.
The medial retinaculum is how I would say it. Posterior tibialis tendon.
Sure.
Figgy, can you pronounce that for me?
No, I cannot. Man. I have a hard time saying my damn name at times.
You know what? I'm gonna clip and paste. I don't even know where this is.
I don't either. Joe, I will say, Joe Mazzulla said that it's serious and that the team has taken the decision of whether or not he plays out of his own hands. But obviously they did not say if he'll play in Game 3 tomorrow. And this is a series. This could be a series shifting injury. Like, the Celtics are really good without him, but he takes them to another level. And I think you saw that in Game 1, where as soon as he stepped on the floor, that's when the Celtics made their big run. It kind of reminds you a little bit of Donovan Clingan at UConn. Like, UConn was really good when he wasn't out there, but he unlocked stuff when but that team.
That's a
unbeatable.
great way to put it. That's a great way to put it.
And so that's what Porzingis is like for them. He allows them to play 5 out. He can shoot, and then the rim protection is something that you can't.
Okay, I finally found it.
Okay,
because I searched posterior tibialis tendon dislocation. By the way, based on this, and didn't Mazzulla say it's a serious thing?
Yes.
Well, the WebMD also says it is an extremely rare yet significant case with recalcitrant pain over the medial malleolus, and often a consequence of trauma. Did you get all that?
I think you made up like 3 or 4 of the words.
So what is it?
I searched that again. So I had to search this twice. It's the outside tendon of your foot. And actually, that looks like the inside tendon.
Well, tendons are on the inside of the foot.
But it's the posterior. Posterior means outside. Okay. Yeah. Interior, posterior. Posterior means outside.
Salute.
Yeah.
Whatever you say.
Salute.
Yeah.
Anyways, he's hurt. And
Thoughts and prayers.
It is not.
But it's serious.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't at this point. Just based on this, I wouldn't even expect him to play.
It is not the injury that kept him out of most of the Eastern Conference playoffs. But you know what? If you're Kristaps Porzingis and you have a chance to win an NBA championship, you're going to want to play, and you'll live with he's gotten his money, so it's not like he's going to be poor. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But
it's the arch of your foot, basically, where the arch of your foot goes into your ankle.
Is that what Yao Ming hurt?
Oh yeah. You don't want to hear that. Yeah, you don't want to hear that.
I have no idea if that's true, but that seems. I mean, and we're going on. It's 15 years later.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, it's an
It
injury
ain't great.
that no, it's not what you want.
It ain't great.
Before Game 3 of the finals, Celtics obviously have a 2-0 nlead. Game 3 is
They
tomorrow.
might not even need them
in Dallas.
Well, they didn't for a while.
So some of the texters are saying ankle.
Yeah.
Posterior means the back. You nerds. Like the heel area. I don't know, man.
Salute to y'all for knowing that out the back of y'all head.
I took an athletic training class in college, and I don't remember.
You did?
Yeah.
Dang.
I don't remember anything from it.
But you took it.
Yeah, I took it. I passed.
You were on the roll.
Yeah.
You were on the
What'd you take it for?
I think it was just like one of those course things that we had to do.
You had to take?
Yeah,
Okay.
just for my major. Okay. NFL, we talked about this earlier, and everybody knows kickoff rules in the NFL are going to be significantly different. But there are other things. There are probably other tweaks that the league should make.
And this could be rules. This could be the way the game is played. This could be stuff having to do with the CBA.
Yeah.
So let's throw some ideas out there. I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed in you that you don't sign up immediately with my first one. Like, I don't see how
it's bad.
I don't know. I don't know how any God-fearing, football-loving American, much less a Texan, would not want this. And this is an easy fix. You don't disrupt anything really, because you might say, well, that's a different day, but you're going to have 2 weeks to prepare for the Super Bowl. Put the Super Bowl on Saturday afternoon or night. Super Bowl Saturday. It's easy. It'll be an easy transition. Oh, what about Super Bowl Sunday? It would take me about a minute and a half to make that transition. And oh, by the way, right now, Super Bowl, a lot of people are loving the Super Bowl. Obviously, incredible, viewing. But it's late, you're hungover, you're tired. Monday should be a holiday. How many times have we heard that? Well, Sunday is a holiday. So, I mean, play it on Saturday. It doesn't hurt a damn thing.
We don't play big events on Saturday nights in this country.
College football would like a word.
Not the championship game. Championship games
every Saturday afternoon and evening.
So
that's
not the championship.
It's the focus. It's the focus of the day.
It's not the championship.
What does game day do? They go and watch that Saturday night game.
Again, it's not the championship.
Okay.
If that were the case, they'd play the championship game on a Saturday. They play it on a Monday.
Well, they play it on a Monday, but you're talking about Sunday. See there, you went against your own argument.
NFL football is played on Sundays.
Yeah,
that is.
Except when they play on Thursday, Saturday, and Monday.
They rarely play on Saturday. They only do it in the playoffs because they're trying to get national games. But no, NFL football, God invented NFL football.
Why would you hate fun? Why would you hate more fun?
I'm not. I just want it on Sunday.
Wouldn't it be more fun, Figgy?
God invented
I don't
NFL
know,
football
man.
and he played on Sunday.
Because even, let's say you're a young cat out here in these streets.
Mm-hmm.
You partying on a Saturday night, man. You having a good time. And then Sunday.
Watching the Super Bowl.
What? No. Nah, man. You having fun on Saturday.
You're
then Sunday, it's like, all right, let's chill, watch the Super Bowl. Let's see if it's another party.
Listen to what you're saying. You're saying that people there would be a Super Bowl, not even your team. Let's just say, whatever, Chiefs and Niners. And you're saying some dude's going to say, nah, man, I'm not going to watch Super Bowl. I'm going out tonight.
Yeah, I'd rather go out.
Hell no. They would rather watch the Super Bowl.
But see, even people that don't really go out or don't care about football, they focus on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yes,
because
and they would on Saturday.
It's on a Sunday afternoon. There's nothing else to do.
Man, people be running errands on Saturdays and all that stuff. Sunday is a chill day for football, man.
Oh, man, you guys are nuts.
All right, what's your next one?
All right, next one is this is obviously changes we'd like to see in the NFL. Not necessarily rules, although one of mine is. I think you got to eliminate all but one preseason games. Preseason game. I would eliminate all of them, but the Hall of Fame game deserves a game, as part of the weekend. So if they get one, everybody should have one. Just one preseason game. We're going to an 18-game schedule. Yeah. We're going to have an 18-game schedule. Just do it now.
I like that one. Yeah. This one is much, much better than the other one.
Yeah.
Especially if I don't have to go to that one preseason game. I would like to avoid that one. And I think what they should do is play the one preseason game, play it in a market where they don't have NFL football.
That.
Like San Antonio, Austin, Hall of Fame game is in Canton, Ohio. Mm-hmm. Go to Birmingham, Alabama, maybe Orlando once. Maybe you take a game to Sacramento. Yeah. Some places like that where they don't normally get to see NFL football. Give them a game. You can play it at a college stadium, whatever. But give it to a market where they don't have NFL football, and then your fans, your season ticket holders, don't have to pay for another game that they don't want to pay for.
Yeah, I don't care about preseason games. It's been probably more than a decade, if not longer, that I've cared about preseason games. And the reason is the inter-squad practices, teams get 10 times more out of that. You can repeat a matchup of a 1 versus a 1. The quarterbacks are, injuries are much less limited, and much more limited in inter-squad practices. And it's just a waste of time in the preseason. So here's my last one. And albeit I get the pushback on this, but I think it would be cool for the drama at the ends of games, because frankly, in most games, there is no more drama. Eliminate quarterback kneel downs.
This is so dumb.
It's not dumb. Eliminate quarterback kneel downs. Like let's say Texans Ravens playoff game. The Texans have no timeouts left. They gotta punt the ball or whatever. The Ravens get the ball at their own 35-yard line. with 1 minute and 58 seconds left, in most circumstances, that's a wrap. But if you eliminate quarterback kneel downs, they're going to have to run some kind of play. There's going to have to be an exchange. There would have to be.
So you carefully hand off to the running back.
Yes.
And the running back falls down.
What about
then you're killing fantasy stats, and there's all sorts of gambling implications that come with that.
Who cares about fantasy stats?
I care about the gambling aspect of it.
Yes.
That take the.
It's called a bad beat. You may be familiar with that.
So dumb.
Who was the dude from the Eagles? You play to win the game?
You're 1 for 3.
Yeah, that returned that fumble on a last second play.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. You could have more drama.
It's not drama.
It's drama.
I think if it's maybe a 2-possession game in the playoffs, then I will be a little more open to this because that will create a lot more drama, and it can show you that a team is still not out of it.
Hey, all I know is if there's 1 minute 58 left in the exact thing that I just said, I'm changing the channel.
Save your timeouts. Don't like it, get a stop.
Well, what do you have?
Save your timeout. Okay, my first one, like you said, they're going to go to an 18-game schedule. We need 2 bye weeks. 2 bye weeks, it's good for player health. That only helps the product of the league. And even now, asking teams to play 17 games in an 18-week stretch, plus you might have to play 3 more playoff games on top of that just to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's really that's asking a lot of players, and you're putting them in position to where they're going to get hurt, they're going to break down. That's bad for your league, that's bad for the product, that's bad for everybody involved. You're trying to keep these guys healthy as much as possible, and obviously playing an 18-game schedule is not going to do that, but if you can give guys' bodies just a little bit of a break, I think that helps. Especially, just think if your bye week is in, week 5.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden,
all those games in a row.
You're playing 13 games in 13 weeks, and you might need to play 3 games in 3 weeks just to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And you don't have any sort of a break. You're going, that's not good. That's not good for the product.
I also feel like they kind of have to because they're going to go to 18 games, and maybe the one preseason game helps, but that extra bye week, you almost. If you negotiate with the NFLPA an 18-game schedule, you have to give them an extra bye week.
And it also makes the league more money because that's giving more inventory for the national games.
Yeah.
That's adding another Sunday night game. That's adding another Monday night game. That's adding another Thursday night game. So that's making everybody more money by doing that.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's much better than the ones you gave out.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah. My next one, I think that we need a max salary on quarterbacks. And I promise I'm not a communist, but I don't think it's good for the league to have quarterbacks making 15, 16, 17% of the salary cap. I want everybody to get paid.
Yeah.
And that's why you're seeing some of these markets for other positions have just gone way downhill because the teams have to give the quarterback so much money.
Yeah, no, I don't like this one. If you're super elite, you should get paid as super elite. That's what every organization in sports.
They have it in the NBA.
Well, I get that, but every organization
I think it's been good for the NBA.
In sports is looking for that, especially the NFL. Yeah, the Texans have spent 23 years looking for a quarterback, 21 years. So if you get it and you're super elite, you should get paid like it.
But then you get hurt as a team.
Yeah.
When you have the great quarterback because he's got to take up so much of your cap.
And that's what makes for competitive balance. Come on, man.
I want everybody to get paid.
Well, I want everybody to get paid. I
want the running backs to get
everybody
paid.
to get everybody else.
Yeah. Everybody. Well, the quarterbacks are still going to get paid, but there's going to be more left over for the other positions.
Yeah, no, I don't
There's
like
going to be more left over for the running back.
I'll be honest with you. That may be my biggest hot button in all of pro sports is folks trying to justify paying quarterbacks early.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting ridiculous where it's really early, and it's just it's just crazy how so many people are just like, oh, well, he's the next up.
Yeah.
Next up. I mean, does it, I mean, there's got to be some level of qualification. You got to.
Why are you talking about Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, that's basically the Trevor Lawrence.
Well, the Trevor Lawrence is the most recent one of well, if you think he's the guy that can take you to the next level, then you just got to pay him. No, you don't.
I get your point because I get tired of, well, the market says this. Well, what does his play say? You know, it's not just based on the market.
Right.
I'm an advocate, as I was just telling him, if you are super elite, you should get paid $1 gazillion. If everybody knows it, they've seen it, you've proved it, all that stuff. Mahomes obviously is the good example. CJ eventually is going to be that example. But if we don't know, don't say the market says you should get paid like that.
Yeah. To me, it's just wild. Like the next guy up, he played well. He put up threw for a bunch of yards in the regular season. Man, he's next up. I guess we got to pay the guy. It's just. Meanwhile, his coach is getting fired because they can't win, and you're like, "Oh,
he's on his third head coach.
Yeah.
We still got to pay him.
Right. Well, I mean, look, in the like Trevor Lawrence deal, there's a case there that hell he hadn't been dealt a real solid hand. But at the end of the day, like Justin Herbert and his coach getting fired, went through 2 offensive coordinators out there.
Yeah.
Oh, well, threw for a bunch of yards. I mean, damn. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, me and Clint always go back and forth on this. It's like with Justin Herbert,
I'd have paid him.
You knew you were going to pay him.
No, I'd have paid him.
No, but I'm just saying, like Justin Herbert, you knew you were going to pay him.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? But this
is a trust your eyes.
Like if he is, and I don't know this, I'm just saying, like if there's clear, like dude does not move the needle with his team when it means the most.
No, I get it. I get it.
We're talking about paying him in the same way you pay guys that like instinctually and. Like raise the level of play of everybody around him. Like we saw C.J. Stroud. He clearly has proven he doesn't do that.
I totally get that, and I'm not. My only argument against that is I kind of know what I'm looking at, and that's so bizarre. Like when I'm looking at Trevor Lawrence, I don't think I'm seeing what I should see. When I look at Justin Herbert, despite all the shortcomings that you said, I still think he's it. Yeah, I still think he's, and that's just me,
right?
But the thing with that statement that you made, Clint, is, well, he's 26. So, C.J. Stroud is an anomaly, like to where he shows you this immediately. But also, like we watched with Jalen Hurts, it could be pulled back and be different the next year. So, I mean, he's 26. He has shown in his first 2 years to be able to do everything. You drafted him in the top 6. You're not punting on that to restart over when you found that. At 26. Now, if he was 30, 31, and he's shown that he can't do it with an idiot coach, because that's what Brandon Staley was. I mean, we talking about his coach got fired. His coach got fired because, I mean, hell, he lost a playoff game repeatedly himself. He would go for 4th downs 18 times in a game and just keep on rolling with it. So, I mean, like Trevor Lawrence.
It's totally subjective.
He's a bit on the fringe, but Trevor Lawrence is just like, you drafted him one. Right, he took you to the playoffs in year 2 after he's, as Clint just said, dealing with the Urban Meyer garbage and all of that.
Yeah.
And he had Mahomes and company on the ropes in the playoffs in year 2. Like, are you punting on that?
I almost forgot about Urban Meyer.
Well, that's the point. That's the point, though, right? We're sitting here talking about Trevor Lawrence and whether they should pay him or not and what it looks like. Justin Herbert, it wasn't even a conversation. And Trevor Lawrence has done more than Justin Herbert has through all that adversity we're talking about. So it's not necessarily individual to individual for me. It's just the notion that,
it is for me.
Oh, well, just pay the guy. Just pay. No, I'm talking about the conversation, though, J-Lo. It's more like the thought of the conversation, well, he's next up, just pay the guy. What?
All right, Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley coming up next on the drive. I had to cut you off. I'm Adam Spillane for John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Thanks for listening in the Loop. You are listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey sports station.
Hell no, I'm reading it. I just wanted to say it with you. Hey,
the drive is live.
That is in the Loop, and you're right. The drive is live. Spirited, fun. That's the crosstalk right there. Spirited, fun conversation, hitting Clint's hot buttons. That's what I'm talking about right there. There it is. It'll be a fun day. And Tyler, I don't know if you're there. Clint has taken a step further. I had my towel. I threw my towel in after the Yankee series, after they lost those first 2 games. I threw in the towel on the season.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Clint has brought a very holy, dirty. I mean, this if this don't look like a car wash towel, I don't know what it does.
My wife said you can put this one in the utility room closet for whenever you need to take something with you when you're sweating and all that kind of job. I don't need it anymore.
That looks like you didn't wipe down the car with that one.
Well, we know it ain't a washcloth.
No, it ain't. It's a hand towel. We actually washcloths don't get much use in my house. We clearly the dirt came from when the rain was coming under the garage door one day, so I crammed underneath there. So now I'm wiping my face with it, and I'm fixing to throw it at Joe Espada's ass.
So Clint, it appears you're at a crossroads right now. You've got the towel in hand. Are you ready to throw it?
I'm close.
Oh, you're getting so last.
I'm as close.
Last
as
night
I'm
was
as close
oh,
as I've
boy.
ever been, man. The ninth inning, Jose Abreu at bat, where he elected not to pinch hit, and then fumbled through his post game comments.
Well, hold on. Well, let's hear Joe.
Well, if you're ready to go there, I'm good with that. It is absolutely disgusting.
And maybe it makes you feel better. Maybe it makes you pull the towel back in and maybe put it in your pocket. This was because this is as Clint let it right off, that ninth inning decision to let
well, set the table. Were the bases loaded? Were the bases loaded?
Bases loaded.
Bases loaded. 2 outs, top of the ninth.
0 for 3 for the day. You got
1-1 ball game.
You got Mauricio Dubon over there. You got Joey Loperfido, who have you just been sitting down there? By the way, he's gone. And you got old Cabbage. You got old Trey Cabbage still on the bench.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
It's go time. All right, it's go time. Right, you got them, and the decision he made was
Don't leave Singleton out of the conversation.
Oh yeah, I guess.
Big Sing over here too now.
But they decided to let Mr. Abreu hit. And Joe Espada, of course, after the game was questioned about that move, and this was his response and his explanation.
Did you consider pinch hitting for Jose Abreu?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you?
Because I have confidence in Abreu. They are getting good at bat against the ball. And I needed to save, an extra runner. I'm very short on the bench also, having some players available today.
Who asked that question, man?
Oh, that was Chandler.
Is that Chandler Rome?
That's Chandler Rome.
Can we get Chandler up again?
Oh, yeah.
Do you hear the why didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
It feels like Chandler wanted to say some other stuff along with why didn't you?
The Chandler tone is what used to bring it out of Dusty.
Come on, man. Are you serious? Let me hear the well, why didn't you, fool?
Did you consider pinch hitting for Jose Abreu?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you?
God, he knows how to ask a question and get under some skin.
No, hell with that.
It's a question that has to be asked.
No, I'm telling you, Chandler's hot. Chandler's sitting there.
I didn't know Chandler sounded like that. Chandler sounds like he's 60.
Yeah, he sounds like he's been drinking a lot of whiskey.
He acts like
Chandler, but Chandler sounded like what the. Like, he didn't care about getting under his skin.
You got to elaborate.
Why the hell didn't you? That's what it sounded like Chandler wanted to say. So that's the explanation, and that really set you up a wall once you heard that.
Well, I mean, it's just gotten to a point where it's unbelievable. Like, literally, I'm not in awe. Like, I'm not using the unbelievable term as in, like, I'm in awe of it. Like, it's literally unbelievable. There is no way in hell that Joe Espada, a lifetime baseball guy, was confident in Jose Abreu. Even if you like Jose Abreu and you want the Astros to stick it out, there is no way that there is a Astro fan, much less a damn employee and the manager, that is confident in him getting a good at bat. It's impossible at this point in time.
Which end was he looking from?
Exactly, Sly. And then he turns around and says, "I was short on the bench. I needed to save a runner." Literally.
It's not ideal.
Literally, the guy one of the guys that you would have pinch hit for him.
Hey, Clint, the game's on the table right here. I'm thinking about pinch runners.
Exactly. And you got 3 of them on the pine that can run. And you literally, but literally, let's think about that. Like, you didn't pinch hit for him, but in the top of the ninth, when he would have been the runner on second, you put Joey Loperfido out there. Dude went to first base. Like you did it, like that doesn't even make sense. You made those moves anyway.
He should have just left that comment out.
Yes, he's just it is
like most things he says.
It's unbelievable at this point that he makes the decisions that he makes, and then it's unbelievable that he says what he says to the media afterwards. I'm a guy that I typically would stick with my team through thick and thin. I don't know how much more I can deal with this, because that ain't the only bonehead mistake last night.
Well, no, I just that explanation though. Like, I know you keep saying it, but Clint, he said he has confidence, and then he left him in. Like, he said it to the Astros. He led his actions and then said it. He's done it before. There is no, like, you can't even get to a spot, Clint, to believe that he believes that. You can't. It's not logical with him sometimes. Clearly,
Ron, this is awful to say.
Okay,
he's David Culley.
Oh, well, hell, that's not awful to say. That's truth.
I mean, it just like he has no business being the face and the voice of a pro franchise. That's it.
Football playing Jesse.
That's
Tyler,
it. The inability to simply navigate the necessary communication with the media is I mean it's terrible.
Listen,
and it just looks worse.
It does. Tyler, I'm sorry. I believe he believes. I believe in his mind he thought Jose Abreu gave him the best opportunity.
And that's a problem if that's true. But I don't think
he
that.
said. You don't think that?
I think at
Jerry
this point,
Jones called down there and said you got to leave him in.
Basically, that's where I'm leaning right now. Yeah.
No.
I mean, not Jerry. Obviously, he's got enough going on up there in Dallas. But I think a lot of these decisions aren't being made by him, man. I think he's a puppet, and I think he's perfectly fine with it. Obviously,
that one in the ninth inning, that was Joe.
It may have been.
That was Joe.
That's what's most frustrating too. We're not going to know with this S show, man.
But Tyler, your point is so spot on and so valid. Simply because even if it's not, it is.
Yes.
Like if somebody else is so involved to a point of where literally in the top of the ninth with 2 outs and bases juiced, he doesn't have the ability to go, I'm finna pinch hit for this old buddy. We're not talking about starting games. We're not talking about keeping him in the lineup. We're not talking about sending him to a complex league. We're talking about top of 9, 2 outs, one. Like he's got to check in on that.
Gotta have it.
I mean, that's a knee-jerk reaction. Hey, Lope, get your ass up and get a bat in your hand, get loose. You're hitting if Abreu gets up. I mean, it's that easy. Like that isn't a let me check with Jim Crane. Let me check with Bagwell. But to your point, Tyler, is even like that's the fact that we're even having a conversation about he potentially not making that level of a decision is the problem.
Yeah, from the text
100%.
line. No, I think he believes it. I truly do. Now, I'll use some. There may have been a conversation before the game, like we're going with Abreu, but I'm sorry. In the ninth inning, bases loaded, I think what he said it from the text line. As a coach, you have to have your veterans back. I would bat Abreu left-handed before any of those other guys.
You're nuts.
You'd
be jobless.
You're an idiot. Just to the point of, I mean, try that again. You're an idiot. I was just going to say your statement's an idiot. Nope, you're an idiot. You would bat him left-handed before you would bat Mauricio Dubon?
Oh, damn, so?
The most clutch hitter in your lineup this year from the numbers? No, you don't mean that. You don't mean that. That was a troll job, wasn't it, Tyler? Somebody, damn it, they got me.
I was just going to say, why'd you read that?
That person doesn't mean that.
You pride yourself on not letting them get you, man.
They got me. That person can't mean that. You go ahead and text back and say, I was kidding. I got you, Ron. I got you. Yeah, because you can't be serious. I bat him left-handed. What in the hell would you trust him for? It's the scariest part. The scariest part is, all right, we're wondering, is he running things? The scariest part is, no, he is running things, and this is what he thinks works. This is what he thinks is the best thing. I don't know, Clint, how you can sit there and have Mauricio Dubon available with the bases loaded and then elect to go with the guy who is hitting. I know he got 3 hits in the last series, but elect to go with the guy who will not hit 150 this season. I don't know how he does it unless he really in his heart believes it. My other part with that yesterday is, you think he even considered running Hader back out there? That was the part that got me right there. All right.
2 nights in a row.
There's several layers to this.
2 nights in a row. But who did he go with Who did he end up going with in the 10th? How many nights in a row he pitched? Huh?
None.
No, 3. He had pitched 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
Rafael Montero pitched 3 days in a row.
Yes.
That's who he went with in the 10th. Hader threw 10 pitches in the 9th. 10.
By the way, he threw 15 pitches
And he threw 15
Sunday.
the day before. I get it.
Yeah, I knew it was 10 pitch.
He threw 10 pitches in the 9th. You now, by Clint, who I know probably had the mindset that we all had when Laura was doing sexy traffic yesterday, when multiple bunts occurred in the 10th inning, and they small-balled their way to 2 runs to take a 3-1 lead. I know you was capped off.
Come on.
I know you was probably that. Now I know where that towel came from, Tyler.
Yes.
Now I can see exactly where that towel came from. But I know you was excited.
West Coast stuff.
You got a 3-1 lead. You're a closer. You got to have it. By the way, Seattle won again. You got to have it. You know Brevin Abreu's not available, which means he'll be available tomorrow. He could be a closer for tomorrow.
Off the glove of Abreu.
Presley's not available. You are hell-bent on pitching him, so you ghost him. I just don't know how, Clint. He didn't say to himself, boy, we got to go get this one. My closer, I need him right here. He will have pitched 2 days in a row. He's thrown 10 pitches today, 15 yesterday. Nah, let me go with the guy and let me throw Rafael Montero 3 days in a row.
That's upright.
I just, listen, he can't control Jeremy Pena being cute and going one-handed instead of getting in front of the ball and stopping it and getting it out.
Yeah.
He can't control that. He can't control Montero just trying to turn a double play before I watched that inning. I've watched that inning twice. I went back and rewound that to watch that inning. He can't control that. But what he can control is, got to have this game. I'm going to take my closer out here after he threw 10 pitches. That one right there. I said it as soon as Montero walked in, Clint. I said, boy, he better be right. He better be right. I can't. I couldn't believe that one, boy. That one yesterday. You had gotten away from the Abreu situation. You're here. I'm going to go Montero. Nobody on that bench. Somebody grow a pair of nuts on that bench over there for the Astros. Somebody has got to step up. Hey, man, are you sure about this, Joe?
I mean, if your manager's been neutered, that's not going to instill a lot of big-chested folks in the dugout.
If I was Gary Pettis, I would have cut the phone line. I wouldn't have allowed him to be able to call down there.
Yeah, I have a real time with that too, T. Like that. That's just, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I agree that does happen. Everybody's neutered. When a lot of the times when stuff like this happens, boy. But I would be a fired sumbuck. I mean, I would be jobless. I'd be jobless before they got to 100 games. I mean, Ryan, what you lay out there with Josh Hader makes too much damn sense.
I can't believe it.
I mean, we can go back. We can go back to one of the guys that has been leaned on heavily in a longer relief role. In fact, in that same situation, he's been thrown in and gone multiple innings and extra innings. Seth Martinez. We somehow throw his ass out there and he throws 2 pitches and gets 1 out, and we don't see him again. We operate like we've just got an endless amount of arms over there, knowing.
And your mindset, knowing that now that we know he knew Brevin Abreu and Presley weren't available.
Brevin Abreu and Presley were not available based on how many pitches they had thrown back-to-back nights. Correct.
Yeah, he knew that coming in. Maybe he would have, but we knew by the end of the game when we saw Scott and we saw Montero and Hader, we knew those 2 guys weren't available. Instead, but yeah, you said, man, let me spit this one out.
It would have made it would have made more sense to roll Montero out there on having pitched the 2 nights before. Hey, man, go out there and you got 1 in you. Go out there. We're going to switch this thing up on this hitter. Go out there. Let me get 1 out from you. And then Seth Martinez, who, again, is a guy that can go out there and has given you multiple innings and extra innings, is more set up. There's just so many layers to, night was mismanaged in so many ways. On a night when he finally gets small ball right and I get good and worked up on that couch, He then lets me down like that.
Hey, by the way, man. I know a lot of fans. You're listening, Clint. I know you're here, Tyler.
It's like your old lady walking by and some old thong and a beater, man. Having zero intentions.
None.
Zero. You just walk through the living room, and you didn't go the long way through the hallway. You walked right through the living room and had no intentions.
Yeah.
That's what Joe did to me last night.
That's what he did, and just left you there. Yesterday, fellas. For a fan, that has to be one of the worst combination losses that you can have because you're West Coast baseball. So the game starts at 8:40 or 9.
Tell me about it.
And you commit.
Mr.
I know you committed. Tyler, I know you committed. You all were texting. I committed. Many of you committed. And many of you had to get y'all asses up early. I don't know if Sean Pendergast and Brandon Scott committed, I would imagine they probably tried to stay along.
That's the only thing that can make this worse.
It's not. You commit, and you stay with it, and you look up, and they do what they did to lose the game the way they did, and then you look up, it's 12-17, and your ass is up, and you got to be up in 4 hours. Or in Clint's case, you got to get up because one of them girls is about to wake you up. Some of y'all that sit there, damn it, you would have loved just be 9-0 in the 6th so I could go to sleep. But no, you committed. You stay with this thing. You hang with it. You got to turn your stuff in. Now, if you're like me now, you just wasted this time. You got to go and load the dishwasher up again and still clean up the living room and then take your ass to sleep.
I put on another load of laundry. Hellcat Live Mid-Nightmare.
It's got to be the worst. It's got to be the worst when you commit yourself to West Coast baseball and you look up and it is. Tyler, how long? You probably had to stay up an additional 45 minutes.
Oh yeah,
to get yourself.
Yeah. I was riled up.
I did. Yeah,
100%.
I had to throw in.
Did you Uber Eats a little something?
No, I had some leftover spaghetti in the fridge.
I was wired up. I had to throw in 30 minutes of Dateline to give myself drink myself.
A little Dateline action.
I watched San Andreas.
It was pretty good. It was like two ladies within a 6-month period killed at the same apartment complex the same way. And they couldn't find the son of a gun for about 10 years. And they finally found his ass. About luck.
It wasn't the maintenance man, was it?
No. It was a guy who had done a number on about 7 or 8 other women.
Oh, and they just found 2 of them?
Yeah. Yeah. It reeled me back in. I probably slid it in about 1 o'clock. Had to reel it in. That's a tough one for y'all who stayed up for that thing. All right, yesterday we had our guy John Harris on with us as we were celebrating 30 years here at Sports Radio 610, and he gave a tease about Brevin Jordan. I don't know if you heard it, but Brevin Jordan, I mean, he came out about his feelings about the one play that I feel like he's known about. We got to discuss that and discuss what do you think about when you think of Brevin Jordan? When you think about him and on this team and what he could bring, what do you think about? We'll discuss all that coming up next.
Why didn't you?
Nick Caserio, not a huge fan of cheesy draft room celebration. episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, if you missed it, Clint's got the towel in hand. He's thinking about throwing it in.
Don't forget to bring
I'm gonna land this mug right on Joe Espada's head.
It's not ideal.
I'm gonna go to a press conference and swing it around my head like a helicopter and then land it right on Espada's head.
Who you got that? You got that line? You got that artist?
Yes.
Who is it?
Twist it around your head, swing like a helicopter.
North Carolina. That's a clue.
Come on,
Go ahead and stand up.
You got it, don't you?
Oh yeah. Come on, man.
Come on.
I mean, I have the song. I just don't have.
You
the
don't have the
artist.
artist? Oh, I thought you.
Who was it?
P.D. Pablo.
That's what I was gonna guess. I
thought
thought he
you was
says
gonna
his
come
name in
through.
the track. Peter Pablo.
There you go. Yeah, Petey
I was
Pablo.
on like Now 6.
Wonder if he's still doing tours. Check him out, Cheryl.
I tell you what,
see if Petey Pablo is
hey.
still. If you can find Petey Pablo in a $3,000 to $4,000 seat,
I guarantee right now.
seat arena.
P.D. Pablo, he's on the bar scene. P.D. Pablo, hey, look, he gets a couple of 2-3 other one-hit wonders, and make him a little tour through.
I'm looking
through the city's Little Rock and up. Yeah, man.
Going on tour in August.
Really? Where? What's it?
It's going to kick off in Sioux Falls in San Diego,
There it
Sioux
is.
Falls Stadium, August 17th.
Sioux
Heading over to
Falls.
Northwestern Medicine Field in Illinois on September 21st.
They don't sound like Chicago.
Whoa! Fayetteville, Arkansas.
Hey, Fayetteville.
Yeah.
September 27th.
Let me guess, JJ's live.
Yes.
Let me guess,
Shut up.
JJ's live.
Oh my
Yes,
God! You
indeed.
are making this up.
Absolutely.
Are you looking it up?
No, I know. I just,
You know, huh?
I know. Yeah, my
Damn.
man that owns JJ's, man. It's a
Okay.
sports bar. It's a really cool sports bar, and he bought like an old brewery
He
and turned it
said,
into
"Let
a
me
music
guess."
venue.
That was pretty well done. JJ's live.
Wow.
Great venue. Great venue.
He'll probably head to Fayette. 713-572-4610. What other cities do you think Petey Pablo is heading on this tour? He'll probably head to Fayetteville, North Carolina.
I didn't think college kids knew. I mean, he's got to be with somebody else, right?
Columbus. He's hitting Athens.
I mean, he's got to. I mean, I tell you what, you string that one with Shaggy. Maybe what was Thong Song? What was his name?
Oh no,
Cisco.
Cisco's ahead of that.
No. I'm saying you put them cats together,
Oh,
and
you
I
put them-
can
I'm
go
about
watch
to
a
say.
couple hours worth. I mean, give me that one right there. I can enjoy it.
Cisco's a line ahead of that. Like Cisco,
But Cisco can't carry his own. Cisco can't carry his own show, though, can
he'll go with like they could do Cisco and Drew Hill and probably maybe real
Petey.
somebody. He would head
And Petey, man.
That'd be a step up for Petey. Cisco feels like San Antonio to maybe not Houston and Dallas, but Waco.
Well, I think Petey better jump on that bandwagon to somebody like that if he's gonna keep this thing rolling.
I'm
gonna tell you, you give me about 5 or 6 of those one hit wonder guys that may have had a second hit that we can at least remember.
Yeah,
you put them all in one venue. I'll go.
He's got Freak a League too.
Who, Cisco?
No,
Petey Pablo.
Freak a League. Yeah, he's got that too.
Now, is that him or is he's in there with somebody?
I think that's his song. Freak a League. Yeah, that's Petey Pablo.
All right, he's got 2.
He's got 2 he can get in there.
So he needs 3 more artists, and we can call it a show.
That man picked the venue and everything. Woo, yeah, someone texted
That was
in
impressive.
Freak a League. Yeah, that was good.
There's no way.
Was
There's
good.
no
He
way
knew
he's there
exactly
by
where he
himself.
was heading.
There's no way he's there by
Knew
himself.
exactly where he was heading. Because those are the towns right there.
Well, just think like Jake,
North Carolina.
That spot is one like you may just be there that night getting some good cold beer because it's a brewery. You know what I mean?
Someone said add David Banner to that mix. Could David Banner?
David Banner.
You roll about 5 or 6 guys out there that's got 1 or 2 hits, man, and just get them in, get them out.
One or two strong ones.
They can't all hang
Like
out on
the
the
Bun
stage.
B action.
Here's
Like
my
the Bun
deal.
B action.
But they can't stay on stage. They all can't stay on stage at the same time. Like you got to come out.
Yeah,
I got to know who's coming out. Like I can't get guys confused, and I can't lose you in the shuffle. Like I need to know who's coming out and what couple songs we're fixing to get, and then you got to get your ass up off the stage. In fact, you can leave. You can get your paycheck and just bounce. Just roll them in there. Boom, 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 boom. I could have me a good old time. My wife would eat that up, boy. I ain't kidding. Hey, you know, all joking aside, man, them white women from about white women from about 30 to about 50, eat that up, Chief.
That's it.
Fill the place up. Pay top dollar for the ticket.
What's
Thong Song? Petey Pablo? Wait, come on, man. Helicopter?
Does Flo Rida count?
Oh no, he's bigger than that, right? He can do his own thing, right? I mean, he's got at least 4 or 5.
He might be in that same group.
He's got 4 or 5.
You know, maybe he's in the Cisco thing. Yeah, he's awful. But I mean, he's got a. Who is the one that had?
Did he do move your body like a cyclone?
Yeah, I think that's him. Is he apple bottom jeans?
I believe so.
Boots with
he's
the
got
furs?
too many.
Boots with the
I mean, he would be the headliner because he's got 4 or 5. But you're right. That is white women 30 to 50 right there. That is. I mean, hey, Cap's go-to is apple bottom jeans to this day.
Is Bone Crusher? Does he count?
Flo Rida's low too.
Does Bone Crusher? Does he count as a one hitter? That Bone Crusher, he had the.
I don't know, man.
He had that album Attention.
We may be on to something here, boys.
We need to be club managers. What are we doing here?
What about that? What was that song? Pop, Lock, and Drop It.
Pop, Lock, and Drop It.
Who is that? Huey? Is that who is that?
I ain't got that one.
That's a one-hit wonder.
Only Huey I know. Well,
no, we can do that. We can. Whoever sings I Got 5 on it. That's it. That's whoever. That's.
Is 5 on it? Is that the Click?
Who is that? No, that's not the Click. They are West Coast though. It is West Coast. I remember.
Who is 5? I should have that one.
Oh man, they could. There's that 2000s run, that early 2000s run. There was a lot of people who just slid in. That just slid right in. Brandon Scott comes in. Flo Rida might sell out stadiums. He has
loonies.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Yes, but absolutely. I got 5 on it. Think about that.
Chingy's in this. Yes. Chingy's in this discussion. Yes, Baby Bash. Yes, that's a good one. Yeah, that.
Could you imagine rolling all these guys? The problem is they all want to be paid too much. You had to spend $100,000 just to get 5 or 6 of them.
Listen, let me tell you something. Some of these guys need to accept this.
If I can put something together with 8 of those guys and guarantee them a lump sum after the tour not after, but during, like this whole trip, you're gonna make a couple grand a show. But when it's all said and done, I'm gonna give you $40,000 worth of shows. You think they'd get in?
I think so, because some of them had some real hits.
I think
like some real hits. As soon as it come on, it'll make people lose it.
Ron, that's the only ones I want. That's all I want you to play. I'm gonna pay you $2,000 to show up.
Is Kaya in this conversation?
I ain't got that one.
My neck, my back.
Oh, absolutely.
Does she have another?
Absolutely. She don't need any other. That's all she needs. Right there. Absolutely, no question.
that beat drop.
I'm sitting there, and I hate to keep making this about 30 to 50-year-old white women, but I'm sitting there. I'm sitting there pretending back in my day that I'm at a table and there's 30 to 50 sitting next to me, and I'm probably about 25. There's about 30 to 50 sitting at the table next to me, and the music is on the other side of them. And every time you say a song, I'm like, okay, do they get really excited and maybe even get up and shake a little something? And every song you've hit so far, they are amped. Another drink, man, another round. Let's go.
Yeah, whoever rolled in with Jaquan Tipsy, another strong one.
Bun B, put this together, man.
Yeah.
I mean, by the end of this show, I'll come up with a name of the tour.
That should be his second rodeo show. He should get the rodeo takeover where he brings everybody, but then he gets an additional show of one-hit wonder.
The rodeos too. Now it would probably work, but the rodeos too. Like it's got to be somewhere where we can just get filthy. Like I would probably sweat that evening dancing with my wife.
Brevin Jordan coming up next.
C.J. Stroud is ready to take the next step heading into year 2.
Yeah, it's night and day, man. It's really like I feel like I'm running the show.
Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, remember, tomorrow, as Clint has been saying for about the last week, we'll be out, right? We're at Twin Peaks tomorrow. A little
290, baby.
Little day game tomorrow as the Astros, hopefully they get a win tonight, and they'll be looking to win the series against the Giants. And we'll be doing a little day baseball game, 290, Twin Peaks. Come hang out with us. Seriously, it's a good time, and we always have fun. That's a great location as well that we've been to many a times, and if you're close, and hell, if you got to drive a little bit, come hang out with the fellas. We'll be out there doing our show live 2 to 6. You can watch the game there, have cold beer, wings, all the good food that you want there, and enjoy yourself. So come hang out with us tomorrow. Twin Peaks 290 tomorrow. We'll be doing our show live from there. All right. I was intrigued too when John Harris was on with us yesterday. He was like, "Hey man, wait till you hear what Brevin Jordan had to say about that big time touchdown that he had against the Cleveland Browns in the playoffs." Which it was a reminder, Clint, that play of damn, like this is probably what they saw in him. This dude can get the ball, and he turned what is a 4-yard play to 70+. And I don't know how many tight ends in the National Football League have that gear to run away from an entire defense for 70+ yards. But this was Brevin Jordan on Texans All Access last night talking about that play that everybody's talked about with him.
Honestly, when I got the ball, like the angle of the defender that was coming at me when he was trying to tackle me was very odd. Like I it all happened so fast. I didn't think I was gonna go untouched, but I knew I was gonna make the first guy miss. Yeah. And then it's like the seas just parted once I made the first guy miss, and I just ran as fast as I can. It was unbelievable. I'm tired of hearing about that play because honestly, like I love it. I love the fact that I made that play, but there's so much more, bro, I can do. I feel like that was an unbelievable play for me in my career, bro. But I'm excited, man. This year, I'm fired up, man, to go out there and show, the NFL, that I can do that every week, bro. I can do that every week.
He said he's tired of hearing about it. He wants to show more to his game. He said he can do that every week. And my question to you, Clint, to the people, you can chime in on this on YouTube and Twitch, also on the text line 713-572-4610. He's saying he can do things like that every week. That's just a glimpse of his game. There's more to it. What is it that you think about when you think about Brevin Jordan? Like when you think about him, when it pertains to being a part of this team and this offense, he's saying he could do a lot more. There's more to his game. Is that what you see with him?
Well, yeah. I mean, I see what he's talking about. I mean, I think you talk about the athletic hybrid tight end. I mean, it's the era of football we're living in the NFL right now, and he definitely has some of those abilities. And some of them have been on display, and one of them being the play that he mentioned. I mean, I think he's got them. But when I hear Brevin Jordan, I immediately think, how in the hell are you going to get touches? I mean, when you look at this offense. I just don't know how Brevin Jordan fits to be a guy that can get touches to prove that he is that next level player, that he can be more than what he was last year as just a role player, kind of a depth tight end kind of thing. You look at it and you go, are there enough balls to go around? How does he get on the field? I don't think you can live in 12 personnel with Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan as your two tight ends. So the way I look at it, it's pretty simple. We've talked about this several times. Andrew Beck has been the fullback here, and he's done a good job. He's a good little hybrid fullback that can do some things in the pass game. That's a scrappy player. I think Brevin Jordan, if he were to embrace that role, he could be that hybrid, let's call it an F-back instead of just a fullback, a guy that can line up in the slot in a two-point stance, a guy that can put his hand in the dirt at the end of the line of scrimmage, a guy that can put his hand in the dirt in the backfield in some of your power formations, as well as when Dalton Schultz needs a break, he can put his hand in the dirt or stand up and do Dalton Schultz-like things. I think the answer for Brevin Jordan is he's got to find ways to impact this game from other positions in tight end, which is fullback for me. And if he's in that role, I could see him getting more touches and making more of an impact. If he's not, hell, I don't see how.
Yeah,
I know he can, but I just don't see how they get him on the field enough to be the impact player that he hopes to be.
I would say I think he's capable, but as you said, one, he hasn't shown it enough his first couple of years, whether that be injury or that be players around him, or whatever it is. He hasn't shown it enough where they have felt like hell. They've gone out, got Dalton Schultz, they've drafted Cade Stover. They've done a lot of things. They got Beck. They've done a lot of things in front of them. As you said, though, it's hard to look at Brevin Jordan and think, all right, I hear what you say you can do, but how can you show that here? You start rattling off the list of people that would be in front of him in terms of who I feel like I want to get the ball to. It's a big list, from Diggs to Nico Collins to Joe Mixon to Tank Dell to Dalton Schultz, who plays his position. Hell, I feel like the backup running back, whoever that is, if it's Dameon Pierce, probably is in line to get touches before he does. But unless he fills that role like you're talking about with Beck and you put him out there, he feels like, it's weird to say like a gadget surprise player at tight end, but that feels like more what he would bring to the table is, hey, we've got a surprise element where we see this in the defense.
Yeah, the interesting thing is they just have to commit to it, right? You have to commit to him. To me, it's twofold, right? You're going to be a backup tight end to Dalton Schultz, because I do think he's the best number 2 tight end that they have, given how they want to play offensive football. So he's going to be the backup. I would imagine he's going to be in 12 personnel, but you could also be in 20. There's 2 backs and 1 tight end. 2 backs and no tight ends, or 21 personnel where it's 2 backs and 1 tight end. He is the fullback. So there is a huge advantage personnel-wise when you have a player, and it doesn't matter where his original position is, but when you have a player that I can go from a power run formation to a spread formation, and this guy is still a viable option, and he can impact the play from either position, and I don't have to change personnel, so I can play fast. I can take advantage of them having a light box. If they've got nickel personnel in the game, I can take advantage of their heavy personnel if they decide to load up versus a run by putting him in the slot and they put a linebacker out to try to cover him. Now I can take advantage of him there. There is a huge advantage, but the problem is if you commit to him being on the field a good chunk of the snaps, that means you're committing to one of those receivers that you mentioned not being on the field for a good chunk of snaps. So it's that give or take of what does Bobby Slowick want to commit to? It'll probably change game to game, and so maybe there's a handful of games where that is the case for Brevin Jordan, and it's a huge advantage for them. But I think playing multiple positions is where it's got to start. Andrew Beck cannot be on this football team if Brevin Jordan's going to be the player that we think he can be.
And Brevin's going to have to start to force you to make him a priority. The opportunities he gets, like he did in that game, he got that opportunity and he went 70-plus yards. When he gets opportunities, he is going to have to force you. There are not a lot of times, Clint, that we've sat and watched him, and he's been here since Cully. There's been not a lot of times we've sat and watched him and felt like, damn, man, he is forcing you to have to play him. Tank Dell, it didn't seem like they were hell-bent on starting Tank Dell to start the season playing. He forced them to get on the field, and I don't know that Brevin Jordan has done that. He's capable. He has it, and I do like the hybrid H-back role because, putting him on the edge for that in the run game, he's not great at. And, hell, we watched Beck last year just blow blocks anyway, so hell.
Well, you mentioned the best way for him. It's crazy. We're talking about a hybrid fullback tight end type player that's uber athletic. But the way for him to earn more playing time is to embrace that fullback blocking role. And look, let's be honest. We're not talking about the Emmitt Smith days where we're leading up on linebackers 20 times a game. We're talking about coming from the front side and kicking out an unblocked defensive end, like embracing that and doing it well and eliminating that guy from the play, not just getting in his way, but getting really, really good at it. Boy, you could see him earning a ton of playing time. But he's got to get better and embrace and be successful doing what Dalton Schultz, to be honest with you, and what he has not necessarily been great at.
Yeah. All right. Coming up as we continue riding here on the drive, a little big 3 at 3. We'll look at what happened late last night. If you missed any of that or just somehow finding out about last night's loss, we'll look at that and some injury potential news. Somebody coming up, somebody going down. We'll give you the latest of that with the Astros. And I said yesterday, Clint, I think this thing is over with the Celtics and the Mavericks. Potentially news that opens up the door for the Dallas Mavericks going into Game 3 coming up tomorrow. We'll discuss all of that coming up next as we continue riding here on the drive.
Nick Caserio, exclusively with Payne and Pendergast. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
And the ball game's over. This ball is going to be off the wall for an RBI bases-loaded single. And the Giants walk off the Astros 4-3. Second straight day the Astros have been walked off. Houston gets 2 in the top half of the 10th, but then Rafael Montero cannot finish things off in the bottom half of the 10th inning.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That was a tough one to watch. From such, like it was a roller coaster last night, wasn't it? First, can we shout out Spencer Abreu? He really, it was rough early. Now it was rough early, and I know you were so, and I'll give you credit on this one, Clint. I know you were one who was like, man, I really like the kid stuff. We'll see, how it goes, and I think it's been a blessing in disguise that he's been forced to come up here. It wasn't the plan, but he's been forced to come up here. It was rocky to begin, and now he seems like he's starting to get his groove and kind of understand major league hitters and how and what he needs to do to get guys out. And the confidence is going, and this is now a good 3 to 4 starts where he has not just given you a chance to win, but you give me, man, into the 6th, 1 out left to get through 6, and you've only given up 1 run. Like that's big time, and his performances lately have been really good. So as I say, the roller coaster part, that was the up. That was really good to see, and in a game where you're not getting much run support, so you got to be really fine, and any mistakes could really get out of hand for your team when you see your offense is struggling the way they were. So I give him a lot of credit, not just for last night, but he is starting to string together multiple starts like this, Clint.
Yeah, man. You want to talk about, boy, the timing couldn't be any better for him and Hunter Brown to deliver. I mean, those two guys, the opportunity presented itself in a major way, like even more the opportunity, the need.
Yeah.
Presented itself, and those guys have stepped up big time. So. Yeah, I mean, man, you can't say enough about what Hunter Brown and Spencer Abreu have done in the last month or so.
Real quick on them, how much do you think – you said the opportunity. I was just thinking when you said that. How much do you think the thought of, hey, y'all asses ain't going nowhere. They can't send us nowhere. We ain't falling out this rotation. We know we pitch every 5th day. Right? Like there's probably a point where Spencer Abreu, because it happened. He came up and then went down. Now he knows – he is known for probably some time, him and Hunter Brown. We ain't losing no spots.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody coming to get you. So I feel like that probably helps too, just having the confidence or knowing like, all right, if I have a bad start, it's not over. Like they got nowhere else to go. Yeah. They ain't going to Blaine or Blair, whatever his name is.
O'Henley.
The Blair Pitch Project.
I always have to tell myself, Blaine is Tyler's friend, and then I know it's Blair. For some reason,
Blaine.
I confuse those two. But when you go to the roller coaster going down, Clint, it's that 9th inning, and you got a chance with the game on the line. You got 2 outs, and you got bases full, and Jose Abreu's spot comes up to the plate. Now he shouldn't have been starting his 4th consecutive game to begin with, in my opinion, but. You've got capable hitters, and for the most part, to me, Mauricio Dubon is the name that really jumps out to me. And they decide to leave him in so he can go 0 for 4, and having a chance with the game on the line right there in the 9th. That was disappointing because one, I don't blame Abreu. You blame the decision that allows him to swing, right? Like in a game for the last several years. You say what you say about Dusty, fellas. There is no way that Dusty leaves Maldonado in the game with Litmus Diaz on the bench.
Well,
in the 9th inning like that, or with Dubon on the bench, and they just let Maldonado hit. with the bases loaded in the ninth inning with the game on the line. There's no way, and that is essentially what he did yesterday with the way Jose Abreu is swinging the bat.
Yeah, it's just inexcusable. It's unacceptable. It's once again, there's no way you can continue to sell that this team is trying to win ball games and making decisions in the effort to win ball games consistently. You can't sell it. Last night, the Jose Abreu thing in the ninth inning was a joke. It's because then you turn around and in the top of the 10th inning, when Jose Abreu, because he made the last out in the ninth, now he is he would be starting that inning off at second. You go ahead and pinch run Joey Loperfido for him anyway. So you literally left him in the game to get that swing and to play defense for half an inning. It doesn't make sense. What Joe Espada then follows it up with and says doesn't make sense. In fact,
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah, well, at this point in time, you're looking silly, and it's a mess, man. I'm bringing my white towel right here. I'm bringing my white towel to the studio. Everybody relax. I'm not taking it to my massage sessions. I'm taking it to the studio.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
I'm taking it to the studio, and Joe, you're going to make me do it if you don't be careful. Joe's going to make me do it. There is no excuse for what he did in that ninth inning last night. Not one. There's not a common casual ass fan out there that's watching, that's sitting there right now in their right mind going, yeah, man, I got confidence that Abreu's going to get this done in the ninth. He's going to get a good quality at bat over the guys that were on the bench. So
just the opposite. I had all the confidence in the world that what was going to happen is what we saw.
You're right.
I was so confident in the fact that fool was going to walk up there, strike out quickly, and head back to the bench.
He was ready to come to that podium after that game to love him up.
I am overly confident that Mauricio Dubon would have got a good quality at bat right there. I feel like we would have got more of an opportunity out of John Singleton. If I'm being completely honest with you, I would have loved to seen Joey Loperfido. You want to talk about a guy that's been in a couple of clutch situations coming through. I would have loved to have seen him in that situation. But in no way, shape, or form can you look me dead in the eye and tell me you had confidence in Abreu to get a good quality at bat. Your ass is flat. You're flat out lying at this point.
Best chance. But as we talk about the roller coaster going back up, even when that sunk you, and I'm sure maybe a few of you go ahead and cut the TV off and went to bed.
I did not, sir.
Then you're able to get your dream, Clint. They play small ball. They have 2 bunt hits in the inning, and they take They got 2 bunt hits in the inning, and they take a 2-run lead going into the 10th inning as Bregman. Someone texted in, what if the other 2 hitters like Bregman and Altuve do? Well, Bregman got an RBI single in extra innings in the 10th, and Altuve set him up there with his second hit of the game. So
it don't matter, Texter. It don't matter. You have lost the right to bring anybody else into the conversation with Jose Abreu.
It sucks.
Like, it don't matter. It doesn't matter what Pena does. It doesn't matter it don't matter what Jake Myers does. It doesn't matter what anybody. Right now, Ron, I could, if Joe Espada sat there and said, hey, man, I was confident that Jake Myers would get a good at bat. All right, cool. I'm good with it. I was confident that Dubon was going to get, okay, cool with it. I was confident that Diaz was going to give us a chance. Cool, I'm cool with it. There's one person in this lineup that you cannot look. There's one person in this lineup that you cannot look anybody in the eye and say, I was confident he's going to get a good at bat. And that's the guy you said it about with 2 outs in the 9th inning last night. Can't do it.
Yeah. But they take a 3-1 lead in the 10th. And they go to the bottom of the 10th, and he elects to take Hader out, who had thrown 10 pitches. Now, he threw 15 the night before, or the day before, but he had thrown 10 pitches in that 9th inning. Prior to that, got a 2-run lead. He goes with Rafael Montero, and as you heard Tyler bump in with that walk-off, they were able to score 3 runs there in the bottom of the 10th inning to go ahead and walk that thing off. It was a rough one. It was a rough one, and to me, they've lost too many games to me because of decision making at this point, and they're at a point where they can't drop them. The White Sox lost again to the Mariners, which the Mariners now take their lead to 7.5, and now you're back to 7 games under 500 with these 2 losses that you got no business losing the last 2 games. Shouldn't have lost to the Angels, shouldn't have lost last night to the Giants in that game, but you took 2 L's in those games, in games you got to have, and they've lost too many games, Clint, to me, when it comes to just decision-making and putting yourself, I would say, not in the best position to win games. And they've got to find a way to stop doing that, but I don't think they will, because the person who keeps doing it to them is still going to be there.
Yeah, look, the writing on the wall is that they are. This is the tough part to stomach, and this is why I got my white flag in my hand. It's the same stuff. Like the players, Josh Hader giving up a 2-run bomb in the 9th inning. Okay, I get it, man. I can live with that. Guys making errors, it's awful. It don't look good. It's Bush League baseball, but I can live with that. I just cannot, and I don't care. The thing is, like, a lot of times these dumbass decisions work out, and it's like nobody talks about them because it ended up working out. Oh, Jose Abreu. We talked about it yesterday. Jose Abreu, you had 3 hits.
3 big hits, baby.
That don't mean a damn thing. That don't mean absolutely nothing.
Captain ran him back out.
He's back down below 130, ain't he? With that 0-4 last night.
I guess he is.
I mean, that don't. I mean, we got that. This is getting ridiculous.
He's going to be in the lineup today, isn't he?
Of course.
They got it. It's got to be John's turn.
Nah, man. Abreu's just about teed up. Really like some things I've been seeing with his mechanics at the plate, you know?
By the way, move injury front-wise for the Astros. Joey, thank you for your time and your great pinch running, He has been sent back down to Sugarland as catcher. Cesar Salazar is in San Francisco, and he is expected to be activated. There's not any news. I don't know. You haven't seen any, Tyler, on saying what's happening with Yainer Diaz?
Nope.
They said, last I read was this could be short term and doesn't necessarily mean that he is going to go on the IL, but he wasn't available last night. We'll see what happens. We'll see if this is a long-term thing, but they needed to add another catcher because of where things are with Yainer Diaz. So, old Joey Loperfido, see ya. Just wasted that one. Just wasted that option there. He's done nothing since he's been up there.
Why didn't you?
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint. You've said you're not completely counting out the Mavericks yet in this series. Well, maybe they got some help. We talked about it yesterday with Kristaps Porzingis. Clearly, he looked hobbled and didn't return to the game after he took like that fall trying to back up and defend someone in the paint. Well, I ain't gonna listen. I'll give it to John Lopez and Adam Spolane. Clint, Tyler, if you want to do it, you can do it. He's got a lower leg issue, and he has torn something in his lower leg that they're going to take a look at. After the game, he said there's no way he's not playing in Game 3. He said, "I'll die out there first." It were his exact words. Now reports are the Celtics are taking whether he plays or not out of his hands right now due to this injury. And Clint, this could be the thing that opens up the door for them, because he's someone, one, they don't have an answer for, and his presence and how he spaces the floor, and then what he does in the paint as a rim protector, it is just something the Mavericks, every time he's on the floor, they don't have an answer for. The only time that they have was when he was hobbling up and down the court late. But other than that, they just don't have an answer for him, and this could be a way that the door opens for them.
Well, I think it's a huge way that the door opens for them. I think you mentioned his length and being a rim protector, and while Drew Holiday, you mentioned multiple times, has done a hell of a job, no doubt about it. I tell you, a big part of what Kyrie in particular is dealing with is when he does get an edge or try to turn the corner on Drew, he's got that long wing-spanned sunbuck standing there in the lane, and he can't get the ball over him. So yeah. I think the biggest, we've seen him do work on the offensive end, and there's no doubt they don't have an answer for that. But I believe this team, without without Boston's best defensive effort, I think they can keep up with them in a shootout kind of deal. I think they can score points, and without Porzingis being in the paint and guarding the rim,
yeah, Al Horford
I think
and
it changes the game for him.
Al Horford and Porzingis are two different players right now, and what they bring to the table. Like that, like he was. It was just like, I mean, it happened again in Game 2. He came in and the game changed. He came in, they couldn't stop him. It is, and also just to me on both ends is his 3-point shooting that you have to respect in a way that you don't have to respect with Al Horford.
Yeah,
it's a big thing. And if he does play, which it sounds like he's hell bent on it, we talked about it off air, Clint. You got to make him move. I mean, you got to attack him. You got to make him stop, start. You got to make him move laterally, do the things that he did. And if I'm Jason Kidd, would purposefully try to get him switched out on Kyrie, and like tell Kyrie, hey, just at least drive it to make him have to move, laterally and stop and start, because I mean I don't want the guy to blow an Achilles or whatever it is he did. By the way, they said this does not have anything to do with the right calf injury. Okay, we'll see. It's on the same leg. I just don't know how. The calf right down the lower part near the foot.
If I were Boston, I would sit him just because you're up 2-0.
Yeah.
I'd sit him because you're up 2-0, and well, obviously I'm no doctor, so I don't know exactly what's going on, but if I thought a rest for a day or two would help, an extra day or two would help, I would being up 2-0, you have that luxury right now. Now, if it's one of those things that rest ain't going to help, then hell, you just run him until the wheel falls off, man.
Until it goes, yeah. So that's the latest there. We'll see what happens if he plays tomorrow in Game 3.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, U.S. Open coming up on Thursday, the third major in the PGA Tour season, and I just need him to stop. Tiger Woods, as he's preparing for it, he said, folks, I feel like I have the strength to be able to do it, to win the thing. Woods said on Tuesday, when asked if his body is good enough to compete and win, it's just a matter of doing it.
You don't believe in Tiger no more, man?
I told you. No, no, I told you. I stepped off. After the Masters, and that whatever that Saturday and Sunday was that the PGA. Good God, that was so awful. That Saturday and Sunday, I mean, it's
like watching a car crash.
But my thing is, you keep talking about like Tiger. I feel like I have the strength to be able to, but it's just a matter of doing it. Like, man, Scotty Scheffler's playing every single damn week. These guys are playing every week. Now you're playing 6-7 tournaments a year. Yeah. You hadn't played in the PGA. The last time you played in competitive golf was the Masters. After that,
it's a hell of a life, ain't it?
The last time you played right now in competitive golf was the PGA. Scotty's been arrested. He's won. I mean, this is.
He's been arrested. He got kicked. He got somebody thrown out.
Got it thrown. Yeah, I mean, he's like, these guys are playing every week, and you just gonna roll up in here. Hell,
roll
by the 15th hole on Thursday. You're whipped. I want to. I really do.
I just want to cut. I just wanted to make the cut.
He makes the cut, and then it seems like he did everything he could to make the cut. And that Saturday that he had at the PGA in round 3, he might as well not make the cut.
He'd be better off not making it.
It might be time to really start considering the Insperity.
I have never seen.
That'd be great.
I have never seen.
It'd piss a bunch of folks off, wouldn't it?
I've never seen a 9-stroke drop so fast as it was on Saturday.
He needs to start. I've said it multiple times. He just needs to be on Charlie's bag. That's it.
I'm telling you. I said, Courtney, he's 10 over.
Not the Tiger we're used to.
Through 8. He's 10 over. Through 8. All right. Woo-woo. All right, there's a narrative going around about an athlete right now who it is wild to me. I want to get your thoughts. I know you all have been watching these games. I'll get your thoughts if you think that this is true. A player, an athlete is being accused of being scared, being shook, being petrified of the moment. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you ready to build your dream home? Are you even thinking about it? Well,
leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, come hang out with us tomorrow. We will be out live on the road. The Drive will be live on the road. You can come hang out with us. I already saw somebody on YouTube and Twitch said we getting filthy tomorrow.
Where at?
We'll be at Twin Peaks, right off 290, baby.
Twin Peaks 290. If you're gonna get filthy on a Wednesday, day Astros game. Hopefully they can win tonight, so at least tomorrow's not just to save a little face.
Shout out
you get a chance to party.
Yeah, shout out to Mike on YouTube and Twitch said we getting filthy.
Well, hell, let's do it. Tyler, you coming?
Somebody said Ron, you pay for my Uber and I'll buy the drinks.
I've been thinking about this all afternoon.
Yeah, well, I hear you, Laura.
I'm having a tough time not hearing.
Well, what you got to do, you got to ask where they live. See, that Uber can get awfully expensive if you're like Tyler and you just, no matter where you're at, you just Uber home.
Nah, I wouldn't even chance it. Just would decline. I'll buy you a drink though.
Oh, you would just decline the bet, the offer.
Yeah, I'll buy you a drink.
Buttery nipple.
Come on in, I'll buy you a drink or two. I decline. Yeah, let me buy you one. You just come on in though. You ain't got to buy the drinks. Like you said, he could be coming from somewhere deep.
Yeah, coming from old Galveston. That'd be a hell of an Uber right there.
Hell of an Uber, wouldn't it? Yeah, been listening to y'all asses in Waco.
Are you at least up on the north side?
I've been listening to y'all in Waco. Boy, couldn't wait to get down here.
Long time listener.
Long time.
More Baylor Bear country. That's up
right,
here.
Yeah, so come on out. Yeah, I've been listening. Been following you since John McClain, and now I got to come on down. But no, come hang out with us. It'll be fun. Twin Peaks 290. We're going to have us a good time. As Clint said, hopefully the Astros get a W tonight, and they'll be playing to win that series against the Giants. A little day baseball with us in Twin Peaks. Can't get it wrong, as we'll have us a great time. All right, Tyler, I know you've got money on it. You've been watching these NBA Finals.
Indeed.
Clint, I know you've been watching these NBA Finals. We've been talking about them as we come in. This narrative on Jason Tatum, in particular of him being scared of the moment, we had him on, or we didn't have him on, but In the Loop had him on, John Lopez. They had Nick Wright on as we were celebrating 30 years yesterday. He said he looks at Tatum and he's petrified of the moment. Kendrick Perkins, Beaumont's on, said he's out there looking shook. I was like, when y'all watch him, y'all been watching the finals, is that the sense you get from Jason Tatum? Or do you get the sense that he's just missing? Like he's just not shooting the ball well?
No, I get the sense that there is a killer instinct missing.
You do?
I don't know I don't watch him and go, boy, this guy's scared of the moment. I just watch him, and I'll be honest with you, Brown as well. I watch him and I'm just like, is there a real?
I see it with Brown.
Yeah,
I see. I get what you're saying with Tatum. I don't think there should, but I get I guess maybe I'm just. He will get the ball and try to take the screws off.
The play that comes to mind is the dunk, and when he was just going to dunk on whoever was trying to dunk on whoever was there, and that's one that kind of sticks out in my mind. But I think if I'm being honest about all the times the different times that I've watched the Celtics, it seems like a team that front runners, of course, if you're winning and you're better than the opponent, then yeah, you're gonna run, but. Boy, if that's a tight game, man, I just don't have a lot of confidence in those guys. And that's really because I don't see that they have a ton of confidence in their ability to get it done. The killer instinct, I just don't see in Tatum. And so I guess I could see where they're coming from. He doesn't look scared.
But I don't see that in this
I just
series.
don't. Yeah.
Do you see that? I don't see.
Well,
I don't see
really
scared.
had a big moment like that in this series, have we? I don't think.
Yeah, I haven't been picking up on him looking like necessarily shook or anything. I think there's times he looks like maybe a bit maybe could be mistaken for scared in the moment, but I think maybe he's just frustrated with himself not performing. Like, I haven't really picked up on that.
A couple people texting that something's always been missing with Tatum. I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see that, and I always thought that about Tatum. My thing is, I guess when I think about, all right, you're scared of the moment or petrified or shook, as Nick and Kendrick Perkins said. I think of when I hear that, the moment I think of is James Harden against the Spurs. And he just said, yeah, I'm not even shooting. That's what when I think of petrified and scared, I think of James Harden refusing to take shots. And I'll be honest, me and Tyler, it was during COVID, but we sat in here and we were doing an Astros postgame show, but it turned into a Rockets postgame show because it was the postseason during that COVID season. And they almost lost Game 7 to the Oklahoma City Thunder when Chris Paul was playing over there. And he wasn't taking any shots in the fourth quarter. He was saved by teammates. That's what I think about when I hear shook. It's hard for me to say that Jason Tatum is scared or shook when he took the most shots of anybody in the game on Sunday, including Luka.
Yeah.
He was 6 for 22. He got up 22 of them. And at some point you think, man, well, I'm 6 for 18. Maybe I'll stop. No, he kept going. So I don't think he's scared. I just think he's just not making shots. That's what it looks like to me. Like he's driving, he's going to the lane, he's going to the line, and he's not making hero plays. Like, he's getting double teamed, and I think he's finding the open man. But man, you get 12 assists in a game, and you get up the most shot attempts of anybody else, and you only make 6 of them. Like, Luka was shooting. It felt like every time down, he shot more times than Luka did. So I wouldn't say scared or petrified. I don't think that's a fair narrative, at least from this series. If you want to say overall, like you're saying when you watch him, I could get maybe some of that he shrinks in the moment. But I don't know, man. I can't say you're scared when you take 22 shots.
I think there's a passiveness to him.
Willingness to.
There's just not a, like, in the moment. And I haven't watched a ton of the Celtics, but I definitely watched these 2 games. There's not a give me the ball and get the hell out of the way mentality. Now, there hadn't had to be honest with you, because they've been in control of both games. But there's just never been like that initiative of give me the rock, get the hell out of the way, let me get this bucket kind of deal. And so that's where I would go with it, more so than petrified or scared.
Yeah, I would. I just think he's missing shots. We'll see if it continues. If it gets close, I kind of do want to see that. I do want to see a tight game to see how those 2 guys, in particular Tatum and Brown, how they would handle the situation. All right, maybe one of the most hated people, sports-wise, in this entire city. There are words that have been coming out about him, and I wonder, do you even still care? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, find your Silverado. That's a pickup, y'all. Find that Chevy Silverado at Ron Kraft Chevrolet, and get this. When you buy
4252. Again, 800-439-4252.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Someone texting, Jason Tatum is tentative. I can get that from you. I hear you. I'm just these first two games, I've just not seen a guy who's scared of the moment. I've seen a guy whose jumper ain't going, and he's shooting that sucker 28 times, 22 times, or whatever. I can get there is some similarities between him and Anthony Davis. I can get that feel between those two. There's some similarities, because I don't know that I necessarily believe that AD is scared of the moment. It just doesn't seem like, and Tatum probably fits into this, that they're like, you know what? Damn it, just give it to me. I'm going to go take it. I'm going to go take it. I think those two share that trait.
There's a I think when you're on a team with somebody, and I think Kobe was probably the most obvious one of the bunch, if we're being honest, of all the greatest of the greats.
You imagine how hard that had to be with him, with Shaq. Just say F it. That's what I'm like. There's just an understanding, right? I mean, like with a dude that's like that is a super alpha. It's every day. It's the expectation. It's
it's not like in the moment he just decides to demand the ball. Everybody in that organization knows, hey, get Kobe the ball, get the hell out of the way. Like, you just don't have that. You don't have that with Tatum. Like, that level of, call it alpha, call it dog, call it aggressiveness, whatever you want, that's just not there with him. And I don't know why there's been so much being made about that.
The crazy thing is he patterns himself so much after Kobe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, there's
he is one of the ultimate Kobe guys.
Yeah, there's just not. Basically. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's an understanding. Now, again, in his defense, at least in this series, there's never been a moment where it was like, all right, we got to have it. It's make or break.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens if that does come about. But I think it's probably safe to say that he just doesn't have that level of killer instinct in him. And after watching Kobe and watching Michael Jordan and watching some of these dudes that have that. I mean,
just like Anthony Edwards, you could see
Anthony Edwards has got it. I was going to say, old boy in Miami. My mind just went blank.
Wade or
Wade
Jimmy?
had it, but I'm talking about Jimmy Butler. Yeah. I mean, it's just like there's a level of dog in those guys that just, I think we expect every superstar to be that way, and I just don't think Tatum's that way.
Yeah, he seems to have a willingness of, hey, Brown, you can take it.
Yeah, if you want it, you have. Yeah, if you want it, you got it. It's on you, right?
I mean, I'll take it, but you can have it. All right, Clint Stoerner, Tyler Milner, myself, everybody listening, I want you to jump in on this and buckle up. Calm down, Tyler. I was reading a little news out of Cleveland, and Clint Tyler said that Deshaun Watson said he is in a very, very comfortable spot. Blessing to be back on the field after 7-on-7.
Oh, not on a massage table.
Blessing to be on the field after 7-on-7, first time. I'm wondering. I feel like I know the answer from Clint, but Tyler's a really good litmus test. Because I think a lot of fans probably kind of can relate to where Tyler mindset and thinking is. For whatever reason it is, are you still finding yourself, especially when this season starts up, are you still finding yourself keeping up on how Deshaun Watson's playing? Is there still interest?
Probably not as much anymore, given, just like what the Texans had from the Browns with everything that went down in those draft picks and everything. That's probably going to start.
So that was your reasoning for being.
Well, not necessarily. I wanted to see how he performed too, but now I feel like I've seen enough.
So now you're not as into it. I wonder, does he matter in that way to Texans fans anymore that you are following? Because I do. I think the first. Last year and then the year he came back, I still think Texans fans, and I don't think it was just because of the draft pick, I think Texans fans were following Deshaun and seeing how he was playing and hoping he did well, but I think most hoping he was terrible, which you have, for the most part, gotten your wish. I do. I wonder if Texans fans, now year 3 of him being, this should be his 3rd season that he has played, since he's left here, are Texans fans still into keeping up and even interested in what Deshaun Watson is doing with the Browns? Like I said, I know you are because you just like him as want to see him as a player.
I doubt very many Texans fans are still keeping up.
You think so? You don't think so?
I mean, it's been an absolute embarrassment. He's been out of the spotlight for 2-3 years. You got your guy. There's so much hype here in Houston, so much good here in Houston. There's really no reason. I mean, for me, it's sad, man. I mean, it really is sad. Like I'm watching with the expectations for this thing to be arguably the worst quarterback. Not arguably, probably hell, I think it would be by a long shot the worst quarterback contract ever given out. Like I think the Deshaun Watson that was great at football was so dependent on being that great teammate, that great dude, one of the guys, somebody that everybody wanted to raise their level of play around and protect and win with. And I just think that's gone. I think the mistakes that he made off the field have absolutely stripped that dude of every level of joy that he could possibly experience. I mean, it's why every time you see dude posting, he's overseas somewhere doing something. He ain't with his teammates kicking it. He ain't. We ain't hearing stories about cafeteria workers, paying for cafeteria workers and all that job. It's just, I think the dude is. It's sad. I think he's done.
Yeah, I got a couple of texts in here. Last year, yes. This year, not so much. Deshaun can kiss my ass now. Now that we have spent all the picks, I don't care what he does. I kept up last year. Clint said CJ didn't pass the eye test like Deshaun had. That must have been probably earlier on in camp, if that was said.
Didn't pass the eye
test. I don't know. Or someone just texted. This is why I think someone just texted. Yeah, I keep up because I want to see what he does compared to CJ because of those.
That's the other part of it. Like, I mean, CJ, just the way that CJ played the game last year, Deshaun's never played the game that way. Never. I mean, now he was square peg round hole by Bill O'Brien his entire career here, but he never, in terms of being in control of the offense and playing the game mentally at a Brady Breeze level, like Deshaun's never done that. So there's no sense in comparing. I'd be shocked if Deshaun ever even gets remotely close to
being on the same level as CJ again.
Stroud, yeah.
Again, like. Yeah, it's an important year for him.
Deshaun?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this
it is.
Like, I mean,
what is this, 3 there?
Yeah. To think, like, kind of on to the point you're making. You talked about the contract. It's just drop in quarterback that we've seen. Like, we've never seen a quarterback drop within its prime the way that it is targeting towards. Like, I counted. I mean, maybe you disagreed. I had him as a top 5 quarterback at 25. He was here. He was age 25. He was up there. This was when the league brought football back and matched him against Patrick Mahomes to kick off the season. This was the deal. They played him in the playoffs a year before. He had gone in during the regular season and led them to a win in Kansas City, won the division, all of that. I thought he was a top 5 quarterback at 25. And to look at 28 years old, I just looked at Pro Football Focus, had him ranked 23rd.
I think it's fair.
23rd. Like, and to me this year, I mean, and he's only 28. He's only 28 years old. This year, man, if he continues to roll this way, it's just like we've never seen a drop of a quarterback that looked to be that good. Like, you've seen a drop of a quarterback that, oh man, he was so good, and then he turned 35. This man was 25, and by 28, like, he's on a list well behind Baker Mayfield. Like, on list. That's why this year is important. I hope, for his sake, I hope he's feeling comfortable.
Well, I don't made the list. Look, I don't know if we've ever seen a quarterback go through off the field what he went through. I mean, when you just look at the not just the obviously all the accusations or lawsuits or however we couched them back when it was going on. God, I'm so glad those days are over. But to him, somehow making it work with his lady still, to not being able to go anywhere in public without just getting absolutely smoked everywhere you go. Which obviously, as I said, the most important part to me is just not being that same team guy. I would imagine that there was probably a lot of drinking, a lot of partying going on during all that, and man, it's hard to stay focused on ball when all that stuff's going on, especially when being focused on ball and being around your team and with your teammate is how you were great. A lot of that stuff changed drastically for Deshaun. It's hard for me to see him rebound, man.
I'm with you. It's a big year for him, and like you said, there are no signs that would show that he's going to get anywhere close to the dude that we saw here, the dude that we watched here, the dude that got the first contract he got, nobody blinked. The dude that had that kind of praise. What you got coming up at the 4?
I got the white towel in my hand. I'm bringing it to every show. Joe Espada's fixing to make me throw this thing in on these Astros. Last night, damn near pushed me off the cliff. We'll talk about that 9th inning. We'll talk about Jose Abreu. We'll talk about them pitching decisions. And there's a piece of audio, once again, from Joe Espada that if you're an Astros fan and you follow day to day, it's going to straight piss you off. I'll have you that audio. We'll play it next. Before we get there, though, Father's Day's right around the corner, y'all. If you had
food. For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys, bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. And guess what? I told you I like to have a party now. I told you I like to have a little party now.
Why not?
Up on that northwest side tomorrow, about 2 o'clock, Twin Peaks. Tomorrow, 290 location. Come out there and hang with the drive, y'all. We got an Astros day game, so the getting's going to be good. You ain't just showing up to drink beer aimlessly. You're going to drink some cold beer, maybe have a little top shelf tequila or bourbon, anything in between, right? Hang out with them Twin Peaks gals. Them Stros going to be playing, and you hear that right there. That boy Tyler don't miss a chance to play a good tune now. You hear that right there.
A little Chris Stapleton?
A little Chris Stapleton. There's a method to the madness. Tyler knows we'll be giving away a couple tickets. We'll be giving away a couple of tickets tomorrow to Chris Stapleton when he comes to Houston. Big show. Big show. As you could imagine, guy fills up arenas, no doubt about that. But,
where's he playing? Toyota?
Is it Toyota Center? I just said it in that promo, but I didn't.
That's what I would imagine.
I didn't. I wasn't paying mind to myself, to be honest with you.
That's all right. Sometimes we don't.
But come hang out with us tomorrow, man. 2 to 6 p.m. Twin Peaks up off 290. Stros Day game. Chris Stapleton tickets. Come on.
Actually, Minute Maid Park.
It's at Minute Maid. Really?
There you go.
If it's August 24th,
it needs a little bit. He need a little bit more seats.
Boy, you driving along? Don't lie. That right there do a little something for you. That make you want to get outside. They make you want to get outside and get on that grill.
I'm a fan. He can sing.
Woo!
Did it make you want to slow dance a little?
I mean that too. I'm more in if my lady would like to slow dance, I'll give her a few minutes.
Aggressive spin.
If not, I'm gonna sit my ass right there in that chair, put my toes up preferably, enjoy a little breeze coming off that bay. I might crack me one of them old cold Coors Lights. If I'm at Twin Peaks, though, I'll have me one of them tall 29-degree man-sized drafts.
Yeah,
of the Coors Light variety, if you know what I mean.
Might have one tomorrow.
Come on out. Twin Peaks 290 tomorrow, 2 to 6. Come hang with us. Boys, I bought this. I brought this here. I didn't buy it, clearly, because it's stained up and holy. Holy as in it has holes in it, not that it goes to church. But there's I got my white towel. Ron brought his little towel in not too long ago, and he done threw his in.
I threw mine in. Tyler, you still holding on, right?
I'm clenching it, white knuckling this towel right now.
Are you?
What are you clenching?
My towel.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
The spot is going to push me off the wagon, boys. I'm hanging on to this Astros wagon, that big orange wagon. Tyler, you know what I'm talking about? That old podcast they got rolling. I need to check that out, by the way.
Hey.
That big orange wagon.
New episode coming tonight.
Come on, man. Patrick Creighton, Tyler Milner, rocking and rolling. I'm about off the wagon, man. I can really.
Last 2 games will push you there.
I can really last and hang in there with my squad. I've rooted for and been a part of some really bad teams, and I pride myself on being a guy that hangs in there with my squad, thick and thin, man. The one thing that I just absolutely cannot stomach, whether it's my team or just a team that I happen to watch from time to time, I can't watch just piss poor coaching. I can't watch bad game management. I can't watch an organization of any kind, it don't matter where they're at, make decisions from the top, whether it's polos or suits. In other words, coaches or front office, make decisions that aren't in the interest of winning games. And when you're with the Astros and you've been 7 straight ALCSs, you go pay 90-some-odd million for Josh Hader. I mean, you openly volunteer, hey, man, this World Series window is open. We're trying to make a run. When you're in that mindset and your manager and all the decision makers continue to make terrible decisions that are clearly, because as this season goes on, it's more and more obvious that they are not making decisions to win ball games. They are making decisions as if they are leading the division or they're still playing in a terrible division. They got plenty of time and everything's going to be okay. It's a long season. And I have a really, really hard time rooting for it, Ron. And this is where it happened. Last night for me. And I hate this because there was a lot of good. Spencer Arrighetti, tip my cap, young man. Playing small ball in extra innings and going and getting 2 runs. Trey Cabbage laying one down. Altuve laying one down. Absolutely beautiful. But in the 9th inning, it's a 1-1 ball game. Top of the 9th. I believe bases are juiced. There's 2 outs. I look up, and I couldn't believe it, Ron. I'll be honest with you. I didn't realize until he's already in the damn box. I look up, and Jose Abreu is in the batter's box. And ain't nobody on God's green earth that thinks in that situation that Jose Abreu should have a bat in his hand.
Well, that is not true.
There ain't somebody's lying to you.
That's not true that nobody on God's green earth, because he had a damn bat.
Ron, even them folks, they know better.
But why you think he have a bat if they know better? They're trying to lose
They're
games?
Trying to force the issue here. They ain't trying to win that game. They're just hoping and praying that Jose Abreu breaks out of this so that $19 million they spent, and that when they put their hog on the table and said, this is the guy we're going to go get, they're hoping it works out. They ain't trying to win ball games.
Oh, my God. This don't make no sense.
He goes up there and, of course, does not have a very good at-bat. Leaves runners on base. We go out in extra innings. We go up 3-1 in the bottom of 10. Montero goes out there and gives up 3. Astros lose 4-3. And we're going to get to some of that, Ron. But this Abreu stuff is unacceptable. You got Mauricio Dubon on the bench. From an average standpoint, one of the best hitters on the team. Over a good sample size last year and this season. A guy that I've watched a ton of Astros baseball. You can be pretty confident he's going to get a quality at bat. You've got John Singleton, a guy that you decided to play first base when you sent Jose Abreu. You rode that horse at first base when you sent Jose Abreu to the complex league. Hell, you even got Trey Cabbage. Couple other guys down there that you could have went with, but you didn't. And that in itself is bad enough, Ron. But this is where I picked my towel up and I said I'm bringing this in the morning. I actually used this yesterday when I got in the car after my workout, after I'd showered and everything. I was still sweating. I got in the car. So
it looks like it has been used.
I was gonna wash it. I was gonna wash it, but I said no, I got to have it. So. As if that decision in itself, as I'm watching as an Astros fan, to your point, as I stayed up until frickin' midnight to watch this debacle, as if that wasn't bad enough, then I get up this morning, and I think Adam Spolane, that's who it was. He covers the Astros for us. You heard him on In the Loop a little earlier. He kicks ass around here on Sports Radio 610. He sent out some Joe Espada audio. And it got worse. I wasn't just holding the white towel. Hell, I had it up in my quarterbacks. Talk about that L. You used to talk about that L back in the day. I had it up above my ear, ready to let it rip.
Oh my God!
This is Joe Espada when he's asked if he considered pinch hitting for Jose Abreu in the top of the 9th, bases loaded, 2 outs.
Did you consider pinch hitting for Jose Abreu?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you?
Because I have confidence in Abreu. They are getting good at bat against the wall. And I needed to save, an extra runner. I'm very short on the bench also, having some players available today.
Ron, there's nobody that either is just a casual fan and watches the Astros or is a baseball guy or gal and pays attention to the Astros night in, night out. There's not one person that has confidence in Jose Abreu getting a good quality at bat.
Why didn't you?
Clint, when I saw it sent in,
the audio you talking about? Yeah.
When I read it and read Espada's explanation for Abreu,
you knew it was coming.
I said, "Oh boy, this is going to be good. This is going to be good." Clint, this is the thing. I don't know how you all feel, man. I think the scariest thing about all of it is, I think he really believes that was the right move.
No, he doesn't.
Why didn't you?
Clint, he's made it repeatedly. Just like everybody thought to themselves, boy, Presley gives up the double immediately. Hey, we need to have somebody ready. Not him.
I think he is 100% scared of him in the moment.
He's whatever.
He doesn't want to walk up to Jose Abreu and say, "Hey, man, Dubon's going to bat right."
You think he's scared of him? He wasn't scared of Ryan Presley to tell him, "Hey, Josh Hader's going to be the closer." I think he believes it.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
I think he sat there and thought, "All right, man, this guy's going to get a statue in Chicago, man. This is a veteran. He's been here. He's had big moments. He's been swinging the bat better. He got 3 hits in that last series. I know he's 0 for 3 up to this point. I don't think you said it. Nobody in their right mind. I don't think anybody in Houston or in San Francisco yesterday thought it was the right decision, except him.
I don't. There ain't no way. He been around baseball too much to think that, Ron.
Dusty was there. I think Dusty pinch hit.
Dusty was sitting up there chuckling. Ain't no doubt about it.
I'm from a different generation.
Because it don't just stop there, right? He had confidence that Abreu was going to get a good quality at bat, a good at bat.
That word should not be mentioned in the same sentence.
You would think
as Jose Abreu.
You would think somebody that wants to be taken serious would not answer that question that way, right? But then he goes on and said, "I had a short bench. I had to save
runners.
It's not ideal.
Boss man. He went back out there and played first base in the bottom of 9. You went to extras and you pinch ran for him with a guy that can play first base.
Which leads you to believe even more that he felt like in his mind that Jose Abreu at that time at the plate was the best option to win.
I don't care if he believes that. That's even worse. That's even worse if he does. But the inability to simply communicate on the very basic, at a very basic level with the media, the guy struggles with, and it's getting to a point where it's very hard for me as an Astros fan to continue to care, because this guy really believes that either he believes it or he believes that we're going to fall for it. That Jose Abreu, he's confident in him getting an at bat, and then he follows that up with, "I had to save my runners." If you'd have pinch hit any of them guys, they would have started out on second. So all you did was you let Abreu bat and then pushed him in the game in the 10th inning. None of it makes sense. It's unacceptable, and for me, it's making it extremely difficult to be a fan. Ron, you mentioned because then now we're getting into the inability to manage a baseball game, right? With the Abreu stuff, because then you go into extra innings, and if you look at the workload,
you know you're at a disadvantage.
Well, but you look at the workload of your pitchers, right? Seth Martinez had thrown one night, and he goes out there in the 8th inning, I believe it was. He goes out there in the 8th inning, and my man throws 2 pitches. 2 pitches. The guy with the most rest, I'm going to send him out there to get 1 out in the 8th, knowing I'm going to put Josh Hader on the bump in the 9th.
Well, it's not just that, knowing that Abreu and Presley weren't going to be available for the night.
But that's yeah. I mean, let's lay it out there.
Like when you already know, and clearly by the end of the game, those 2 weren't going to pitch because of how much they pitched. Knowing they weren't available, You would think, boy, maybe I'm
Abreu and Presley were not available, and Montero was the next closest person in terms of not being available, right? He had pitched the 2 nights previous. So if anybody has got enough juice to go get you 1 out and just throw 2 pitches, it's Rafael Montero. Why would you wait until the 10th inning and then just ride that horse until it collapses? It just and use Seth Martinez, who has been your long reliever multiple times in extra inning. Use him to get 2 outs. I understand for all my baseball heads out there. I get it. Seth Martinez may be a little bit better against these left-handers. Montero that particular batter that he was facing. Montero may be better against the left. I get all that, but I mean, come on, man. You gotta be kidding me at this point.
He's either an incapable idiot, and it's just all over his head, and his baseball knowledge that he has gained over the years has just completely left him and the moment's too big, or he's been neutered and he's not making decisions. Or both. I don't know, but it's frustrating as hell.
He's not ready for the position, and he's not a manager.
Well,
it's clear every single. Once or twice a week.
It's just getting worse, and the white towel is fixing to be. This is David Culley type.
Yeah, and hearing hearing his comments afterwards, whether it's just blind, idiotic optimism or otherwise, it just adds on to it. Like something has to change, Joe.
Anybody could manage this group.
That's what people said.
Let's get the listeners a little more jacked up here, boys. How many of the listeners out there? I'm thinking about becoming a promoter.
Thinking about it.
I'm thinking about becoming a promoter.
Always trying to do extra business.
I'm thinking about becoming a promoter. Here's my my thought here, boys. All these one-hit wonders that we talked about earlier, get about 6 or 8 of them and go on tour. What do you think? Think we can pull it off?
How much you paying them?
Well, we'll figure that out. Depending on how many, we'll figure that out. That's a big part of the plan.
Give me the list, and I'll tell you if it's a show that I think people will run to.
I just threw a couple of them down here, and I'm really leaning into 30 to 50-year-old white women here. We're really supporting this thing, by the way. I could really see my wife, definitely my sister-in-law, which I got the 30s covered, the 40s covered.
I get the feeling the names that you're about to say. I think we could have some colored people there.
No, they're welcome too. It's not an all white. It's not an all white party. They're welcome too. I'm thinking.
Not an all white.
I think the names that you're about to say. I feel
that's what the whites used to do.
Yeah. Just from a
colored people would be into it too.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know how much there's going to be out of their mind for some of these.
I don't know. You get the right song.
Thong song?
Oh, come on now. Yes.
How about a little My Neck, My Back?
That one right there.
That one definitely.
Right there. I'm gonna tell you, them white girls ain't ready for that one.
I like that one right there.
I'm just saying, if we gonna have the white girls there, and we're gonna have some of the other young ladies of color
like
there.
That. It's thoughts like that. It's thoughts like that screw the whole party.
Everybody can enjoy it.
Everybody can be ready.
Everybody can enjoy it. I'm just telling you, when you said your thinking is 30 to 50-year-old white women, I'm telling you, the 30 to 50-year-old black women going to wear them out on that one.
That'll be fun. Maybe a little dance off.
And they might have to dance. No, it might be a together thing. Wow, I've not seen that movie.
How about Raise Up, Petey Pablo, Freak a Leak, Petey Pablo?
Oh, give it them two. That's all I need from him.
Remember the old jam, I Got 5 on it?
Absolutely. Beautiful. They just did a little set one time on a I believe CBS Hip Hop 50. I enjoyed that.
Apple bottom jeans.
Boots with the fur.
My boy Cap would be on the stage. Get Low.
Oh yeah. Oh,
from the window.
Yin Yang Twins, boy. They've got a few. They're itching that list though. They've got a few now.
That table of MILFs around the way would go absolutely berserk when that one came on, Tyler.
Old tall.
Right there.
Oh, yeah. Chingy right there, man.
I mean, I need to get my wife on the horn. She could double this list in about 30 seconds.
He's got a few, like people texting in, like Trina's not a one-hit wonder. Like
they got to be one-hit wonders.
They got to be close to one or two, maybe one or give me two or three, maybe 1, 2, or 3 that they can come out and then that's it.
We're talking about small, kind of grungy venues too. We're not talking about these ballparks.
What's the
like
small?
JJ's Live.
I was gonna say, what's here? What's here? Where would they go here?
Oh wow!
It'd be like
Tell me on the other side. Tell me on the other side.
It is 420.
Tell me on the other side. Not weed. Brevin Jordan. When you think about Brevin Jordan, when you think about him, because he's had some things to say. We'll let you hear on the other side. But when you think about Brevin Jordan in this offense, what comes to mind about what he could bring? That's next.
Nick Caserio, not a huge fan. and whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As you missed it there, if you missed it, Clint would gather as someone texted in, the one-hitter quitters tour coming near you.
Boy, we get some mileage out of that, both with the artists and the people that are attending.
You think the artists would have a problem being put on the one-hitter quitter tour?
Nah, they know.
You think Petey knows?
They got to know by now where they're at.
I think there'd be a good chunk of them that have a problem with it.
I'm about to say, I don't think Petey.
They may know, T, but I think they would probably find.
They may know the way that Joe Espada knows about Jose Abreu and Ryan Presley, which they may not know.
A few of them do know and have come to terms.
Oh,
like the ones that make the commercials now, where they use that one-hit wonder. Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Yeah, but there's some of those ones he named. I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't think Kaya thinks she's a one-hit wonder. She damn sure is. All right, Brevin Jordan. I thought this was interesting what he had to say because I think Brevin Jordan, Clint, feels the importance of this year. I think he understands the importance of what this year means for him because. I was surprised he made the roster last year, and I think he'll make the roster this year. I don't think he's in a shoe-in situation, but I would be more surprised if he didn't. But I think he understands for him to make an impact, to either really force himself to stay on this particular team or to really make an impact to get him on another team where other teams see him and look at him as a potential option for them down the line. This year has to be big for him. And this was him actually talking about what I'm sure he's been hearing all offseason. The play that he made against the Cleveland Browns that everybody looked at and said, this is, wow, Brevin Jordan. He is a real talent. This dude can separate from people. He made a play that you don't see tight ends make. This is his thoughts on that long 70-plus yard touchdown reception he got against the Cleveland Browns in the playoffs.
Honestly, when I got the ball, the angle of the defender that was coming at me when he was trying to tackle me was very odd. It all happened so fast. I didn't think I was going to go untouched, but I knew I was going to make the first guy miss.
Yeah.
Then it's like the seas just parted once I made the first guy miss, and I just ran as fast as I can. It was honestly, believe it or not, I'm tired of hearing about that play because honestly, I love it. I love the fact that I made that play, but there's so much more, bro, I can do. I feel like that was an unbelievable play for me in my career, bro. But I'm excited, man. This year, I'm fired up, man, to go out there and show, the NFL, that I can do that every week, bro. I can do that every week.
What's the so much more? What's the so much more I'm not saying this to be an ass towards Brevin Jordan. No, I'm serious. What is the so much more that you believe that Brevin Jordan can bring to the table? Because when I look at that, I'm like, yes, that's it. It feels like, they found a matchup that they can exploit with him, and bam, he turned it into a big play. But what's the so much more that you think Brevin Jordan could bring to the table?
Yeah, right. I mean, for me, it's given the way this roster's set up, you don't have enough balls to go around as it is. So Brevin Jordan's going to have to find different ways to get on the field. I mean, he's playing behind Dalton Schultz, who clearly has great chemistry with C.J. Stroud, is highly thought of by Bobby Slowick and the offensive staff. He's clearly the one tight end. So anything with one tight end on the field, he's going to be there. I don't know that this team can justify playing a whole hell of a lot of 12 personnel when you've got Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and Stephon Diggs out there. So the two tight end sets, I would think, they're going to be there because the NFL is a heavy 11, 12 personnel right now. So they're going to be some of it, but I just don't know that he is going to be that number 2 tight end when you've already got a pass-happy tight end in Dalton Schultz. I would think number 2 would be somebody that's a little bit more built to be a force in the run game or have the ability to pass protect at a higher level. So for me, where that leaves Brevin Jordan is, of course, he's going to continue to be the backup tight end. I do believe when Dalton Schultz is out, he'll be the guy that gets in. But what I think he has to do is I think he has to play fullback.
Andrew Beck role.
Andrew Beck was on the field a lot last year. Andrew Beck is on the field a lot in 21 personnel, and I got to think that if Andrew Beck was on the field a lot last year, he's damn sure going to be on it this year with Joe Mixon. And that's the role that I think Brevin Jordan has to expand his abilities into, is he's got to take Andrew Beck's fullback position. Can you go from a heavy king queen formation with Brevin Jordan his hand in the dirt? Can he do those things and execute all the run game, as well as the next snap without changing personnel? You can come out with Brevin Jordan in a 2-point stance in the slot. That would be a very powerful thing. But in order to do that, Brevin Jordan is going to have to pay. He's going to be able to play multiple positions. They're going to be able to go from 20 personnel to 11 personnel to 12 personnel. I mean, they're going to be able to do a lot of different things without bringing somebody else on the field if Brevin Jordan is indeed that player. And I think in order to get the touches that he probably expects, I think he's going to have to play more positions than just tight end.
You know what I think?
What's that?
I think he's going to have, and I hate to say this, and I hope it doesn't happen. There's this person just texted. He's saying he can be explosive every week. I need to see this. And I think the way you see this is probably through injury. I mean, I find it hard, Clint, with what they've invested, with the 3 receivers who they have on the outside and the tight end and the back. To me, for him to get the touches and the reps and the opportunities, it would almost be because the way that they appear to plan to play him increases some way. And it feels like, to me, it would be potentially injury. It's because it's hard, Clint, to see him have the opportunity to force his way into it. Like there's some things like last year, Tank forced his way into the line.
Right.
But who did he have to deal with? Noah Brown, Robert Woods, guys that they don't they moved up to get him in the draft and Tank, and it's not like a high thing that they have invested in those guys that were in front of them. They've invested big stuff in guys that are in front of them that they ain't gonna just sit down and not play.
Yeah.
Right. So that to me, I think it's going to be tough for him to really be able to show what it is that he can do at a consistent basis. I think there's a chance, Clint, we see like week to week matchups. Ooh, there's something where we can exploit that they play their linebackers this way, or they do something like this where we can use a second tight end and have some big plays with Brevin Jordan. So.
Well, there's going to be a handful of games where 12 personnel is going to be heavy. Brevin Jordan's going to be involved. There's going to be a handful of games where 21 personnel is involved, and if he's playing fullback in Andrew Beck's role, then Brevin Jordan's going to be involved. There's going to be a handful of games where it's heavy 11 personnel, and Brevin Jordan probably has earned the right to take some snaps away from Dalton Schultz. I only say that if Dalton Schultz is blown, it's probably safe for the Texans right now to go, hey, we can get you a breather for a couple plays.
Yeah.
Right? Where before you didn't have to necessarily trust a guy, now you trust a guy. So I think he can get some run. He can get more run. I don't know if he can get as much as he's expecting.
Yeah. Last night, boy, that may be one of the toughest scenarios for a fan. And I really feel for many of you out there that went all the way with that game last night. We'll discuss that coming up next.
CJ Stroud is ready to take the next step heading into year 2.
Yeah, it's night and day, man. It's really like.
Monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back to The Drive as Clint's in the building, Tyler's in the building, and yours truly is in the building. I do want to get into last night, boy. Shout out to all of you who stuck it out.
Is that my boy Ron?
You know it is now. I feel like that's how I would say it back to him if he was in front.
That's exactly how you should say. That was good. That was good stuff right there.
There it is.
Is that my boy Uncle Glenn?
I'd say you, Glenn. 2 ends. All right. Somebody did text in, I guess, of our conversation earlier during Dirty's Daily every day at 4 o'clock. Somebody could step up. Man, Clint and Ron, geez, if all it takes is a bad half a year for you guys to stop being a fan, not be done with this team this year, but be done as a fan. Just be done being a fan, bros.
It feels huge.
Well, let me be clear. I didn't think I had to clarify this for anybody, but clearly
I didn't know. I made you think I was a fan.
I mean, here's the deal. You don't just stop being a fan for somebody when it's where you grew up and who you've rooted for forever. I'm clearly talking about this year on the Astros making another run, hell, getting in the playoffs. We have talked about it repeatedly on this show. Ron has thrown the towel in. Tyler and I, for some reason, call it Baytown blood. We're hanging in there, man.
But John Lopez, he's thrown in the towel before anybody. Brandon Scott,
Lopez
fired his towel in.
I'm clearly talking about this season with a spot as,
and they're still Astros fans, by the way.
Yeah. So
I mean, this guy was an Astros buddy, guys.
The old in the dome, baby.
Come on now, Clint was an Astro buddy
in the dome. Short turf.
Before was a rat infestation.
Are we? Is that a real?
Jose Cruz. Bill Doran.
Honest to God.
Billy Hatcher.
Please go ahead. You got
Dickie Thon.
Give me 4 more.
Glenn Davis.
2.
Glenn Ashby.
Tony Eusebio.
2 more. Come on.
Mike Hampton.
Kevin Bass.
Rest in peace.
Jose Lima.
Mike Scott.
There you go.
Ryan Reynolds.
Where you want me? It's Craig Reynolds, not Ryan.
Yeah. Did you say Billy Hatcher?
I did say Billy Hatcher.
Good one.
Bill Doran. Did I say Bill Doran?
Bill Spires.
Davis, Ashby.
Billy Spires is how I know him.
I think I may have got. I don't know if all those guys played together, but I think I may have got.
Did Andy Ashby have a stint?
Oh yeah.
Yes, I thought Andy. Ashby.
I don't think it's Andy. Was it Andy?
It's Andy Ashby, I believe. I know Andy played with the Padres. But I thought he had a little run over here.
Ashby did, but I don't. Is it? I thought it was Alan Ashby. I'm pretty sure it's Alan. Alan played here.
I think you're right, Clint.
Alan, Andy. What did I say?
It's Alan.
You
Ashby.
said Andy. I'm pretty sure it's Alan.
Confirmed by Bijani.
Is it?
Yeah.
Sorry, Alan. I think you.
Bad Padres.
I got my catcher's Alan.
Not Eusebio.
My third baseman's Glenn Davis. My shortstop's Dickie Thon, right? Second baseman.
Dickie Thon.
Bill Doran. Or was Glenn Davis first base? Glenn Davis was first base.
Yeah, this is the generation before me.
Who was third base?
Was it Rusty Staub?
No, I don't think so.
Don't forget about
Kevin Bass. Kevin Bass in the outfield. Billy Hatcher in the outfield. Man, who am I missing? Who was third base? I should know that.
The third baseman I go to is Ken Caminiti, rest in peace.
Was Caminiti around back then?
But I don't think he was back then.
He wasn't back then.
I don't think he's back then. That's more 90s.
Wasn't Doug Rader, was it? Oh,
that's another one.
Bijani says I'm right.
I didn't have that one.
That's another one.
That doesn't ring a bell. Jose Cruz was outfield.
Yeah.
Good job.
But to that person, anyway, like, there are people who really live out there to think if you're like, yeah, this thing's over, that means that you're out as a fan of the team. That's a really odd thing. Like, I mean, it was like week 5 or 6 with the Texans here before last year where it's like, yeah, this thing is, yeah, they're bad. They're bad. They don't have a chance this year. You're not out as a Texans fan. You're just looking at what you're seeing in front of you. You're hoping that it gets better.
Well, I'm going to tell you. Look,
not as a fan.
Well, let me talk to that fan. I am not at all above sitting the rest of the season out. I mean, if you think I'm going to keep staying up till midnight watching this like watching a great baseball game and then Joe Espada with some BS moves late. I mean, no, I am not. Like, call me what you want to call me. From the caliber fan I am, I will absolutely throw this towel in and quit making it a point to watch him, guys.
And judging from conversations that I've had historically with people and Astros fans and whatever, and I know I got one directly in front of me, one on the right of me, and one directly behind me, and Sean Bijani was listening. Like, you wouldn't be alone on saying, I mean, I'm not going to spend my time or money on rolling out.
Oh, yeah.
Just like Texans fans didn't.
Oh.
Just like Texans fans didn't spend their time and money on it.
Yes.
Oh, Art Howell.
Art Howell, caller, I believe his name was Robert, just called in to let us know that's who you were thinking of. Art Howell.
I don't think there's an L on that T.
Yeah, I did kind of put in a little L action.
So we all knew.
Played in the golf tournament with Art not too long ago.
We all knew what you meant. We had to put you out there like that.
Glad someone's seen you play golf.
Wow. You can't take shots anymore. This is a team thing.
Why?
Because both of you all won't play.
I'm available. I've been playing. I'm playing with Bijani soon if he shows up.
That's fair. But it's not just been him though. It's been you two.
No, I am telling you, I am open. I'm not the one with scheduling conflicts.
But you never told us when that back healed. You remember that was?
Yes, I did. I'm good. I'm good to go right now. I'm 100% healthy, ready to beat Clint's ass.
Denny Walling, Phil Garner. Yes, these are all yes.
Just Phil Garner.
Yes.
The manager.
No, Phil Garner was a player. Yes.
Phil
Denny Walling
is a manager.
Wow, I think that's who the third. I think Phil was playing third. I think both of those two, but I think Phil was the one I was looking for.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yes. Yes.
This was when you used to be in the Astrodome, just really enjoying it.
God, man, I was a little roly-poly sucker, man. Thought Mom was cool. She got us on the turf, bro.
She was cool.
Y'all still talking about playing golf?
I just don't. I've given up on it.
I don't play at 5:15 in the morning.
I know that you guys
I'm just telling you, I don't play at 5:15
it doesn't matter if it's 5-2. You guys aren't going to play this. We've been talking about this. 2
I'm
to 3
wide
years.
open.
Okay,
I'm wide open.
All right, if you're wide open, and he's somewhat open, then you all should find a way to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then instead, all you all do is just talk trash all the time. Oh,
I'm ready.
Wait till I get them irons going. We don't want to see me off the tee.
We're gonna play in the middle.
You played in.
No, I mean here's the deal. We're
seven tournaments in the last 3 years.
We're gonna play. We're gonna tee off no earlier than 11.
Good Lord, man. What time of the year is it?
Oh, he's going to play in the heat. I've already figured out it gets in his head. I'm already in his head.
I'm getting my head. I'm just smart, and I don't want to go out in the heat of the day.
Would you agree to an 11 o'clock?
I mean, I'll beat his ass in the freezing cold or in the scorching hot. It doesn't matter.
You've already let the cat out of the bag that the heat
I don't have
bothers
to
you.
let you get me excited. This stuff gets me excited when I
He's
hear
already let the cat out of the bag. He can't handle the heat.
He wouldn't even look you in your eye when he said that. He looked towards me and said, "I'll beat his ass in the cold. I'll beat his ass in the heat." That kind of stuff gets me going, but you all ain't going to do it.
You know what? That was a much better voice than what you gave us yesterday when you were getting pissed off. That was real. Now I'm a believer.
I think I think Parker, you're going to have to force their hands. Parker Hillis is the brand manager here. You heard him yesterday as he read the proclamation that we received as it being 6-10 day. I think he is going to have to force your hands and set something.
I mean, I came up with the idea of the match, Sports Radio 610. I'm here for it.
I loved it. And you went, but there was one point we thought we had something, and you had a bad back.
I got hurt.
Yes.
You
got a bad back.
I think this is not difficult.
You broke a rib. There was another. That was another one that stopped us.
It's always something. It's always something with this guy.
I hadn't been nothing.
But you probably blame the kids a little bit too much.
Well, here's the deal. We'll just get somebody to fill in for Tyler right here. We'll get a couple of hosts to do the show.
Well, I think we got to make it. I've always said we got to make it big. This has got to be a deal.
I'm trying to explain how we're going to make it big.
I want a gallery of listeners.
You're going to know, and you're going to like it, Ron.
I just don't believe you guys are going to do it.
You're going to get a couple other hosts to do the show. We're going to tee off, like I said, about 11 o'clock. We can even tee off at noon if you want to get a little closer to showtime. And during the show, Ron's going to be in a cart with a microphone, and he's going to be giving live updates to whoever's doing our drive show. Live updates, live interviews, keep the people updated on what the hell's going on. So I feel like I've got.
This is an event.
I do my best work between 2 and 6. I got to whoop his ass between 2 and 6. You know.
I mean, whatever. I mean, it does feel like, a 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock tea time, and then we really have this ammo to talk about it during the show. Feels good.
Zero chance. Zero chance. No chance.
I'm about out of vacation days there, boss.
Well, you got to tone them vacations down.
Well, I don't
get as many as you do.
I think we could. Okay. All right, guys.
Twice.
All right, I think it's time to go to break now.
Oh, okay.
Right,
Coming up next.
Coming up next. Little 5 o'clock fire. Some news with your Houston Texans, and I think this will be very, very beneficial, and I'm certain this will get Clint going just as much as small ball bunting in extra innings does. So stay tuned for that. We'll get you ready for the Astros and Giants game 2 tonight, and some significant news with the NBA Finals as well, with a very important piece and a very important player. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works, right?
soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
All right, it's 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Big Deal. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. Did we have a big night last night?
And the green again, baby.
Surprise.
Yeah, I went with mainly props.
Okay, I'm going to say with the Astros' performance last night, I thought maybe looking a little rough. But good for you.
I don't know, them extras may have got you. Well, no, they didn't get to 4.5, did they?
No, that was
I don't know. I guess if you bet strikeouts for Spencer Getty, you'd be all right.
I did.
Did you bet total bases with somebody?
Jordan and Bregman both
the
hit.
Triple might help. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a good night.
So some good there. But luckily you didn't bet for Abreu, or that may have been.
Yeah. You didn't bet Abreu total bases? Well, I bet that pays some serious.
I'm telling you,
I bet it does if it ever hits.
If he's in the lineup tonight, I'm going with it. I'm going Abreu.
Why you want to lose money, man?
I'm going Abreu. What is it? What's the line? Half a base?
I wonder how crazy Tyler is. Would you allow him to place that bet? Because you like to dictate bets.
That's a plus.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd allow that.
Okay, you like to dictate bets.
Wouldn't advise it, but I'd put it in and hope he's right.
Could I put it in? Would you allow me to bet against it?
No.
Even if it's Abreu?
Still wearing that uniform? Nope.
That's ridiculous.
He's such a good fan.
No, he's not. He's ridiculous.
Great fan. I think he's a great fan.
It's almost bad friend-like. Like, hey, man, I really believe in this, man.
First of all, you ain't betting nothing anyway.
I know, but I'm just saying he might. You shot him down.
Yes. What is it, Tyler? Find out what Abreu's total bases are. What kind of odds
I bet he's not even listed. I bet he's not even listed at all. All right, 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes and Clint. This is coming from reports with the Rams. Sean McVay said the Rams are going to hold 4 joint practices during training camp. 2 against the Chargers, 1 against the Dallas Cowboys, and 1 against the Houston Texans. And that will be coming up during the offseason. So we know at least the Texans will have joint practices, Clint, with, or at least a joint practice with the Los Angeles Rams. Last year, they were scheduled to have 2. They only ended up having 1. They were supposed to have one with the Saints, but that got canceled. But they did have that one with the Dolphins, which I found very entertaining to go out and watch. And that was a good team and good matchups to watch. And a great offensive mind. And it looks like they have that again. A great offensive mind. A Pro Bowl level quarterback with Matthew Stafford coming in. They've got some receivers, obviously with Cooper Kupp and Big Head Puka Nacua. What is Puka's last name?
Nakua.
Is it Nakua? Yeah, Puka Nacua. His head is
large.
Is he one of the large head that doesn't wear shoes?
No, he
wears
shoes.
Matt Collins, isn't it?
Matt Collins is the one, big head, long hair, doesn't wear shoes when he goes places.
Yeah.
In public, by the way. Like Radio Row in Vegas.
I know you love this, though. I know you love
absolutely
joint practices, and I bet you specifically love it. Like, this is a good team to have it against.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. I mean, just for the pleasure of the viewer, obviously. I mean, you're talking about 2 of the – and now that we've seen Bobby Slowick, 2 of the best offensive minds going at it. And when you look at DeMeco Ryans, obviously Sean McVay is going to be bumping heads with DeMeco Ryans. These teams, obviously, these staffs obviously work well together, have a tremendous amount of respect for each other. So you got to believe it's going to be high-quality work. Yeah, I absolutely love it, man. When you get into camp, obviously you talk about all the things about, like, it's good to just see a different color across the ball from you, see a different person across the ball from you, and be able to compete. But I like seeing the different schemes. You're blocking guys that your offensive line is getting work against guys that they don't know their every move that they make because they've been going against them for 10 straight days. They don't know all of the different D-line stunts that they're going to run. They just don't know. So you get a better look at really how good these guys actually are. And so I am absolutely here for all the joint practices we can get. No question.
Yeah, we'll see who else. This is just one. I would imagine, Clint, and if we look at their preseason schedule, I would imagine, Clint, that they probably do one with somebody else at the very least. Because I remember this is just one practice. It seemed like they had multiple practices with the Dolphins. And that was, to me, that was fun to see Derek Stingley match up against Waddle and match up against Tyreek Hill, and to kind of see that from it. I remember one of the moments I remember from them practices is Jalen Petrie getting a pick six to end one of the practices off of Tua. So that was fun to watch. And I think those things help. And as you know better than anybody, well, when you get in training camp and those things get long, and when you get to go against somebody else in practice and not the same stuff every day, and you going up, I'm sure it's a quarterback going up against people in the secondary who know exactly what you're going to do because you do it every day, is fun, not only getting better, but also a good change of pace.
The competitive genes get flowing, and from a quarterback perspective, you see some, if your team is a heavy middle closed team where you got a middle safety all the time and they're playing man or they're playing three and the line of scrimmage is always crowded. You see that all camp, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in that they're a two on the roof type of scheme where you're getting some quarters looks, some cover two looks, kind of like Lovie Smith believed in playing. You just get that quality work against a different scheme. And then to your point, like you don't know the tendencies of the safeties, you don't know the tendencies of the corners, and so you can't read those keys anymore. So the quality work is more as game-like as you can get in practice, obviously. So yeah, it's good for everybody involved as long as everybody can stay cool-headed and stay healthy. That's it.
Well, yeah, Aaron Donald used to always seem to get himself in fights.
Yes, indeed.
Well, he's not there, so he did. I've seen him get in fights with the Bengals and in these things. I've seen him get into multiple fights with teams, but he is no longer on this team. So be looking out for that at some point in camp. The Rams will have a joint practice with your Houston Texans during training camp, so that should be an entertaining day.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, want to get to the Astros as they host Game 2 tonight. We don't have a lineup out usually with West Coast games that aren't out this quickly. But before we get to the game, we did discuss this earlier. The Astros have made this official. They have recalled catcher Cesar Salazar from AAA, and they optioned Joey Luperfido. This is going to be on Best Of.
Joey Superfido.
Joey Luperfido to Sugarland, and he goes back. He came up for, 3 games and pinch ran last night in the 10th.
Held that pine down good, didn't he?
Yeah, he kicked it good.
Why not get him more ABs in Sugarland? Just bring him up and have him sit, Yeah,
why not? Well, the Salazar move is mostly done because, and I'm surprised we haven't heard any more from this situation, but mostly done because there's something up with Yainer Diaz. Now, the last reports we heard was they don't know that it's going to be long-term. Well, we've heard things like that before. They don't know if it's going to be long-term. They did not place him on the IL, but you cannot roll through with one catcher. So they bring back up Salazar to back up here Victor Caratini. Yeah. So this
I believe
this will be one to watch.
He took a foul ball off his bare hand, off his throwing hand.
Yeah.
And so, obviously gripping a bat, gripping a ball, all that goes with playing the position he's struggling with, to say the least, at this point in time. So hopefully he'll get back quick because his bat was getting hot now.
No, it was, and so hopefully he is back quick, and it's nothing else. You think Joey comes right back up if as soon as they send Salazar back, or hopefully maybe Kyle Tucker's ready to come back. I'm not sure.
Don't get me to guessing on this group, man.
But that's the injury news right there, and what they've done there. But tonight, Game 2, Clint, Ronel Blanco, who started off like one of the best pitchers in baseball, had the no-hitter, had all of that rolling, and has not just with the no-hitter but been really good. But here of late, Clint, and this is after the suspension, he hasn't imploded, so to speak, but it hasn't been as dominant as he was. It hasn't been as, front of the rotation, like Cy Young candidate, like the last several starts. He's given up more runs and given up 4 or 5 runs in the last couple of starts. So it'll be big to watch him tonight, see if he can bounce back and get back to where he was at the start of the season.
Yeah, look, we talked about Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti, and the reality of it is Ronel Blanco is on that short list of youngsters that this team is leaning heavily into over the next stretch of ball games. And so he started hot, got popped with the substance in the glove, and it's been a struggle since. So he's got to get back on track and hopefully get back to some of that early stuff that we saw from Ronel Blanco, because again, this isn't just, oh look, man, Ronel Blanco, it's a luxury, man. We got a youngster that's pitching well. Hell, they're banking on him. So hopefully tonight he can get back on the good side of this thing.
Yeah, and listen, and we've talked about it, and we will continue because certain folks that we are looking at, I think, deserve the criticism that's led to some of this performance. But they got to give you more than one run. This offense has to. They've got to help these pitchers. Spencer Arrighetti goes, man, and he gives up 1 run in 5 2/3 innings.
Yeah,
and he got to walk out with the lead at least. So this offense it's been up and down, and they've struggled with runners in scoring position. But they've got to score. They've got to score runs tonight as well.
They've got to score runs, and again, this is just why. Again, gosh dang it, I don't want to keep going back to this, but it's why it just doesn't make sense for Jose Abreu to be in this lineup right now. It just flat out doesn't. I mean, you don't have Tucker to carry the torch. You got Bregman, whose hand is banged up, even though he's still swinging it well. Diaz was hotter than a firecracker when getting clutch hits of late. He's out. To be still trying to force this Abreu thing and keeping a much better bat on the bench because you may need a runner and you got a short bench, or because this or that, it's just silly at this point. So yes, they got to produce more than 1 run, Ron. But when you look up and the guys that you have out, the guys that are banged up, you just don't have room right now to give away at bats with keeping dead bats in the lineup.
When you look at this, and Tucker's out tonight.
Yes.
He's out.
Mm-hmm.
Diaz is out, right? Those 2 bats at least are out. Who needs to be in the lineup? Like, we know Alvarez is going to be in it. We know
Dubon's the one for me right now. With Loperfido going down, Dubon is the one for me that needs to be in the lineup. Now, if because Abreu's out, because gosh dang it, Tucker's out. I don't know exactly what the deal is with whether Jordan is fresh to play left field or not. So I don't know. My point in saying all that is I don't know if you need Dubon in the outfield. If that's the case, then John Singleton needs to be your first baseman. But at the end of the day, Dubon is the one for me that needs to be in the game. And if you want to get really critical about it, I believe that it's a significantly better at bat if John Singleton's in the game versus Abreu as well. So those are the 2 to me that.
Well, John needs to be in it. They're facing a righty.
Well,
they're not facing a lefty. John needs to be in it. Abreu started 4 straight games.
Well, if it comes down to John and obviously they have no problem putting Dubon at first base. If it comes down between John and Dubon, then I would rather Dubon be out there. But either one's fine. Dubon needs to be on the field, though.
Yeah. So we'll see what the lineup is when that does come out. As this is another one. They've had a run since the Cardinals. They won that series against the Cardinals. They won the weekend series against the Angels. They need at the very least to start putting together series wins, and for them to win this series, they got to win tonight. They got to win the game tonight, and then hopefully tomorrow, while we are where? Twin Peaks?
290
Twin Peaks.
Boots and beers, nothing better.
While we're out there live, which you need to be as well. Hook you up with Chris Stapleton tickets.
Hello.
Hook you up with Chris Stapleton tickets at
Yes,
Minute Maid
sir.
Park.
2
While
times.
we're out there, you can come watch some day baseball and to see if the Astros can win their 3rd consecutive series. If they could do that, they can win tonight. They put themselves in a position to do that tomorrow, and we'll be out at Twin Peaks 290 to go and watch that. So big one tonight for the Astros.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the NBA Finals, another night off because one travel day wasn't enough. Another night off. They'll play tomorrow night, and I think one of the keys to the series is Kristaps Porzingis, and he already was coming in missing over a month. He had played since April before playing in Game 1 of the Finals, but he has a new injury on the same leg, a rare leg injury, the lower part of his leg, as they said, not connected with the calf issue that gave him issues after the first round of the playoffs. But his status is uncertain for the finals. Clint, he said he was going to play Game 3 the other day, but now it has gotten to a point, Clint, where the Red Sox, the Celtics have taken it out of his hand to make the decision if he can go. Hell, the Mavericks, Clint, Luka, he had pain-killing shots before Game 2. So he was clearly, we saw him, he was wrapped up and everything before the game. He was dealing with some issues as well, and maybe that played a part of his second half slowing down. But this Porzingis news could be something that really shifts this finals, because every time that he has entered the game, it's felt like it's unfair. It's felt like it is just the one thing that they don't even have. When I say they, the Mavericks, anything that can account for that player. He has dominated those centers.
Yeah, look. I mean, I just, it's hard for me to picture a game and kind of look back on these two games in the season and the finals and not picture a big part of why, particularly Kyrie's struggling, is because when he does get an opportunity around Drew Holiday, all of a sudden the wingspan of Porzingis is there, and it's he just engulfs him. I mean, he can't get shots up. When he does, it's these big high floaters, and it's just not. He makes things extremely difficult in the paint, protecting the rim. For, in particular, Kyrie. And really, let's be honest, everybody not named Luka at this point in time, he makes it very difficult for them inside. So I think the biggest story here, obviously, is about Porzingis. And to me, it's a bigger impact on the defensive end than it is the offensive end. And that's hard to say given what Porzingis did in the first damn game. But I think it's just a game changer when you lose that defensive presence in the middle.
Yeah, it's both times. Both times he has entered the game in the first quarter, the games have been relatively close, right? I think Boston had maybe a 1 or 2 point lead in Game 1. I think Dallas was in control, and then he comes in, and everything seems to change. Everything seems to change. I know Tyler put money on it, but there was a real good argument that he's the MVP of the series because he has changed the games when he entered. So that is going to be one definitely to watch throughout the night, all day tomorrow, to see what his status is for Game 3. All right. Was last night the lowest point for you with Joe Espada? Was last night, of all the things we've seen this year, was last night the lowest point for you with Joe Espada? We'll discuss that next.
We are a really good team.
Could the Astros really be sellers? The time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Was last night the low point for y'all? Joe Espada has had, because I think last night it's hard. Like to me, I'm not looking at Rafael Montero. I mean, you could field a grounder. I'm not looking at Pena. You could field a grounder. The offense, one run, through 9 innings, not great.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
But the last 2 games, and then culminating with yesterday, because I think it's hard to just let go of Sunday's decisions. But yesterday's game, with what he did in the 9th inning, leaving the bat in Abreu's hands, taking out Hader, putting in Montero to pitch for the 3rd day in a row, and not have Hader go back out there after he had 10 pitches in that 9th inning and 15 the day before. Was that the lowest point for you with Joe Espada yesterday?
Absolutely.
It was, yeah.
Absolutely. The Abreu bottom of our top of 9, 2 outs, bases juiced, 1-1 ball game. That decision is without a doubt the lowest point for me with Joe Espada. It makes no sense. It's unacceptable. We've talked a lot about, man, is this team, are they making decisions really trying to win ball games, or is this Bagwell and Crane and Dana Brown and all these guys back and forth about Abreu? And I would like to think that my squad was legitimately trying to win ball games. Last night it became blatantly obvious to me, and I know it probably should have been obvious before, but this is when I chose to fully accept that my squad is not trying to win ball games.
That's what gets me with you. You it's so bad, and I agree with you. There is no way in hell with the bases loaded I would have the worst hitter on the team. I think he's the worst hitter.
He's the worst hitting first baseman in all of baseball. He's one of the worst hitters in all of baseball.
He's the worst hitter on the team by nearly every metric that I would let him swing with the bases loaded in the 9th inning in a tie ball game.
It's not ideal.
There's no, but you can't even you can't get past the point you even believe that they believe that was the right thing. It's so bad. It's such a decision that makes no sense. You just think it has to be something else that has to go with them making that decision. Something else, not that they thought.
And there's several options that aren't hey making the best decision in the interest of the team winning ball games. There's several options. I mean, could he be getting pressure from the top? Yeah, sure, absolutely. That's even worse. I personally believe in the moment. I think he's getting pressure from the top to keep on with this Abreu experiment, no doubt about it. But the inability to, in that moment, 2 outs, top of 9, bases loaded, like that's a decision for me. If it costs me my job, it costs me my job. Like I'm not letting that one ride right there. Like if he doesn't have, and I believe personally, I believe the Presley thing as well as the Abreu thing, I think they've already gut punched those guys one time with bringing Hader in and moving Presley to the 8th. I think that's a gut punch. And then the whole Florida complex league with Abreu, that's a gut punch for a veteran that's as decorated as him. And I think Joe Espada is intimidated by those guys. That is I think there is pressure from the top, probably with both guys, and I think twofold. I think he is intimidated and doesn't want to make those decisions because you can't tell me again if they're unhappy with me making a decision last night, 2 outs, top of 9, bases loaded, worst hitter in baseball right now is at the plate.
At least on your team.
Hey, if you're going to fire me at that point in time, fire me. I'm going to stand up and tell everybody what the hell you fired me for, and I'm gonna keep this thing moving and go back to coaching somewhere, somehow, not managing, but somewhere, somehow. Yeah, that's definitely a low point for me. I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that Joe Espada believes what he said in that post game in terms of he has confidence that Abreu was going to get a good quality at bat. Ain't no way in hell.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, was yesterday the low point for you? From the text line, I understand bombastic takes are very much a part of being a radio host.
Get the hell out of here.
They don't want to, in quotes, they don't want to win is not only stupid and disingenuous, it's silly. Y'all are better than that.
It means more than the surface level, clown. Just use the brain you got up top in your dome. Use it a little harder than you're typically used to, and you'll get there. Trust me.
I would just ask you, continuing to run, like, because to you it sounds like it is just ludicrous that anyone would go to that.
It's a long season. It's early, guys. Everybody relax. That's who that is right there. That's a texter you're talking to.
But whatever, like, you think in that moment, like, it's not just one. There's not just one moment. The entire way they're handling Jose Abreu should at least be a fair question to wonder, are they in this to put out and give themselves the best opportunity to win? See, many of you all disagreed and thought it was silly and dumb that Martin Maldonado caught as many games as he did with Yainer Diaz. Right? Even Clint thought he should have been playing more. But you could at least be sold and understand of the decisions that they made last year with, hey, we believe in him with the pitching staff. The pitching staff is extremely comfortable with him. We believe it is more of a mental position as much as it is a physical one. You may disagree with it. That's fine. But there is at least a realistic reason that puts out and shows we feel like this is the best chance to win. Dude, they brought him back from that complex league, and they were playing the biggest series of the year in Seattle, 4 of them, a way to get back in this thing. He started 3 of the 4 games. He immediately came in sucking ass all year and got 7 hits against 17 to 23-year-olds that weren't good enough to play up in single A. It's not fair to wonder, damn, they put him right in at first base when John was swinging the bat well. They thought against the Seattle Mariners to get back in it, that was the best. It's at least fair to question it. And then they keep doing it. It's at least fair to question it. You can kiss my ass with the bombastic. That's at least fair.
They sent him to the Florida Complex League.
That's at least fair.
That tells you how bad he was. Not me telling you, that's them telling you. They sent him to a league that I'd never heard of. I mean, what other statement do you need that this guy is one of the worst hitters in baseball? And then to Ron's point, you bring him back, makes a quick stop in Sugar Land, and you plug him in. Do you think they're like a priority is getting Jose Abreu right or winning that ball game and winning that series? You go you go figure that out yourself. If you believe that was the best move for them to win a series and that's why they made it, then you're a fool.
Immediately, the whole thing they're doing, handling him, it's insane how they're doing it. This is much worse than the Ryan Presley thing. Like Ryan Presley, I think Ryan Presley needs to be out of the 8th, but I can at least make some sense of that. This makes no sense. There's no sense, none at all, no sense at all. Every time they sit Dubon over there on the bench, like Dubon, the biggest series of the year against Seattle, he didn't play the first 3 games.
Oh, my God. This don't make no sense.
He had the best average on the team, and he had the best average in terms of hitting with runners in scoring position. It is the number one thing your offense struggles on.
But, Ron, they're doing everything they can to try to win, man. You're crazy.
Dubon's set for 3 games. Abreu played 3.
It's illogical.
Like, I'm not going to go out to – it's at least fair to question it. Good gracious. People are coming up with some great ideas about potentially your all's golf match.
The match.
If you all have this, I think there's some great ideas that people are rolling in. We'll continue.
Let's talk about them.
Blood pressure down. We'll continue to roll through here as we're going live right here on The Drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner.
of a powerful John Deere machine. Now's a great time. Offer based on dealer participation. For complete finance details, call toll-free 1-800-468-8501 or online at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As I said, man, at some point, hopefully, you two finally do play. I don't even know was there a bet made? I don't even know what the bet was. I don't even know what it was.
Yeah, if it was, it's been a while, and I cannot remember.
It probably needs to be rethought about.
Yeah, we're gonna make this thing big.
We could, man. Some people texting in. I want to drive Ron around on the cart. I feel like we should do something where people can win different portions of it. Someone texted in, "Hey Clint, can I be your caddy?" We should have listeners maybe win an opportunity to be on the bag.
That'd be cool.
That'd be cool.
And Clint needs all the help he can get, so maybe 2 caddies.
That's fine.
He is super confident. I mean, he is Texas A&M football confident. Like when he really gets himself really good and juiced.
Does that surprise you?
I'm just saying. I'm just pointing it out. Like
does any of that
like
surprise
the way
you?
he's talking to Sean about this first game of the year.
Oh, King Dingaling in there.
He is. I mean, this is a high level of confidence. Now he was on the golf team.
Was
he?
Yeah.
Baytown Sterling Rangers golf team, baby.
Had to break out the wife's
at the Rangers. You got the old yearbook action. Yeah, he's on the golf team. But
that league gander ass.
No, that would be a fun thing. Have people on the bag, people driving. Because I'm gonna get like some sort of a blowhorn or something. I'm just gonna be out there letting it ride.
Well, that'd be about right.
But I ain't walking.
Nah.
Not y'all up here talking about 11 o'clock heat, man. I don't even know. I
got you two. I got you two beat.
Doing.
I got you two beat. Talking about the word. You're talking about the heat already.
I mean, you might. Now, to me, you got me beat, but then I don't matter.
Hot butter.
Yeah, you sure enough got my ass beat, but I don't matter at all. Gus and Katie, who's befriended you, said he be your caddy, Tyler.
Nice, yeah, man.
We can't just give that away though. That's prime real estate. You got to do something for that.
I love how far me and Gus have come.
I do too, man. I appreciate that, man. I really do too. All right, remember coming up behind us, Texans All Access as they'll look at PFF's top 32 wide receivers in the NFL. How many Texans you think are on that list? If you just had to guess,
top how many?
32. Do they got 2 of them?
At least.
You think all
Say
3?
that again?
The top PFF, Pro Football Focus's top 32 NFL wide receivers. I'm not going to blow their T's. I'm not going to look it up. You think all 3 of their receivers are on that top 32 list?
No. I think 2 of them are. I don't think Tank Dell's on.
Yeah, Tank probably got left off just for sample size.
Yeah. Yeah, Nico, and who you think's first on the list?
Oh, ain't no doubt. Diggs.
You think Diggs
Absolutely.
Without a doubt?
Yeah.
Because I wonder if they do it from just last year.
What about Tyreek?
No, I'm talking about from the Texans. Between
Diggs,
Nico and Diggs. If they just do it based off last year, I wonder if Nico would get him. I'm gonna be listening to see because I'm sure they'll give us the order. I'm not gonna look it up. I ain't gonna cheat that. But Texans All Access, that's coming up behind us. They'll look at the top 32 wide receivers in the league. I'm sure talk about the Texans and where they land on that. And then Area 4-5, Bijani and Creighton. That must have been a treat last night. How that game was coming down to the end. That must have been a treat last night. I'm telling you, right now, I know he's listening. He's got his little leg up. I don't know why I have to refer to it as a little leg. I don't know why. But
wow.
But he got his leg up. I am waiting for the Sean Bijani explosion.
On what?
On the Astros. Like he is, as I've said, he is the one that I think is the most optimistic fan I know. Now I think Tyler has the most belief of anybody I've ever seen. but his optimism can roll away like it is currently.
Got limits.
But like,
well, Tyler's betting habits really need the Stros to get hot.
Yes,
stay hot, make a run.
But with Sean will probably in some way make sense of the Abreu at bat. Like in his mind, he's got that different level of optimism. But I'm waiting for him to lose it. And last night may have pushed him. They're probably lucky they were off the air when that thing ended. But last night probably would put. I'm waiting because Sean's going to be the one. I feel like he's going to throw something. He may cuss on the air. Chris Santiago's going to have to really be ready for the dump button because these teams, like, he snaps. Little Grizzly flying all over the place. He's going to let it ride.
Got a fat again.
He's going to let it. I've had it. I can't take. I can't take it anymore. Patrick, I'm sorry. I can't take it anymore. I can't deal with it. No more. Also,
they're both it's a long season guy, right? Both of them?
I don't think they're saying that anymore. I think I've heard Patrick say, like, hey man, they got to really look at this. He's not giving up, but they're gonna have to make some hard decisions.
Yeah.
On what it is that they're gonna do moving forward. So no, I think they understand I think they clearly and understand the sense of urgency right now that they got to get going. I don't think they're still early guys. I just think Sean is, which I think many fans can be, or is just optimistic until that last little strip is there for him, and then I think he's just going to lose his mind. But that's coming up behind us. Hey, I was just looking up here, seeing these highlights. They were showing Deshaun Watson earlier, and he's at practice, and he said he's feeling very comfortable where he is right now, feeling like coming off the surgery, feeling like he is more like himself, ready to roll. I genuinely wonder with everything that has happened with the Texans organization, with C.J. Stroud and everything. Are Texans fans, do you still keep an eye out on what Deshaun Watson's doing? Whether it is to look at it as, yes, hell yeah, keep struggling. Come on, throw 3 picks, throw 4. Or forever, whatever reason you watch, do you still find yourself like keeping an eye on what Deshaun's doing?
I absolutely do, yeah.
I'm not going to let it take my
not for comparison reasons. Like I think C.J. Stroud's already in a different league than Deshaun's ever been in, just based on a small sample size. And I think right now, given the current state of both players, I think it's an extreme long shot if Deshaun ever gets back in the same stratosphere as C.J. Stroud does. So. I just think it's sad, man. I mean, you're talking about a guy like I think a huge part of why Deshaun was able to do what he did on the football field was because he was the intangible. The guys would take a bullet for him. Guys would raise their level of play for him. Guys would show up for him. He was one of the dudes. He was a leader. He was there. He was involved. It was genuine. It was sincere. I think that was a big, big part of who Deshaun Watson was as a person and as a player. And I think with what he went through, in his own fault. I mean, look, I'm not feeling sorry for the guy. I think it's just sad that to see this football career go the way that it is. I think that part of it is gone. I think the joy that Deshaun Watson once talked about, he was not going to let anybody steal. I think that was a big part of his success.
You still watch with the curiosity if he can get anywhere close to it.
I watch because it's just so entertaining to me, man. I'm a big intangible guy. Like we just talk way too often about the tangible part of playing the game, the speed, the arm, the intangible is ultimately the non-negotiable for me. And there was a time when, from an intangible standpoint, he was as good as anybody in the game. I mean, in terms of that being a big part of how and now it's gone. I just think it's fascinating to see, because I think that's a statement of, like, I mean, You know, when you're not around the team and when you're not able to be yourself and you're not like that stuff is extremely powerful when it's gone. And I think you're seeing that with Deshaun Watson. Not to mention all that comes with not being able to practice with your guys and hang with your guys and you know, being out of the country all the time. It appears he is on social media. I don't know. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of. It appears there was a lot of drinking going on and just getting away from things instead of focusing on football. Man, when you lose focus on football, it is detrimental, and you're seeing how detrimental I think with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, text line coming in. Morbid curiosity. We got CJ, baby. I wanted to see Watson crash and burn, but Clint made me feel sorry for him. Deshaun will be all right. He hasn't played football in a while. Just has to get his rhythm back. It takes reps. Listen, for me, I the story intrigues me because I just don't know that we've ever seen this. I don't know. Like, we've seen quarterbacks fall down and maybe struggle and be put up in a certain place and struggle. But this dude was a top 5 quarterback, in my opinion. In Minnie's opinion. At the age of 25. And, yes, you talked about everything, and we all know everything that happened. But at the age of 25, to go to 28, Clint, and, I mean, there is an argument he's a bottom third quarterback. Like the way, like what he is.
I don't think it's fair to place him anywhere above the bottom third.
What he has shown in that 6-7 games he came back the first year, and then all of last year till he had the injury. Like, for something like that's why this year is really like, okay, all right, man, all right, you had a year. Now it's been almost 2 years now that you've been playing. You've played, 16, 17, however many games. Like, we should start seeing the dude that people thought you could be, and not this dude, because he has gone from top 5 to bottom third, and he's 28. It's not like, it's Russell Wilson, and, age has kind of jumped on him, and now he's in his mid-30s. He's 28. This is supposed to be the start of his prime. Like, that is what is interesting to me to watch, Clint, is this drop going to be, is this really something that we're going to watch and is going to really happen? That he is just going to go from being as good as he was to just a back half starter, a guy that you don't have a chance with. It's just crazy.
I think he's done. I think.
You think he can get to middle of the pack?
I mean, I think if they run the ball really, really well and they play great defense and they protect their quarterback with play calling and all that, yeah. I mean,
can he be Baker from last year?
No.
He can't get to that level, you don't think?
I mean, what have we